In the world of Naruto, within the village of Konohagakure, a classroom at the Ninja Academy is filled with students of varying expressions, some anxious while others remain calm. All awaiting the commencement of their graduation examination. I, in the corner of the room, a black-haired youth, clad in a light-colored short-sleeved sweatshirt, observes his peers with a meaningful gaze, softly murmuring, "At last, it is about to begin." This young man possesses an extraordinary demeanor, appearing to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, yet exuding a sense of maturity and composure. His sleek, jet-black hair is neatly styled, framing a fair and handsome face. His eyes, bright and clear, like stars in the night sky, are complemented by a subtle smile that naturally endears him to those around him. His name is Young Umi, but he is not a native of the Naruto universe. Rather, he is a transmigrant from Earth.in. His previous life, Umi was a freshly graduated university student who encountered an unforeseen accident during a holiday trip, leading to his reincarnation in the world of Naruto, where he became a distant cousin of the character Irika Yumino, the Nine-Tails attack. 12 years prior resulted in the loss of both Irakus and Umi's parents. As an infant, Umi was taken in and raised by Irika. Upon realizing that he was in a perilous world filled with ninjas, Umi developed a yearning for power. Thus, at the tender age of 6, he requested Irika's permission to enroll in the Ninja Academy, becoming a classmate of the original protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. However, Umi has been somewhat disheartened that, after all these years, he has yet to discover any of the typical advantages that come with being a transmigrant, having to rely solely on his own efforts to grow stronger, in a world where lineage and talent are of paramount importance. Sheer determination alone has its limits, as one cannot reach the pinnacle of the ninja realm without both bloodline and innate ability. Despite forming a close bond with Might Guy and receiving considerable guidance and training, Umi's progress has been painstakingly slow. Even with efforts far exceeding those of Sasuke Uchiha, his strength is only marginally superior to Sasuke's. That it is likely that once Sasuke awakens his Sharingan, the gap between them will vanish instantaneously. Given the current rate of his training, Umi fears that in a few years, during the era when Jonin are as common as dogs and Kage are everywhere, he may merely become a background character in this vibrant world. Yet, Umi finds himself devoid of any viable solutions, as reaching the apex of a ninja realm generally requires one of several conditions: to possess a powerful bloodline like the Otsutsuki clan, to exhibit extraordinary talent and mastery of the most suitable jutsu and combat styles, to train tirelessly in taijutsu like Might Guy and his son, or to master forbidden techniques like Edo Tensei, as practiced by Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. Umi does not meet any of these criteria and lacks the scientific prowess of certain transmigrants who engineer modified technologies. He can only take things one step at a time. Suddenly, the classroom door swings open, and Irika, the homeroom teacher holding the examination roster, steps inside. "Everyone, we will now commence the graduation examination. Those whose names are called should proceed to the adjacent classroom for testing." Sensing the students' tension, Irika reassures them with a smile. "Do not worry, the examination will be quite simple, focusing on the shadow clone technique you practiced previously. Wonderful. The shadow clone technique is my forte. The examination is on the shadow clone technique? Then I have nothing to fear. Phew. Thankfully, it's not the body replacement technique, as I'm quite confident in the shadow clone technique." Upon hearing Irika's words, the students collectively exhale in relief, filled with confidence about passing the exam. However, not all share this sentiment. Naruto Uzumaki, the class underachiever, is the sole exception, as the shadow clone technique is his weakest jutsu. "Young, what should we do?" "It's the shadow clone technique." With a distressed expression, Naruto turns to his only friend, pleadingly suggesting, "Why don't you talk to Irika Sensei and ask if we can switch it to the transformation technique?" "What are you thinking? The exam topics are not something my brother could decide," Umi replies, with an eye roll, offering a rather perfunctory encouragement. "Future Hokage, believe in yourself. It's merely a small graduation exam. After all, you're the strongest ninja." You're right. I am destined to become Hokage." Naruto chuckles, Yet inwardly, he fervently prays for an extraordinary performance to successfully pass this graduation examination. Humph! Perhaps overhearing their conversation, Sasuke Uchiha, seated diagonally in front of Naruto, emits a scornful snort. "You arrogant jerk." Naruto perceives this as a challenge from his rival and stands abruptly, glaring at Sasuke with displeasure. "Just so you know, I will definitely pass the exam. I hope you don't get held back." Sasuke merely glances back at Naruto with indifference before turning away, closing his eyes in a display of aloofness, uninterested in engaging with him. Damn it. Fuming, Naruto takes a couple of steps forward, intent on teaching Sasuke a lesson, only to be abruptly knocked to the ground by a swift punch. Behind him, Sakura Haruno, her pale fist raised and exuding a menacing aura, warns in a chilling tone, "Naruto, do not disturb Sasuke during the exam. Point to understand." Faced with Sakura's intimidating demeanor, Naruto quickly retreats to his seat in a flustered scramble. Cough, cough. Enough of your antics. Let us begin the examination. Irika interjects his right fist to his mouth, feigning a cough, which brings silence to the previously noisy classroom. Subsequently, Irika enters the adjacent classroom to serve as the examiner, and the students proceed into the examination room one by one upon hearing their names. Next, young Umi. Upon hearing his name, Umi rises and enters the examination hall, nodding respectfully to Irika and Mizuki, preparing to demonstrate the shadow clone technique. Ninjutsu, shadow, clone technique. In a puff of smoke, 5 indistinguishable clones of Umi materialize. Beside him, perfect score, outstanding, congratulations Umi. From this day forth, you are officially a Genin of Konohagakure. Umi's flawless clones earn unanimous praise from Irika and Mizuki, and he successfully passes the graduation examination, receiving a forehead protector that symbolizes his newfound status as a ninja. As Umi accepts the forehead protector from Irika, 2 mysterious mechanical notification sounds suddenly echo in his mind. Congratulations to the host for officially becoming a ninja in the initial world of Naruto. Following a successful evaluation by the system, the multiverse sign-in system is now activated. The cold, mechanical voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonates with Yun Kong like a celestial melody. Lo and behold, the legendary golden finger has finally arrived. After years of disillusionment regarding the essential benefits for traversers, Yun Kong unexpectedly finds a glimmer of hope, as today marks the inception of his golden finger. A smile of uncontainable joy blooms on his face as he forcefully suppresses his excitement, hastily departing from the examination hall to enter an empty classroom. Eager to explore his newfound system. As the name suggests, the multiverse sign-in system allows one to obtain items and abilities from various realms through the act of signing in. The rewards provided by the system are diverse and countless, encompassing but not limited to currency, items, skills, and system tools. Anything that exists within the multiverse can be acquired through signing in. Whether the rewards are favorable or not depends on the host's luck. Moreover, the system includes supplementary training functionalities that require system points, obtained through sign-ins, for utilization. This bears a striking resemblance to some sign-in novels from his previous life. After reviewing the introduction to the multiverse sign-in system, Yun Kong gains a general understanding of his golden finger and promptly enters the system space to unveil the newcomer's gift package. Ding! The newcomer's gift package is now opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the unique ability, Source of Chaos. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Bloodline Card, Phoenix Bloodline, Faint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the item, Skill Card, Observation Haki, Mastery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the item, Random Item Box. Ding! The items have been dispatched to the system space. Incredible! My system is truly remarkable. This is a leap forward. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yun Kong eagerly examines each item from the newcomer's gift package. First, he inspects the seemingly prestigious unique ability, Source of Chaos. From the primordial chaos, the chaos evolves into the multiverse. The source of chaos is the fundamental essence of the myriad realms, while the power of chaos serves as the foundational energy system of the multiverse. The power of chaos can simulate the energies of various realms, functioning as an all-encompassing energy source that allows the host to wield the skills and items from the multiverse without concern for energy compatibility issues. For instance, upon acquiring the source of chaos, the chakra energy within Yun Kong's body automatically transforms into the power of chaos. When he wishes to employ ninjutsu, the power of chaos will mimic the properties of chakra, thereby enabling the successful release of ninjutsu. Indeed, this proves to be a rather practical ability. Yun Kong nods in agreement, for the energy systems within the multiverse are exceedingly convoluted, comprising an array of chaotic energies such as chakra, spiritual energy, magical power, and soul force. Upon reflection, it is indeed reasonable. If one cannot resolve the issue of energy versatility, their system would appear rather rudimentary. After reviewing this capability, Yun Kong felt an immense sense of satisfaction and turned his gaze towards the second item. Bloodline Card, Phoenix Bloodline, Fleeting. This card contains a trace of the bloodline from the legendary Phoenix clan of the primordial world. Upon fusion, it grants the ability to wield a certain degree of life force and firepower. Although it lacks the resurrection ability of Nirvana, it significantly enhances physical attributes, longevity, recovery, and affinity for fire elements. Beyond these fundamental enhancements, it also allows the manipulation of the southern brightly fire and the flames of Nirvana, truly a testament to the potency of a divine beast lineage. After softly reciting the detailed introduction, Yun Kong couldn't help but marvel at the Phoenix's might. Without further ado, he extracted the Bloodline card from the system space. The Bloodline card was a palm-sized golden card, adorned on one side with an image of a soaring phoenix, while the reverse bore mysterious characters that Yun Kong had never encountered yet instinctively understood to signify fleeting. Following the system's instructions, he silently invoked its power, and the card transformed into a golden light, merging into his body. Simultaneously, the techniques to control the Phoenix Bloodline power instinctively became second nature to him. With a flourish, Yun Kong extended his index fingers. From the tip of his left index finger emerged a wisp of warm white flame, while from the tip of his right index finger burst forth a strand of crimson gold fire. The Phoenix's rebirth through flames. The warm white flame signified the healing Nirvana fire. The crimson gold flame represented another combat fire mastered by the Phoenix, the innate southern brightly fire of the 8 trigrams. Under Yun Kong's command, the two flames morphed into various shapes at will, until the chakra within him was completely depleted, leaving him yearning for more. Indeed, the power of the Phoenix was formidable, yet the consumption was rather excessive. The chaotic energy within Yun Kong was limited, making it impossible to sustain the activation of both flames for an extended period. It could merely serve as a desperate trump card. Next, Yun Kong's attention shifted to the third item within the system space. Skill Card, Observation Haki, Mastery. Skill Card, Observation Haki, Mastery. Upon use, it directly awakens the mastery level of Observation Haki, originating from the anime One Piece. Observation Haki is one of the 3 forms of Haki. It sharpens the user's 5 senses, allowing the detection of nearby beings' auras and emotional fluctuations. It can also be employed to foresee and evade danger, with some individuals possessing extraordinary talents able to glimpse a short span of the future. The capacity for perception is indeed a highly practical skill. Observation Haki is a powerful sensory ability, rivaling the Byakugan from the Naruto universe, and even surpassing it in certain respects. The design of the skill card closely resembles that of the Bloodline card. However, it features the skill's name on the front and is silver in color. Upon utilizing the skill card, Yun Kong immediately experienced an innate sharpness, as if a small portion of Konoha was encompassed within his perception. Moments later, Yun Kong's complexion began to pale, as the chaotic energy he had just regained was swiftly depleted once more. Alarmed, he immediately deactivated his Observation Haki. After several deep breaths, he gradually regained his composure, rubbing his somewhat dizzy head and sighing. Such a remarkable ability, yet its consumption is immense, akin to a car fueled by only a meager amount of gasoline, hardly suitable for substantial use. However, the Observation Haki can still be utilized in confined battles, and with the system by my side, I shall inevitably resolve the issue of energy deficiency. Undeterred, Yun Kong found solace in the existence of his golden finger, which bestowed upon him boundless possibilities. After studying the Observation Haki, he turned his gaze to the final item in the system's space, the Random Item Box. The Random Item Box resembled a standard cube, each face adorned with colorful question mark patterns, symbolizing its unpredictability. The description was succinct. Random Item Box. Randomly draw any item. After perusing the details, Yinkong promptly retrieved the random item box from the system space and chose to open it. A flash of white light ensued, and the item box in Yinkong's hand transformed into stardust, replaced by a mysterious, light blue polyhedral object. At the moment of its appearance, a notification from the system rang out. Ding! You have opened the random item box and received the reward item, Foresight Modification, which has been issued to the system space. Foresight Modification. Deploy a Guardian to provide visibility in the surrounding area with a release radius of 4,000 yards, 36 kilometers, and a visibility radius of 440 yards, 400 meters, lasting for 5 minutes. Goodness, even this exists? He exclaimed. The Foresight Modification was derived from a highly popular game on Earth in his previous life, League of Legends, which had hosted numerous world-class competitions. Yinkong was astonished to discover that he could draw such an item, pondering whether it existed within the narrative universe of League of Legends or if there truly was a realm akin to that of the game. Upon extracting the Foresight Modification, he noted its size was akin to a standard ping-pong ball, which meant that when he intended to utilize it, a circular area with a radius of 36 kilometers would materialize in his mind, allowing him to choose any position within that circular range for deployment. With the release radius combined with the visibility radius, the maximum observation distance reached 4 kilometers. How intriguing. After toying with the Foresight Modification for a while, an epiphany struck him, and he chuckled mischievously. However, once he emerged from his reverie, he recalled the more crucial function of the system, the sign-in feature. Thus, he opened the sign-in interface to investigate. Sign-in available sign-in attempts. 0 total sign-in attempts. 0 available worlds for sign-in. Naruto. The sign-in function displayed 3 items, the first 2 of which were self-explanatory, but it was the third that piqued Yinkong's interest. System, didn't you claim to be the multiverse sign-in system? Why is it that the only world available for sign-in is Naruto? A flicker of doubt crossed Yinkong's eyes. The situation appeared somewhat dissimilar to the system's introduction. Host. The initial state comprises merely one world available for sign-in, fixed to the world where the host currently resides. The range of sign-in worlds can be expanded through the item, Sign-in World Expansion Card, which can be obtained through various means such as sign-in rewards, cumulative sign-in rewards, and task rewards. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yinkong experienced a sudden epiphany, though a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. Among the myriad realms he was familiar with, the Naruto world possessed only an average level of combat prowess, lacking formidable treasures or bloodlines, particularly in comparison to the premier worlds like Dragon Ball, Marvel, or the Primordial Era. If only he could sign in for items from those elite worlds, such as the Majin Buu bloodline from Dragon Ball, the Infinity Gauntlet from Marvel, or the innate treasures from the Primordial Era, he would be unstoppable in the Naruto world. Enough of these futile thoughts. Yinkong shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic notions from his mind, and then inquired, System, how can I acquire sign-in opportunities? The system would randomly generate sign-in tasks based on the host's circumstances. Upon completion, the host would receive sign-in opportunities and system points among other rewards, with specific details available on the task interface. Yinkong opened the task interface, first perusing the introduction to the relevant functionalities, before examining the current sign-in tasks. First victory, defeat an enemy. Reward, 1 sign-in opportunity, 10 points. Not completed. First blood, kill an enemy. Reward, 1 sign-in opportunity, 15 points. Not completed. After reviewing the specific requirements of the tasks, Yinkong felt considerably more at ease, murmuring to himself, so this is a sign-in task. The difficulty seems manageable, and even if I fail, there are no penalties. This is far superior to systems that threaten to annihilate the host at the slightest misstep. However, considering that a Genin typically remained in the village to undertake missions, he realized it would take some time to complete this task. Suddenly recalling the pivotal events from the original storyline, his eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, Right, I almost forgot about tonight's happenings. I can strategize thoroughly. Perhaps unexpected gains await. With this thought, Yinkong hastily concluded his examination of the system, conserving his energy for the impending operation. Under the cover of night, a shadowy figure, unnoticed by a team of Umbu ninjas, stealthily scaled the surrounding wall and entered a building designated as a forbidden area. The silvery moonlight filtered into the corridor, illuminating the face of the shadow, who was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, having been persuaded by Mizuki to steal the forbidden scroll. At that moment, Naruto wore a look of intense anxiety, cautiously making his way toward the room indicated by Mizuki, fearful of inadvertently making a sound that might alert the patrolling guards nearby. Before long, Naruto evaded the guards' patrols and circumvented several traps, successfully infiltrating one of the rooms. Upon encountering the colossal scroll inscribed with the words Book of Seals at the center of the dwelling, Naruto's face brightened with a naive smile. He hurriedly hoisted it onto his back and retraced his steps, silently executing the theft of the Book of Seals. Once he had distanced himself from the forbidden zone, Naruto no longer concealed his presence and dashed towards the woods where he had agreed to meet Mizuki. Before long, Mizuki knocked on the door of the Yumino household, relaying the news of Naruto's theft of the Book of Seals to Irika. What? Irika's expression shifted dramatically. The act of stealing the Book of Seals bore severe consequences, far beyond the realm of mere pranks. This cannot be true. Meanwhile, Yinkong, having eavesdropped on their conversation, feigned an expression of incredulity. Mizuki-sensei, although Naruto enjoys pranks, he would never engage in such an act. No, I must confront him for clarification. With those words, Yinkong disregarded Irika's attempts to stop him, abruptly leaving the room in search of the wayward Naruto. Irika called out after Yinkong, but he paid no heed, swiftly vanishing from view. After distancing himself from Irika, Yinkong's lips curled into a satisfied smile, having devised a plan. He then unleashed his observation haki with full intensity. Found it. The haki's range covered nearly half of Konoha, and soon, he located Naruto hidden within a nearby forest. Upon pinpointing his target, Yinkong promptly deactivated the energy-draining haki and made a beeline for Naruto, all the while recalling the original storyline. According to the information within the original narrative, Mizuki had covertly schemed to exploit Naruto for the theft of the Book of Seals, a plan that had already been brought to the attention of the third Hokage. The third Hokage's decision not to intervene preemptively was likely a strategy to provide Naruto with an opportunity to encounter advanced ninjutsu, thus equipping him with a measure of self-defense while subtly compensating for Konoha's long-standing neglect of him. In this light, even if the scroll stolen by Naruto was not the authentic Book of Seals, devoid of forbidden techniques like Edo Tensei, it should at least contain some ninjutsu belonging to the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. After all, they were Naruto's parents, and in a manner that would not reveal Naruto's lineage, this could serve as a means of bequeathing their techniques to him, perfectly aligning with Konoha's protocols regarding the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, ensuring that other high-ranking officials would not raise objections over such a trivial matter. As he traveled, Yinkong occasionally activated his haki to ascertain Naruto's location and the distance between them, ultimately halting in a narrow alley 3 kilometers from Naruto. Through the perception granted by his haki, Yinkong observed Naruto seated on the grass, scratching his head as he perused the Book of Seals, likely attempting to absorb the ninjutsu inscribed within. Without delay, Yinkong summoned a foresight sentinel from his system space, using his will to place it within the shrubbery beneath a nearby tree, situated close to Naruto. Upon landing, the foreseeing guardian immediately emanated an energy wave perceptible only to Yinkong, causing everything within a radius of 400 meters to vividly materialize in Yinkong's mind as if he were witnessing it firsthand. As I surmised, it is indeed a counterfeit of the Book of Seals. Observing the Book of Seals being unveiled by Naruto, Yinkong's eyes flickered momentarily, and he swiftly employed the note-taking feature of the system to meticulously record the revealed ninjutsu. Since Naruto had not fully unrolled the scroll, Yinkong could only glimpse a small portion of its contents. Nevertheless, it yielded a significant harvest of jutsu: the Shadow Clone Technique, the Flying Thunder God Technique, the Rasengan, the Sealing Technique, Diamond Lock, and the incompletely displayed 4-symbol seal. Gazing at the ninjutsu documented within the system, a barely concealed smile crept across Yinkong's lips as he whispered with excitement. To exchange a foreseeing guardian for such an array of advanced ninjutsu is undeniably a remarkable profit. At that moment, figures of Irika and Mizuki entered Yinkong's line of sight, ushering in an emotionally charged scene reminiscent of the original narrative. Mizuki launched a surprise attack, wounding Irika, revealing Naruto's identity as the Nine Tails and attempting to seize the Book of Seals. Naruto is not the Nine Tails. He is Uzumaki Naruto, my most esteemed and exceptional student. Irika boldly defended Naruto, risking his life, and articulated his true sentiments about him in response to Mizuki's interrogation. Enraged, Mizuki prepared to eliminate the obstructive Irika, while Naruto, who had overheard their exchange, instinctively readied himself to rush forth and protect Irika. Leave Hurricane. However, before Naruto could take action, Yunkong appeared on the scene just in time, executing a technique learned from Might Guy that sent the taken-aback Mizuki flying. Brother, are you alright? After dispatching Mizuki, Yunkong hurried to Irika's side and tended to his injuries with urgency. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Irika spat blood and urgently urged, Yunkong, quickly find Naruto and take him away. We mustn't allow Mizuki to seize the Book of Seals. Yunkong, of course, would not heed Irika's command, reassuring him with a smile. Do not worry, brother. I will handle things here. TCH, that brat from the Hyane clan is quite formidable. Mizuki spat blood, rubbing his swollen chin, a glimmer of fury flashing in his eyes as he venomously declared, having successfully ambushed you just now, I shall send you two brothers to the underworld next. Seeing this, Naruto charged into the fray without hesitation, gritting his teeth as he glared at the puppet master Mizuki, furiously exclaiming, So it was you, you bastard, who deceived me. Heh, foul little nine-tails brat, you are of no further use. I shall deal with you shortly. Mizuki disdainfully shot a glance at Naruto, tossing several shurikens to obstruct Naruto's movements while rushing towards Yunkong and Irika. In Mizuki's view, Irika posed the greatest threat. Eliminating him would simplify matters considerably. Do not lay a hand on teacher Irika or Yunkong. Shadow clone technique. In a moment of panic, Naruto unleashed the newly learned multi-shadow clone technique, instantly multiplying into hundreds of Narutos throughout the battlefield. Naruto, take care of yourself. I shall handle this worthless fool. Yunkong, burdened with the task, was unwilling to let Naruto jeopardize his opportunity and dashed towards Mizuki. Die, brat. Mizuki's forehead bulged with veins, his fury ignited by Yunkong's disdain. He swiftly drew a massive wind shuriken from his back, spinning it menacingly towards Yunkong. Yunkong's expression shifted dramatically, seemingly stunned by Mizuki's fierce onslaught, unable to evade as the wind shuriken sliced through his throat. What? A clone? When did you employ ninjutsu? However, at that moment, Mizuki's eyes widened in disbelief. The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize, as the Yunkong before him dissolved into an illusion. Haha. Just the moment you glanced at Naruto, Yunkong chuckled lightly, leaping down from the treetops above Mizuki, a swirling sphere of chakra materializing in his right hand. Rasengan. With a mighty shout, the Rasengan collided forcefully with Mizuki's arm, which he had raised in defense. Ah! Mizuki screamed in agony as his arms were mercilessly mangled by the Rasengan, blood gushing forth as a sharp crack echoed, resembling a grotesque fold. It's over. Seizing the moment, Yunkong propelled the Rasengan into Mizuki's chest, sending him hurtling several meters away, crashing into a colossal tree. Uft. Mizuki's complexion turned ashen as he staggered back, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, his life force rapidly waning, soon to become a gradually cooling corpse. Simultaneously, two system notifications resonated in Yunkong's mind. Ding, task, first victory, completed, reward, 1 sign-in opportunity, 10 points. Ding, task, first blood, completed, reward, 1 sign-in opportunity, 15 points. Upon hearing the system's chimes, a flicker of joy crossed Yunkong's eyes. He could finally attempt the system's sign-in feature. However, he understood that now was not the time to explore this new ability and chose to suppress his eagerness until he returned home. The events unfolding in the forest were relayed to the Hokage's office through the third Hokage's crystal ball, utilizing his telescope technique. Kakashi, who had been lazily leaning against the wall, had put away his Ika paradise and now regarded Yunkong with a serious expression. Witnessing the familiar technique, a trace of nostalgia flickered in Kakashi's eyes, followed by a perplexed inquiry. Lord Third, is he using Sensei Minato's Rasengan? The third Hokage, filling his pipe with tobacco, explained to Kakashi, indeed, that is Minato's Rasengan. I never imagined he would develop it independently. Lord Third, how is that possible? Kakashi questioned, puzzled, as Yunkong's status would not afford him access to the training methods for the Rasengan. After taking 2 puffs of smoke, the third Hokage explained, this child, Yunkong, harbors a profound admiration for Minato and often inquires about his deeds from other ninjas. Upon learning about Minato's signature jutsu, the Rasengan, he became utterly captivated and, inspired by others' descriptions, began to contemplate its intricacies. For years, I have been delving into the Rasengan myself and have made certain advancements. When the third Hokage visited the Ninja Academy last month, I seized the opportunity to seek his guidance on several aspects of the Rasengan. His insights were enlightening. And after dedicating considerable time, I truly learned the Rasengan developed by the fourth Hokage. In the forest, Yinkong faced Irika's inquiries and recounted his journey of studying the Rasengan. For those who are familiar with the original Naruto universe, the method of mastering the Rasengan is an open secret, and Yinkong is no exception. However, despite his knowledge of the technique, he could not articulate its origins. He could only acquire this highly practical skill through extensive research. I see. Irika sighed with relief after hearing Yinkong's explanation. As long as Yinkong hadn't contravened Konoha's regulations by illicitly learning ninjutsu. To steer Irika away from further questions, Yinkong swiftly changed the subject, raising his eyebrows at Naruto, and said, "Naruto, don't you have anything to say?" "Huh, what should I say?" Naruto replied, scratching his head in confusion as he looked at Yinkong. Yinkong, exasperated, gestured to Irika and pointed at the Leaf Village headband on his forehead. "Oh, I understand." After Yinkong's hint, Naruto finally comprehended. Turning to Irika and clasping his hands together in a pleading manner, "Irika-sensei, look, I can create so many shadow clones now. Can I graduate? Please." "That's truly impressive, Naruto," Irika remarked, gazing at the multitude of shadow clones with a sense of pride. He waved Naruto over with a smile and said, "Naruto, come here for a moment. I have something for you." "A gift?" Naruto's eyes lit up as he hurried to Irika's side. Brimming with anticipation, "Irika-sensei, what gift are you giving me?" "First, close your eyes," Irika instructed without revealing what the gift was. "All right." Naruto obediently complied, closing his eyes and imagining what kind of present Irika might bestow upon him. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Irika removed his own Leaf Village headband and took off Naruto's goggles, personally placing the headband on Naruto's forehead. "Congratulations on your graduation, Naruto." "Irika-sensei." Naruto was overwhelmed with emotion. His mouth moved slightly, but he could not articulate more. Instead, he tackled Irika to the ground, expressing his feelings through action. "Naruto, don't get too sentimental yet. We must first take the sealing book back and clarify matters with the third Hokage. Then we'll send your brother to the Konoha hospital for treatment." Having witnessed the poignant scene from the original story, Yinkong pulled the tearful Naruto away from the injured Irika. Once the responsible members of the Umbu emerged, Yinkong and his companions assisted Irika in making their way to the Hokage Tower, where they reported the situation regarding Naruto's manipulation by Mizuki to the third Hokage. Following Irika's explanation, the third Hokage came to understand that Naruto was merely an innocent pawn in Mizuki's scheme, and thus graciously pardoned Naruto for his theft of the sealing scroll. After Yinkong and his companions departed, Kakashi mysteriously reappeared in the Hokage's office. Standing by the window, the third Hokage gazed up at the starless night sky, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed softly and advised, "Kakashi, the safety of Naruto is entrusted to you." "Indeed. You may rest assured, Lord Third," Kakashi replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, albeit with a hint of hesitation as he added, "However, should they fail to pass my assessment, I have faith in them." The third Hokage waved his hand, indicating that Kakashi need not concern himself with that matter. Kakashi refrained from further discussion, bowed respectfully to the third Hokage, and vanished once more from the office. Meanwhile, upon returning home with the now bandaged Irika, Yinkong hurried to his room. "Check-in. Available check-in attempts. 2. Cumulative check-in attempts. 0. Available worlds." Naruto. Observing the check-in interface with eager anticipation, Yinkong spoke, "System, let us proceed with the first check-in." Ding. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item. Skill card, Vortex Clan Chakra Extraction Method, perfect. Skill card, Vortex Clan Chakra Extraction Method, a perfected chakra extraction technique, honed over generations by the Vortex Clan. The Vortex Clan Chakra Extraction Method. The Vortex Clan, descendants of Ashura and distant relatives of the Senju clan, is renowned in the ninja world for their exceptional sealing techniques and immense chakra reserves. Due to the fear instilled in other clans by their sealing prowess, numerous nations and clans launched assaults on the land of the Vortex, leading to its tragic downfall, leaving only a handful of descendants such as Naruto and Nagato. Use. Yinkong chose to activate the skill card, and a silver radiance enveloped him, instantly bestowing upon him mastery of the Vortex clan's chakra extraction method. The efficiency of this technique surpassed that of the Ninja Academy's method by more than double. It became evident that the Vortex clan's substantial chakra reserves were not only attributed to their innate bloodline advantages, but also to their unique chakra extraction methodology. Now, endowed with the Vortex clan's chakra extraction technique and possessing a faint phoenix bloodline that rivals the Otsutsuki lineage, Yunkong would likely find himself unconcerned with chakra consumption in the future, akin to the Jinchuriki or the likes of Kisame Hoshigaki. The first check-in had brought Yunkong considerable delight, prompting him to eagerly initiate the second check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the item, Great Sword, Black Ring. Great Sword, Black Ring. A finely crafted sword from the land of iron, primarily forged from highly tempered steel. Complemented with a portion of chakra-infused metal, renowned for its excellent chakra conductivity. The description suggested it was an excellent weapon, yet for the time being, it could not be revealed, lest its origins become a matter of explanation. Gazing upon the black katana stored within the system's confines, Yunkong initially felt a surge of joy, soon followed by a twinge of vexation. However, an ingenious solution struck him. He resolved to visit the ninja tool shop owned by the Tian family to commission an ordinary ninja blade that bore an identical appearance, subsequently executing a clever ruse with a mere substitution. After exhausting his quota of daily sign-ins, Yunkong accessed the system's notepad to peruse the ninjutsu documented within the Book of Seals. The techniques included multiple shadow clone technique, a forbidden art, with prerequisites of immense chakra reserves and an A-rank difficulty, flying thunder god technique, a space-time ninjutsu requiring a talent for spatial perception and an S-rank difficulty, spiral sphere, a ninjutsu without hand seals, necessitating exquisite chakra control and an A-rank difficulty, and sealing technique, diamond lock, a secret art unique to the Uzumaki clan, with a prerequisite of Uzumaki bloodline and an A-rank difficulty. All four techniques, complete in their descriptions, exhibited a difficulty level above A rank, categorizing them as skills typically mastered only by elite jonin or those of Kage caliber. Having already acquired the spiral sphere, Yunkong turned his focus to the remaining three techniques, opting to first cultivate the presumably less challenging multiple shadow clone technique. Yet, upon attempting to practice, he quickly realized he had underestimated the learning curve of A-rank ninjutsu. Could it be that my talent is inferior even to Naruto's? He mused in disbelief, as his attempts yielded no successful shadow clones, plunging him into a deep abyss of self-doubt. Despite his reluctance, Yunkong persisted for a time, only to find himself unable to make any progress, ultimately abandoning the notion of self-training. Well then, do not blame me for abandoning the noble path of martial ethics, he declared with a hint of pride, for he was a man blessed with a golden opportunity. There was no need for him to adhere to the mundane training methods of the native inhabitants of the Naruto world. Although resorting to such shortcuts might tarnish the dignity of a transmigrator, who could resist the allure of an easier path. System, it's time for you to assist me. I see there is an auxiliary function called skill learning in the skill template. How does one utilize it? Host, acquiring a skill requires obtaining the method of its cultivation. Subsequently, you may utilize system points to directly learn the skill at the novice level. Thereafter, proficiency may be enhanced through self-training or by using system points. Furthermore, the difficulty of the skill dictates the number of system points required for learning and enhancement. The system's mechanical response clarified Yunkong's inquiries, while also cautioning, to learn a skill through the system, one must fulfill its learning prerequisites, and its usage also requires meeting specific limitations. I understand now. Yunkong nodded in comprehension before inquiring further. By the way, system, please enlighten me on how the proficiency levels of skills are categorized. The proficiency levels signify the degree of mastery over a skill, classified into 6 tiers, from lowest to highest: novice, mastery, proficient, expertise, perfection, and transcendence. With this explanation, Yunkong grasped the significance of skill proficiency levels and commanded, System, how many points are required to learn these 3 techniques? Multiple shadow clone technique, 30 points. Flying thunder god technique, 100 points. Prerequisite not met, cannot be learned. Sealing technique, diamond lock, 80 points. Prerequisite not met, cannot be learned. Alas, only the multiple shadow clone technique is available for learning. Yunkong's forehead was adorned with a series of black lines. After much effort to obtain advanced ninjutsu, he found himself unable to practice it, which was truly exasperating. The multiple shadow clone technique costs only 30 points, which is rather affordable. He estimated that completing one more sign-in task would suffice. Currently, Yinkong only possessed 25 system points, rendering him unable to utilize the system to learn skills. Thus, he temporarily set aside the notion of acquiring new skills and instructed, "System, in the future, upon obtaining skills or similar items, please directly display the required points for learning." Understood, host. After contemplating the skills, Yinkong opened the task interface, which was completely empty, as no new sign-in tasks had been generated. After a tiring night, he ceased to ponder other matters, laying in bed to rest and awaiting the arrival of a new day. On the following morning, Yinkong went to a photo studio to have an ID photo taken, then proceeded to the Hokage building to complete the registration procedures for a Genin. To his surprise, upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage building, he encountered Naruto exiting, with Konohamaru stealthily trailing behind him. "Good morning, Naruto," Yinkong remarked, casting a glance at Konohamaru's extremely poor disguise, and inquired, "What's the matter, Naruto?" "It's all because of the third Hokage. He insists that I retake my ID photo, even though this one has so much character," Naruto complained while handing his ID photo to Yinkong for inspection. In the photo, Naruto's face was plastered with white foundation, adorned with garish red patterns, and coupled with a deliberately goofy hairstyle, making it nearly impossible for anyone unfamiliar with him to recognize him. Upon seeing Naruto's bizarre appearance, Yinkong couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly, but forced himself to refrain from making a sarcastic remark, advising, "You should honestly retake the photo, otherwise, if you miss the graduation class, you'll have to wait another year." "Oh right, that guy Sasuke has already graduated. I can't afford to be left behind, Yinkong. I'm off." Hearing this, Naruto's expression changed, and he hurriedly dashed towards the photo studio. After Naruto ran off, Konohamaru followed him closely. Yinkong watched the two leave before entering the Hokage building to complete the necessary procedures, officially becoming a Genin of Konoha. Subsequently, Yinkong visited Tintin's weapon shop to purchase some high-quality ninja tools intended for combat. Additionally, he painfully spent a considerable amount of his savings accumulated over the years to customize a katana resembling that of the Black Ring. While he often felt he had ample funds, it was only when he set out to procure ninja tools that he realized how quickly money could be spent. For instance, the explosive tags frequently mentioned in the original work varied in price from several thousand to over 10,000 ryo, a cost that was beyond the means of ordinary ninjas. In the evening, Irika brought Yinkong and Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen, ordering several servings of the expensive, high-grade ramen to celebrate their successful graduation. The following day, Yinkong arrived at school early, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the upcoming Genin class divisions. "Naruto, I shall make you pay," she thought, feeling a surge of frustration. Upon entering the classroom, she was met with the legendary scene from the original story, Sasuke and Naruto locked in a kiss. The surrounding girls were taken aback by the spectacle, and once they regained their composure, they turned their fierce gazes toward Naruto, collectively unleashing their wrath upon the perpetrator who had stolen Sasuke's first kiss. "Naruto, I wish you luck," Yinkong sighed, covering her face in disbelief at his unfortunate predicament. Once Sakura, Ino, and the others had vented their fury, she helped the battered Naruto back to his seat to recuperate. Returning to her own desk, Yinkong turned to the side to greet Hinata, smiling warmly. "Good morning, Hinata." "Good morning, Yinkong-kun," Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze and fidgeted with her fingers to alleviate her shyness. Yinkong, noticing Hinata's bashful demeanor, offered a gentle smile but refrained from further conversation, mindful not to overwhelm her. Years prior, Yinkong had unexpectedly rescued Hinata from the torment of unruly students, thus replacing Naruto's position in Hinata's heart. Although Yinkong was aware of her affections towards him, he felt that his ordinary talents at the time would never bridge the vast chasm between the heiress of the Hyuga clan and a common ninja. As such, despite harboring feelings for Hinata, he had kept them concealed under the weight of reality. However, circumstances had changed. With the advantage of his newfound abilities, Yinkong was confident that, barring any unforeseen calamity, he would earn the Hyuga clan's recognition, and the prospect of marrying the affluent Hinata no longer seemed an unattainable dream. Before long, Irika entered the classroom with a list in hand, prompting everyone to return to their seats in anticipation of the class divisions. "From today onwards, you will be independent ninjas. Though you are still merely novice Genin, the true challenges are only just beginning. You will be grouped into teams of 3, each under the guidance of a Jonin instructor. To ensure a balanced distribution of abilities, the teachers will determine the groupings. Now, I shall announce the class roster. After briefly outlining the grouping rules, Irika began to read from the list. Team 1, Iriko, Yatoda Nozomi, Heidi Haruki. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Team 9, Umi Yunkong, Hataki Jun, Kurama Ryoko. Team 10, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. As the class assignments were announced, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement and discontent, with some celebrating while others expressed their dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the decisions had been made, and the course of events would not be altered by the students' opinions. This afternoon, you will be introduced to your Jonin instructors. For now, you may disperse, Irika concluded. Irika announced the dissolution of the gathering, and the students began to leave in small groups. Yunkong, too, sought to foster connections with his future teammates. Run, Ryoko. From now on we shall be comrades. I look forward to your guidance. Although they were classmates, Yunkong did not know much about the two, as he primarily interacted with the current generation of the Konoha's Little Strong, seldom paying attention to the minor characters absent from the original narrative. However, merely by their names, it was evident that they were not ordinary ninjas but descended from the Hitaki and Kurama clans. The Hitaki clan, renowned for its rarity among the ninja families of Konoha, is the lineage of Kakashi. Each member is exceptionally powerful, earning the title of a clan of geniuses. Among its well-known figures are Kakashi's father, known as the White Fang of Konoha, and the future 6th Hokage, Hitaki Kakashi himself, who is known for his balanced prowess against any adversary. The Kurama clan, on the other hand, is a bloodline family adept in Jinjutsu, once a prestigious household in Konoha, sharing equal standing with the Uchiha clan. However, over time, they have fallen into obscurity, becoming one of the lesser-known families in the village. The Kurama clan's notable representative is the currently unique bearer of the bloodline limit, Kurama Yakumo. Though Hitaki Run and Kurama Ryoko may not possess talents as exceptional as Kakashi and Yakumo, their abilities rank among the top tier within their class, ensuring that they will not hinder Yunkong's progress. In the afternoon, the Jonin instructors responsible for guiding the graduating students arrived at the classroom, leading their respective groups away. The instructor for Team 9 was a man with a ponytail and a prominent scar on his right lip, exuding an air of seriousness. A large sword hung from his waist, indicating his formidable swordsmanship. Yunkong's eyes lit up as he recognized him as the elite Jonin, Hakuyin Yashan of Konoha. Considering that he was merely a civilian ninja, it was reasonable to expect that his two teammates, both from ninja clans, would receive some level of preferential treatment, unlike a team composed solely of civilian ninjas led by a special Jonin. Hakuyin Yashan's gaze soon fixed upon Yunkong and his companions as he commanded, Team 9, follow me. Yes, Yashan-sensei. The trio exchanged glances before following him out of the classroom to a secluded training ground. In accordance with tradition, Yashan began, let us introduce ourselves. I am Hakuyin Yashan, proficient in wind release and wind release sword technique, with a dream to protect Konoha and my family. Besides leading you in missions, I will also guide your training. Yashan's demeanor was calm and reserved, displaying meticulousness in his approach. After Yashan completed his introduction, Yunkong promptly stated, I am Yumino Yunkong, skilled in taijutsu. Possessing the offensive ninjutsu, Rasengan, I have yet to determine my dream. Hitaki Run, adept in the Hitaki sword technique, accompanied by 2 summoning ninja dogs. My aspiration is to promote the Hitaki sword style. Run introduced himself, his attention lingering on Yashan's long sword, casually presenting his own credentials. Ryoko Wanma was quite lively, raising her hand like a student eager to speak, and with a smile declared, I am Ryoko Wanma, proficient in illusion techniques and possess a modicum of medical ninjutsu. My dream is to awaken the bloodline limit of the Onma clan. After the self-introductions of the 3, Bayun Yeshan turned to Yunkong, somewhat uncertainly inquired, Yunkong, the ninjutsu you mentioned earlier, could it be the technique of the 4th Hokage? Yunkong nodded, acknowledging, indeed, under the guidance of the 3rd Hokage, I have learned the Rasengan. Rasengan, Bayun Yeshan remarked, casting a deep glance at Yunkong without elaborating further. He then informed the trio about the time and place for their gathering the next day. before declaring the meeting adjourned and proceeded to the Hokage office to report. The following day, Yinkong arrived at the designated location to meet the members of Team 9. Under Baiyun Yeshan's leadership, they made their way to the mission office to accept their first task as ninjas. The mission was a D-rank task to clean up the litter in the Southern River, with a reward of 10,000 Ryo. Upon hearing the details of the mission, Yinkong's mind was suddenly filled with the sound of the system's notification. Ding! Sign-in task generated. Path of the Ninja, I. Complete 5 D-rank ninja missions, reward. 1 sign-in opportunity. 15 points. Wonderful. Finally, another task. During this initial phase, receiving such a sign-in task filled Yinkong with joy. Deeming the execution of these otherwise unchallenging D-rank tasks as not a mere waste of time, Ryoko Onma's expression drooped, her lips pouting as she reluctantly said, Yeshan-sensei, what is the point of a D-rank task? Why don't we jump straight to a C-rank task? Do not aim too high. D-rank tasks are light duties that do not require direct combat or pose a significant risk to life, making them ideal for you freshly graduated students to accumulate experience. Baiyun Yeshan gently shook his head, rejecting Ryoko Onma's suggestion, but added, during this period, I will guide your training, and should you meet my expectations, I shall take you on more advanced missions. All right, it's settled then. Let us hurry. Ryoko Onma regained her enthusiasm, urging everyone to complete today's task swiftly, so they could begin training under Baiyun Yeshan and meet his requirements sooner. Before long, Team 9 arrived at the riverbank designated for their task. Baiyun Yeshan produced a sealing scroll and retrieved the tools needed for the mission, a bamboo basket and long tweezers. After distributing the tools to Yinkong and the others, he inquired, have you undergone training in tree climbing and water walking? The trio exchanged glances and nodded in unison, indicating they had mastered the techniques. Unlike the members of Team 7, Yinkong had read the original work, while the other two had received prior instruction from their ninja elders, naturally having undergone this training to enhance their chakra control. Very well, today's training will involve completing the task of collecting litter under my interference, and you must keep your backs to me the entire time. Off you go. Understood. Yinkong and the others picked up their tools and began to wade through the river, collecting the litter. Standing by the riverbank, Baiyun Yeshan brushed his hand across his ninja tool pouch, and in an instant, a cluster of wooden shuriken materialized in his grasp. Whoosh! As Yinkong bent down to retrieve a discarded beverage bottle, he suddenly heard a faint yet urgent sound slicing through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively dodged to the right, using his tweezers to deflect the shuriken thrown by Baiyun Yeshan. Excellent! Baiyun Yeshan praised Yinkong before launching another shuriken at Kiba Ryu. Swish! Kiba Ryu responded with remarkable swiftness, switching the tweezers to his left hand while drawing the katana strap to his back with his right. Swiftly turning to slice the shuriken in two, Baiyun Yeshan nodded in approval of Kiba Ryu's performance, then shifted his focus to Kurama Ryoko. Unfazed by Baiyun Yeshan's assault, Kurama Ryoko similarly retrieved a shuriken and hurled it backward. Bang! The two shuriken collided mid-air, their trajectories deflected, sending them flying towards Zuner. After initially gauging the abilities of Yinkong and his companions, Baiyun Yeshan began to escalate the difficulty, increasing both the quantity and speed of the shuriken thrown. At first, the trio managed to cope with relative ease, but as time passed, the sheer volume and velocity of the shuriken began to challenge even Yinkong, let alone the two whose skills were inferior to his. Fortunately, despite the arduous nature of Baiyun Yeshan's training, he maintained a sense of moderation, granting the trio brief respites just before they reached their limits, allowing them to recover before resuming their disruptive training. The morning swiftly passed amidst intervals of exertion and rest. Exhausted, Yinkong and the others shared a simple lunch of packed bento before reclining on the grass by the riverbank for a moment of respite. In the afternoon, the intensity of the training escalated further, introducing new disruptive elements alongside the shuriken. Water release, turbulence. Although Baiyun Yeshan was not a master of water release techniques, as a seasoned elite shinobi, he was capable of employing several low-level water jutsu. Under his command, the once tranquil river suddenly roared into a tempestuous frenzy. The chaotic currents of varying sizes and directions forced Yinkong and his companions to constantly adjust the output and direction of their chakra at their feet, significantly hampering their efficiency. By the time dusk approached, they had only managed to clear half of the river's debris. All right, that concludes today's training. Utilize the remaining time to complete your tasks, Baiyun Yeshan announced, joining the effort to clean the river. Yinkong and his companions collectively sighed in relief, focusing their energies on finishing the remaining work. Before nightfall, they successfully completed the task of clearing the river and returned to the village with Bayun Yeshan to submit their mission report, marking the first achievement of their ninja careers. Bayun Yeshan extracted a portion of the task rewards and distributed the share belonging to Yinkong and his companions. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "To celebrate your inaugural mission's completion, I invite you all to Grill Q4 barbecue. Thank you, Teacher Yeshan. Long live Teacher Yeshan." Yinkong and his companions cheered with joy as they followed Bayun Yeshan to the popular barbecue establishment frequented by ninjas. They indulged themselves in a sumptuous feast, consuming every last bit of the mission reward Bayun Yeshan had recently acquired, even contributing a considerable sum of their own. Fortunately, as a high-ranking ninja, Bayun Yeshan often undertook lucrative missions, rendering this expenditure trivial in his eyes. After the gathering, Bayun Yeshan informed Yinkong and his companions of the meeting time for the following day, and they parted ways outside the barbecue restaurant. In the ensuing month, Yinkong and his friends began their training under Bayun Yeshan's guidance, while occasionally undertaking a few simple D-rank missions. As their combat experience accumulated, their abilities steadily improved, particularly Yinkong, who, with the aid of the Phoenix Bloodline and the Uzumaki clan's chakra extraction techniques, experienced remarkable growth. One evening, after Team 9 submitted their completed tasks, Yinkong heard the familiar sound of the system notification in his mind. Ding! The mission, Path of the Ninja, I, has been completed. Reward, 1 sign-in opportunity, 15 points. Ding! Sign-in task generated. Path of the Ninja, 2. Complete 10 D-rank ninja missions and 5 C-rank ninja missions. Reward, 2 sign-in opportunities, 50 points. Later that evening, after finishing his dinner and discussing the day's tasks with Irika, who expressed concern for him, Yinkong returned to his room and entered the system's sign-in interface. Sign-in available opportunities. 1 total sign-in opportunities. 2 available sign-in world. Naruto system. Let us proceed with the sign-in. After taking a deep breath, Yinkong utilized the newly acquired sign-in opportunity. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. Skill card, Medical Forbidden Technique, Body Activation, Mastery. The skill card, Medical Forbidden Technique, Body Activation, is an auxiliary secret technique that can activate all cells in the body, enhancing not only the amount of chakra, but also exhibiting remarkable self-healing properties. Isn't this the technique of Shinnong? The Shinnong Yinkong referred to is not merely the ancient Chinese figure known for tasting herbs, but rather the final boss who appeared in Naruto, Bonds. On the surface, Shinnong was a highly skilled physician, yet his true identity was that of the leader of the Sky Ninja Village, once defeated by Konoha, who sought to conquer the ninja world by obtaining the power of the Zero Tails. He possessed the coveted abilities of physical regeneration and activation that even Orochimaru greatly desired. The skill Yinkong obtained through his sign-in was merely a foundational aspect of Shinnong's most powerful forbidden technique, body activation technique, yet it could significantly enhance physical attributes, far surpassing the effect of the lightning chakra stimulation technique given to Sasuke during the Chunin exams by Kakashi. Of course, Yinkong mused, if he had the opportunity to acquire medical forbidden technique, body regeneration, and the dark chakra of the Zero Tails, and subsequently mastered the forbidden technique, body activation technique, he could potentially attain a physique so formidable that it would withstand even the full opening of the 8 gates without succumbing to death. Nevertheless, Yinkong expressed skepticism, considering this merely an exaggerated claim. After all, a body capable of fully enduring the side effects of the 8 gates undoubtedly surpasses that of the so-called strongest Raikage. The third Raikage. If that were indeed the case, Shinnong would not have been defeated by the combined efforts of the yet-to-mature Sasuke and Naruto. However, one must acknowledge that the body activation technique significantly enhances physical capabilities. Had Might Guy mastered this forbidden technique during the Fourth Great Ninja War, not even 2 Madaras would have stood a chance. He could have dispatched them with a mere kick. The medical forbidden technique of physical activation was employed by Yinkong, who, after utilizing the skill card and mastering these auxiliary skills, immediately proceeded to test it. With a sudden burst, Yinkong's muscles expanded as if inflated, tearing through his thin pajamas. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a slender ninja youth into a figure reminiscent of the muscular characters from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. His total chaotic power doubled. Physical strength increased by 60%, and speed was estimated to have risen by 40%, culminating in an overall enhancement of approximately 50%, bringing him close to the level of an elite Chunin. After experimenting with the benefits of the physical activation state, Yunkong released the forbidden technique, reverting to his handsome ninja appearance. However, the energy consumption rate during the physical activation state had also significantly increased, allowing for only a limited duration of use. Oh, the issue of energy truly is a headache. Among the abilities Yunkong currently possessed, the Phoenix power was too advanced, allowing full use for only a few moments. While physical activation also lacked longevity, observation haki served as an auxiliary skill, leaving him with only the Rasengan as a conventional combat technique. With this in mind, Yunkong promptly opened the skill learning interface. Completing 3 sign-in tasks had granted him a total of 40 points, and with a pained expression, he spent 30 points to learn Naruto's signature ninjutsu, the multiple shadow clone technique, beginner level. As smoke billowed, 8 tangible shadow clones appeared in the room. Yunkong gazed curiously at the clones, who returned his inquisitive gaze, stirring an odd sensation within him. With a decisive thought, Yunkong dispelled the shadow clones, and 8 brief memories surged back to his original body, causing a slight swelling in his mind as he acutely felt the side effects of the multiple shadow clone technique. Remarkably, given the number of clones Naruto utilized in the original story, he had not been overwhelmed by the influx of memories. Truly, he was the chosen one, Yunkong reflected, pondering Naruto's resilience in battle as he constantly faced the destruction of numerous shadow clones, unsure whether to commend his thick-skinned nature or his unwavering spirit. The following day, Team 9 assembled once more. The D-rank missions have become rather trivial for you, their instructor declared. Today, we shall undertake a more challenging task, the extermination of rogue beasts. Yunkong and his comrades' recent exemplary performance had garnered the recognition of Bayun Yeshan, who decided to elevate them to a more demanding C-rank mission. Fantastic. Finally, we have the chance for real combat, exclaimed Ryoko Arima, her excitement palpable. Although Yunkong and Jun Hitaki maintained an air of composure, their eager eyes betrayed their eagerness for the impending challenge. The current mission is located in the southwestern region of the Land of Fire and will require several days for round-trip travel. Everyone, please prepare for this journey. Yes, Teacher Yama. Following this, the trio of Yunkong promptly set about gathering the necessary items for their expedition under Bayun Yama's guidance. Before convening at the gates of Konoha to accompany him to the small mountain village where the mission had been assigned. As it was their first departure from Konoha, which had been their home for over a decade, Yunkong and his companions were filled with excitement. While remaining vigilant, they curiously observed the scenery along the way. The climate in the Land of Fire is temperate and abundant in rainfall, providing an exceptionally favorable environment for plant growth, resulting in lush forests. In a forest to the southwest of Konoha, the quartet swiftly traversed the woods, using tree trunks as makeshift platforms. Kinbunchika Haki, activate. As there were no sensory ninjas within the team, Yunkong discreetly took on the responsibility of reconnaissance, periodically unleashing his Kinbunchika Haki to preempt any potential threats. The other 3, unaware of Yunkong's ability, maintained a cautious demeanor during their journey. Even the usually lively Kuruma Ryoko became notably careful. As evening fell and they paused to rest, Bayun Yama finally elucidated the details of their mission. Our destination is Maplewood Village. Recently, 4 wild Nin beasts have been attacking the villagers and ravaging crops, and our task is to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, a sudden notification echoed in Yunkong's mind. Ding! A sign-in mission has been generated. The Conspiracy of Maplewood Village. Uncover the truth behind the incident and reveal the mastermind. Reward: 1 sign-in attempt, 10 points. Upon witnessing the newly generated sign-in task, Yunkong's expression shifted slightly. It appeared that this mission was far from the simplicity Bayun Yama had anticipated. Within the world of Naruto, beyond the ninjas and certain clans of Nin beasts, some wild animals that have undergone peculiar experiences are also capable of harnessing chakra. Such creatures can generally be classified into 2 categories. The first comprises Nin beasts that possess a degree of intelligence and can communicate peacefully with humans, posing relatively minor threats and often being cultivated as summoning beasts by ninjas. The second consists of those lacking intelligence, retaining their primal instincts, exhibiting heightened aggression, and frequently endangering ordinary humans. Over 90% of Nin Beast extermination missions target the latter category. After a night of rest and travel, the 9th team arrived at the secluded Maplewood village on the afternoon of the second day, where they met with the mission's client. Village Chief Yamato. The village chief, an elderly man in his 50s with disheveled white hair, appeared somewhat lethargic and bore an unmistakable look of anxiety on his face. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chief Yamato promptly led the group to the farmlands ravaged by the Nin beasts, gesturing towards a forest to the west of the fields. Honorable ninjas, those 4 wild boars emerged from that forest over there. Just last evening, they returned and destroyed more crops, injuring several villagers who could not escape in time, leaving the townsfolk too frightened to venture outdoors. With a heavy heart, the village chief of Shanting sighed, lamenting that if those beasts continued their destruction, not only would this year's taxes be at risk, but there would hardly be enough food for ourselves. Rest assured, esteemed village chief, since we have accepted this task, we shall surely assist you in resolving this dilemma, Bai Yun Yeshan assured the anxious village chief. Turning to the trio, he earnestly instructed, your mission is to employ the tracking techniques we have learned to locate the lairs of those ferocious creatures. Remember, upon discovery, do not act recklessly. Await my further commands. After emphasizing the importance of caution to prevent any impulsive actions that could lead to danger, Bai Yun Yeshan provided the directive. Understood. Yes. Acknowledged, teacher. The 3 responded in unison, following the traces left by the wild boars into the forest in pursuit of their quarry. However, as they delved deeper, the tracks of the 4 wild boars began to intertwine with those of other animals, making it increasingly difficult to discern, and the pursuit became extraordinarily challenging. Soon, the trio halted before a slope where the traces of the creatures had become utterly indistinct. It seems to have gone this way, one suggested. No, I believe it went in that direction, countered another, as differing opinions arose between Yun Kong and Chimu Run regarding the creature's escape route, one insisting on east, the other on north. After a brief contemplation, Yun Kong proposed, let us split up. If any of us finds the creatures or encounters danger, remember to signal for contact. Agreed. What about you? Liangzi? Chimu Run nodded in agreement, turning to the somewhat conflicted Anma Liangzi. After a moment of hesitation, Liangzi's gaze flitted between Yun Kong and Chimu Run before she made her choice. I will accompany Yun Kong. Very well, then, Chimu Run said, not wishing to prolong the discussion, and he set off in the direction he deemed correct. Liangzi, let us proceed, Yun Kong said, nodding to Anma Liangzi as they ventured toward the eastern region in search of their target. The 2 focused intently, diligently searching for any clues that might indicate the presence of their quarry, yet their efforts yielded nothing, leaving them to rely on serendipity as they meandered through the forest. Fortunately, Yun Kong's luck proved relatively favorable. Armed with his broad observational prowess, he soon spotted several of the targets quenching their thirst by a narrow stream before nightfall. Concealed at a distance, Yun Kong and Anma Liangzi observed the sizable wild boar creatures, forming a rough estimation of their strength. Liangzi, they are not particularly formidable. There is no need to trouble teacher Yeshan for assistance. We should summon Run to regroup here. Upon making his decision, Yun Kong signaled to the sky with a flare. And shortly thereafter, Chimu Run arrived from afar, having received the signal. Once assembled, Yun Kong devised a straightforward combat plan, stating, Run. We will each handle one of the larger wild boars, while Liangzi, you shall restrain the 2 smaller ones. Is that agreeable? Of course. I have no objections. Kikaki Rin and Anma Ryuko expressed no objections. One drew the katana from behind, while the other summoned chakra to form seals. Action. Upon their readiness, Yun Kong gave a sharp command and charged alongside Kikaki Rin towards the startled wild boar, while Anma Ryuko unleashed an illusion on the 2 smaller boars. Although the wild boar was tough and robust, it was ultimately a mindless beast incapable of harnessing chakra, and soon fell to the blades of Yun Kong and his companion. With the death of the wild boar, the smaller boars naturally became easy prey, swiftly meeting their demise at the hands of Yun Kong and his partner. The battle concluded. Yet Yun Kong was not prepared to depart just yet, as he aimed to investigate the conspiracy mentioned in the sign-in mission. Thus, he concocted an excuse, instructing the 2 to return and report. Rin, Ryoko, you 2 return and inform teacher Yama about the mission's details. I shall gather some ingredients here. Once they left, Yun Kong was free to unleash several shadow clones, each venturing in different directions to conduct their search. After half an hour, one shadow clone, deep within the forest, discovered the presence of two ninjas in a secluded cave and promptly dispelled its jutsu, relaying the intel back to Yunkong. These two must be the culprits. Absorbing the memories of the clone, Yunkong confirmed its assessment and immediately dispelled the remaining clones, making his way towards the cave. This forest lay far from the village's trade routes and harbored few valuable resources. Thus, it was uncommon for ninjas to traverse such desolate areas. The appearance of these two individuals in such a remote locale strongly suggested a connection to the so-called conspiracy. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, upon reaching the cave's perimeter, Yunkong swiftly formed seals, creating another shadow clone that stealthily infiltrated to gather information. Whether due to their overconfidence in not expecting a ninja to find them or their limited abilities to detect the clone's movements, the shadow clone successfully entered the cave, straining to listen to the unreserved conversations within. Inside the cave, two vagabond ninjas, strikingly similar in appearance, sat by a crackling fire, indulging in drink and meat. The younger of the two, having emptied his bottle, tossed it into the cave's corner and drunkenly inquired, "Big brother, do you have more alcohol?" "Here, but drink less. Remember, we have serious matters to attend to," replied the older brother with a hint of resignation, passing the bottle. "Come on, it won't delay us," the younger rogue said as he took a hearty swig, belching contentedly. "If you ask me, our master is a nuisance. It would be easier to just set fire to those crops, and we wouldn't have to linger in this wretched place." "What do you know?" the older rogue scolded, furrowing his brow. Using fire techniques would surely reveal it as deliberate destruction, prompting powerful ninjas to investigate. One misstep, and it could lead back to our master. The young ninja, with a slight curl of his lip, hastily sought to conclude the discussion, for he had no desire to endure his brother's relentless admonitions any longer. After a brief respite of food and drink, curiosity once again piqued within him, prompting him to ask, "By the way, brother, why do you think our master has assigned us to this task? Why inquire so much? Simply follow the master's commands." The elder brother furrowed his brow, a displeased expression crossing his face as his tone turned stern. "That which you ought to know will naturally be revealed to you. Refrain from questioning that which is better left unasked, as knowledge of it may bring you no good." "Understood, I shall not ask further," the younger ninja responded, hastily sealing his lips upon sensing his brother's irritation. Outside the cave, the shadow clone of Yunkong attentively absorbed the conversation between the two brothers. After a moment of contemplation, he dispersed the clone and relayed the gathered memories back to his original self. Clearly, they were up to something. Yet, what could their true motives be? The two ninjas, along with their so-called master, were implicated in this conspiracy, but the mission status indicated it remained incomplete, necessitating further investigation to uncover the underlying truth. Utilizing the shadow clone technique once more, Yunkong created another clone and instructed it to return to Fengmu village to inform Bai Yunyushin and the others of the intelligence discovered. Subsequently, Yunkong positioned himself at the cave's entrance, continuing to surveil the two ninjas to prevent their escape. Moments later, three figures rushed towards him from a distance, the members of Team 9 responding to Yunkong's summons. With a swift motion, Bai Yunyushin landed beside Yunkong, glancing towards the cave and whispering, "Yunkong, is that the place?" "Indeed. There are two ninjas inside," Yunkong affirmed with a nod. The two ninjas within the cave possessed strength comparable to that of Chunin, posing little threat to Bai Yunyushin, whose prowess was at the level of an elite jonin. Thus, Yunkong chose not to disclose the enemy's strength, sensed through his observation haki. "All right, you three remain here while I probe the enemy's capabilities. Should the situation turn unfavorable, I will signal you to leave immediately and return to the village for assistance." Bai Yunyushin instructed the trio with a grave expression before venturing alone into the cave. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed from within. Kikuchi Run rested his hand on the hilt of his katana, his eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for combat as he eagerly inquired, "Yunkong, Rinko, what shall we do? Shall we enter?" "Of course. Teacher Yama has not sent a signal for us to retreat, so we must hasten to assist," Rinko declared, her demeanor shifting dramatically from her usual lively self to one even more serious than Bai Yunyushin. Yunkong, however, felt little concern for Bai Yunyushin's safety, for through his observation haki, he discerned that Bai Yunyushin had already subdued one adversary and was engaged with another attempting to flee the cave. Observing the expectant faces of Kikuchi Run and Arima Rinko, Yunkong offered a slight smile and casually replied, Very well, let us proceed inside. As anticipated, once he entered the cave, accompanied by his two companions who approached the situation as if facing a formidable adversary, the battle within had already reached its conclusion. Upon discovering the two adversaries bound and discarded at the center of the cave by Bayunyama, Chimu Run and Onma Ryoko felt a wave of relief wash over them, soon followed by a tinge of disappointment and ennui, as the hard-won opportunity for real combat had slipped away. Onma Ryoko's face brightened anew with a smile, albeit tinged with mild discontent as she remarked, "What a pity. Teacher Yama, you've already dealt with the enemies without granting us a chance to hone our skills. They possessed the caliber of Chunin, far beyond what you are currently capable of handling." Bayunyama gently shook his head, turning to Yunkong with praise. "Yunkong, you demonstrated commendable restraint by refraining from recklessly engaging the enemy upon their discovery." In the trio of Yunkong, Bayunyama seemed to discern echoes of his former comrades, imparting a heartfelt admonition. "Remember, for a ninja, only through caution can one endure the trials of time." Following this counsel, Bayunyama proceeded to interrogate the two captives separately, adeptly exploiting the elder brother's protective affection for his younger sibling to extract the truth behind their agricultural sabotage. "Our master is the second son of the daimyo, who commanded us to devastate these farmlands. Since Fengmu village falls under the jurisdiction of the eldest son appointed by the daimyo, a significant drop in tax collection compared to previous years would undoubtedly incite the daimyo's displeasure towards him. The use of temporarily controlled ninja beasts for the destruction was a strategic choice to avoid detection. Even if the beasts were subdued by the summoned ninjas, suspicion would not fall upon us. Once the ninjas depart, we can continue to command new beasts to execute our plan." Upon hearing the elder brother's revelations, Yunkong's mind echoed with the notification of task completion, clearly indicating the veracity of the information provided. "Teacher Yama, what shall we do now?" Yunkong's expression reflected a peculiar mixture of surprise and intrigue, astonished that a simple extermination task entangled him in the rivalry amongst the daimyo's progeny. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Throughout history, the struggle for the throne has been a most brutal affair, with princes resorting to unsavory tactics against one another being a commonplace occurrence. We are ninjas. Our duty is to fulfill our tasks. As for the two of them, they should be dealt with directly. Bayunyama understood the delicacy of the situation. As Konoha, the most formidable military institution of the Fire Nation, could not intervene in the conflicts among the daimyo's heirs. Eliminating them and treating the incident as if it had never transpired was the most prudent course of action. Before long, Bayunyama resolved the fates of the two ninjas and led Team 9 back to Fengmu village for rest. Having completed the task, Yunkong utilized the newly acquired opportunity before drifting into slumber. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the item. Spirit Contract Scroll, Moonwolf Clan. Spirit Contract Scroll, Moonwolf Clan. A summoning contract scroll from the Moonwolf Clan, a mystical beast lineage residing in the secretive wilderness of the Howling Wolves. Upon signing the contract, one may summon the members of the Moonwolf Clan to assist in battle. Contract slots available, 05. The Moonwolf Clan, it seems, did not make an appearance in the original narrative. After perusing the introduction to the summoned items, Yunkong reminisced about the spirit beasts that had appeared in the original work. He recalled that there were no particularly remarkable wolf-type spirit beasts, indicating that they indeed belonged to the elusive clan of spirit beasts. Although he was uncertain of the strength of this moon wolf spirit beast, having one was certainly preferable to having none. If it turned out to be lacking, he could always seek a new spirit beast in the future. Without much contemplation, Yunkong promptly retrieved the spirit summoning scroll from the system space, bit the tip of his index finger, and inscribed his name on the blank scroll, pressing his bloodied handprint upon it. Uncertain of the size that the moon wolf would manifest, Yunkong refrained from summoning it immediately, opting instead to wait until he returned to the village to find a secluded grove for experimentation. However, before this thought could fully dissipate from his mind, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the room, only to reappear on a vast, boundless grassland. Was this the reverse summoning technique? Gazing at the green sea swaying in the breeze and inhaling the natural fragrance of grass, wildflowers, and soil, Yunkong quickly surmised his location. Just as he was admiring the scenery, a colossal shadow loomed from behind, enveloping his entire form. Simultaneously, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from behind him. After a millennium, a new contractee has finally emerged. Upon hearing this, Yunkong swiftly turned around, and as he beheld the speaker, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood an immense wolf, its size comparable to a small mountain, adorned in a noble and cool silver-white coat, interspersed with hints of pale gold in its eyes, which regard Yunkong with keen interest. A chilling, bloodthirsty aura emanated from it, sweeping over Yunkong like a tidal wave. Gritting his teeth, Yunkong summoned the chaotic power within him to withstand the overwhelming pressure, then respectfully bowed to the gigantic wolf. "Greetings, I am the new contractee of your noble lineage, He Yunkong. Welcome to the Wild Wolf Plain. I am the chieftain of the Moon Wolf clan, and you may refer to me as the Moon Wolf Sage." The Moon Wolf Sage appeared pleased with Yunkong's demeanor and attitude, retracting the fierce aura it had emitted, its pale golden eyes revealing unmasked admiration. "Human youth, I acknowledge you. Henceforth, you are permitted to summon the offspring of the Moon Wolf clan to battle on your behalf." "Thank you, Moon Wolf Sage." Yunkong's heart soared with joy at this revelation, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Very well, let us introduce you to my offspring." "Awoo." The Moon Wolf Sage raised its head and emitted a resounding howl, which echoed across the grassland, summoning a multitude of varying-sized white giants who swiftly converged toward Yunkong. "Human youth, once your strength increases, I shall teach you the sage mode of the Moon Wolf clan. Strive diligently." Upon the completion of his words, the Moon Wolf Sage vanished instantaneously, and the Moon Wolves summoned by him appeared before Yunkong. The Moon Wolf clan boasts a vast number of formidable wolves, generally categorized into 4 groups, each led by a distinguished leader, all of whom scrutinized Yunkong, the chosen contractor. Undeterred by the imposing gazes of the giant wolves, Yunkong greeted them with a smile, saying, "Greetings, esteemed ones. I am the newly appointed contractor, He Yunkong. I look forward to your guidance in the times to come." After a moment of appraisal, the foremost giant wolf, adorned with purple markings on its tail, responded first, "Contractor, I am Lei Xiao of the Moon Wolf clan. Since the king has acknowledged you, we shall heed your summons." Another wolf, towering several meters with fiery red fur, regarded Yunkong with curiosity before adding, "Remember, I prefer not to be troubled with minor skirmishes. I only relish battles with the strong. I am Feng Si of the Moon Wolf clan, specializing in reconnaissance and tracking. Do not expect me to engage in combat." The relatively normal-sized azure-white wolf, Feng Si, appeared lethargic, seemingly disinterested in everything around him. Lastly, a slender silver-white wolf spoke gently, "Young human, I am Hua Ling of the Moon Wolf clan. I hope you will treat my kin with respect." Grateful for their trust, Yunkong bowed slightly and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I shall not betray your expectations." Subsequently, under the introductions of the 4 Moon Wolf leaders, Yunkong acquainted himself with many elite members of the Moon Wolf clan to ensure he could summon the most suitable allies in future battles. Afterward, he graciously declined the invitation from the 4 leaders, returning to Fengmu village with the assistance of Hua Ling. After a night of rest, the group departed from Fengmu village, not pausing at all during their journey, and finally arrived at Konohagakure just before dusk. Upon delivering the mission report, Bayun Yeshan detailed the circumstances of the task to the 3rd Hokage, while the subsequent handling of the matter was beyond the concern of the group. "3rd Hokage, there is one more thing. During the mission, He Yunkong fortuitously discovered a summoning scroll and formed a summoning contract with the Moon Wolf clan. Before departing, Bayun Yeshan also conveyed the fabricated origin of Yunkong's summoning contract to the 3rd Hokage. The Moon Wolf clan was an unfamiliar name among the summoning beasts, yet Yunkong's remarkable encounter could be deemed as his fortune. The 3rd Hokage took a puff of smoke, showing little reaction, as the signing of summoning beasts is a common occurrence in the ninja world. Moreover, the Hei family could be considered a legitimate faction of Hokage lineage, and the 3rd Hokage was notably lenient towards his own. Once the mission report was concluded, Bayun Yeshan exited the Hokage office, distributing the rewards of this task to Yunkong and his companions before announcing the disbandment. After the disbandment, Yunkong stopped by Ichiraku Ramen to savor a bowl of the specially crafted ramen by Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Just as he finished and prepared to leave, he spotted Kakashi entering with the 3 members of Team 7. "Yunkong, you are here too," he remarked. Upon seeing Yunkong, the disheveled Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried towards him. "It's Naruto," Yunkong greeted with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement to Kakashi and the others. As Naruto reached out to embrace Yunkong, he boasted proudly, "Yunkong, guess what? Today I completed another D-rank mission. This marks my 6th D-rank mission. Impressive, right?" "Indeed, quite remarkable." Yunkong replied with a look of disdain as he brushed aside Naruto's arm, feigning praise. However, before Naruto could bask in the glory, Yunkong nonchalantly added, "But I just finished a C-rank mission." "What? A C-rank mission?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly turned to Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, I want to undertake a C-rank mission too." "Very well. Tomorrow we shall request a C-rank mission from Lord Hokage," Kakashi responded, feeling a twinge of headache as he looked at the eager faces of his 3 students. Considering their waning patience with the tedious D-rank tasks, he reluctantly acquiesced. "Fantastic!" Naruto cheered, brimming with enthusiasm as he turned to Yunkong, declaring, "Just watch. I won't let you surpass me." "Yes, do your best," Yunkong replied, surprised that his words had prompted Team 7 to pursue a C-rank mission ahead of schedule. He pondered whether this would affect Team 7's potential involvement in the Wave Country mission as depicted in the original narrative. However, with Kakashi's formidable prowess and the protagonist aura surrounding Team 7, he believed they would navigate any changes in mission content successfully. After bidding farewell to Team 7, Yunkong returned to the Haight household. Irika was still at school, so he retreated to his room for some rest. The following day, Team 9 did not embark on an external C-rank mission. Instead, they continued their training under the guidance of Bayunyushin. "This is chakra paper, which can test your chakra attributes," Bayunyushin explained as he handed 3 palm-sized sheets to Yunkong and the others. "Now, you will infuse your chakra into the paper." Yunkong, aware of the paper's purpose and curious about what attributes his chaotic power would reveal, was the first to channel his chaotic energy into the chakra paper. Upon absorbing the chaotic power, the paper underwent a remarkable transformation, splitting into 5 distinct areas. The first area ignited like a flame struck by a lighter, bursting into a small fire. The second area appeared as if snipped neatly with scissors, cleaved perfectly down the middle. The third area wrinkled as though it had been crumpled multiple times. The fourth area became damp, even seeping water. The final area disintegrated like an ancient tome weathered by time, crumbling into tiny fragments that drifted to the ground. The paper of the fire attribute ignites. The wind attribute slices it, the lightning attribute causes it to crumple, the water attribute drenches it, and the earth attribute shatters it. Yunkong, congratulations. You are inherently endowed with chakra of 5 distinct attributes. Observing the transformations of the paper, Bayunyushin could hardly conceal his astonishment, for he had not anticipated that his student would be a prodigy possessing chakra of all 5 attributes. Kikuchi Ryu and Arima Ryoko cast envious glances at Yunkong before embarking on their own tests. The chakra paper in Kikuchi Ryu's hand crinkled on one side and tore on the other, indicating his possession of both lightning and wind chakra. Meanwhile, Arima Ryoko's chakra paper was half damp and half shattered, signifying her affinity for water and earth chakra. Yunkong, your talent is suited for ninjutsu. I shall impart my wind-style ninjutsu to you. Ryu, I will teach you the techniques to merge wind style with swordsmanship, hoping you can integrate them into your own Kikuchi sword technique. Ryoko, I am not versed in Jinjutsu, so you must rely on yourself. However, I will procure some training scrolls for water and earth ninjutsu. Upon the conclusion of their tests, Bayunyushin outlined the training direction for Yunkong and the others, initiating an intensive training regimen lasting over a month. Under Bayunyushin's tutelage, Yunkong mastered 3 wind-style ninjutsu: wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, vacuum wave, and wind release, typhoon, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Kikuchi Ryu also benefited immensely. His already exquisite swordsmanship became even more formidable, especially after integrating wind chakra, earning him accolades from Bayunyushin as a genius in wind-style swordsmanship. In comparison, Arima Ryoko's progress was relatively gradual. She only acquired the water release, water chaos wave ninjutsu. Yet she made considerable strides in Jinjutsu under her family's guidance, now capable of affecting targets of Chunin-level strength. During this period, Yunkong also sought to learn wind-style swordsmanship from Bayunyushin, but his innate talent in the sword arts paled in comparison to Kikuchi Ryu, allowing him only to grasp the fundamentals. After completing their intensive training, Team 9 resumed their missions, successfully executing 4 C-rank tasks involving the protection of individuals and the transportation of confidential documents. As the foremost village in the ninja world, Konoha's deterrent power remains formidable. Few dare to deceive like Dasna, underreporting task levels due to financial constraints. After all, should such negligence result in casualties among ninjas, Konoha would undoubtedly pursue accountability, leading to dire consequences. Thus, the 4 missions proceeded smoothly, with adversaries comprising common bandits and wandering warriors, yielding little in terms of practical training, aside from some additional gains for Yun Kong and his companions. One morning, while Team 9 was training at the practice field, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared. Bayun Yesan, the 3rd Hokage summons you. Proceed immediately to the Hokage's office. Understood, Bayun Yesan nodded. Turning to Yun Kong and the others, continue your training. Understood, Yeshan-sensei. Yun Kong and the others replied, and as soon as Bayun Yesan departed, they immediately began to discuss their curiosity. Ryoko Onma gazed at the retreating figure of Hakinyama, her large, sparkling eyes blinking in curiosity as she inquired, "What do you suppose Lord Hokage wants with Teacher Yama?" Meanwhile, Kiki-jun speculated while practicing basic sword techniques. "I reckon it has something to do with the upcoming Chunin exams, as the time for them draws near." "Who knows?" Yun Kong remarked nonchalantly, "if it pertains to us. Teacher Yama will surely inform us." Lacking any substantial information, the trio soon lost interest in the discussion and resumed their training. Before long, the solemn-faced Hakinyama returned to the training ground, commanding everyone to cease their practice and prepare for an immediate mission. Departing from the village of Konoha under Yama's guidance, they headed southeast until they reached the location specified in the mission briefing, at which point Yama disclosed the nature of their task. Recently, a band of rogue ninja had been roaming the land of fire, robbing merchants, and slaughtering a Konoha team tasked with protecting a caravan. Their mission was to gather intelligence on these rogue ninja and subsequently determine a suitable course of action based on their strength. According to the intel, this was the site where the rogue ninja had ambushed the Konoha team. "Yun Kong, it's your turn now," Yama instructed. "Yes, summoning jutsu." Without hesitation, Yun Kong bit his thumb and formed the necessary hand signs, summoning Fengling, one of the descendants of the Moon Wolf leader, Wind Bite. Fengling, a cerulean-eared moon wolf with an exceptionally keen sense of smell, excelled in tracking. "Long time no see, Lord Yun Kong." Fengling greeted respectfully upon appearing, then inquired, "What instructions do you have for me?" "Just yesterday, a Konoha team was ambushed here by a group of rogue ninja, resulting in their total annihilation. I need you to help me locate those rogue ninja," Yun Kong stated directly, bypassing any formalities. "I understand," Fengling replied, sniffing the air at the sight of the nearby battle remnants before quickly discerning the direction in which the rogue ninja had retreated. Guided by Fengling, the group followed the trail left by the fleeing rogues, and after approximately 30 minutes, they stumbled upon a hastily constructed makeshift camp nestled deep within the mountains. Fengling positioned himself downwind, sniffing for a moment before returning to Yun Kong with a report. "Lord Yun Kong, it is them. I detected 6 distinct human scents, though I cannot ascertain their individual strengths." "Thank you, Fengling. You've done well. Please return and convey my regards to the Moon Wolf Sage and Windbite," Yun Kong said, patting Fengling's back before releasing him from the summoning. Once Fengling had vanished back to the Wild Wolf Plains, Yama surveyed the darkening sky and instructed, "Let us rest here and recover our chakra. Once night falls, I will scout the camp. You 3 must remain concealed and await my signal." "Understood, Teacher Yama." Yun Kong and the others replied, complying with Yama's orders as they found a hidden nook to sit and rest, consuming some rations they had brought along while waiting for night to descend. During this time, Yun Kong utilized his observation haki to assess the situation within the camp. If one were to assess solely based on chakra levels, the enemy's strength could be approximated as 1 elite Jonin, 3 Jonin, and 2 Genin. However, a ninja's prowess cannot be judged merely by chakra volume. The mastery of abilities holds far greater significance. Numerous formidable ninjas, like those from the Hitaki clan, possess a lesser amount of chakra, yet exhibit extraordinary strength. Soon, nightfall descended, and Bayun Yesan ventured alone to gather intelligence on the camp, while Yun Kong and his companions remained behind to await the signal. The enemy consisted of 6 ninjas, 1 elite Jonin, 3 Jonin, and 2 Genin. After half an hour, Bayun Yesan stealthily returned to relay his findings to the group. After comparing the strengths of both sides, Bayun Yesan formulated a plan, instructing, "We shall launch a direct assault on the camp. Yinkong and Run will handle the two Genin on guard duty, while the rest of you can confront one Jonin each. This should pose no problem, correct? Certainly. No issues here, the trio of Yinkong affirmed, nodding in agreement as they readied themselves to follow Baiyun Yeshan discreetly toward the camp. Commence. Upon nearing the camp, Baiyun Yeshan signaled Yinkong and Hitaki Run, who simultaneously sprang into action, each wielding a blade to swiftly eliminate the unsuspecting Genin on watch. Who goes there? Although their objective was accomplished, the commotion of their actions alerted the vigilant other ninjas. As four enemy ninjas burst from their quarters, Baiyun Yeshan immediately confronted the elite Jonin among them, while Yinkong and his companions targeted the remaining three Jonin. This one is mine. Considering the capabilities of his two comrades, Yinkong opted to engage the crimson-clad Jonin, whose chakra levels were almost on par with an elite Jonin. Meanwhile, Hitaki Run chose to face a black-haired Jonin wielding a similar katana, leaving the last female Jonin to be dealt with by the female Kuruma Ryoko. Kid, it seems you are courting death. The crimson-clad Jonin sneered at Yinkong's youthful visage, swiftly forming hand seals and declaring, Earth Style, Earth Spike. With the utterance of these words, three massive, sharpened rock spears suddenly erupted from beneath Yinkong's feet, aimed directly at his vital points. Is that all? Flash. Yinkong scoffed, deftly dodging to the side. In that instant, his razor-sharp katana, Kurayuki, was drawn, and with a flash of steel, he severed the rock spears in twain. Oomph, insolent brat. Let us see how many times you can evade this. Earth Style, Earth Spike Barrage. The crimson-clad Jonin, feeling somewhat humiliated, unleashed the Earth Jutsu once more, sending a relentless series of rock spears shooting from beneath him. Seemingly intent on exhausting Yinkong's stamina, Yinkong leaped into the air, evading the assault of the rock spears while using the rising spikes as leverage to swiftly close the distance to the Jonin. Haha, you've fallen into my trap. Just as Yinkong was about to reach the crimson-clad Jonin, the latter erupted into laughter, altering his hand seals and bellowing, Earth Style, Rock Pillar Prison. Boom, boom, boom. The ground surrounding Yinkong suddenly erupted with dozens of rock pillars, their tops intertwining to form a conical cage, ensnaring Yinkong within. Now you have nowhere to hide. Perish. Earth Style, Earth Spike. The crimson-clad rogue ninja, employing an old tactic, once more summoned several rock spears from the ground, which thrust fiercely into his body. However, before the rogue could revel in his triumph, the figure pierced by the spears transformed into a cloud of white smoke, revealing that it was but a shadow clone of Yinkong. Rasengan. The true Yinkong quietly emerged behind the crimson rogue, a swirling sphere of azure chakra manifesting in the palm of his hand. With a forceful thrust, he propelled it towards the rogue's back, sending him flying. Ah! Ah! Two anguished cries echoed simultaneously, yet Yinkong's expression shifted as he recognized that one of the shrieks belonged to the crimson rogue, while the other emanated from his comrade, Ryoko Onma. Ryoko. Yinkong turned his gaze towards the battlefield where Ryoko fought the female rogue ninja, only to find her splayed on the ground. Her hair disheveled and her right arm grotesquely twisted, evidently broken by the enemy. Humph, that useless Matsuki can't even defeat a child. The female rogue ninja, having ceased her assault on Ryoko, cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious crimson rogue before turning her attention to Yinkong, a cruel smile curling at her lips. Little brat, you possess quite the prowess. I hope you can endure a bit longer in my presence. With those words, the ground beneath her erupted violently as she transformed into a blur, hurtling towards Yinkong. Though the female rogue's strength was somewhat unexpected, Yinkong, armed with numerous hidden cards, remained undaunted. Almost instantaneously, he surged forward to meet her. The power of chaos coursed through his veins, infusing him with strength as he swung his blade, Black Rain, directly at her chest. You're a poor swordsman, little brat. Even that white-haired child over there surpasses you. As the blade drew closer, the female rogue displayed no fear, instead mocking his swordsmanship. Undeterred by her taunts, Yinkong felt no ripple of anxiety within. In fact, he was almost amused. If such trivial words could sway his composure, he would not have thrived amidst the vitriolic exchanges in games and forums in his previous life. Just as he was about to cleave her in two, the female rogue suddenly raised her hand to block his strike, seizing the blade of Black Rain. Unarmed against a blade, Yinkong's heart raced, and he focused on the hand gripping his sword, realizing it was not as he had anticipated. The female rogue wore metal gauntlets that closely matched the color of her skin, explaining her audacity in countering his strike in such a manner. Failing to land his blow, Yun Kong attempted to withdraw his blade, only to discover it was firmly grasped by her. "Come here, little brat." The female rogue yanked his arm, drawing him forward while her right foot, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed a kick at his abdomen. Yun Kong's expression remained unchanged as he reacted in an instant, raising his right foot to block the attack, engaging in a direct confrontation. The impact resounded with a dull thud, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. He decisively released Black Rain, leveraging the force of the collision to create distance between himself and the female rogue. In this round of confrontation, Yun Kong quickly realized that the female ninja was no ordinary adversary. Though her strength could not yet compare to elite Jonin like by Yun or Yishan, she was undeniably far superior to Yun Kong at this moment. Moreover, the subtle smirk on her lips and her teasing gaze suggested that she had yet to exert her full prowess. It was evident that her true capabilities likely approached the level of a Jonin. With a sudden burst of speed, the female ninja had no intention of granting Yun Kong a moment's respite. Her form transformed into an ephemeral shadow, instantly appearing before him. At the sight, Yun Kong's pupils constricted, and realizing it was too late to evade, he could only roar in fury, attempting to block her attack with his bare hands. After exchanging several blows, he was sent flying by her overwhelming force, stumbling back several paces before barely regaining his balance. This brief skirmish made Yun Kong acutely aware of her might. With the abilities he had thus far revealed, he could not hope to contend with the female ninja. To vanquish his foe, he would need to resort to alternative methods. After gently massaging his numbed arm, he bit his finger, smeared the blood across his palm, and then slapped it against the ground. Hai, Shu, Xiao, Shun, Wei, summoning technique. As the incantation fell from his lips, black summoning seals surged forth from his palm, manifesting on the ground. Boom. The area surrounding Yun Kong was instantly enveloped in a dense fog. When the mist dissipated, a towering two-story purple-eyed moon wolf appeared in the arena, named Lei Meng. This formidable creature was one of the 5 elite battle wolves under the command of the moon wolf leader, Lei Xiao, possessing strength comparable to that of a human elite Jonin. Seizing the opportunity while the female ninja's attention was diverted by Lei Meng, Yun Kong swiftly moved to stand beside Arima Ryoko, shielding her behind him, and commanded Lei Meng, that female ninja is yours to confront. Understood, Master Yun Kong. Lei Meng bowed slightly, his enormous purple eyes locking onto the now serious female ninja, as his massive form transitioned from stillness to action in an instant. In the next moment, Lei Meng appeared beside her, his paw, the size of a standard car, descending upon the female ninja. Her reaction was swift, employing a substitution technique. She evaded the attack and, rather than engaging the threatening Lei Meng, charged toward Yun Kong, intent on eliminating the summoner to defuse the crisis. Lightning release, lightning wall. Lei Meng, keenly aware of her intentions, summoned arcs of lightning that coalesced into formidable walls, blocking her path. Damn it, earth release, rock armor. The female ninja quickly formed hand seals, her body enveloped in a rocky armor. With a slight bend of her knees, she charged through the lightning walls, emerging before Yun Kong. Prepare yourself, triple Rasengan. Already poised for her advance, Yun Kong would not acquiesce to her desires. He conjured 2 shadow clones, and together with his original self, 3 Rasengans surged forth toward the female ninja. Although she had breached the lightning barriers, the residual effects of the electricity hindered her movements. She barely managed to shatter one of the shadow clones before the other 2 Rasengans sent her hurtling backward. Lightning release, lightning devour. The thunderous maw of the giant unleashed a pillar of lightning, 2 meters in diameter, enveloping the female wave ninja within its grasp. Alas, the rocky armor that adorned her body had already been obliterated during the recent battle, ravaged by the electrifying tempest within the lightning wall and the 2 spiraling orbs unleashed by Yun Kong. In that fleeting moment, as her flesh was mercilessly assaulted by the fury of the lightning, she could only let out a cry of despair before being reduced to ashes by the onslaught. With the battle concluded, Yun Kong swiftly proceeded to support the other 2 fronts, rapidly determining the ultimate victor. Seizing the opportunity created by the shock of the enemy at the demise of the female wave ninja, Baiyun Yeshan launched a ferocious assault, drawing his adversary into his rhythm of combat. Subsequently, aided by the lightning, He, at the cost of sustaining minor injuries, dispatched the Wave Ninja leader, who had also attained the rank of Elite Jonin. Although Chimu Run was no less formidable than his opponent, his lack of combat experience left him at a disadvantage, being pressed hard by the enemy. However, as time wore on, Chimu Run began to mature, turning the tide of battle from unfavorable to balanced, and after Yunkong's arrival, he seized the moment to behead the enemy. Once the conflict had ceased, Baiyun Yeshan sealed the bodies of the fallen into scrolls, preparing to return to Konoha to hand them over to the relevant authorities in hopes of extracting any useful intelligence. Meanwhile, Yunkong tended to Arima Ryoko's injuries, stabilizing her fractured arm with wooden planks and bandages, while discreetly employing the Nirvana Flame for a brief moment. As for the Nirvana Flame, it undoubtedly ranks among the primordial flames of the Phoenix, its efficacy nothing short of miraculous. Even though Yunkong, due to his own limitations, could not fully harness its true potential, it nonetheless allowed Ryuko's injured arm to recover significantly. Upon their return to Konoha, a medical ninja would surely restore her to her former state in no time. After attending to the aftermath of the battle, the group took a moment to recuperate before embarking on their journey home. However, not far from the mountainous region, they encountered a blood-soaked Konoha ninja, pursued by two enemies adorned with the headbands of the mist. Quick, save him! Observing their comrade under attack, Baiyun Yeshan wasted no time and, accompanied by Yunkong and the combat-capable Chimu Run, rushed to assist. A flicker of confusion crossed Yunkong's eyes as he recognized the identities of the two mist ninjas from their attire. Oh, are these not the ghost brothers under Zabuza? What brings them here? Although Yunkong had not anticipated encountering them in this location, they had now become adversaries, leaving little room for discussion. Action was imperative. The ghost brothers, upon noticing the arrival of Yunkong and his companions, exchanged apprehensive glances. The younger brother, Mingtu, anxiously turned to his elder brother, Yeto, and questioned, "Brother, Konoha reinforcements have arrived. What should we do now? The leading figure is at least a Jonin. We cannot contend with them. Let us retreat and inform Lord Zabuza." Yeto cast a reluctant glance at the approaching Konoha ninja, and after a brief deliberation, he begrudgingly opted for retreat. "Run, you stay behind to care for him. Yunkong, let us pursue. We cannot allow them to escape." Observing their battered Konoha comrade, Baiyun Yeshan's expression hardened as he left Chimu Run to tend to the injured ninja and set off in pursuit alongside Yunkong. The two ghost brothers, possessing merely the strength of Chunin, could not possibly escape the pursuit of Yunkong and his companion, and were swiftly intercepted. "Damn it, I will fight you," the ghost brothers exclaimed defiantly. However, within mere moments, they were vanquished by Yunkong and his ally, bound and taken captive. After neutralizing their foes, Baiyun Yeshan and Yunkong escorted the ghost brothers back, encountering a Leaf Village ninja who, under the care of Hitaki Rin and Arima Ryoko, had visibly regained his strength. Baiyun Yeshan cast the bound captives onto the ground and inquired of the Leaf Ninja, "Are you all right?" "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I am fine now," the Leaf Ninja expressed gratefully. Baiyun Yeshan nodded and continued, "What is your name? Why were you pursued by the Mist Ninjas?" "I am Ion Yudo, a member of the Higashida team. We encountered the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the hidden Mist Village during a mission, along with his subordinates." The ninja introduced himself, subsequently recounting the dire circumstances his team had faced due to the butterfly effect of Yunkong's actions. Naruto and his comrades from Team 7 were assigned to execute a different C-rank mission. Thus, the task of protecting the bridge builder Tazuna in the Land of Waves fell to the previous Team 5, led by the ordinary Jonin Higashida hero. Team 5 was ambushed by Zabuza, who severed Hiro's arm and led to the demise of two of his three students at the hands of Zabuza's ghost brothers. In light of such adversity, the significantly weakened Jonin hero made the decisive choice to abandon the mission, fleeing with the surviving Ion Yudo. Zabuza, perhaps motivated by the desire for silence, eliminated Tazuna and continued to pursue Jonin hero and Ion Yudo, ultimately cornering them at the borders of the Land of Fire. Just as they were on the verge of being slain by Zabuza and his accomplices, a Leaf Village team fortuitously passed by, joining the fray. However, this Leaf team, composed of ordinary Jonin and 3 Chunin, still found themselves outmatched by Zabuza and his allies. They were forced to create an opening in the encirclement, allowing Ion Yudo and another Chunin to escape for help. Naturally, Zabuza would not let this opportunity slip by. He commanded his subordinates to restrain the two Jonin while dispatching the Ghost Brothers to pursue the fleeing Ionudo. In the ensuing chase, one Chunin opted to remain behind, sacrificing himself to buy time for Ionudo's escape. Regrettably, the Ghost Brothers, being significantly stronger and well-coordinated, swiftly dispatched him and continued their pursuit of Ionudo. Fortune smiled upon Ionudo as he encountered Yun Kong and his companions, narrowly evading a grim fate. Bai Yun Yeshan listened intently to Ionudo's account, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, "So it is Zabuza Momochi." This was the first time Arima Ryuko witnessed such a grave expression on Bai Yun Yeshan's face, and curiosity flickered in her eyes as she queried, "Teacher Yeshan, who is this Zabuza Momochi you speak of?" Tao Di Zaibujan, known as the Demon Man, is one of the renowned members of the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen and the second wielder of the decapitating sword. During his graduation exam, he single-handedly eliminated all the students of that cohort and even attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukichi. After failing, he fled the village and became a rogue ninja. After Bai Yun Yeshan introduced the circumstances surrounding Tao Di Zaibujan to the group, he turned to Yun Kong and instructed, "We shall now act separately. Yun Kong, you will escort them back to Konoha and report this matter to the village. I will proceed to the Land of Waves to rescue the hostages." Hearing of the opportunity for battle, Chimu Run was reluctant to return to Konoha so easily and promptly pleaded with Bai Yun Yeshan, "Teacher Yeshan, I wish to assist in the Land of Waves." "No," Bai Yun Yeshan firmly declined. "Ryoko and Io are already injured. You must protect them alongside Yun Kong. Besides, our adversary is Tao Di Zaibujan, whom I cannot confidently defeat. If a battle ensues, I cannot afford to be distracted by your safety." Yun Kong shared a similar desire to accompany Bai Yun Yeshan, eager to meet Mizuki Bai and intrigued by the decapitating sword. "Teacher Yeshan, let Run escort them back to Konoha. I shall accompany you." Without waiting for Bai Yun Yeshan's refusal, Yun Kong added hastily, "I can summon a summoning beast of Jonin level to safeguard me, so my safety is assured. Moreover, traveling with the summoning beast will expedite our journey to the Land of Waves." "Very well, then come with me." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yun Yeshan acquiesced to Yun Kong's reasoning and said to the envious Chimu Run, "Run, I entrust the safety of Ryoko and Io to you." "Understood, Teacher Yeshan." Acknowledging Bai Yun Yeshan's final decision, Chimu Run could only respond weakly. As for the two members of the Demon Brothers, due to a lack of personnel to keep them under guard, they were sent to their designated location for safety's sake. Summoning technique. Once Bai Yun Yeshan had organized everything, Yun Kong immediately summoned a Moon Wolf adept at travel, which carried him and Bai Yun Yeshan towards the Land of Waves. Half an hour later, they arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire and soon found themselves in a fog-laden forest where they discovered Zaibujan and his accomplices engaged in battle. Wind release, typhoon. To ascertain the situation within the forest, Yun Kong and Bai Yun Yeshan combined their wind release techniques to disperse the mist generated by the hidden mist technique, revealing the battlefield before their eyes. In the center of the battlefield, 2 battered and bruised Konoha Jonin were struggling to withstand the relentless assault of Zaibujan. Surrounding them on the ground lay several Konoha youths, their clothing stained with blood, clearly in dire straits. On the periphery of the battlefield stood dozens of ice mirrors formed from thin ice, with a masked figure moving at extraordinary speed among them. This individual, known as Bai, intermittently fired Simban, harassing the 2 Konoha Jonin with his attacks. "Is this ice release?" Bai Yun Yeshan recognized the techniques of the white ninja. But before he could ponder further, the injured Takeda, a Jonin with a severed arm, could no longer endure his wounds. In the midst of attack and defense, a flaw was revealed, and Zabuza seized the opportunity to inflict a grievous injury, rendering him completely incapable of fighting. Die. With a successful strike, Zabuza immediately pressed the advantage, repelling another Konoha Jonin who attempted to provide aid, and then aimed a lethal blow at the immobilized Takeda. "Stop." Bai Yun Yeshan's expression changed dramatically as he utilized a body flicker technique to enter the battlefield, raising his blade to block Zabuza's descending deathly sword, thereby neutralizing his fatal attack. "Another one has arrived. How infuriating." Upon seeing the fresh reinforcements from Konoha, Zabuza's countenance became somewhat distressed. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he engaged Bai Yun Yeshan in combat. As Bai Yun Yeshan made his move, Yun Kong was not one to stand idly by. Just as he prepared to join the fray, A notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Mission generated. Fate of Bai. Task requirements. Either shelter or eliminate Bai. Reward. 1 sign-in opportunity, 10 points. Oh, a new mission? Upon reviewing the task details, Yinkong was taken aback, surprised that the mission presented 2 distinct choices. As for which path to pursue, he had yet to decide, opting to assess the unfolding circumstances before making a choice. However, the battle had already commenced, and the immediate priority was to defeat Zabuza and Bai. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Wind release, vacuum wave. Yinkong was aware of the method to counter the ice release secret technique, ice mirror. He swiftly formed hand seals, inhaled deeply, and expelled a jet of high-pressure air from his mouth, akin to a powerful water jet, slicing through the surrounding ice mirrors and forcing Bai to emerge from their confines. Seeing this, Zabuza pushed Bai Yun-Yeshan back with a blade and commanded Bai, "Don't worry about me. Swiftly deal with that brat." "Yes, Lord Zabuza." Bai, inherently kind and averse to killing, nevertheless obeyed Zabuza's orders, immediately forming hand seals with one hand. Multiple ice mirrors emanating a chilling aura reappeared, surrounding Yinkong within. Subsequently, Bai's body melded into one of the ice mirrors. After the refraction through the mirrors, each one reflected an image of Bai. "To be honest, I hoped you would simply succumb to my strength, but judging by your demeanor, that seems unlikely." Bai's voice echoed as if emanating from a 3D surround sound system, resonating from all directions, while numerous shurikens shot towards Yinkong from every angle. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yinkong remained unfazed, unleashing a powerful gust of air from his mouth, sending all incoming shurikens flying away. The great breakthrough, a fundamental C-rank wind technique, possessed minimal lethality, merely generating a storm, making it exceptionally suitable for neutralizing projectile attacks. This was a reward he had obtained from his previous mission when he dealt with rogue ninjas. He had originally intended to return to Konoha for further training. Yet, faced with Bai's shuriken assault and lacking an appropriate defensive ninjutsu, Yinkong had no choice but to instantaneously learn it using 5 points. Upon realizing that his myriad attacks were ineffective, Bai ceased his futile efforts and, harnessing his secret technique to enhance his speed, launched an assault from behind Yinkong. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Yinkong, sensing Bai's stealthy approach through his keen perception, swiftly pivoted and retaliated with his blade. The sharp edge of the black rain effortlessly severed Bai's shuriken, aiming directly for his wrist. Water instantaneous technique. Faced with this anticipated scenario, Bai was compelled to abruptly alter his original trajectory. Utilizing the ice instantaneous technique, he distanced himself and seamlessly melded back into the ice mirror. Observing the impeccably smooth cut at the center of his shuriken, a flicker of apprehension toward black rain flashed in Bai's eyes, yet he confidently cautioned, "Your weapon is indeed sharp. As long as I avoid your strikes, all will be well. Please be careful, for I am about to begin." In truth, Yinkong was already cautious without Bai's reminder. He was aware that, without revealing further abilities, his strength still slightly lagged behind Bai's. While Yinkong could potentially rely on his summoned beast to defeat Bai, he preferred not to squander the opportunity to gain practical combat experience, thus choosing to engage Bai with his current prowess. "Indeed, but are you certain you can consistently evade my attacks?" From their initial exchange, Bai's speed was undeniably astonishing. However, Yinkong, having perused the original narrative, was cognizant of his opponent's vulnerability, a limited chakra supply that could not sustain secret techniques over prolonged periods. Prior to this encounter, Bai had already assisted Zabuza for a considerable duration, depleting a significant amount of chakra. Therefore, if Yinkong could endure this initial phase, the tide would soon turn in his favor. Bai, fully aware of his own condition, no longer held back. His form, refracted through the ice mirror, surged towards Yinkong with even greater swiftness. Not good. Yinkong's countenance shifted as he experienced the disconcerting sensation reminiscent of Sasuke's first battle against Rock Lee. Although his perception could detect Bai's movements, Yinkong's body struggled to keep pace with his reflexes. Just as he adopted a defensive stance, Bai delivered a decisive kick that sent him soaring. After propelling Yinkong away, Bai returned to the ice mirror, forming hand seals with one hand. The water pooled on the ground began to levitate mysteriously. Secret technique. 1,000 kill water surge. With the completion of the ninjutsu, the suspended water transformed into hundreds of water shurikens, hurtling toward Yinkong from all directions at high velocity. Yun Kong, airborne and unable to evade, found himself ensnared within the encompassing space of the magic mirror ice crystal, leaving no room for escape. In desperation, he expended his last 15 points of score to learn another spoils obtained from the female rogue ninja. Earth Release, Rock Armor. A layer of yellow-brown rock armor enveloped Yun Kong's body, encasing him entirely. Despite the rock armor's commendable defense, it could not withstand the relentless barrage of water shurikens, soon suffering damage as several penetrated through the gaps and pierced his flesh. Fortunately, enhanced by the Phoenix Bloodline, Yun Kong's resilience and recovery capabilities far surpassed those of an ordinary human, allowing him to retain his combat efficacy. Upon landing, he promptly initiated his counterattack against Bai. Shadow Clone Technique. As a counterattack, Yun Kong immediately conjured 2 shadow clones, forming a familiar defensive formation reminiscent of a character from a classic game. Wind Release, Vacuum Bullets. Together, Yun Kong and the clones performed hand seals and transformed into a formidable version of a champion, accumulating chakra in their mouths, unleashing a relentless barrage akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun towards the surrounding ice mirrors. Ice Release, Ice Rock Hall. Sensing Yun Kong's intent, Bai erected a towering wall of ice within the confines of the magic mirror, resembling an enormous inverted ice bowl, effectively blocking the onslaught of Yun Kong and his clones. "Thank you for providing me with an opportunity to break your formation," Yun Kong remarked with a smile upon witnessing Bai's response. Realizing he no longer needed to execute his previously planned method of breach. Shadow Clone Technique. Yun Kong produced yet another shadow clone, and then, with the original and 3 clones, they surged forth in 4 directions, slamming their Rasengan against the icy barrier of Ice Rock Hall. Boom! The simultaneous resounding explosions shattered the ice wall, sending Yun Kong and the clones hurtling through the debris. Not good. Bai's expression shifted dramatically as the flying ice shards interfered with the refraction of the ice mirrors, disrupting the casting of his secret technique. Reluctantly, he emerged from one of the mirrors to intercept Yun Kong's original form, which was attempting to break free. Haha, futile effort. Bai, my shadow clones have successfully escaped, Yun Kong declared triumphantly, as all 3 of his clones burst forth from the confines of the magic mirror, easily shattering the ice mirrors and obliterating Bai's secret technique. Continuous high-intensity combat had severely drained Bai's chakra, rendering him unable to maintain the energy-intensive magic mirrors, forcing him to resort to taijutsu and basic ice techniques in his battle against Yun Kong. Devoid of the enhancement of secret techniques, Bai's strength significantly diminished, while Yun Kong, in a near-pristine state, gradually gained the upper hand. Bai, surrender. If you don't, you will soon be defeated by Teacher Yeshan and the others. There is no escape for you. I can see you dislike fighting. Why not join our Konoha as a medical ninja in the hospital? Or if you prefer, you could open a flower shop in Konoha. What do you think? While nonchalantly commanding his 3 shadow clones to assault Bai, Yun Kong attempted to persuade him to surrender. However, Bai remained silent, offering no response whatsoever. Alas, it seems there's no other choice. Given Bai's feelings for Zabuza, if Zabuza were to fall, he would likely not survive either. What a pity. I wish I possessed the persuasive skills of a protagonist. After several fruitless attempts to coax Bai into surrendering, Yun Kong's patience waned, leading him to opt for the more straightforward task of eliminating Bai. Once you and Zabuza are gone, I will ensure you are laid to rest together. That is the least I can do for you. Having made his final decision, Yun Kong's gaze sharpened, and an unmistakable aura of murderous intent enveloped Bai, who was precariously teetering under the assault of the shadow clones. Thank you. Upon hearing Yun Kong's words, Bai remained remarkably composed. Yet he expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Farewell then. Yun Kong refrained from further conversation, accelerating the assault with his 3 shadow clones, which promptly thrust Bai into peril. The moment Bai revealed a flaw, a flash of steel glimmered, and Yun Kong's true form materialized behind him. With a sickening sound, a crimson line of blood appeared at Bai's throat, the kunai he clutched slipping helplessly to the ground. The outcome was decided. Zaibujan, I am deeply sorry, but I can no longer serve as your tool. With great difficulty, Bai turned his body, casting a reluctant glance at Zaibujan, who was still engaged in battle with Bai Yun Yishan, before consciousness succumbed to darkness. Bai's demise left Zaibujan momentarily disoriented. The once fervent spirit of battle dissipated in an instant, leaving only a profound emptiness and solitude. Get away. ignoring the pain from the katana embedded in his left arm. Zaibujan forcefully struck Bai Yun-Yishan back, his head bowing slightly as he murmured, whether to himself or to Bai, ninjas are merely tools. And weak tools possess no value. Yun Kong sighed, sheathing the black rein, and turned to support Bai's lifeless body, laying him gently on the ground. Bai, I hope in your next life, you are born into a world devoid of war. A notification sounded in Yun Kong's mind. Mission, Bai's fate, completed, rewards, 1 sign-in opportunity. 10 points. However, Yun Kong lacked the inclination to check. He merely wished to conclude this ordeal swiftly. Summoning technique. A plume of white smoke enveloped the area, and Lei Meng reappeared, joining forces with Bai Yun-Yishan to eliminate Zaibujan. Farewell, Bai. Thank you for always being by my side. As Zaibujan lay on the brink of death, he gazed upon Bai's now cold body, a single crystalline tear escaping the corner of his eye. Even as a demon, and despite his belief that ninjas were mere instruments, deep within Zaibujan's heart remained a vestige of emotion. Regrettably, it was too late to realize this truth. With the battle concluded, Yun Kong and Bai Yun-Yishan promptly began to tend to the others. 2 lower-ranked ninjas from another squad had perished, leaving only Dong Tian and another upper-ranking ninja alive. However, Dong Tian had been left crippled by Zaibujan's blade. Even if he survived, he would never return to the front lines. As Bai Yun-Yishan prepared to transport the bodies of Zaibujan and Bai back to Konoha, Yun Kong interjected, requesting, Teacher Yishan, I wish to bury them here. Bai Yun-Yishan furrowed his brow, expressing his dilemma. However, we must investigate why Zaibujan attacked Dong Tian's squad. During my recent battle with Bai, I learned the mastermind behind it all, Kato, the wealthy merchant of the Land of Waves. Yun Kong was well aware of the underlying motives. And using Bai as a pretext, he explained, he sought to monopolize the logistics of the Land of Waves, obstructing Master Dazna from constructing a bridge connecting the continents. Hiring Zaibujan to eliminate Dazna, I recall that the Dantian team was assigned a Class C mission. If that is the case, it seems that the fellow named Dazna has concealed the true level of the mission. That despicable scoundrel. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, the Jonin could not contain his agitation and inadvertently exacerbated his injuries, leading to an uncontrollable fit of coughing. I see, Bai Yun-Yishan remarked with an expression of understanding, and promptly agreed. Since we have obtained the intelligence, we shall proceed as you suggested. Thank you, Teacher Yishan. Yun Kong expressed his gratitude, then grasped Zabuza's beheading sword and dug a large pit nearby, where he interred both Zabuza and Haku. He also fashioned 2 wooden planks to serve as their gravestones, thus attending to their final rites. Having completed this task, Yun Kong summoned 2 moon wolves and, alongside Bai Yun-Yishan, escorted the injured back to Konoha. Those who had previously separated, including Hitaki Rin and others, returned safely to Konoha. Subsequently, Bai Yun-Yishan reported the situation to the 3rd Hokage, while Yun Kong made his way back to the Amiya household, preparing to utilize his newly acquired signing opportunity. Ding! The sign-in was successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the item, World Training Card, Bronze Demon Slayer Blade. World Training Card, Bronze Demon Slayer Blade. Upon use, grants one the qualification to enter the world of Demon Slayer for training. What? Upon seeing the item from this sign-in, Yun Kong's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he hurriedly inquired of the system. System, is this an item that allows entry into the world of Demon Slayer? Yes, host, the system replied, further elaborating. You may utilize this item to enter the training world, where you can gain training points and additional sign-in opportunities through combat, altering the character's fates and influencing the development of the world. The World Training Card is categorized into 5 tiers: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Diamond, with the duration of training determined by the respective tier. The Black Iron tier has a duration of 1 year. The Bronze tier lasts 10 years. The Silver tier spans 500 years. The Gold tier extends to 10,000 years, and the Diamond tier has no maximum duration. After the system's explanation, Yun Kong began to comprehend the purpose of the World Training Card, yet he was left with further inquiries regarding the newly introduced concepts. What are training points? Training points are a form of temporary currency obtained within the training world, which can be utilized in that realm or exchanged for regular system points based on the evaluation of your performance during the training upon your return. I see. Yun Kong nodded in understanding and continued to query the system. If I enter the world of Demon Slayer for training, will the timeline in the world of Hokage continue to progress, or will it freeze at the moment I depart? The timeline of the current world will not halt. It will continue to advance at varying rates according to the training world you enter. The time flow rate between the current world and the Demon Slayer training world is 150. Upon hearing this, Yunkong furrowed his brow. If the timeline does not freeze, then before embarking on this training journey, he must contemplate how to explain his disappearance to Konoha during his absence. According to the calculations based on the 10-year limit of the bronze-level training card, the time equates to approximately 24 days in the world of Naruto. Spending 10 years training in the world of Demon Slayer would correspond to an entire month of absence in the Naruto universe. Without a valid reason, it would be implausible for the village to grant such an extended leave. After all, the operational needs of Konoha require funding, which includes the revenue from ninja missions. If everyone were allowed to take long breaks from their missions, Konoha could never have risen to become the foremost village in the ninja world. Fortunately, Yunkong was not in a hurry to train, and with his knowledge of the storyline, he swiftly contemplated the most opportune moment for his training. The next day, Yunkong and Hatake Rin visited the injured Kuruma Ryoko in the hospital. From Bayun Yeshan, who was also there to visit, they learned that Konoha would host the Chunin exams next month. The Chunin exams serve as a test for Genin to ascend to the rank of Chunin, evaluating their strength and growth while also providing an assessment of the capabilities of various ninja villages to the outside world. After explaining the details of the Chunin exams, Bayun Yeshan cautioned them, stating that the exams would involve battles against ninjas from other nations, which could be perilous. Each year, numerous genin lose their lives in such contests. He urged them to consider carefully before deciding whether to participate. In Rin's eyes ignited a flame of determination as she resolutely declared, "No need to think it over. I will participate." "So will I," Yunkong said with a subtle smile. Knowing well the excitement that awaited in the Chunin exams, he would not let this thrilling opportunity pass. "I shall also partake," Ryoko declared, as she could not fall behind her companions, and moreover, it was her own desire to participate. "Very well. Since you have all made your decisions, I will recommend you for the Chunin exams," Bayun Yeshan assured them. Despite the considerable risks associated with the Chunin exams, he held great confidence in the abilities of his 3 students. Furthermore, as Konoha was the host of this exam, even if the trio were unable to pass, their safety would be significantly assured. After visiting Ryoko, Yunkong and the others left the hospital and gathered at the training ground. Due to Ryoko's absence from injuries, coupled with the impending Chunin exams, Team 9 temporarily refrained from undertaking any C-rank missions, instead engaging in intensive pre-exam training under Bayun Yeshan's guidance. During a break in their training, Yunkong took the opportunity to visit the Hokage Tower to accept D-rank missions, ultimately completing the final 5 D-rank tasks required for the sign-in quest, Ninja S Path 2, just a week before the Chunin exams. Ding! Task, Ninja S Path 2, completed. Reward, 2 sign-in attempts, 50 points. Ding! Sign-in task generated, Ninja S Path 3, complete 10 C-rank ninja missions and 5 B-rank ninja missions. Reward, for sign-in attempts, 100 points. As Yunkong had anticipated, upon completing the Ninja S Path 2 task, a subsequent new task appeared, just as before. He chose not to utilize the points earned from the task rewards at this time, but after a moment of mystical contemplation, he proceeded to execute 2 consecutive draws with the 2 sign-in attempts. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained the item. Skill card, Extraction Technique, Mastery. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained the item. Special Antidote X5. Skill card, Extraction Technique, Mastery. By perceiving the chaotic chakra within the body, one can identify the harmful sources such as toxins and pathogens. Utilizing a chakra scalpel, one can incise the afflicted area, extracting toxins while simultaneously healing the damaged site. Special Antidote, a versatile detoxifying agent meticulously crafted by Tsunade, capable of eliminating or alleviating the majority of toxins. Yunkong's eyes gleamed with surprise as he regarded the 2 items within the system's space, murmuring to himself, medical ninjutsu and detoxifying agents. Not bad. I suppose it's somewhat acceptable. The extraction technique, classified as a B-rank medical ninjutsu, is considered rather challenging among medical techniques. To achieve optimal healing results, mastery of the technique must be complemented by the appropriate antidote. Although the extracted special antidote did not meet Yunkong's expectations, it perfectly aligns with the use of the extraction technique. These two successful check-ins significantly enriched Yunkong's means of survival, proving invaluable not only for the forthcoming Chunin selection exam, but also for various potential adventures in different realms. At the very least, he would no longer need to worry about common toxic assaults. As time flew by, on that morning, Baiyun Yesan was instructing Yunkong and others in their training when he was summoned to the Hokage Tower by an Umbu to discuss matters regarding the Chunin selection exam. For the newly formed Team 7, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, Hatake Kakashi, recommend their participation in the Chunin selection exam. For the newly formed Team 8, comprising Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino, Yuhi Kurenai, recommend their participation in the Chunin selection exam. For the newly formed Team 9, composed of Yumino Yunkong, Hatake Jun, and Kurama Ryuko, Baiyun Yesan, recommend their participation in the Chunin selection exam. For the newly formed Team 10, including Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, Saratobi Asuma, recommend their participation in the Chunin selection exam. As per tradition, any Genin who completes more than 8 missions may be recommended for the Chunin exam at the discretion of their supervising instructor. However, when the third Hokage inquired about the recommendations for the new teams, only the 3 teams from the original work and Team 9, to which Yunkong belonged, received the approval of their Jounin instructors for this Chunin selection exam. The actions of Baiyun Yesan and others immediately sparked discussions among the other Jounin instructors, especially considering that it had been many years since any new Genin had been recommended for the Chunin exam in Konoha. Much like in the original story, Irika expressed concerns regarding the student's lack of experience, but Kakashi resolutely dismissed his objections. Ultimately, with the mediation of the third Hokage, it was agreed that Irika could conduct a special preparatory assessment for the new Genin. Subsequently, other Jounin instructors also recommended a portion of their Genin for the assessment, naturally including the 3 strong individuals from Guy's team. On the other side, Naruto and Konohamaru's squad, much like the original storyline, incited the ire of the irritable Sakura, who relentlessly pursued them in a frenzied chase. Ouch, that hurts. In his desperate bid for survival, Konohamaru failed to notice what lay ahead and collided abruptly with Kankuro. That stings, you little brat. Kankuro, his face adorned with garish purple paint, seized Konohamaru by the collar and lifted him, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "You're truly infuriating, aren't you? Release Konohamaru at once." At that moment, Naruto, realizing the predicament, rushed to intervene, only to be tripped by Kankuro's chakra strings, sending him crashing to the ground. TCH, the lower ninjas of Konoha are so weak, Kankuro scoffed. Before he could finish his taunt, a pebble struck the hand holding Konohamaru, forcing him to release his grip involuntarily. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, their attention drawn to the direction from which the stone had come, revealing Sasuke perched stylishly on a branch. "What are you doing in someone else's village? You Sand Village scoundrel?" Sasuke casually tossed another stone, his demeanor radiating arrogance as he regarded the duo with disdain. "Another insufferable character," Kankuro muttered. "Stand down." Embarrassed, Kankuro prepared to retaliate against Sasuke with his crow technique, only to be halted by the sudden appearance of Gaara, who quickly donned a conciliatory smile and withdrew the crows behind him. With Gaara's arrival, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease, and the conflict sparked by Konohamaru came to a close. In a flash, Gaara employed his sand body flicker technique, materializing beside Temari and Kankuro, and turned to the solemn-faced Sasuke, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Uchiha Sasuke, and you?" Sasuke shot back. "I am Gaara of the Sand," Gaara replied nonchalantly, noting Sasuke as a target of interest before departing with Temari and Kankuro. Not far from the scene, atop another large tree, the Sound Ninja trio dispatched by Orochimaru quietly observed the entire altercation. Dressed in a coat emblazoned with the character for death, Sakan arrogantly regarded Sasuke and his companions, posing a query to his teammates. "What do you think?" Taiyuya, whose head was almost entirely wrapped in bandages save for one eye, rasped in response, "Nothing significant." But the black-haired ninja from Konoha and that sand ninja with the gourd warrant a bit more attention. Indeed, Kin concurred, nodding in agreement. Though Konoha claims to be the foremost ninja village, their newcomers are quite disappointing, akin to delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse when compared to us Sound ninjas. "Oh, it seems you all possess quite the confidence," a voice suddenly chimed from behind them. "Who goes there?" The Sound Ninja trio's expressions shifted. their previously relaxed stances morphing into defensive postures as they focused intently on the figure leaning against the tree trunk. Humo. Fully aware of their identities and intentions, Humo feigned innocence, remarking, "Given your forehead protectors, you must be ninjas from the Sound Village. Welcome to Konoha for the Chunin exams." Observing the youthful visage of Yinkong, the arrogant Sakudang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Who are you?" "A Leaf Village Genin." "Hey Yinkong." Yinkong replied coolly, casting a glance at the taskmaster, to Susan. "As for whether a Leaf Village Genin is merely a sheltered flower, you'll discover that during the examination. You are quite audacious, aren't you?" Sakudang retorted, incensed by Yinkong's disregard. His specially crafted weapon trembled lightly, unleashing an almost imperceptible blade of air towards Yinkong. However, with his observation haki activated, Yinkong easily sensed the invisible strike. Just as the blade was about to reach him, he leaped gracefully backward, evading Sakudang's assault. Gazing at the severed tree branch, Yinkong's expression turned frosty as he warned, "Since you have come to the Leaf Village, you must adhere to our regulations. This time, I shall overlook it, but should you dare to attack a Leaf Ninja again, you will forfeit your chance to participate in the assessment." "You silence." To Susan interjected, halting Sakudang, his dark eyes fixed on Yinkong. "Hey Yinkong, is it? I shall remember you. We are leaving." The Sound Ninja trio had been commanded by Orochimaru to partake in the Chunin selection, and to Susan, wary of jeopardizing his mission over such trivial matters, cast a lingering glance at Yinkong before departing with the disgruntled Sakudang and the inquisitive Jintu. Ah, what a trio of unfortunate souls. Unaware that they are merely pawns discarded by Orochimaru, Yinkong mused, leaping onto the water tower atop a nearby building, surveying the tranquil Leaf Village. The Chunin exam. The plan for the village's collapse, the impending shinobi world war in 3 years, in this tumultuous world of Hokage. The following day, as Yinkong made his way to the training grounds, a cloaked figure adorned with a prominent straw hat, a mist ninja, suddenly obstructed his path. "Your disguise is quite fitting, Irika," Yinkong remarked, noting the chakra fluctuations that indicated a transformation jutsu. Despite a peculiar sensation arising within him, he chose not to expose the ruse, instead feigning ignorance and cautiously demanding, "Who are you?" "Ha ha ha." Irika rasped a cold, mocking laugh, taunting, "Leaf Village truly is arrogant. What sort of brash child dares to register for the Chunin exam? I advise you to return to the Ninja Academy and play pretend. It would be best for everyone, sparing us the trouble of dealing with you. Mind your own business, and prepare to face me." Yinkong retorted, recognizing Irika's intent to test the new recruit's abilities. Without further ado, he launched an attack, determined to demonstrate his competence for the Chunin examination. Although Irika was older, his limited talent and prolonged tenure in the peaceful confines of the Ninja Academy rendered him somewhat out of practice. Even without utilizing his full capabilities, Yinkong swiftly overpowered Irika, sending him flying with a single kick. "Humph, you little brat. Had we not been in Leaf Village, I would have taught you a lesson today," Irika grumbled, a mixture of pride in Yinkong's growth and embarrassment washing over him as he retreated, leaving behind a hollow remark. "Alas, I hope my dear friend is not disheartened by the critiques of his students." Truth be told, after several months of rigorous training, even the weakest among the 9 little powers, namely Haruno Sakura, has reached a level of prowess comparable to Irika's, let alone the other formidable members of the group. Fortunately, Yinkong, having gleaned from the original narrative that Irika would orchestrate this undertaking, preemptively informed his 2 teammates. Otherwise, given the capabilities of Shikamaru and Kuruma, they would undoubtedly resist any ambush, potentially resulting in Irika's demise from a mere counterattack. Before long, Yinkong arrived at the assembly point, where others gradually convened. Soon after, Bayun Yeshan appeared, presenting 3 examination application forms to Yinkong and his companions. These forms pertain to the Chunin exam. Upon signing, they are to attend the first examination in classroom 301 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 days hence. Once Yinkong and his comrades inscribed their names, Bayun Yeshan announced that training would cease for the remaining days, allowing for leisure activities to ensure they were in optimal condition for the exam. The 5 days elapsed swiftly, and before they knew it, the day of the Chunin exam had arrived. In the early afternoon, after gathering with his teammates outside the Ninja Academy, Yinkong proceeded to classroom 301. Upon entering the building, they discovered a throng of candidates gathered outside the room marked 301. The trio from Team 7 found themselves in a standoff against Steel and God Moon, who were masquerading as Konoha candidates. The confrontation arose because Steel and God Moon had employed Jinjutsu to alter the original room number from 201 to 301, thereby barring candidates from passing through to the examination hall. Sasuke, possessing the Sharingan, recognized the simplistic illusion immediately but chose not to disclose it directly, instead granting the opportunity for Sakura, who lacked confidence, to unveil the illusion. Once Sakura exposed the Jinjutsu, Steel and God Moon dispelled it and subsequently launched an attack on Sasuke, eager to test his strength. However, their skirmish was promptly interrupted by Lee, leading to the iconic moment where Lee professed his feelings to Sakura, only to be rebuffed due to her perception of his overly thick eyebrows. Let us proceed to the examination hall, Yinkong suggested. Although Lee would later impart a lesson to Sasuke, Yinkong had no desire to join the commotion, guiding Shikamaru and Kuruma into classroom 301, where they awaited the commencement of the exam. As the start time approached, this year's 9 little powers finally arrived at the examination venue. Upon spotting Hinata within the group, Yinkong's eyes brightened. He approached to greet her, saying, "Hinata, it has been quite a while. How have you been?" "Long time no see, Yinkong-kun," Hinata replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her small hands nervously entwined. She mustered the courage to meet Yinkong's gaze for a fleeting moment before shyly lowering her head. "Hey, Yinkong, I've recently mastered another family secret technique, and I've grown stronger than before. Perhaps I am even mightier than you now," declared Inuzuka Kiba, brimming with confidence. His companion, Akamaru, fittingly chimed in with a bark. "Is that so? I shall eagerly anticipate your prowess," Yinkong responded. Yinkong offered a faint smile, retrieving 2 specially crafted antidotes from the system space and presenting them to Hinata. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Hinata, these antidotes possess remarkable efficacy against toxins. Carry them with you for the examination. It is wise to be prepared." "Thank you, Yinkong-kun," Hinata replied, her expression radiant as she accepted the rare antidotes, treating them as if they were precious treasures, and solemnly stowed them away in her ninja pouch. "Hey, you lot, it would be prudent to maintain a semblance of quiet," admonished the seasoned spy, Yakushi Kabuto, as he approached from the crowd. "You must be fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, correct? Observe your surroundings. Everyone is quite tense before the examination, and excessive noise may invite trouble." Upon Kabuto's caution, the 9 young ninjas turned to regard the other candidates, who were casting unfriendly glances towards their group. They swiftly grasped the veracity of Kabuto's words, prompting even the usually boisterous Naruto to quiet down considerably. "I am Yakushi Kabuto, your senior," he introduced himself, somewhat sheepishly. "And this marks my 7th participation in the Chunin exams." His friendly demeanor, coupled with a warm smile, served to bridge the gap between him and the group, a testament to his reputation as one of the most renowned spies in the world of Hokage. Having gained a preliminary trust from the young ninjas, Kabuto produced a collection of ninja identification cards and began to enlighten them with intelligence regarding the Chunin exams. Sasuke, intrigued by the information Kabuto had amassed over the past 4 years, inquired, "Do you have detailed cards documenting personal information?" "While not entirely comprehensive, I have compiled data on most of the candidates," Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses, a glint of amusement sparkling in his eyes as he countered. "Is there someone in particular you are particularly interested in?" "Yes, Gaara of Sunigakure, Rock Lee of Konoha, and Hei Yinkong," Sasuke candidly acknowledged, naming the individuals of interest. "Since you already know their names, locating their information should be a simple task. Please hold on for a moment." Kabuto feigned a search among the ninja identification cards before extracting the one containing details about Yinkong and his companions, proceeding to share the information. "First, we have Gaara of Sunigakure, with C-rank missions totaling 8 and B-rank missions at 1. Remarkable for a Genin to have undertaken a B-rank task. However, due to his status as a foreign ninja and a newcomer, that is all the information available. Yet, he appears to return from every mission unscathed. Next is Rock Lee, a year older than you, with 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions. His instructor is Might Guy, and he has shown considerable improvement in physical abilities this year, although he struggles in other areas. Despite being a promising newcomer last year, he did not participate in the Chunin exams and, like you, is competing for the first time, alongside teammates Tenten and Niji Hyuga. Finally, we have Hei Yinkong, who is your age, with a record of 10 D-rank missions, 5 C-rank missions, and, a single B-rank mission as well. Are the current newcomers truly this formidable? Also, his instructor is Hakken Shin, and his teammates are Kiba Inuzuka and Karui, excelling in ninjutsu. And it seems he has even established a summoning contract with the Wolf Clan. After brazenly divulging the intelligence of the trio from the Sound Village, Kabuto continued to stir trouble by drawing a new ninja identification card from the deck. The candidates for this examination hailed from various renowned ninja villages, such as Sunagakure from the Land of Wind and Kusagakure from the Land of Grass. However, I lack pertinent information regarding the Sound Village, as it is a relatively new small ninja village established in recent years. Kabuto introduced the backgrounds of the candidates to the audience, inadvertently belittling the Sound Village. The examination area was modest in size, and Kabuto's voice naturally reached the ears of the trio from the Sound Village. Unaware of Kabuto's true identity, they exchanged glances and charged at him, eager to teach the indiscreet Kabuto a lesson. The 9 young ones were still processing the information revealed by Kabuto and failed to notice the impending assault from the Sound Trio, but Yinkong and his teammates were alert. Just as Kitaki Rin prepared to intervene, Yinkong restrained him, whispering, "Rin, no need to intervene." Although Rin was somewhat perplexed by Yinkong's decision, he refrained from stepping in, trusting Yinkong's judgment. With a hint of amusement in his gaze, Yinkong watched as Kabuto was dealt a thrashing by his own comrades from the Sound Village, much like in the original narrative. At that moment, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the podium, and Marino Ibiki, accompanied by a group of proctors, appeared in the examination hall. "Silence, you bunch of inept fools." Marino Ibiki, his face marred by 2 scars, cast a piercing glance over the candidates and introduced himself. "Thank you for your patience. I am Marino Ibiki, the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Allow me to make it clear, no fighting is permitted without the examiner's consent, and even with consent, any actions that could result in fatal consequences for your opponent are strictly forbidden. Anyone foolish enough to defy my orders will be immediately disqualified. Do I make myself clear?" After outlining the examination rules, Marino Ibiki formally announced, "Now, please submit your application forms and receive your identification tags to take your seats. Following this, we will distribute the written examination papers. The first round of the Chunin selection exam officially begins." Once the candidates received their tags and settled into their seats, Marino Ibiki proceeded to announce the specific rules for the first examination. Firstly, each of you will start with a score of 10 points. There are 10 questions, each worth 1 point, but we will employ a penalty system. For each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. For instance, if you answer 3 questions incorrectly, your score will drop to 7 points. Secondly, whether you pass the examination will be determined by the total score of all 3 members of your team. Thirdly, if any misconduct or cheating is observed by the proctors, there will be a penalty of 2 points for each instance, meaning that by the time the final scores are tallied, some may already be disqualified from the examination. Finally, if even one team member scores 0, the entire team will be deemed unsuccessful. Reactions to these examination rules varied. Some were elated while others were dismayed. Naturally, diligent students had nothing to fear, but for students like Naruto, beads of cold sweat began to form. However, when the examination papers were distributed, even the previously confident students found their expressions turning grim. As the inaugural examination designed to test the students' information-gathering capabilities commenced, the content of the test paper was predominantly beyond the prescribed syllabus. Except for a select few academic prodigies, the majority of candidates found themselves unable to answer even a single question. Some astute students swiftly discerned the true nature of the examination and resorted to various cunning methods, copying the answers from the designated candidates set by Konoha. Those who lacked proficiency in cheating soon found their scores plummeting, dragging down their teammates and leading to their collective disqualification, which heightened the anxiety among the remaining participants. Although Yinkong possessed formidable practical skills, his theoretical knowledge was not as distinguished, leaving him unable to produce answers and thus compelled to engage in dishonest tactics. Utilizing his observation haki, Yinkong quickly pinpointed the designated answerers from Konoha and, by analyzing their hand movements, deciphered the contents they inscribed. Gradually, candidates began to complete their answers, and at the 45th minute post-commencement, Morinai Ibiki announced the final question of the first examination, which represented its true test. "Very well, we shall now reveal the 10th question. However, an additional stipulation will be imposed, one that may plunge you into despair." Morinai Ibiki's lips curled into a subtle, chilling smile, his tone adopting an increasingly somber and menacing quality. First, you must choose whether to respond to the 10th question. If you opt not to answer, you will be immediately deemed as having scored 0, thus failing the examination, and your 2 teammates will also face disqualification. Conversely, if you attempt the question but fail to answer correctly, you shall forfeit your eligibility to participate in the Chunin exams henceforth. Upon hearing the rules for the final question, the candidates erupted in uproar, protesting against such unreasonable stipulations. Silence. Morinai Ibiki snapped sharply, his displeasure evident. As the chief examiner this year, my word is law. Those lacking confidence should withdraw and perhaps return next year or the year after. Witnessing the autocratic demeanor of Morinai Ibiki, several candidates with fragile mental fortitude promptly chose to withdraw, leaving the remaining participants in a state of indecision. Do not underestimate me. I shall not retreat in the face of adversity. I am determined to participate, even if it means remaining a genin for life. I will prove to you all that I will become Hokage. With his characteristic unpredictability, Naruto Uzumaki slammed his hand on the table, his bold declaration shattering the oppressive atmosphere orchestrated by Morinai Ibiki, dispelling the unease among the remaining candidates, who unanimously chose to answer the 10th question. However, the so-called 10th question was, in fact, a reflection of their choice. Thus, to the candidates' astonishment, Morinai Ibiki smiled and proclaimed, "Your resolve is commendable. Therefore, I declare that all candidates remaining here are deemed successful." The first examination concluded, just as the candidates erupted in cheers for passing the initial test. A figure cloaked in a curtain burst through the window, causing the corners of the curtain to flutter outward under the influence of shuriken. Revealing the inscription, the second examination officially begins. The chief examiner of the second examination, Akame Mitsurashi, emerged with great fervor from behind the curtain, exclaiming loudly, "Now is not the time for merriment. I am Akame Mitsurashi, the chief examiner for this round." This rather perplexing entrance left the candidates momentarily dumbfounded, and the examination hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Originally, Akame had anticipated basking in the admiration of the candidates, only to discover they gazed at her with expressions of incredulity, rendering her proud demeanor stiff with embarrassment, a profound and palpable awkwardness enveloping her. Clearing her throat, Akame's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily shifted the topic. After accounting for the remaining candidates, she remarked with astonishment, 81 candidates, and yet 27 teams remain. However, fret not. In the upcoming second examination, I shall reduce the number to less than half. Upon hearing her declaration of intent to eliminate half of them, the candidates grew tense, speculating about the nature of the upcoming examination. Observing their reactions, Akame's lips curled into a pleased smile as she proclaimed, "Detailed explanations will commence once you gather here tomorrow. For specifics regarding time and location, please consult the supervising jonin. That concludes this session. You may disperse." After leaving the examination hall, the candidates approached their guiding instructors to inquire about the time and location for the next examination, then scattered to await the arrival of the second challenge. The following afternoon, after reuniting with his teammates, Yinkong made his way to the venue for the second examination. The ominously dubbed Forest of Death, also known as the Konoha Training Ground No. 44. This location was notorious as the second examination site, teeming with various venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, where even the most seasoned ninja could unwittingly meet their demise. Once all candidates had arrived punctually, Akame's expression darkened as she deliberately crafted a foreboding atmosphere, detailing the perils that lurked within the Forest of Death. Even the most experienced ninja may lose their lives here, she cautioned. After her dire introduction, Naruto's reckless spirit ignited, and he mimicked Akame's voice with exaggerated flair, playfully wiggling his rear while laughing. "No matter how you try to scare me, I won't be frightened." "Oh really? You certainly have spirit," Akame retorted, a large vein pulsating on her forehead as she regarded Naruto with a forced smile. In an instant, a shuriken materialized in her hand and swiftly flew toward his cheek. However, Yinkong moved with agility, intercepting the shuriken before it could reach Naruto and returned it to Akame, smiling as he defused the situation. "Chief Examiner, you know Naruto's temperament. Why bother with him? Such an amusing little brat. I'll spare him this time for your sake," Akame conceded, realizing her actions had been somewhat overbearing. With Yinkong's intervention, she felt compelled to relent, allowing Naruto to escape unscathed. Yunkong's display of skill had attracted the attention and caution of several onlookers, yet he remained unfazed, knowing that revealing a portion of his strength was inconsequential, for he possessed many hidden cards to play. After all, given the cards he held, apart from the formidable elder Orochimaru, no one else posed a threat to him. Even Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail, would find himself subdued by Yunkong if a confrontation were to arise. Orochimaru had indeed sensed Yunkong's prowess, far surpassing that of an ordinary ninja. However, as a seasoned shinobi with years of experience, he had encountered many geniuses throughout his life. The strength displayed by Yunkong was not yet significant enough for him to warrant special attention. Moreover, compared to Yunkong, who lacked a bloodline limit, Orochimaru was far more interested in Sasuke, who possessed the Sharingan. He was one of the key targets for his endeavors in Konoha. Subsequently, Akato began to elaborate on the specifics of the second examination to the candidates. The rules of the second exam mirrored those of the original narrative, presenting an extreme survival challenge in the wilderness, succinctly described as a contest for the retrieval of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Each team would be randomly assigned either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. Teams possessing the Heaven Scroll would seek to seize the Earth Scroll from others, and vice versa. To pass the assessment, a team must gather both types of scrolls and reach the sealing tower at the center of the Forest of Death within the allotted time, all while allowing team members to act independently. In contrast to the first exam, the second was a true trial, where the possibility of death during the assessment loomed. To this end, Akato produced a stack of liability waivers, requiring students willing to partake in the second exam to sign their names. Following this, Akato granted the candidates some time to contemplate their participation, as once the exam commenced, fate would dictate life and death, and withdrawal would not be permitted. Seizing this moment, Yunkong temporarily departed from his team and approached Hinata, who was resting beneath a tree. Hinata, this examination is quite formidable. There are a few individuals you must be particularly wary of. Yunkong sat beside her, observing her flushed cheeks as he cautioned. Be sure to steer clear of Konoha's Yakushi Kabuto, Gaara of Sunigakure, and that snake-like, sinister grass ninja. Yes, I will remember, Hinata replied. Feeling cared for by Yunkong filled her heart with sweetness, and as if recalling something, she retrieved a small box from her ninja tool pouch, cradling it delicately in her hands before presenting it to Yunkong. What is this? Yunkong inquired, accepting the box and curiously opening it to reveal a viscous black substance inside. Hinata's voice trembled with a mix of nervousness and anticipation as she softly explained, "This is a specially formulated ointment from our family, highly effective for external wounds. I hope you will accept it, Yunkong-kun." "Thank you very much, Hinata." Yunkong accepted her gift, flashing a bright smile that caused Hinata to shyly lower her gaze, her fingers fidgeting. As time dwindled, Yunkong bid farewell to Hinata, collected a Heaven Scroll from the examiner, and proceeded to the entrance designated for his team, where he awaited their arrival. Soon, each group received either the Heavenly Scroll or the Earthly Scroll. As the proctor opened the iron gate to the Death Forest, the various teams entered through different entrances, marking the official commencement of the second examination, a brutal test of survival of the fittest. As the exam began, Yunkong and his companions also ventured into the Death Forest. Before he could outline their subsequent strategy, a sudden alert echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! A sign-in task has been generated. Scroll Collector. Task requirements. During the second examination, collect at least 10 exam scrolls, of any type. The greater the quantity, the higher the score reward. Rewards. Sign-in attempts. 1 points. 1030. Ding! A sign-in task has been generated. Confront Orochimaru. Task requirements. Prevent Orochimaru from marking Sasuke with the curse seal during his attack on Team 7. If Orochimaru is killed, the task reward is doubled. Rewards. Sign-in attempts. 1, 2 points. 30, 60. Ding! A sign-in task has been generated. Advance to the third round. Task requirements. Complete the second assessment and successfully qualify for the third round's preliminary competition. Rewards. Sign-in attempts. 1 points. 20. The sudden appearance of these 3 sign-in tasks filled Yunkong with elation, causing him to involuntarily slow his pace as he delved into the system to review the details. Realizing he was not hallucinating, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across his face. He had not anticipated that the seemingly trivial second examination would bestow such significant surprises. Noticing Yunkong's change in demeanor, His companions, Shikamaru and Kuruma, adjusted their pace, curious to inquire, "Yinkong, what is going on?" "Shikamaru, Kuruma, I've just recalled some matters that necessitate adjustments to our initial plan," Yinkong responded, regaining his composure. He gestured for them to halt and restructured their approach. "From here on, we will split up. You two should proceed as originally planned, heading towards the perimeter of the ceiling tower to ambush candidates attempting to enter. Additionally, even if we obtain the earthly scroll, we must continue to seize more scrolls to maximize the elimination of other candidates." "Understood." Shikamaru and Kuruma nodded in agreement, then queried, "And what about you? What will you do?" "I need to attend to some personal matters before rejoining you," Yinkong replied, choosing to be vague about the system's affairs. Neither Shikamaru nor Kuruma pressed further for details, nor did they contest the new plan, promptly setting off toward the ceiling tower as directed by Yinkong. Once his teammates departed, Yinkong unleashed his observation haki, extending his perception throughout the entire Death Forest. "Found it." After confirming the location of Team 7, Yinkong concluded his search and made his way toward them. While traversing the forest, he passed several robust ancient trees when suddenly, 3 candidates bearing the Rain Ninja forehead protector burst forth from the treetops, surrounding him. A figure resembling a captain of the Rain Shinobi, wielding an instrument akin to an umbrella, pointed menacingly at Yinkong and sneered, "Fortune favors you, encountering a lone Konoha ninja. Boy, do you possess any scrolls?" Yinkong, surveying the 3 Rain Shinobi whose names were unworthy of mention, replied nonchalantly, "You seek a scroll? Indeed, I have one on me. Come and take it if you dare. How dare you belittle me? Die." The Rain Shinobi captain's expression morphed into a grotesque snarl upon witnessing Yinkong's disdainful demeanor. He hurled the Rain Shinobi tool into the air, forming hand seals and bellowing, "Ninjutsu, rain of 1,000 needles." The umbrella unfurled midair, spinning rapidly, as countless fine yet piercing needles shot forth like a torrential downpour, transforming Yinkong into a veritable pincushion. "Haha, you little brat. Let us see you." The captain's triumphant laughter was abruptly halted as the cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing that the Yinkong he had attacked was merely a shadow clone. "What? Ah." With widened eyes, the captain realized he had been deceived, and just as he prepared to locate the true Yinkong, several stealthy moon wolves pounced from the trees, claiming him and his comrades as their prey. Once the foes were vanquished, a moon wolf discovered a scroll among the corpses, clasping it in its jaws, and returned with its companions to the wilderness of wolves. Simultaneously, the members of Team 7 had repelled a disguised Rain Shinobi and were deliberating on a code to prevent similar occurrences when a fierce gust of wind suddenly surged toward them. Sasuke and Sakura, sensing danger, quickly concealed themselves in nearby bushes, while the slower reacting Naruto was swept away by the tempest, temporarily separated from the group. Once the wind subsided, Sasuke and Sakura regrouped and confirmed each other's identities through their code. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, disguised as Naruto to rejoin them, was recognized by Sasuke, causing him to revert to his female grass ninja guise, achieved through the use of transformation jutsu. Though unmasked by Sasuke, Orochimaru displayed no sign of irritation. Instead, a playful smile crept across his face as he performed his signature lip-licking gesture, expressing satisfaction with his chosen vessel. "Ha!" Orochimaru chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down the spine, as he produced a scroll emblazoned with the character for Earth. "Are you yearning for my Earth scroll? After all, you possess the Sky Scroll, do you not?" Under the astonished gazes of Sasuke and Sakura, Orochimaru mimicked a sword-swallowing act, wrapping his long tongue around the Earth scroll and swallowing it whole. "Let the battle for the scroll commence. Let us stake our lives upon it." With the scroll consumed, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, releasing an aura of murderous intent toward Sasuke and Sakura. As a seasoned veteran of the ninja world wars, Orochimaru's malevolence was palpable, an intensity that Sasuke and Sakura, who had yet to witness the true horrors of battle, could scarcely withstand. Under the weight of his murderous presence, they envisioned countless deaths. As if plunged into an icy abyss, their consciousness consumed by an endless sea of crimson. Fortunately, Orochimaru maintained a semblance of restraint. After probing Sasuke's limits, he sheathed his murderous intent, brandishing a kunai as he approached the rigid forms of Sasuke and Sakura, seemingly eager to observe their reactions. Meanwhile, in another vicinity, Naruto, having just regained his composure after being swept away by the wind, found himself confronted by a massive python, spanning several meters in length. What a colossal serpent! Naruto's pupils dilated, and before he could evade, the great serpent ensnared him, swallowing him whole. Summoning technique. Just as the python consumed Naruto, Yinkong arrived on the scene. Summoning one of the 4 leaders of the Moon Wolf clan, Yin Guang, without hesitation. With a howl, Yin Guang emerged amidst a plume of smoke, his grand form radiating excitement as he sought out a worthy opponent. Upon realizing that the only potential foe in sight was the python, the exhilaration faded from his wolfish visage. He looked down at Yinkong and grumbled, "Hey, Yinkong, didn't I tell you to summon me only when facing a formidable enemy? This little reptile hardly warrants my effort." Understanding Yin Guang's combative nature, Yinkong smiled and explained, "This is merely an appetizer. The true banquet lies ahead. We face a powerful, seasoned shadow-level adversary, possibly accompanied by one of the leaders of the Sacred Land's Dragon Cave, Manda." At Yinkong's words, Yin Guang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He leapt gracefully to the rear of the python, igniting his fiery claws and swiftly cleaving the serpent in two. Having dispatched the creature with ease, Yin Guang disdainfully flicked the foul blood from his claws and urged, "Yinkong, let us proceed to confront the formidable foes you mentioned." "Just a moment," Yinkong replied. Approaching the python's carcass, he aimed for Naruto's location, using black rain to slice through the python's tough hide, rescuing Naruto before he could be fully digested. Coughing, Naruto tumbled out of the serpent's belly, gasping for air, relief washing over his features. Observing Naruto's slimy and disheveled state, Yinkong discreetly stepped back a pace and inquired, "Naruto, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you, Yinkong," Naruto managed, realizing he had been saved by Yinkong and expressing his gratitude. "Don't mention it." Yinkong waved his hand dismissively, feigning ignorance. "By the way, where are Sasuke and Sakura?" "Right. We were attacked, and I must find Sasuke and Sakura immediately." With Yinkong's reminder, Naruto recalled the recent events and hurried back to their previous location. "Wait, Naruto. I will accompany you," Yinkong called, leaping onto Yin Guang's head, signaling him to follow Naruto as they prepared to confront Orochimaru, the early boss of the Naruto world. "Hehe. I had intended for you to stay and entertain me a while longer, but judging by your performance, I find it rather regrettable," Orochimaru remarked, as he stepped closer to the trembling Sasuke and Sakura, brandishing 2 kunai with a sly smile. "Rest assured, it will all be over in an instant. And you won't even have time to feel pain." With that, Orochimaru flicked his kunai, targeting the quaking forms of Sasuke and Sakura. "Move." In this critical moment of life and death, Sasuke finally reacted, resorting to self-harm to free himself from the oppressive aura of killing intent, thereby rescuing the immobilized Sakura. Orochimaru, of course, noticed Sasuke's actions but made no attempt to intervene, whispering with a hint of intrigue, "Humph," using pain to dispel fear. "You truly are the brother of that man. My desire for you grows ever stronger, Sasuke." In a weakened state, Sasuke was hardly in a position to carry Sakura far. He merely sought a place to hide temporarily. Before he could catch his breath, a colossal python lunged from the side, its gaping maw aimed at Sasuke. Fortunately, Sasuke had sensed the python's approach and swiftly leapt aside, drawing several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and launching them into the vulnerable mouth of the serpent. With a resounding impact, the python's brain was pierced by the swiftly thrown shuriken, causing its massive body to collapse, shaking the ground beneath them. At that moment, Sakura finally shook off the paralyzing fear and rushed to support the weary Sasuke, her voice laced with concern. "Sasuke, are you all right?" "I am fine. We must leave this place," Sasuke replied, shaking his head. Just as he prepared to escape with Sakura, the python's carcass began to stir. The skin on its surface suddenly bulged and quickly split apart, revealing the damp figure of Orochimaru, who emerged with a sinister smile, gazing at the terrified Sasuke and Sakura. Before Orochimaru could utter a word, his pupils constricted, and a grave expression crossed his face as he focused on a fiery entity appearing miles away. What a potent summoning beast! Who could it be? Although the size of a summoning beast does not necessarily correlate with its strength, a creature of such immense stature as the fiery being surely possessed formidable power. Orochimaru was not afraid of the fiery entity, but was astonished that among this seemingly ordinary cohort of candidates, one could summon such a formidable beast. Summoning technique. Upon realizing that the target of the fiery creature might very well be him, Orochimaru appeared somewhat surprised and immediately summoned a multitude of snakes. Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? Are the sacrifices ready? The myriad snakes inquired without waiting for Orochimaru to speak. Rest assured, the sacrifices will not be lacking. Having grown accustomed to the brash demeanor of the myriad snakes, Orochimaru refrained from engaging in idle chatter, gesturing toward the fiery being and commanding, "Go test the strength of that summoning beast." "Of course, but you must provide me with 300 sacrifices." The myriad snakes assessed the fiery being and, after gauging its strength, presented their conditions to Orochimaru. Agreed. Once Orochimaru nodded in acquiescence, the myriad snakes, satisfied, began to advance toward the approaching fiery entity. Meanwhile, Yun Kong and the fiery being took notice of the colossal form of the myriad snakes barreling toward them. The fiery being's expression brightened with excitement as he turned to Yun Kong, asking, "Is that the myriad snakes you mentioned?" "Indeed, I'll leave the myriad snakes to you. I'll take my leave first," concerned that Sasuke might fall victim to Orochimaru's cursed seal. Yun Kong resolved to let the fiery being handle the myriad snakes before assisting Sasuke against Orochimaru. "No problem," the fiery being affirmed, hastening toward the myriad snakes to engage in battle. After Yun Kong and Yin Guang parted ways, he immediately caught up with Naruto, appearing alongside him before Orochimaru and his companions. Yun Kong, Naruto. Upon seeing the two, Sakura's expression brightened. Although she was uncertain why Yun Kong had arrived with Naruto, his presence certainly increased their chances against the grass ninja before them. However, Sasuke was not as optimistic as Sakura. After assessing the strength of both sides, he felt their own chances of victory were still dismal. He quickly urged the two, "Yun Kong, Naruto, you must flee. This foe is far beyond your capabilities." "Hey, arrogant Sasuke. What are you talking about? I am destined to become Hokage. There's no way I would abandon my comrades," Naruto retorted with indignation. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Orochimaru, he declared, "That guy over there dares to bully my teammates. Now that I, Naruto Uzumaki, have arrived, I will teach you a lesson." With that proclamation, Naruto charged forward without a second thought, true to his impulsive nature. Upon witnessing his dear friend and crush being bullied by Orochimaru, he rushed in recklessly. Subsequently, and as expected from the original storyline, Orochimaru unleashed a 5-element seal, and Naruto met his end. "Sigh, Naruto, you fool. I am utterly exasperated by you." Even Yun Kong, who had grown accustomed to Naruto's reckless behavior, found himself at a loss for words. However, there was no time for such concerns. To fulfill their mission, he had to confront the perilous Orochimaru. Yun Kong refrained from exposing Orochimaru's true identity and attempted to address him peacefully, smiling as he suggested, "Dear friend, if your intent is to acquire the scroll, we are willing to hand it over. Will you spare us?" "Heh, if I were to kill you, I could easily obtain the scroll myself." Summoning technique. Orochimaru's objective was Sasuke. Thus, he would never consent to Yun Kong's proposal. He summoned a giant python, significantly larger than the average snake, to attack Yun Kong and his companions. "Sigh. It seems there is no room for negotiation. Sakura, take care of Naruto. Since battle is inevitable, we must fight with all our strength." Assessing the current situation, Yun Kong swiftly made arrangements, instructing the nearly defenseless Sakura to stay on the periphery and protect the unconscious Naruto from the fallout of the conflict. How intriguing, truly fascinating. After summoning his beast, Orochimaru refrained from joining the fray, standing with his arms crossed, prepared to observe the performance of Yun Kong and Sasuke. Of course, Yun Kong was merely a side note. The focus was on Sasuke's display of power, as he was the chosen vessel for Orochimaru's reincarnation. "Sasuke, let us strike together." Sensing Orochimaru's intentions, Yun Kong abandoned his plan to use the summoning of the Moon Wolf against the giant python and called for Sasuke to join him in a concerted assault on the serpent, playing along with Orochimaru's script to showcase Sasuke's capabilities. After dodging a tail swipe from the giant python, Yun Kong appeared beside it, swinging his blade towards its massive body. Thud! With the sharpness of the black rain, it was no trivial matter to inflict severe wounds upon the colossal python. However, in an effort to delay Orochimaru's involvement in the battle for as long as possible, Yun Kong chose to restrain most of his power, leaving only a minor slash upon the serpent's form. Sasuke, unaware of Orochimaru's true identity and the intent behind Yun Kong's actions, exerted himself fully against the intimidating serpent. Fire style, great fireball technique. Seizing the opportunity while the python attacked Yun Kong, Sasuke unleashed the fire technique he had mastered, expelling a fireball nearly 2 meters in diameter from his mouth. Boom. Although Sasuke's fireball appeared fearsome, its potency was limited by the quantity and quality of his chakra. While it might have severely injured a human target, upon striking the massive creature, it left merely a sizable, charred mark. Hiss. Despite the minimal damage, the flames elicited a painful response from the python, prompting it to abandon its pursuit of Yukong and lash its tail toward Sasuke. Get away from me. Sasuke reacted swiftly, leaping off a tree trunk to evade the serpent's tail, and as he descended, he plunged a kunai deep into the python's flesh, carving a long wound. Unfortunately, the kunai was too short to deliver a fatal blow. In pain, the python thrashed its tail, sending Sasuke tumbling through the air. Sasuke, be careful. Yukong rushed to catch Sasuke, but was caught by the force of the python's tail, and they both fell into a nearby thicket. A few seconds later, Yukong and Sasuke, the latter having activated his Sharingan, re-emerged to continue their assault on the now enraged serpent. Rasengan. After a brief struggle, Yukong noticed Orochimaru's growing impatience and realized that they could not afford to prolong the confrontation any further. With that, he unleashed a Rasengan aimed at the python's vitals, coordinating with Sasuke to strike down the beast. Clap, clap, clap. Well done. You have slain my little pet. Now, let me join the fray. Orochimaru applauded mockingly, his body vanishing in an instant, slithering through the trees like the serpent itself. In the next heartbeat, he appeared behind Yukong, thrusting a kunai directly into his body. Boom. Under Orochimaru's slightly surprised gaze, Yukong's form dissipated into smoke, while the real Yukong leaped from the treetops, forming seals and declaring, Earth-style, rock pillar prison. Dozens of stone pillars erupted from the ground, converging at the top to create a conical cage that ensnared Orochimaru within. Given Orochimaru's prowess, he could easily evade or dismantle the rock pillars even before the technique was complete. However, he seemed content to observe the unfolding spectacle, allowing himself to be trapped within the rocky confines. Noticing Orochimaru's compliance, Yukong took the opportunity to urge Sasuke, Sasuke, act now. Understood. Sharingan, windmill triple blade. Sasuke nodded, adhering to the strategy that Yukong had relayed to him prior to being hurled into the thicket. He retrieved several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, casting them towards the area behind Orochimaru. As the shurikens soared past Orochimaru's form, Sasuke abruptly tugged on the wire bound to them, redirecting their trajectory and ensnaring the wire around the rocky prison. Release. Just as the wire was about to make contact with the stone cage, Yukong promptly dispelled the ninjutsu, allowing the wire to slice effortlessly into the earth, binding Orochimaru tightly to the trunk behind him. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Sasuke's assault was not yet complete, as he unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, swiftly engulfing the wire. In mere moments, Orochimaru was ablaze. The flames enveloping him elicited mock screams, which soon faded into utter silence. However, when the flames extinguished, Orochimaru did not transform into the charred remains that Sasuke and Sakura had anticipated. Instead, the fire merely burned away his superficial disguise, revealing his true visage and the sound ninja headband adorning his brow. Body binding technique. Orochimaru licked his lips, utilizing his shadow-level prowess to immobilize Yukong and the others. His gaze greedily fixated on the Sharingan within Sasuke's eyes as he chuckled softly. Such adeptness in wielding the Sharingan at such a young age. You truly are worthy of the Uchiha name. I am indeed intrigued by you, especially as you are the sibling of that individual. Upon hearing Orochimaru mention Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's rationality waned, and disregarding their antagonistic positions, he fervently inquired, Who exactly are you? I am Orochimaru, the one who can grant you the power to defeat Itachi. But before that, make sure you stand out in this examination. By the way, the 3 sound ninjas among the candidates are my subordinates. Defeat them first. Having achieved his goal, Orochimaru dropped the pretense and revealed his identity to the group, presenting Sasuke with a new challenge. Before we part, Sasuke, allow me to present you with a gift. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru elongated his neck like a serpent, preparing to bite Sasuke, who was rendered immobile. In that fateful moment, just as Orochimaru was about to inscribe the cursed seal, Yukong suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, decapitating Orochimaru with a single stroke. However, Yukong did not revel in his successful ambush. His expression grew increasingly grave, For the Orochimaru he had felled had merely transformed into a mound of earth, indicating that it was but a mere clay substitute. Yunkong, you. As Sasuke regained the ability to move, he turned to Yunkong, momentarily stunned, for Yunkong's appearance had drastically altered. He now resembled a robust, muscular figure. This is a secret technique I inadvertently mastered, Yunkong briefly explained, gazing at the re-emerging Orochimaru. Sasuke, quickly take Naruto and Sakura away from here. I will handle this. Yet, Sasuke hesitated, having just struggled to contend against Orochimaru together. Leaving Yunkong to confront him alone while he retreated with his companions seemed akin to abandoning a comrade. Yunkong's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Orochimaru, vigilant against any sudden assaults, while impatience seeped into his voice as he urged, "There's no time to hesitate. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Besides, I possess a trump card, so do not fret over my safety." In the face of an adversary of Orochimaru's caliber, the yet-to-mature Sasuke and his comrades were not allies, but rather burdens. Their presence rendered certain strategies impractical, and certain discussions with Orochimaru became unfeasible. Only once they departed could Yunkong fully engage with Orochimaru. "Yunkong, you must survive." After a brief contemplation, Sasuke resolved to act, lifting the unconscious Naruto alongside Sakura as they made their escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Orochimaru sneered coldly, preparing to intercept Sasuke, but Yunkong swiftly obstructed him. With a narrowed gaze, Orochimaru emanated an intensely chilling aura directed at Yunkong, incredulous that a mere Genin without bloodline limits dared to impede his plans. "Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, it is an honor to finally meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunkong." Having utilized a forbidden medical technique, Yunkong's strength had significantly surged, rendering him impervious to Orochimaru's oppressive aura. With an air of composure, he stated, "Orochimaru-senpai, I wish to propose a transaction. What say you?" "A transaction with me?" Orochimaru chuckled derisively, the corners of his mouth curling upward in amusement. "Not everyone is deemed worthy to engage in commerce with me, young one." "Worthiness, you ask? I believe I am sufficiently qualified, considering I possess knowledge of several of your affairs, such as your intentions in Konoha and the imminent plans with the Sand Ninjas." Before Yunkong could elaborate further, a wave of murderous intent erupted from Orochimaru, his golden serpent-like eyes glinting with a cold light as he retorted, "Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge can prove detrimental." Undeterred by the threat, Yunkong responded with a calm smile. "Rest assured, Orochimaru-senpai, I have not divulged this information to Konoha. Had I done so, it would not be I standing here, but rather a team of Umbu led by the 3rd Hokage himself." Yunkong harbored his own intentions and did not wish to thwart Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha. Instead, he sought to leverage it to achieve his own goals. "Interesting," Orochimaru remarked, momentarily retracting his murderous intent, intrigued by Yunkong's response. "What transaction do you propose?" "Firstly, as an ordinary Konoha ninja, my avenues for acquiring jutsu are limited. I hope you might provide me with some scrolls for ninjutsu training. Secondly, I wish for your assistance in developing 3 potions, a physique-enhancing potion with negligible side effects, an efficient external injury treatment potion, and a potion for desperate bursts of power. As long as the results are satisfactory, I would appreciate as many as possible. Thirdly, I am aware that you intend to mark Sasuke with a curse seal. However, I request that you postpone this until after the 2nd examination. Given your capabilities, you could execute this task at any time, correct?" Yunkong articulated his demands for the transaction, simultaneously presenting them as bargaining chips to Orochimaru. "As an exchange, first, I shall assist the esteemed Orochimaru in mending the afflictions of his soul. Second, in due course, should I accomplish a certain task, I may be able to provide you with research materials pertaining to the pursuit of immortality. Third, when the Akatsuki organization troubles you, I shall offer the necessary assistance." To Yunkong, Orochimaru represents a rare talent in the realm of scientific inquiry, particularly in the field of biology, where his research stands at the forefront of the entire ninja world. Regrettably, Orochimaru's vision is confined solely to the world of Naruto, whereas Yunkong, with the ability to traverse myriad realms, can aid him in transcending the limitations of perspective and resources. At that juncture, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Orochimaru to unearth the genuine secrets of eternal life. Thus, unlike many protagonists from novels who traverse the Naruto universe, Yunkong harbors no desire to eliminate threats to Konoha, Rather, he aspires to establish a long-term collaborative relationship with Orochimaru, leveraging his scientific prowess to develop certain utilities for himself. What? Upon Yun Kong's declaration, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a sudden intensity, and he inquired with a sense of urgency, "You possess the ability to repair soul damage?" At this juncture, Orochimaru had already mastered the art of the impure world reincarnation and successfully usurped the body of a young woman. However, he is acutely aware of the drawbacks of this incomplete secret of longevity. Each reincarnation inflicts harm upon the soul, and excessive reincarnations could lead to severe spiritual injury, risking a backlash from the vessel. Thus, Orochimaru's reaction upon learning of Yun Kong's soul-repairing capabilities was one of palpable excitement. After all, in Orochimaru's estimation, avenging Itachi Uchiha by seizing Sasuke's Sharingan ranks second to mastering the secrets of immortality, acquiring all ninjutsu in existence, and ultimately grasping the truths of the world. This is his paramount ambition, a lifelong pursuit. Of course, should you doubt my words, feel free to bring along a few individuals suffering from soul injuries, and I shall demonstrate my healing abilities before you. Yun Kong's tone exuded unwavering confidence, compelling belief in his assertions. Very well. If you can substantiate your claims, I shall acquiesce to your requests. Orochimaru regarded Yun Kong with a penetrating gaze, poised to seek out experimental subjects when a flurry of kunai hurtled toward him from afar. Orochimaru. Accompanying the kunai was the exclamation of the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. In her youth, Anko was a direct disciple of Orochimaru, nurturing feelings of both mentorship and familial affection towards him. However, Orochimaru's choice to defect from Konoha for the sake of his experiments was a profound blow to the young Anko. Now, to her astonishment, Orochimaru had returned to Konoha, infiltrating the crucial Chunin exam venue. Given Anko's familiarity with Orochimaru, it was evident that his return was not motivated by nostalgia for Konoha, but rather some undisclosed intent. Thus, within those 3 brief words lay Anko's intricate emotions, surprise at the return of the rogue ninja, and concern over the potential harm he might inflict upon Konoha. Furthermore, there lingered a deeply buried yearning for her former master, one that she herself had yet to fully acknowledge. The intricate emotions that Hongdo harbors towards Orochimaru are beyond the comprehension of outsiders like Yun Kong. However, as a participant well-versed in the intricacies of human nature, Orochimaru perceives these sentiments with clarity. In his eyes, Hongdo possesses limited talent and is ill-suited to serve as his subordinate. Nevertheless, she was once his disciple, making her one of the few individuals he holds in a modicum of regard, albeit just slightly. Hongdo's unexpected arrival abruptly ends the conversation between Orochimaru and Yun Kong. Turning his gaze towards the conflicted expression on Hongdo's face, he chuckles softly. "Ah, it has been quite some time, Hongdo, my dear disciple." Her lips quiver as she struggles to articulate a response, ultimately adopting an impassive demeanor and formally inquiring, "Orochimaru, you are now an S-rank rogue ninja with a bounty on your head. Why have you returned here? Are you intending to assassinate Lord Hokage? How cold you are." "Hongdo," Orochimaru replies, shaking his head slightly, as if lamenting her reaction. He unabashedly states, "I merely wish to leave my mark on some of the exceptional talents in the village, the same cursed seal that resides upon you." With that, Orochimaru forms a hand seal, activating the incomplete heavenly curse seal on Hongdo, which immediately engenders excruciating pain within her. She stifles a groan, her complexion paling as she barely manages to remain upright. "Orochimaru, I will not allow you to harm the children of this village. So even at the cost of my life, I shall defeat you here." Shadow Snake Hand. Noticing Yun Kong lingering nearby, Hongdo's eyes blaze with determination as she attacks Orochimaru while shouting, "You there, contestant? Leave this place at once." "Yes, examiner, please take care." Yun Kong responds, feigning terror. With a subtle glance at Orochimaru, hinting at future contact, he departs without looking back. Once Yun Kong is gone, Hongdo feels a sense of relief as she engages Orochimaru in battle. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength and experience is vast. Orochimaru exerts little effort, swiftly rendering Hongdo incapable of continuing the fight. Approaching her side, Orochimaru adopts a tone of admonition, saying, "Ah, Hongdo, you are a special jonin of the village. You cannot rely solely on the forbidden techniques I have taught you." "Orochimaru." Hongdo seethes, glaring at him with clenched teeth. "If you dare bring harm to Konoha, Lord Hokage will not spare you. There are children among this year's contestants whom I hold in high esteem. And do convey a message to my dear master. Do not terminate this examination, or the downfall of Konoha will ensue. With this ominous warning, Orochimaru retreats, leaving Hongdo with a look of frustration as he prepares to hand over the experimental subjects to Yunkong. Meanwhile, Yunkong refrains from rejoining his team. Instead, utilizing his Kinbunshika haki, he searches for other contestant teams within the exam venue to collect the scrolls necessary for completing the sign-in task. The second round of the exam features 27 teams, including Yunkong's own squad, for teams from Konoha's 12 Guardian Ninja and Gaara's team from the Sand Village. 27 teams. Equivalent to 27 scrolls, excluding his own team, the 12 Little Strong team, and the Gaara team, which possess and require 12 scrolls, leaves only 15 scrolls suitable for collection. Shadow Clone Technique. Yunkong conjured 4 shadow clones, instructing them to seek out other competing teams. As for his original self, he set out to find the Gaara team, intending to gather the scrolls discarded by the teams that had fallen to Gaara's hand. Furthermore, Yunkong had an additional purpose, to safeguard Hinata. In the event that Hinata's team encountered Gaara's and he did not show them mercy as in the original tale, Yunkong would be ready to intervene. The next day, Orochimaru appeared before Yunkong, accompanied by 2 unfortunate contestants he had chosen as test subjects. Observing the comatose Genin contestant, tortured by Orochimaru, Yunkong offered a moment of silent tribute for them before inquiring of the eagerly expectant Orochimaru, "Are they currently in a state of spiritual damage?" "Indeed. They are the test subjects I have personally prepared for you, Yunkong-kun. I trust you will not disappoint me, correct?" Though Orochimaru feigned kindness, Yunkong was acutely aware that failure to demonstrate his ability to heal spiritual injuries would result in merciless retribution from Orochimaru. Summoning Technique. Although he knew that Orochimaru would likely refrain from aggression until the experiment concluded, Yunkong, ever vigilant, called forth the Moon Wolf leader, Lei Xiao, a being of shadow-level prowess, to ensure his safety. It seems Yunkong-kun still harbors doubts about me. Orochimaru discerned Yunkong's apprehension but chose to overlook it, for he would have devised even more stringent protections in a similar situation. Nirvana Flames. Once prepared, Yunkong approached one of the Genin contestants, harnessing the power of chaos to awaken the Phoenix bloodline within, summoning the healing flames of Nirvana. Under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, Yunkong directed the flames towards the Genin, the warm white fire swirling in the wind, enveloping the contestant's head. As the Nirvana flames mended the injuries to the contestant's soul, the large fissures gradually diminished until they vanished, with the missing portions of their soul slowly regenerating until whole once more. After a time, Yunkong, slightly breathless from the significant energy expenditure, wore a satisfied smile as he addressed the eagerly awaiting Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-senpai, due to the limited chakra within me, I have managed to heal approximately half of his spiritual damage. Please examine the results." With that, Yunkong settled into a meditative position to recover his chakra. Upon hearing Yunkong's words, Orochimaru swiftly moved to the side of the Genin contestant to inspect their injuries. Moments later, a satisfied smile broke across Orochimaru's face as he exclaimed joyfully, "Yunkong-kun, it is a pleasure to collaborate." Having successfully forged an alliance with Orochimaru, he departed the Forest of Death to procure the necessary items for Yunkong, while Yunkong continued his quest to gather the scrolls required to complete his mission. In the days that followed, the examination proceeded as usual, during which several notable events transpired. Firstly, the Sound Ninja Trio, following Orochimaru's earlier directives, sought to create trouble for Team 7. However, due to the intervention of Yunkong, Sasuke and Naruto were not rendered unconscious as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, they chose to engage in battle against the onslaught of the Sound Ninja. Although Team 7 appeared to be outmatched in terms of surface-level strength, after experiencing Orochimaru's oppressive aura, both Sasuke and Naruto began to undergo a transformation, rapidly enhancing their abilities during the combat and gradually turning the tide in their favor. Moreover, upon discovering the skirmish, Guy's team rushed over to provide support at Lee's behest. Witnessing this, the Sound Ninja leader, Dosu, opted to concede defeat to Team 7, surrendering their Earth Scroll to ensure their survival. Subsequently, having lost their scroll, the Sound Ninja Trio was compelled to seize scrolls from other teams to progress in the second stage of the exam. However, The scrolls of other squads had either been taken by Yunkong or captured by Kakashi and Rin, who lay in wait outside the ceiling tower. After a prolonged search, they eventually encountered a team still in possession of a scroll. Unfortunately for them, this team belonged to Gaara of the Sand, and the fate of the Sound Ninja Trio was all but sealed. Lastly, one of Yunkong's shadow clones encountered Kabuto's team. Although Kabuto possessed strength comparable to Kakashi's, he was unable to reveal his true identity and could only display the prowess of a low-ranking ninja, ultimately resulting in the loss of their scroll to the shadow clone. Before long, the 5-day examination period elapsed, and 7 teams emerged successfully, namely Yunkong's team, the Konoha 12, Gaara's team, and Kabuto's team. Originally, Yunkong had not intended for Kabuto's team to pass. However, after losing their scroll to Yunkong, they fortuitously encountered 2 other teams and acquired 2 different scrolls. Furthermore, as they made their way to the ceiling tower, they skillfully avoided the locations where Kakashi and Kuruma were stationed, thereby successfully clearing the second stage of the exam. The moment Yunkong completed the examination, 2 system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! The task, Scroll Collector, has been completed. Reward: 1 sign-in opportunity, 20 points. Ding! The task, Confront Orochimaru, has been completed. Reward: 1 sign-in opportunity, 30 points. The completion of these 2 sign-in tasks granted Yunkong 50 points and 2 invaluable sign-in chances. While awaiting the commencement of the 3rd stage of the examination preliminaries, Yunkong accessed the system to utilize his newly acquired sign-in opportunities. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Bloodline Card of the Mizuno Kuni Clan, complete. Bloodline Card of the Mizuno Kuni Clan, complete. Upon use, it grants the complete bloodline of the Mizuno Kuni Clan, with a high probability of awakening the Ice Release Kekkei Genkai. The Ice Release of the Shiro clan is indeed a remarkable ability. Cloud Sky was thoroughly pleased with the Ice Escape Bloodline Card obtained from signing in. However, considering his own circumstances, he hastily inquired, "System, since I currently possess the Phoenix Bloodline, will utilizing this Bloodline Card lead to any conflict between bloodlines?" The system responded, "Host. All Bloodline Cards obtained through the system can be used without concern for conflict. However, acquiring bloodlines through external means may result in a clash." With this clarification, Cloud Sky nodded in understanding. Aware of the potential for conflict, he resolved to avoid obtaining new bloodlines from sources outside the system in the future. Next, filled with anticipation, Cloud Sky made use of his second sign-in opportunity. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. Sign-in World Expansion Card, Sook World. Upon receiving the system's notification, Cloud Sky felt a tumult of emotions. He was elated to have acquired a World Expansion Card that would unlock new sign-in realms. Yet, he was also disheartened to discover that the new world was renowned for its humor, the Sook World. Given the whimsical nature of that realm, who knew what peculiar items might be signed in? Nevertheless, the Sook World was, after all, a realm inhabited by genuine deities, surpassing the current Naruto world available for sign-in that regard. Despite his apparent disdain for the unreliable Sook World, Cloud Sky still harbored a glimmer of hope. Perhaps luck would shine upon him, and he might sign in an item related to the divine, which would be far more reliable than waiting for Orochimaru to develop an immortality technique. In a place unseen by others, Cloud Sky utilized the 2 items he had obtained from signing in. Subsequently, upon notification from the examination personnel, he proceeded to gather in the combat area of the ceiling tower. Before the commencement of the 3rd exam, the 3rd Hokage made a clarion declaration regarding the true purpose of the exam, stating that the so-called Chunin exam was, in fact, a microcosm of battles between allied nations. After delivering his address, the heavily bespectacled examiner, Moonlight Gale, took the stage to oversee the preliminary selection in place of the 3rd Hokage. Cough, cough. The 3rd exam will attract many guests. Cough, cough. Therefore, we must adhere to the rules of the Chunin exam during the preliminaries to reduce the number of participants in the 3rd exam. Moonlight Gale, amidst his coughing fits, intermittently called out. Thus, if any contestants are unwell or wish to withdraw after hearing the above explanation, please speak up now, for the preliminaries are about to commence. Cough, cough. The contestants, observing Moonlight Gale's labored speech while coughing, couldn't help but internally scoff. Although they were now aware of the Chunin exam's brutality, they had all worked hard to reach this point and were unlikely to choose withdrawal. Consequently, aside from the medic Kabuto, who had received Orochimaru's directive. All other contestants opted to continue participating in the qualifications for the third exam. The preliminary round now commences, transitioning into a series of one-on-one personal battles, embodying the essence of real combat. Victory in these encounters grants the victor the opportunity to partake in the third examination. There exist no regulations. The contest continues until one combatant succumbs, falls, or concedes. Thus, should one wish to evade death, it is prudent to yield swiftly. However, if I ascertain that the outcome is predetermined, I shall intervene to prevent the escalation of unnecessary casualties. The fate of the participants is determined by the electronic bulletin board upon the wall, which displays the randomly selected contenders for each duel. As the rules of the selection round were articulated by Moonlight Gale, the electronic board began to flicker, unveiling the names of the participants for the inaugural match. Yumino Kumo versus Hyuga Neji. Speaking of Hyuga Neji inevitably brings to mind the esteemed Hyuga clan, the foremost family of Konoha. As descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, the Hyuga clan has inherited the Byakugan ability to safeguard this bloodline from external threats. The clan has bifurcated its lineage into the main house and the branch house. The main house serves as the true inheritors of the Hyuga legacy, tasked with the protection and promotion of their heritage, while the branch house acts as guardians, responsible for safeguarding the main house. Upon the eldest son of the main house reaching the age of 3, members of the branch house are marked with the cursed seal, known as the Caged Bird, which confines their Byakugan abilities. Additionally, through this seal, the main house can manipulate and damage the neural pathways of branch house members, thus exerting control over them. While this system maximizes the preservation of the Hyuga clan's unique lineage, it has also bred discontent, resentment, and even hatred among the branch members, becoming the root of conflict between the two factions. Neji's father, Hyuga Hisashi, was born mere moments after his elder brother, Hyuga Hayashi, a slight delay that relegated him to the branch house. Ultimately, he chose to take his own life to protect his brother. This tragic event instilled in Neji a profound sense of fatalism, an obsession with destiny, and an unwarranted animosity toward the main house and Hayashi, which he projected onto the innocent Hinata. In the original story's preliminary round, he even harbored murderous intent towards her, the heiress of the main house. However, Neji experienced a profound awakening, spurred by Naruto's impassioned words and his father's final letter. In a selfless act, he sacrificed himself to protect Naruto and Hinata from the Ten Tails assault, marking him as the sole ninja among the Konoha 12 to fall in battle. Regarding Neji, Kumo harbors little animosity, yet, now that he stands as an opponent in the preliminary round, it is incumbent upon Kumo to bring this chapter of the Chunin exam to a close. As both combatants formed their seals, the match commenced. Under the directive of the proctor, Moonlight Gale, the battle officially began. Byakugan, activate, Neji murmured, his eyes transforming as the veins around them bulged ominously, extending onto his cheeks. Observing from the sidelines, Hinata's expression turned to one of concern as Neji, the prodigy of the branch house, prepared to confront Kumo with his utmost prowess. Yinkong also heard Hinata's voice and immediately turned to her, offering a gentle smile and a reassuring glance. He possessed an intricate understanding of the Byakugan's capabilities, beyond its utility for long-range reconnaissance and its panoramic vision. The Byakugan's greatest advantage lay in its ability to locate an opponent's chakra pathways. When combined with the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, it could inflict devastating internal damage upon adversaries. Although Yunkong's Kinbunshiku lacked the ability to discern chakra pathways in many other aspects, it far surpassed the Byakugan, thus granting him a visual advantage against Hyuga Neji to a certain extent. I've heard you're the top of this year's newcomers. You do possess some skill. Unfortunately for you, encountering me seals your fate in defeat, Neji remarked coldly, his tone betraying the haughty disdain of a prestigious clan towards a common ninja. Yinkong merely chuckled. Unfazed, confidence is admirable, but if it crosses the line, it becomes arrogance. Whether it is confidence or arrogance, you shall soon find out, Neji retorted icily, then assumed the initial stance of the gentle fist and surged towards Yinkong in an instant. Come, let me witness the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, Yinkong declared, choosing to engage Neji in a contest of taijutsu without the use of weapons. The gentle fist technique diverged significantly from the more brutish styles of taijutsu, lacking in sheer power and explosive force, yet exhibiting a remarkable finesse, leading opponents into a rhythm of attacks that would ultimately secure victory. At this moment, Yinkong found himself ensnared in such a predicament, continually adapting his moves to counter the bizarre angles from which Niji attacked him. As time progressed, Yinkong began to show signs of fatigue, his movements revealing subtle vulnerabilities, and he sustained several strikes from Niji. After yet another exchange, Yinkong executed a Rasengan, forcing Niji to retreat momentarily, thus escaping the immediate fray. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled up his sleeves and observed the areas where Niji's strikes had landed. Each bore dark, bruised marks, and the flow of energy through those points had become increasingly obstructed. Testing the efficacy of the gentle fist, Yinkong shook his head slightly and murmured, "So this is the gentle fist. It indeed possesses some merit, but that is all." The technique lacked the destructive power necessary to contend with formidable opponents or those with superior physical capabilities, proving insufficient against stronger foes. Considering we are both ninjas of Konoha, I harbor no desire to harm you. Concede now, Niji suggested, believing himself to be in a position of assured victory, refraining from launching further attacks as he urged Yinkong to withdraw from the match. "Those words should be directed at you," Yinkong replied with a resigned smile. Although taijutsu was indeed his weak point, he was not solely reliant on the gentle fist like the Hyuga clan. He possessed a diverse arsenal of techniques. Doton, Doryodana. Upon completing his hand seals, numerous colossal, pointed stone spears erupted from the ground, aiming directly at Niji's vital points. Hinata Niji reacted swiftly, leaping high into the air at the very moment the ground trembled, evading the assault of the Earth Release. Earth Spear. Let us see how many times you can evade this. Earth Release. Earth Spear. After months of rigorous training, Yinkong's chakra reserves had reached the level of an ordinary jonin, sufficient for him to sustain ninjutsu for a considerable duration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faced with the relentless barrage of rock spears, although Hinata Niji could sense them in advance, his only recourse was to continuously leap and dodge. Whenever he attempted to charge towards Yinkong, the latter would summon rock spears along his path, compelling him to retreat, gradually constricting Niji's range of movement. Through keen observation of Niji, Yinkong began to discern his evasive patterns, utilizing the foresight granted by his observation haki to predict Niji's landing spots, conjuring rock spears to intercept him. Suspended in midair, Niji found himself unable to alter his descent, and reluctantly resorted to his trump card prepared for the Chunin exams. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams palms, Heavenly Spin. The chakra points within Niji's body instantaneously unleashed a torrent of chakra, causing him to spin like a top, forming a spherical chakra barrier that obliterated the ascending rock spears. Now, let us see whether your Heavenly Spin is superior, or if my Rasengan prevails. Great Ball Rasengan. In a flash, Yinkong appeared above Niji, his right palm pulsating with chakra, crafting a Rasengan comparable in size to the Heavenly Spin, and unleashed it with ferocity upon the chakra barrier. Boom. The collision of the Great Ball Rasengan and Heavenly Spin erupted violently, sending dust soaring and enveloping both Yinkong and Hinata Niji in a thick cloud. Visibility obscured. The spectators wondered about the outcome. Incredible. Can Niji withstand this? The clash between Yinkong and Niji surpassed the intensity typical of Genin battles, leaving the onlooking candidates in fervent discussion, particularly for the new recruits. The overwhelming display of power from Yinkong and Niji instilled a profound sense of pressure, casting doubt on their chances of advancing through the preliminaries. Shortly thereafter, as the swirling dust began to settle, the crowd gradually discerned the state of the arena. The once even ground, now marred by Yinkong's earth release techniques and the aftermath of their fierce confrontation, resembled a rugged mountain path, especially the area where they last clashed, which had formed a massive, concave pit. At the periphery of the pit stood Yinkong, his demeanor calm and collected, embodying the poise of a seasoned master. Meanwhile, his adversary, Hinata Niji, lay in the center of the pit, his expression wan and defeated, his garments tattered, and his body smeared with a grotesque mixture of blood and dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. Niji, I have never believed in fate. It is merely an excuse for the weak. I have faith that humans can triumph over destiny, that our fate lies in our own hands. Otherwise, what significance does our effort hold? Observing the bewildered Hyuga Niji, Yinkong timely offered a bowl of heartfelt encouragement. Whether it could evoke the same effect as Naruto's verbal prowess in the original narrative was beyond his concern. After all, Niji was not someone he felt obligated to assist in unraveling his inner turmoil. Swiftly, Moonlight Gale appeared beside Niji, squatting down to assess his condition. Confirming that Niji had lost the capacity to continue fighting, he declared, "The victor of the first round of the preliminaries is Yunkong." Following the announcement, Yunkong stepped down from the stage, while the medical team carried Niji away for treatment. Once the staff utilized Earth Release Ninjutsu to restore the arena, the electronic bulletin board on the wall continued to rotate, displaying the names of the next contenders: Rock Lee vs. Kikuchi Jun. Both Rock Lee and Kikuchi Jun were primarily martial artists. However, one excelled in hand-to-hand combat, while the other specialized in swordsmanship. Although Lee lacked ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and did not possess a formidable bloodline limit, he possessed an indomitable will that surpassed that of most gifted ninjas. Under the meticulous guidance of the taijutsu master Might Guy, and having exerted an effort many times greater than his peers, Lee's prowess had already surpassed that of numerous lower-ranking candidates, reaching a level capable of overwhelming most Chunin and even special Jonin. In contrast, Kikuchi Jun, an original character not present in the source material, was significantly weaker than Lee, only able to fend off Lee's attacks in his ordinary state. Once Lee removed the astonishingly heavy leg weights, Kikuchi's gaze could no longer keep pace with Lee's speed, and he found himself caught in Lee's blind spot, with a finger pressed against his back. What could be achieved with a finger could also be executed with a kunai, prompting Kikuchi to concede gracefully, allowing Lee to advance to the third round of the exam. Next, the third round of the preliminaries commenced, featuring a pair of opponents from the original narrative, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Since childhood, Sakura and Ino had been inseparable best friends. However, upon experiencing their first crush, they both found themselves enamored with the same boy. Thus, while they still regarded each other as their most significant friend, their daily interactions were no longer as intimate as in their youth. The battle unfolded similarly to the original story. After a series of probing attacks, Sakura provoked Ino with her words, causing Ino to impulsively cut her long hair. In truth, this was part of Ino's strategy. By creating an illusion for Sakura, she infused chakra into the scattered strands of hair, using them to immobilize Sakura and successfully execute the mind-body switch technique. As Ino controlled Sakura, who was about to raise her hand in forfeiture, Sakura's inner duality was ignited by Naruto's words, enabling her to break free from the mind-body switch technique. Ultimately, both exhausted, they unleashed their final strikes, each landing a punch that sent them both sprawling to the ground. Moonlight Gale declared the match a tie, resulting in both losing their chance to continue in the competition. The fourth and fifth rounds of the preliminaries featured Jinchuriki among the combatants, with Gaara facing off against Chikane, and Naruto battling Ken Mizumi. The bout between Gaara and Chojuro was rather unremarkable, given the stark disparity in their abilities. Chojuro's expertise in illusionary techniques and his unique capacity to absorb an opponent's chakra proved utterly ineffectual against Gaara. His other assaults failed to breach the defenses of Gaara's autonomous sand, leading to his swift demise at Gaara's hands with a sand-binding coffin. As Gaara displayed little interest in the encounter, the clash between Naruto Uzumaki and Kirigakure's sword-wielding beauty, Tintin, persisted for a time, yet it too lacked significant intrigue. Like Chojuro, Tintin was a spy under Orochimaru, her body having undergone unique soft modifications that allowed her to soften and extend various parts at will, even ensnaring her opponents akin to the abilities of the Gum fruit from One Piece. Such techniques, however, were ill-suited for the one-on-one combat that she faced, succumbing ultimately to Naruto's relentless shadow clone jutsu, which overwhelmed her with its seemingly infinite numbers until she was forced to concede. The sixth round presented a measure of excitement, featuring a duel between Kankuro and Shino Aburame. In the original narrative, these two were initially set to face each other in the third exam, but Kankuro opted to forfeit to conserve his strength. Their battle was subsequently postponed until the time of the Konoha collapse plan, culminating in a narrow victory for Shino. As the moonlight breeze announced the commencement of the duel, Kankuro initiated the assault, manipulating the puppet crow left behind by the rogue puppet master Sasori, targeting Shino, who had summoned a swarm of parasitic insects. Although Shino lacked experience against puppet masters, the Aburame clan's combat style inherently countered that of the puppeteer. Under Shino's command, the diminutive chakra-devouring insects surged towards Crow, consuming the chakra threads that controlled the puppet and immobilizing its joints, effectively nullifying a significant portion of Kankuro's strength. However, the puppeteer's combat repertoire extended beyond mere puppets. It included the application of toxins. Realizing that his puppetry was ineffective, Kankuro swiftly adapted his tactics, releasing a dense cloud of toxic smoke that enveloped the entire arena. Being still quite young, Shino had a limited variety of insects and techniques at his disposal. Although he ultimately triumphed over Kankuro, he could not entirely evade inhaling some of the toxic fumes, thus losing his combat capability and, alongside Kankuro, forfeiting his chance to advance. The preliminary rounds continued, and the electronic bulletin board began to flicker, revealing the matchups for the 7th round. Hinata Hyuga versus Tenten. Upon the announcement, Hinata's mentor, Kurenai Yuhi, gently caressed Hinata's head and encouraged her, saying, "Hinata, do your best." "Thank you for your encouragement, Teacher Kurenai," Hinata replied softly, casting a timid glance at Yunko before making her way towards the arena below. "Hinata," Yunko called out, approaching the bashful girl with a warm smile. "Tenten is a student from our previous class, endowed with both strength and experience that surpasses the average. Therefore, do not feel overwhelmed. Protect yourself and avoid injury, or else I shall be heartbroken." On Hinata's fair visage, a captivating flush emerged, momentarily dispelling her inner trepidation, leaving only the words of concern from Yunkong echoing in her mind. "Go on, it is about to begin." Observing Hinata's dazed expression, Yunkong could not suppress a chuckle as he gently tapped her shoulder, prompting her to proceed to the arena. Hinata regained her senses, recalling her previous reaction, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide within. It was only after stepping onto the stage that she began to emerge from her daze. "Thank you, Yunkong-kun. I shall strive to show you my transformation." After silently articulating this resolve within her heart, a newfound determination illuminated her gaze, dispelling her earlier timidity. "You must be the esteemed heir of the Hyuga clan that Niji speaks of. You don't seem all that impressive." Having heard of Hinata's circumstances from Niji daily, Tenten, exhibiting a hint of arrogance, advised, "I suggest you concede gracefully. Otherwise, I might inadvertently injure you with my strength." Byakugan activate. Under the watchful eye of her crush, Hinata refused to yield, gently shaking her head as a testament to her determination. "Alas, it seems I must demonstrate the disparity between us." With a seemingly regretful sigh, Tenten initiated the attack amidst the fervent cheers of Mike Guy and Rock Lee. "Prepare yourself." With a swift motion of her long, fair arm, Tenten launched several shuriken towards Hinata, who stood not far away. Gentle fist defense style. Hinata's Byakugan detected the rapidly approaching shuriken, and with a series of deft strikes, she deflected them all while advancing toward Tenten. Tenten, proficient in projectile weaponry and akin to an ADC in gaming, was not about to allow a close combat warrior like Hinata to close the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. To maintain their separation, Tenten adeptly maneuvered while continuously hurling shurikens to disrupt Hinata's advance. Clap, clap, clap. With her Byakugan, pure and flawless, possessing an all-encompassing vision, Hinata effortlessly knocked aside Tenten's projectiles, gradually bridging the gap between them. Realizing the tide of battle was turning unfavorably, Tenten ceased holding back. Drawing a scroll from her pouch, she leaped high into the air. Ninjutsu, continuous projectiles. Ascending into the air, Tenten unfurled her scroll, her body spinning like a top, unleashing a torrent of various blades towards Hinata. Oh no! At that moment, Hinata, lacking mastery over the Hyuga clan's defensive secret technique, Hakushokaten, and yet to develop her unique absolute defense, Shogo Hack Rokujian Sho, could only evade the onslaught through constant movement. Seeing Hinata struggling against such an assault, Tenten swiftly discerned her path to victory. Upon landing, she retrieved 2 more scrolls, preparing to sustain her relentless barrage of projectiles. Ninjutsu, Twin Rising Dragons. Every day, with hands forming intricate seals, Tian conjured 2 scrolls that spiraled upward like soaring dragons. They then danced between the scrolls, unleashing a barrage of ninja tools in a merciless assault, skillfully maneuvering them with wires attached, attacking Hinata from various unpredictable angles. Gentle fist style. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Despite Hinata's keen observation of the incoming assaults, the sheer volume of weapons overwhelmed her. A few inevitably slipped through her defenses, inflicting wounds of varying severity, plunging her into a perilous situation. Following this relentless attack, The sight of Hinata's battered form caught the attention of onlookers. Her body bore numerous cuts from the ninja tools, with kunai embedded in her shoulders and arms. Blood oozing from the wounds and staining her white jacket a deep crimson. Konkuen, do you see my transformation? Hinata's breath was ragged, and her body trembled slightly from the pain, yet her gaze remained resolute, refusing to concede. With great effort, she charged toward Tian Tian once more. Still unwilling to surrender? Tian Tian furrowed her brow, refraining from further use of ninja tools. After exchanging a few blows, she struck Hinata down to the ground, placing a kunai against her neck. Witnessing this, Moonlight Gale promptly declared Tian Tian the victor of the match. The winner of the 7th round of the preliminaries is Tian Tian. At that moment, Kong leaped down from the stands, rushing to assist Hinata. His heart ached with compassion as he beheld her injuries. Disregarding the risk of revealing his abilities, he summoned the flames of rebirth to heal her. Leaning against Kong's embrace, Hinata for the first time did not shy away from his gaze. Her voice weak as she asked, Konkuen, have I changed at all? Yes, Hinata, you have indeed impressed me, Kong replied, nodding earnestly. He then lifted Hinata onto a stretcher brought by the medical team, accompanying them to the hospital to care for her. After their departure, the preliminaries resumed, with the next 3 rounds featuring battles between Akimichi Choji and Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru and Temari, and Uchiha Sasuke against Kurama Ryoko. Akimichi Choji excelled in the clan's expansion techniques, while Inuzuka Kiba demonstrated mastery of the Inuzuka style, which relied on his ninja dogs. One fighter was powerful, while the other was agile, their combat styles starkly contrasting. Kiba, being clever, avoided direct confrontation with Choji's formidable attacks, evading the onslaught until he ultimately exhausted Choji's stamina, securing his advancement. The battle between Nara Shikamaru and Temari deviated slightly from the original narrative. At the outset, Shikamaru feigned weakness, and with his cunning intellect, gradually lured the proud Temari into a trap, ultimately using the shadow mimic technique to subdue her. Unlike the original tale, since they had not yet entered the official selection for Chunin based on performance, Shikamaru did not concede and successfully advanced. In the final preliminary match, Uchiha Sasuke faced Kurama Ryoko, effortlessly claiming victory through the Sharingan's ability to counter Jinjutsu. Thus, the preliminary rounds have concluded. After this series of qualifying matches, only 8 candidates have advanced to the formal tournament. Yinkong, Gaara, Naruto Uzumaki, Tintin, Rock Lee, Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Uchiha Sasuke. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Yunkong's mind. Ding. Task, advancement to the 3rd round, has been completed. Reward, 1 sign-in opportunity, 20 points. The trio of tasks acquired upon entering the Forest of Death has finally been fulfilled, although he did not receive the maximum reward. The cumulative benefits of 3 sign-in opportunities and 70 system points left Yinkong quite content. Yinkong does not have a habit of hoarding sign-in opportunities. Thus, he immediately accessed the system to utilize his newly acquired chance. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. Aqua's Bathwater 3, 100 milliliters bottle. Aqua's Bathwater, a purified holy water obtained through contact with the water goddess Aqua. It possesses significant restraining effects on the undead and also offers a degree of toxin purification, making it safe for direct consumption. The absurdity of Aqua's bath water caused a bead of sweat to form on Yunkong's forehead. Even in the direst situation of poisoning, he would never resort to drinking this absurd concoction. Forget any notion of it being appealing. This item will forever remain devoid of any allure. The official tournament will showcase your battles to the audience. As representatives of your respective nations, I hope you will exert your utmost efforts to demonstrate your capabilities. Following the conclusion of the preliminaries, the 3rd Hokage gathered all the advancing candidates to deliver a brief address, subsequently revealing the rules for the 3rd exam. The rules for the 3rd exam differ from those of the preliminaries. Victory is not the sole criterion. The evaluators will assess your performance, and candidates deemed worthy of the Chunin rank may achieve it even in defeat. Once the Hokage's speech concluded, Akimichi Karui approached with a box, announcing to the group, "Inside this box are numbers representing the matchups for the formal competition. Each of you will draw one, starting from the left with Hei Yinkong." The candidates sequentially drew numbers from the box provided by Karui, thus determining the matchups for the official tournament. Yinkong vs. Uchiha Sasuke, Rock Lee vs. Gaara, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Inuzuka Kiba, Naruto vs. Tintin, upon the unveiling of the match list. A flicker of surprise crossed Yunkong's eyes. He had not anticipated that, following his arrival, the matchups would alter. Rock Lee and Gaara would become adversaries. Could this be what they termed a fated duel? Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. Rock Lee, who had toiled tirelessly to achieve recognition, would, in front of countless spectators, embody the ninja way he firmly believes in. He yearns to prove that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, one can still become an extraordinary ninja. This is his very essence. Subsequently, the third Hokage announced that the official competition would take place in 1 month's time. This month would be granted to the participants for rest and further enhancement of their skills, ensuring a more spectacular contest. Once all was concluded, the third Hokage declared the dissolution of the gathering, and both the staff and contestants departed from the Forest of Death, returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. Yunkong, thank you for your assistance earlier, Uchiha Sasuke expressed, a hint of pride in his voice as he approached Yunkong before their parting. He continued with a declaration of war. In the coming month, I will seek Kakashi's guidance to refine my abilities. When the official competition arrives, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. Yunkong understood that Sasuke was expressing gratitude for his earlier assistance in holding off Orochimaru for Team 7, and he took it in stride, smiling as he responded. I look forward to your progress. Naruto, overhearing their exchange, interjected with unabashed enthusiasm. That's right. I too shall defeat both of you. Sasuke merely nodded at Yunkong, disregarding Naruto as provocation as he began to walk towards the Hitaki residence. Naruto, vexed by Sasuke's indifference, shouted after him, that arrogant Sasuke, how dare he ignore me again? Yunkong silently scoffed at this. Observing the fuming Naruto, he reminded, Naruto, Sasuke is off to request guidance from Kakashi-sensei. If you do not hurry, he may steal Kakashi away from you. All right, that cunning Sasuke, wait for me. Naruto realized, hastily abandoning his farewell to Yunkong as he rushed after Sasuke. After parting ways with the duo, Yunkong did not return home, but instead sought out his mentor, Bayun Yesan. Teacher Yesan, I would like to request a month's leave to train in the summoning realm and learn some unique skills. Upon meeting, Yunkong promptly stated his intention and submitted his request for a month-long leave of absence. Bayun Yesan, confident in Yunkong's capabilities, inquired briefly before nodding in agreement. I had intended to ask some friends to teach you ninjutsu, but since you have made your own plans, I shall not interfere. With Bayun Yesan's support and cooperation, Yunkong successfully secured his month-long leave, allowing him the time to embark on the long-anticipated training in the Demon Slayer world. Next, Yunkong purchased a selection of gifts from the store and visited Hinata in the hospital. Hinata, are you feeling better? He inquired, placing the fruit basket on the table and approaching her bedside, concern evident in his gaze. Yunkong-kun, I am feeling much improved, thank you, Hinata replied, her shyness resurfacing as a blush graced her fair cheeks, rendering her as charming as a ripe red apple. In the presence of such a Hinata, Yunkong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, enveloped in a warm and tender atmosphere within the hospital room. However, this ambience was soon disrupted by the entrance of Hyuga Hisashi, followed closely by the curious Hanabi. Noticing Hisashi's stern demeanor, Yunkong felt an uncharacteristic sense of guilt. Offering a sheepish greeting, hello, Hisashi-senpai. You are Hayakawa Yunkong, correct? Hinata's gaze resembled a formidable blade, scrutinizing the air with neither warmth nor aloofness as he remarked. I have heard that you have passed the preliminary rounds, which certainly surpasses the abilities of the young lady. Upon hearing Hinata's assessment of Yunkong, Hinata's expression dimmed slightly, the flush on her face seeming to fade. Yunkong, already harboring grievances regarding Hinata's usual demeanor towards Hinata, furrowed his brows at this comment and could not help but retort, Hinata-senpai, Hinata is kind-hearted and quite exceptional. It is merely that you have yet to recognize her talents. Is that so? Then I shall pay closer attention to her in the future to ascertain whether she is indeed as remarkable as you claim. For now, you should focus on preparing for the Chunin exams. A flicker of displeasure crossed Hinata's eyes, and his demeanor towards Yunkong grew markedly colder, his intent to dismiss evident. Hinata, I shall be training for the next month and will visit you again afterward. Yunkong, sensing futility in the encounter, bid farewell to Hinata and departed the infirmary, leaving her with a lingering gaze of reluctance. In the days that followed, Yunkong diligently prepared for the forthcoming trials, even prompting Orochimaru, with whom he had established a collaboration, to send Kabuto with the necessary ninjutsu scrolls and some potions. As night fell, Yinkong entered the system's storage space, inspecting the provisions prepared for his training. Just as he was about to utilize the World Training Card, Bronze Demon Slayer, he unexpectedly discovered an additional item resembling a gift package within the system space. Mysterious Gift Package 1. A reward for completing 10 sign-ins, which may randomly yield 14 mysterious gifts. Oh. Upon reading the item description, Yinkong inquired with surprise, "System, when was this issued? I do not recall it." This item is categorized as an achievement reward and is automatically issued to the system space upon completing 10 sign-ins. I see. Yinkong nodded in understanding, retrieving the mysterious gift package from the system space and silently reciting, "Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, bestow upon me luck. Let us commence." Upon uttering these words, the mysterious package transformed into a cascade of vibrant light and vanished, while several system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item. Skill card, Longevity Technique, Yang Chapter, Mastery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item. Skill card, Three-Dimensional Maneuver Gear Manipulation Technique, Perfection. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item. Medicine NZT-48 10 capsules. Ding. The items have been issued to the system space. Wow. 3 items emerged from the package. It seems my luck is quite favorable. A smile of satisfaction spread across Yinkong's face, reminiscent of a fortunate traveler who had discreetly crossed into Europe. As he began to examine the items one by one. Longevity Technique, Yang Chapter. Upon use, acquire the 6th chapter of the Supreme Internal Cultivation Method, Longevity Technique. This technique, originating from the world of the Great Tang Twin Dragons, is said to have been imparted to the Yellow Emperor by the Pure Maiden. It absorbs the spirit energy of heaven and earth, seizing the essence of the sun and moon, fortifying the foundation and cleansing the marrow, making it a remarkable method for maintaining youth and vitality. Those who attain mastery are said to possess ageless beauty and longevity akin to that of turtles. Hence the name Longevity Technique. The Yang Chapter of the Longevity Technique, acquired through the Cloud Sign-In, is the 6th volume practiced by one of the protagonists, Ko Zhong, while the other protagonist, Su Xiling, practices its complementary 7th volume, the Yin Chapter. As Cloud meticulously recalled the Datang Shuanglong Zhuan, a sudden realization struck him, prompting an inquiry. System, I remember that learning the longevity technique requires the practitioner to possess no inner strength at all. Will utilizing this skill card lead to a conflict? The system responded, the host possesses this source of chaos. Thus, practicing any martial art will not result in conflict. However, each martial art remains independent. You may use system points to merge martial arts, refining them to achieve a more efficient new technique. Reassured by the system's answer, Cloud proceeded to use the skill card, instantly mastering the intricate Yang Chapter of the Longevity Technique. Subsequently, he accessed the skill template and located the martial art fusion feature to examine its specifics. The martial art fusion interface bears resemblance to the Hero Shard fusion in League of Legends, featuring 20 slots where various martial arts can be placed. After inserting different martial arts into the slots, the points section displays the required points for fusion. If sufficient points are available, one may click fusion to merge the martial arts, creating a new technique that capitalizes on the strengths of each. Currently, Cloud has mastered 3 techniques: Chakra Extraction Technique, Ninja School version, Vortex Clan Chakra Extraction Method, and the newly acquired Yang Chapter of the Longevity Technique. Among these, the Chakra Extraction Technique, Ninja School version, is a simplified variant of the Vortex Clan Chakra Extraction Method, rendering it unnecessary to waste points on its fusion. Thus, Cloud opted to place only the Vortex Clan Chakra Extraction Method and Yang Chapter of the Longevity Technique into the fusion interface. Upon noticing that the fusion required 100 points, Cloud couldn't help but frown at the steep cost. After diligently accumulating only 130 points, the prospect of spending over half in one go made him hesitate. Ultimately, he reasoned, martial arts are the foundation of cultivation. A shaky foundation leads to endless troubles. Moreover, points are meant to be used, and I am about to venture into the world of Demon Slayer, where I might quickly earn back these points. After deliberating, Cloud resolved to expend 100 points to merge the 2 techniques. To simplify matters, He drew inspiration from the naming conventions of various apps from his previous life and dubbed the new technique Chaos Technique version 10, allowing for easy version updates and future mergers. Upon completing the fusion, Cloud attempted to operate the new technique and discovered significant enhancements in both energy extraction efficiency and quality compared to before. The expenditure of 100 points proved worthwhile. Satisfied with the results of the experiment, Cloud then turned his attention to the second item, mastering the techniques of the three-dimensional maneuver gear, perfect. Upon utilization, one acquires the exquisite mastery of the three-dimensional maneuver gear. This remarkable apparatus, originating from the world of Attack on Titan, serves as the paramount equipment of the parody military, facilitating humanity's progression from two-dimensional to three-dimensional movement. With the aid of this device, the parody forces are capable of effectively severing the nape of the Titans, thus ensuring their defeat. Consequently, mastering the operation of the three-dimensional maneuver gear becomes an essential skill that every recruit must master, as only those who deftly grasp its intricacies may progress to further training. Without the need for an elaborate introduction, upon seeing this name, Yinkong immediately recognized the item as stemming from the immensely popular and, under the author's whimsical direction, infuriating world of Titans. Hajime Isayama is merely an illustrator. His understanding of Titans is questionable. Since witnessing the final chapter of the series in his past life, Yinkong, like many other fans, has found it impossible to accept the conclusion presented by the author. Thus, after a habitual moment of jest aimed at Isayama, he proceeded to utilize this skill card. Although he lacked the three-dimensional maneuver gear and faced no Titans, he believed that an array of skills could only prove beneficial. Perhaps one day, he might acquire the maneuver gear through a sign-in reward. Naturally, if fortune smiled upon him, granting access to the training card for the world of Titans, it would be even better, as he would undoubtedly strive to alter the original narrative's conclusion. After employing the skill card, Yinkong turned his attention to the third item acquired, NZT-48. NZT-48 is a miraculous drug from the film Limitless, capable of unlocking the brain's potential, connecting every neural pathway of the user, and granting them photographic memory and extraordinary intelligence for a limited duration. However, this cerebral stimulant is not without its imperfections, exhibiting a range of side effects. Once the effects wear off, the user reverts to their original state, and frequent consumption of NZT-48 can lead to excruciating headaches, nausea, dizziness, and random memory lapses upon cessation. Despite its drawbacks, the drug proves advantageous in moments demanding acute mental acuity. Its applications are vast, significantly aiding in skill acquisition and problem analysis. Thus, Yinkong does not intend to squander it during mundane training, but rather reserves it as a strategic asset for critical moments. Having reviewed all the items procured from the mysterious package, Yinkong remained mindful of his initial objective and commanded the system. System, now utilize, World Training Card, Bronze Demon Slayer. A notification chimed, World Training, Demon Slayer World, activated. Please select a training mode, easy mode, normal mode, hard mode, hell mode. In Yinkong's mind, the system's prompt resonated, simultaneously transmitting information that elucidated the distinctions between the various training modes. Easy mode, the host transcends into the new realm, retaining all abilities and items. Yet the conversion rate of training points to system credits post-training is comparatively low. Normal mode, the host traverses, retaining all physical attributes, while certain abilities and items are subject to limitations. Upon completion of the trial, the conversion rate of trial points to system credits is moderate. Hard mode, the host traverses, retaining only partial physical attributes, with all abilities and items not applicable under the rules of the trial world rendered unusable. Upon completion of the trial, the conversion rate of trial points to system credits is comparatively high. Hell mode, the host traverses, with initial physical attributes restricted to the level of an ordinary adult in the trial world. Abilities and items from outside the trial world are entirely non-functional. Upon completion of the trial, the conversion rate of trial points to system credits is exceedingly high. From the system's introduction, it is evident that the difficulty level and final rewards of the 4 trial modes exhibit significant disparities. This is, of course, reasonable, as risk and reward are directly proportional. The more arduous the trial mode, the greater the potential rewards. What should I choose? Yinkong furrowed his brow, pondering how to make his selection when he suddenly realized he had neglected to inquire about a crucial prerequisite. He hastily uttered, System, what happens if I die in the trial world? Should the host perish within the trial world, the current trial will conclude, and this system will safeguard the host's return to the present world. I see. That alleviates my concerns. The system's response dispelled Yunkong's worries. Since failure in the trial would not result in death, he could opt for the more challenging trial modes based on the danger level of the trial world. After all, life is guaranteed, and under this premise, even if one were to die in the trial world due to a poor choice, what would be lost is merely an opportunity for a trial. However, if the trial is successfully completed, the rewards would be ample enough to justify the risks taken. Their essay saying, "Take a chance, and a bicycle may become a motorcycle." That said, as this was Yunkong's first venture into the trial world, and given the existence of peculiar blood demon arts akin to magical abilities within the world of Demon Slayer, he decided to proceed with caution. Thus, he did not select the more rewarding hard mode, or hell mode, but instead opted for the relatively easier normal mode. System, I choose normal mode. With the trial mode selected, the system subsequently inquired, "Shall we proceed to the trial world immediately? Let us go?" Yunkong, having prepared extensively, did not hesitate and chose to enter the world of Demon Slayer. Ding! The time-space portal is activated. Target selected, Demon Slayer world. Teleportation. As the system's words echoed, a particle suddenly appeared in Yunkong's room, rapidly expanding to form a vast, swirling portal. Whoosh! At the moment the portal fully materialized, the space trembled violently, generating an irresistible force that drew Yunkong into its depths. Upon entering the portal, Yunkong's consciousness momentarily wavered, but in the next instant, he regained clarity, only to find himself in a pitch-black forest. Ding! Transmission complete. Arrival in the world of Demon Slayer achieved. The training task has been generated. Please access the task interface for details. Have I truly arrived in the world of Demon Slayer so swiftly? Yunkong mused briefly, then, following the system's guidance, opened the task interface to review the newly generated training missions. Choice between humans and demons. Please select to join either the Demon Slayer Corps or Muzan Kabutsuji's faction. Upon selection, main and side quests will be unlocked. Task reward, none. Is Shinobu Kocho no longer adorable? Or has Nezuko lost her charm? This requires no contemplation, undoubtedly. I shall choose to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Between the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan Kabutsuji, Yunkong made his choice without hesitation. After which the task interface displayed a series of new training missions. Main quest, eliminate Muzan Kabutsuji. Eradicate the source of chaos and tragedy in the Demon Slayer world. Muzan Kabutsuji. Reward, 2 sign-in opportunities, 20,000 training points. Side quest, the downfall of Upper Moons. Eliminate the Upper Moons among the 12 Kazuki. Task reward, 5,000 training points. 1 sign-in opportunity. Side quest, the downfall of Lower Moons. Eliminate the Lower Moons among the 12 Kazuki. Task reward, 2,000 training points. Side quest, the end of demons. Eliminate malicious demons. Task reward, 10,500 training points. Side quest, Guardians. Rescue the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps and the fallen Hashira from the original story. Task reward, 2,000 training points. Based on Yunkong's chosen faction, the system generated a total of 5 new training tasks, primarily revolving around the extermination of demons. Anticipating such training tasks, Yunkong had already formulated a relevant plan, with the first step being to join the Demon Slayer Corps, which has battled Muzan Kabutsuji for over a millennium. However, before proceeding, Yunkong intended to ascertain his current status, examining which abilities and items had been restricted by the system. Since he opted for the ordinary mode of training, his essence traversed into the Demon Slayer world, retaining the physical prowess equivalent to an elite Chunin. In terms of abilities, he faced several limitations. Aside from the Phoenix's original flame power, he retained only a few basic medical ninjutsu, while other ninjutsu and unique abilities, such as Kinbunchika Haki, were rendered unusable. The items he had prepared for training were similarly sealed, leaving only a few obtained through system sign-ins. Along with the physique enhancement and external injury treatment potions previously developed by Orochimaru. Upon completing this assessment, Yunkong gained a preliminary understanding of his current state. He then chose a direction, intending to leave the mountainous forest in search of a human village to gather information regarding the Demon Slayer Corps. This night, the moonlight was dim, and even the stars were obscured by thick clouds. Fortunately, Yin Kong still retained his physical stamina and keen eyesight, making his passage through the forest manageable. As he crossed a narrow stream, 2 meters wide, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, as if something lurking in the shadows had locked onto him. Through the countless practical training sessions in the world of Naruto, Yin Kong had developed an instinct that alerted him to an ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly leaped to the side. Thud! In that very instant, 3 water arrows shot forth from the stream, narrowly grazing his body before striking a nearby tree trunk with ferocity, creating 3 gaping holes from which clear water gushed forth. "Who dares?" he shouted, demanding the attacker to reveal themselves. Upon evading the initial ambush, Yin Kong retrieved the shadow from his system space, keenly surveying the dimly lit forest around him. The ability to manipulate water indicated that this was a form of blood demon art, suggesting that his assailant was indeed a malevolent demon. If only my observation haki were still active, he cursed inwardly, remaining vigilant while gradually distancing himself from the stream to avoid fighting in terrain advantageous to his foe. The demon, sensing Yin Kong's intentions, chose to reveal itself, stepping into view. What a stroke of luck to encounter a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I wager your flesh is far more delectable than that of ordinary humans. Ha ha ha. As the demon cackled, torrents of water surged upwards, coalescing into a water figure, which gradually morphed from transparency to solidity, revealing its true form. A demon adorned with black horns protruding from its forehead and blue, flowing patterns upon its face. Is this what demons truly are? Yin Kong mused, taken aback by the sheer arrogance of the creature before him. Boy, encountering me, Yukawa, is indeed your misfortune. However, given my good mood today, I shall offer you 2 choices. As the demon approached with a feline grace, it continued. First, you may be defeated and devoured alive. Second, you can end your own life now, suffering no pain, and then be consumed by me. Which path will you choose? Neither of those options appeals to me, Yin Kong retorted, shaking his head slightly with a disdainful smirk. I shall choose a third path, to slay you. Huh? Slay me? Yukawa burst into raucous laughter, his gaze dripping with contempt. You a mere child? Spare me your foolishness. I have places to be and cannot waste time with your prattle. Prepare to die? With a stern expression, Yin Kong channeled his chaotic power into his legs, suddenly unleashing an astonishing speed that brought him before Yukawa in the blink of an eye. What? Yukawa exclaimed, his vision darkening as Yin Kong appeared before him. Before he could react, Yin Kong struck, severing his head from his body, which then collapsed lifelessly. Is he dead? After landing a decisive blow, Yin Kong quickly distanced himself, perching upon a nearby tree trunk to observe Yukawa's condition. To his astonishment, Yukawa, who had expected to be obliterated by the Nichiren blade, soon realized he felt no signs of his impending demise. Hastily, he reattached his severed head to his neck. With the demon's remarkable regenerative abilities, Yukawa's head and body reconnected, restoring him to his former unscathed state. Certainly, it would be misleading to assert that he emerged unscathed. After all, during the process of recuperating from his injuries, some of the energy within him was inevitably depleted. It hurts so much, you bastard. I've made up my mind to devour you alive, Yuchuan remarked, gingerly touching his recently healed neck, his tone turning particularly hostile. However, the gaze he cast towards Yin Kong was devoid of the earlier disdain and mockery, replaced instead by a weightier sense of gravity and vigilance. Yin Kong, unfazed by Yuchuan's resurrection, murmured to himself, just as in the original narrative, it appears that under normal circumstances, only the Nichiren blade and sunlight can truly extinguish a demon. The Nichiren blade, wielded by the Demon Slayer Corps, is forged from materials that absorb sunlight, specifically the scarlet sand iron and scarlet ore, and is the sole weapon capable of inflicting harm upon demons. Yet, my abilities extend far beyond this. Observing Yuchuan as he unleashed his blood demon art, a playful smirk danced upon Yin Kong's lips as he charged towards him once more. Perish! Blood demon art, torrent of blood. Water coalesced before Yuchuan, forming several water spears as thick as a forearm. With a swift motion of his right arm, they shot forth like arrows released from a bow, aimed directly at Yin Kong. Yin Kong deftly evaded, weaving among the nearby trees, and then, utilizing the dense foliage for concealment, he advanced swiftly towards Yuchuan, raising his blade once again to strike at Yuchuan's neck. Faced with Yin Kong's assault, Yuchuan remained unfazed, laughing triumphantly. Haha, you little brat. That isn't a Nichiren blade. You cannot slay me with it. Who says that a non-Nichiren blade cannot kill a demon? Southern Brightly Fire. A faint smile graced Yunkong's face as, at the very moment the black rain was about to connect with Yuchuan's neck, he summoned the Southern Brightly Fire, only slightly less potent than the true fire of the sun, to envelop the blade of the black rain. With a swift motion, the black rain, now cloaked in Southern Brightly Fire, sliced through Yuchuan's neck with the ease of a hot knife through butter, encountering no resistance whatsoever. You cannot kill me like this. Yuchuan, whose head had just been severed, prepared to mock Yunkong for his futile efforts, but before he could utter a word, he was reduced to ashes by the surging Southern Brightly Fire. See, even without a Nichiren blade, one can still slay demons. As the battle concluded, Yunkong retracted the Southern Brightly Fire, only to discover that the black rain had also been affected, melting and deforming under the intense heat. Despite the formidable power of the Southern Brightly Fire, it proved to be quite taxing on the blade. It seems I should primarily rely on the Nichiren blade for demon slaying in the future, Yunkong muttered, recalling the black attire into the system space, planning to repair it at a later time. Continuing on his journey, Yunkong had yet to exit the forest when unforeseen events unfolded. Moments earlier, on the opposite side of the forest during Yunkong and Yuchuan's battle, a formidable demon was engaged in combat with several members of the Demon Slayer Corps. This demon, besieged by the Demon Slayers, bore a striking resemblance to Yuchuan, save for the two small horns protruding from its forehead and the deep purple, almost black, water-like patterns adorning its face. However, this is not the most striking aspect. Rather, it is the left eye of the malevolent spirit that captivates attention. Where one would expect a pupil, the characters denoting its identity and status, lower 4, are prominently displayed. Clearly, this is no ordinary demon but one of the 12 Kazuki. Specifically the current lower moon 4, Yaka. Once again, it is this group from the Demon Slayer Corps. It appears that the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient. Blood Demon Art, Needle Rain. With a soft command from Yaka, the moisture in the air swiftly coalesced, forming countless water needles overhead, raining down upon the Demon Slayer members below like a torrential downpour. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. Flame breathing, 4th form, rising inferno. Wind breathing, 5th form, cold autumn mountain wind. The Demon Slayers, seasoned in battle, executed their defensive techniques to counter the assault of water needles, while simultaneously providing cover for one another, progressively closing the distance to Yaka. As the captain of the Demon Slayers employing thunder breathing approached within striking range, he suddenly concentrated his power into one foot, and, with a powerful burst, propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, akin to a thunderbolt tearing through the air. Thunder breathing, 1st form, thunderclap. This foundational, yet notoriously difficult technique allows for a rapid draw and slash, executed at such speed that even demons cannot perceive it, capable of severing a demon's head in a single strike. That being said, the adversary he faced was no ordinary demon, but Lower Moon 4, whose strength surpassed that of ordinary fiends due to an abundance of Muzan's blood. Such monotonous techniques you employ, truly lacking in creativity. Blood Demon Art, Water Shield. Yaka, well acquainted with the Demon Slayer Corps from numerous encounters, was already prepared for the captain's ambush. Upon witnessing the execution of the thunderclap, he swiftly conjured several massive water shields before him, towering at the height of a grown man. Thud, thud, thud. The captain, moving at high velocity, could not alter his trajectory in time and collided directly with the water shields, shattering them and sending water splashing everywhere, their forms dissolving into streams upon the ground. Although he breached the water shield's defenses, the captain's speed inevitably diminished, allowing Yaka to effortlessly evade the intended beheading strike. Now it is my turn. Blood Demon Art, Spring Devour. Yaka grinned, forcefully stomping his right foot on the ground, causing a high-pressure water column to surge from beneath the captain, propelling him into the air. The water column then transformed into a rapidly rotating water vortex, enveloping the captain. The hidden water blades within the vortex shredded the captain's garments and inflicted grievous wounds upon his flesh, forcing a cry of pain from him. Captain, water breathing. 4th form, tidal strike. Flame breathing, 1st form, blazing fire. Wind breathing, 2nd form, whirlwind claw. The remaining members, witnessing their captain's plight, were overcome with rage, unleashing a flurry of techniques towards Yaka and the water vortex in a desperate attempt to thwart the Blood Demon Art and rescue their leader. Futile effort. Blood Demon Art, Water Shield. The Rain Crow would not allow the Demon Slayer core members to succeed, continuously conjuring multiple water shields to fend off their assaults. Suddenly, the Rain Crow's expression changed, for the connection with his brother, Yuchuan, had vanished, signifying that his sibling had been slain. Brother. The Rain Crow turned towards the direction of the clouds, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, lamenting, "Who could it be? Who has dared to take my brother's life?" Driven by vengeance, the Rain Crow spared the Demon Slayer captain, who was on the brink of death from water blades, and hastened towards the cloud's position. Though the other Demon Slayers were unaware of the unfolding events, they did not pursue him upon seeing his departure. Instead, they swiftly dispersed the water vortex to rescue their ailing captain. Meanwhile, having just left the scene of Yuchuan's demise, the figure known as Yunkong halted upon hearing a commotion nearby, indicative of something moving at great speed. He stood alert, observing intently, as the rustling of branches drew closer. Yunkong's vigilance peaked. With a mere thought, a standard katana, crafted to conceal the origins of the Black Rain, materialized in his grasp. Blood Demon Art, Blood Slaughter. A roar filled with wrath and intent accompanied the launch of several crimson water blades, effortlessly severing the branches before him and advancing towards his limbs. Initially, Yunkong intended to shatter the water blades with his katana, but upon witnessing the severe corrosion at the cut surfaces of the branches, he realized the blood water comprising the blades was no ordinary substance. Swiftly, he leaped back, evading the oncoming onslaught. With a swish, the Rain Crow appeared after this probing attack, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You wretched fiend, are you the one who murdered my brother? I shall make you pay with your life." Upon noticing the inscription in the Rain Crow's eyes, Yunkong's demeanor grew serious. Gripping his katana tightly, he charged towards the Rain Crow to test the strength of the Lower Moon Demon. Blood Demon Art, Water Shield. Blood Demon Art, Blood Crow Explosion. The Rain Crow raised his hand to conjure several water shields for defense, while simultaneously summoning blood-red crows formed from demon blood, sending them flying towards Yunkong. As Yunkong shattered a few water shields, he discerned the blood-red crows approaching him. Just as he prepared to strike them down, he suddenly noticed they began to swell like balloons. This is the South Ming Fire. Connecting it to the name of the Blood Demon Art just uttered, Yunkong's pupils contracted. He promptly summoned the South Ming Fire, enveloping his body in its protective embrace. Boom. Upon reaching a critical size, the blood-red crows exploded, splattering foul, viscous blood in all directions. The ground and vegetation around them began to smoke from the corrosive blood, and Yunkong, as the primary target, could not escape its assault. Fortunately, he had summoned the South Ming Fire in time. The terrifyingly divine heat vaporized the encroaching blood, neutralizing the deadly strike. What a fearsome flame! Who exactly are you? Though Yuya had never encountered the Southern Ming's leaving fire, he sensed something amiss from the way it unraveled his blood demon technique. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Yunkong descended upon him, wielding the terrifying Southern Ming's leaving fire in a sudden assault. "Who I am is of no concern to you," Yunkong remarked with a cold smile, igniting his blade and striking fiercely at Yuya's neck. Yuya, significantly more formidable than his brother Yuchuan, remained composed in the face of Yunkong's onslaught. With a sudden surge of strength in his legs, he deftly evaded the attack. Yet, the confrontation was far from over. Observing that Yuya had dodged the blade's edge, Yunkong unleashed a subsequent assault, extending the Southern Ming's leaving fire in a manner reminiscent of a lengthening spear, directly impaling Yuya's left arm. What? Yuya's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Yunkong's bizarre technique, which surpassed his comprehension of the Demon Slayer core breathing techniques. However, before he could utter a word, his expression shifted dramatically as he looked down at the Southern Ming's leaving fire spreading from his wound. What in the world is this? Realizing the devastating potential of the Southern Ming's leaving fire against his demonic form, Yuya let out a low growl, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his right hand into a blade and severed his left arm, taking part of his shoulder with it. The severed limb thudded to the ground, consumed entirely by the encroaching Southern Ming's leaving fire, turning to ashes before Yuya's horrified gaze. Simultaneously, the flesh in the vacant area of Yuya's body writhed and soon sprouted a new shoulder and left arm. Humph, perhaps I underestimated you. But I shall see whether you can kill me or I shall devour you, Yuya declared. his expression shifting between darkness and light as he directed a torrent of murderous intent towards Yinkong. The blood demon technique activated silently, conjuring a barrage of water needles aimed at Yinkong. Most of Yinkong's abilities were sealed by the system, and with no knowledge of the breathing techniques or moves of the opposing demon, he was left with little recourse but to counter with the resource-draining Southern Ming's leaving fire. Although he managed to neutralize Yuya's blood demon technique with the formidable power of the Southern Ming's leaving fire, a grave expression settled on his face. After all, one is always most aware of their own circumstances. Despite the power of the Southern Ming's leaving fire, its energy consumption was equally substantial. Having already employed it once in his battle against Yuchuan, Yinkong realized he could only sustain it for a brief period longer. Thus, he understood that engaging in a war of attrition was not an option. He needed to strike decisively and swiftly, lest his journey of training come to an abrupt end. As Yinkong pondered how to subdue Yuya, the rustling of branches echoed from afar, and the Demon Slayer Corps members who had previously battled Yuya emerged into view. "Xiasi, you shall not escape today," they declared, swiftly surrounding Yuya. Upon noticing Yinkong standing opposite Yuya, they urgently warned, "That little demon over there, it's dangerous, hide." "You swarm of flies, truly seeking your own demise," Yuya retorted. Observing the Demon Slayer team members clinging to him like stubborn leeches, Yuya furrowed his brow, displaying an unmistakable expression of impatience. Blood Demon Technique, 100 Crows Dance. As the technique was unleashed, Yuya's form transformed into a phantom of blood and water, which then split into 100 identical crimson orbs. With a hauntingly hoarse caw, the blood-red droplets simultaneously absorbed moisture from the surrounding environment, morphing into 100 blood crows that circled momentarily in the air before charging towards Yinkong and the others below. "Not good, protect that boy." Upon witnessing Yuya's new move, the faces of several Demon Slayer members turned pale, and they instinctively rushed to Yinkong's side, unleashing various defensive sword techniques to fend off the assault of the blood crows, all while shielding what they believed to be an ordinary person. Naturally, Yinkong did not stand idly by. The flames of Nanmingli surged forth once more, joining forces with the Demon Slayers to fortify their defenses. The Blood Demon Technique, 100 Crows Dance, was Yuya's most formidable blood demon technique, surpassing both in number and potency his previous blood demon technique, Blood Crow's Explosion. Although these Demon Slayers were elite members of grade A or B, a significant gap still existed between them and Yuya. Even with Yinkong's involvement, they still suffered injuries under the might of this powerful blood demon technique. After the onslaught, the remaining blood crows converged once again, coalescing into the slightly pale visage of Yuya. "Haha, you worthless lot, unable to withstand even a single one of my techniques. Yet you dare to wish to slay me?" Yuya laughed triumphantly as he observed the dire state of Yinkong and the others. "Are you ready to be devoured by me?" However, Yuya's bravado was belied by his immobility, revealing that the recent use of his technique had taken a toll, contrary to his outward display of ease. "Let us all attack together. Don't give him a moment to recover." The remaining Demon Slayers, recognizing this vulnerability, surged toward Yuya, aiming to overwhelm him in his weakened state. Yet, despite Yuya's compromised condition, the injured Demon Slayers found their own strength diminished. Failing to slay Yuya and instead suffering casualties under his counterattack, the situation gradually tilting unfavorably for Yinkong and his companions. Cough, cough. A heavily wounded, bearded man expelled a considerable amount of blood, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination as he spoke to Yinkong. "Little brother, we will hold him off for you. Head north, and if you encounter our captain, please take him with you." After uttering these words, the bearded man used his Nichiren blade for support, staggering toward the battlefield. "Wait." Yinkong had no intention of fleeing. He grasped the bearded man firmly, urging, "I will slay him. But before that, you must teach me the breathing techniques and corresponding moves." Given Yinkong's current state, he could no longer summon the Nanmingli flames. To defeat Yuya, he needed to employ the indigenous methods of the Demon Slayer world, breathing techniques coupled with the appropriate moves to vanquish demons. The bearded man regarded Yinkong with a peculiar expression before shaking his head in refusal. "Breathing techniques are not so easily mastered, let alone the more intricate techniques that accompany them. You should heed my advice and leave this place at once." The expression on Yinkong's face remained unchanged as he resolutely asserted, "Trust me, I would never jest with my own life." The bearded uncle, recognizing Yun Kong's unwavering attitude, could only acquiesce with a sigh. Very well, I will teach you, but if you do not grasp it within 3 minutes, you must leave this place immediately. Agreed, replied Yun Kong with a faint smile. Although his innate understanding was not remarkable, he possessed an extraordinary advantage. Once Yun Kong ingested a pill that enhanced cognitive functions and mental acuity, known as NZD-48. The bearded uncle began to elucidate the techniques of thunder breathing at Yun Kong's behest. I will now detail the crucial aspects of the breathing rhythm and the accompanying 6 sword techniques. Whether you master them depends on your comprehension. The breathing technique is a general term for skills developed to combat demons using the human form. Its primary function is to enhance pulmonary capacity, allowing the blood to absorb a substantial amount of oxygen in a brief span, thereby significantly boosting physical capabilities and temporarily granting the user physical prowess comparable to that of demons. The technique I possess is thunder breathing, one of the 5 foundational styles. Renowned for its unparalleled speed and explosive power, yet demanding a high level of physical fitness, rendering it exceedingly challenging to master. Typically, teaching these sword techniques requires the instructor to demonstrate them personally. However, due to the uncle's severe injuries, he could only impart the techniques through verbal instruction. As the bearded uncle meticulously explained, Yun Kong's mind raced, swiftly entering a state of simulated practice. His thoughts materialized as a shadowy figure, rehearsing the techniques within his consciousness, rapidly assimilating the thunder breathing and its 6 sword techniques with the aid of NZT-48. By the time the uncle concluded his explanation, Yun Kong had successfully mastered both thunder breathing and the 6 sword techniques, achieving a proficiency level that surpassed the beginner and intermediate stages, reaching a level of adeptness. Upon achieving proficiency in thunder breathing, a passive skill akin to an innate ability emerged: total concentration constant. This advanced state of the breathing technique allows one to maintain a state of full focus on their breathing, even in slumber. And mastering it is the minimum requirement for approaching the strength of a Hashira. So this is the essence of the breathing technique. While it may lack the diversity and power of ninjutsu, it possesses its own merits. After acquiring thunder breathing, Yun Kong's breathing rhythm transitioned from a steady pace to a specific cadence, enhancing his physical attributes from that of a mere elite shinobi to the standards of an upper-tier martial artist. Have you truly mastered it? Are you some kind of monster? The bearded uncle's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yun Kong, astonished that he had indeed learned thunder breathing from his explanation. As I mentioned earlier, I would never jest with my own life, Yun Kong replied with a slight smile. Casting his gaze toward the increasingly perilous battlefield, he extended his hand to the uncle, saying, "Uncle, may I borrow the Nichiren blade? Leave the rest to me. Take it. But if you cannot defeat him, do not hesitate to flee." After a moment of hesitation, the bearded elder entrusted his Nichiren blade to Yun Kong, cautioning him, "Young brother, with your innate talent, it is only a matter of time before you rise to the ranks of the Hashira within the Demon Slayer Corps. Thus, do not squander your life here in vain." "I understand," Yun Kong nodded, yet he did not take the elder's words to heart. Having mastered the breathing techniques and swordsmanship, Yun Kong had acquired the conventional means to combat demons. Coupled with his formidable physical prowess and chaotic energy, his strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Hashira. Although he was not yet a match for the upper moons, dealing with an upper moon 4 posed little difficulty. 4th form of thunder breathing: thunderclap and flash. Yun Kong surged into the fray, intercepting the attack aimed at a fellow demon slayer, and then swiftly circled around the demon, Rain Crow, employing a new sword technique. 3rd form of thunder breathing: gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Blood demon art: water shield. Sensing the imminent threat from Yun Kong's fierce onslaught, Rain Crow abandoned his attack on a demon slayer and conjured several shields around himself, fortifying his defense with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. The water shields surrounding Rain Crow shattered under Yun Kong's relentless strikes, only to be reformed under Rain Crow's command, yet were soon destroyed again. Much like Lee's battle against Gaara in Naruto, Yun Kong's extraordinary speed rendered it impossible for Rain Crow to discern his true form and direction of attack. He could only desperately maintain his blood demon art to prevent Yun Kong from finding an opening. However, Rain Crow had yet to recover from his weakened state, and the speed at which he could summon water shields was diminishing, his defenses on the verge of collapse. Blood demon art: 100 Crows dance. Realizing that the current situation was untenable, a flash of determination and sorrow crossed Rain Crow's eyes, as he forcibly activated the exceedingly precious blood of Muzan, unleashing his most potent attack once more. Heh, even without the use of the South Bright leaving fire, this move poses no threat to me, Yunkong sneered, inhaling deeply and, with himself as the focal point, instantly unleashed countless lightning-like slashes in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Under Yunkong's area of effect sword technique, the blood-colored crows conjured by Rain Crow were sliced apart like dumplings, one after another. The remaining blood crows, sensing the impending doom, hastily fled from Yunkong's vicinity, reuniting with the increasingly pale Rain Crow. Upper 4, it seems you have exhausted your tricks. Now, prepare to meet your end. First form of thunder breathing, thunderclap. Yunkong denied Rain Crow the chance to recover, executing a swift and decisive draw slash aimed at the demon's neck. Damn it! Rain Crow's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade, but in his severely weakened state, he could not match Yunkong's speed. Before he could even react, his head was severed by Yunkong's blade. As Rain Crow's head fell, memories of his life before becoming a demon flooded his mind, recalling the moments spent with his brother. The monstrous expression faded from his face, replaced by an ambiguous mix of regret and relief as he turned to ash. Thus, Yunkong's initial battle in the world of Demon Slayer came to a decisive close, and within his mind echoed the sounds of 2 system notifications. Ding. Progress 1 of Side Quest, The Demon's End, has been achieved. Reward, 350 training points. Ding. Progress 1 of Side Quest, The Lower Moon Demon's End, has been achieved. Reward, 2,000 training points. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Yunkong's face. On his very first day in the world of Demon Slayer, he had already amassed over 2,000 training points and had made contact with the Demon Slayer Corps, marking a splendid beginning. Coughing slightly, the bearded elder, astonished and delighted by Yunkong's swift defeat of the Lower Moon 4, hurried over with an eager expression, inviting, "Young brother, we hail from the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization dedicated to exterminating demons and safeguarding humanity. Would you care to join our ranks?" The Demon Slayer Corps, historically known as the Demon Hunters, is an ancient organization that, although unrecognized by the current government, has existed for over a millennium. Founded during the peaceful era a millennium ago, following the emergence of the first demon from a family's disgrace, the Corps was established by the Kamadu family with the ultimate goal of vanquishing the progenitor demon, Muzan Kibutsuji. For centuries, the Kamadu family has led the Corps in its relentless pursuit of Muzan and his minions, protecting the lives of the populace. In the previous generation, Muzan Kibutsuji, in his quest to replenish his ranks with blue spider lily bearers, unleashed a multitude of demons across the land. This ignited an era of chaos reminiscent of a night filled with rampaging spirits, where reports of demonic disturbances proliferated. In response to this upheaval, the Demon Slayer Corps launched extensive campaigns, successfully eliminating many demons and temporarily restoring some order, though at a grievous cost. The losses among ordinary members were staggering, and even several elite Hashira perished during unexpected encounters with Upper Moon demons, nearly leading to the annihilation of their formidable ranks. In stark contrast to the peak era of the 9 Hashira depicted in the original work, the current state of the Demon Slayer Corps is one of transition, with many elite warriors lost to death or retirement. Only the current Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, stands as a pillar of support amidst the turmoil. A year prior, the current leader, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, ascended to power, rescuing the wrongfully accused and nearly condemned Mitsuri Kanroji from imprisonment, subsequently recruiting him into the Corps, thus restoring some vitality to their beleaguered organization. Presently, the Demon Slayer Corps is engaged in the dual tasks of eradicating scattered demons and training new members to regain strength, preparing earnestly for the eventual confrontation with Muzan Kibutsuji. All of this information was gleaned by Yunkong as he traversed the path following his acceptance of the Elder's invitation. Based on these insights, Yunkong deduced that the current timeline likely falls around 7 to 8 years prior to the commencement of the main narrative in the original work. After more than an hour, Yunkong and his companions emerged from the forest, arriving at a nearby small town, where they took refuge in a courtyard adorned with wisteria motifs. Over its millennium of operations, the Demon Slayer Corps has not only vanquished countless demons, but has also saved numerous lives from the clutches of these malevolent beings. Some of those rescued in gratitude for their salvation, voluntarily offered their residences for the respite and recovery of the Demon Slayer members, a tradition that has been passed down through generations. In the world of Demon Slayer, one can find numerous residences adorned with wisteria patterns on their doors in most towns. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps can seek assistance from these places, which offer considerable convenience in their mission to eradicate evil spirits. Upon their arrival, the host of the residence warmly welcomed the group. Those who were gravely injured remained behind to await the attention of logistical support, while the others took a moment to rest before preparing for their next task. As for Yun-Kong, who had chosen to join the Demon Slayer Corps, he was guided by a fellow member to report to the headquarters. At the headquarters, nestled deep within the mountains, Yun-Kong encountered the current leader, Yoya Kanroji, as well as two prominent Hashira members. Unlike his portrayal in the original narrative, Yoya Kanroji had not yet suffered the ravages of his illness, retaining a handsome visage and an elegant demeanor. The current flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, was also devoid of the despair brought on by his wife's passing, exuding a cheerful and fiery spirit akin to that of his son, Kyojuro. Meanwhile, the stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima, appeared slightly more youthful but retained his original character, reciting sutras while shedding tears, evoking a sense of compassion for the suffering. I am Yoya Kanroji, and you are welcome to the Demon Slayer Corps, Yun-Kong. We appreciate your willingness to contribute to the eradication of evil spirits, Yoya greeted warmly. Their initial encounter left Yun-Kong with a profound impression of the leader, explaining why even the most obstinate of characters, such as the indomitable Mitsuri Kamado, would hold him in high regard. Your kindness is appreciated, but the eradication of evil spirits is equally my duty. For my clan, the Ueno family, harbors a deep-seated grudge against Kibutsuji Muzan. Yun-Kong feigned a sigh, delivering the lines he had meticulously prepared. The enmity between the Ueno clan and Kibutsuji Muzan traced back several centuries, when Muzan transformed the clan's most formidable warriors into demons, resulting in the destruction of the Ueno family. As is often the case in tales of vengeance, the surviving members dedicated their lives to mastering martial arts, with the singular goal of vanquishing Muzan, a legacy passed down through generations. Having witnessed too many tragedies caused by Muzan, Yoya Kanroji did not doubt Yun-Kong's words. He spoke gently. To bring peace to the souls of the departed, we must undertake a singular mission, to utterly annihilate the source of all tragedies, Kibutsuji Muzan. This is the very essence of our existence as the Demon Slayer Corps. You are correct, my lord, the flame Hashira declared with familiarity, patting Yun-Kong on the shoulder. I have heard of your valor in defeating the Lower Moon 4. Splendid work indeed. I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors. The elimination of another Lower Moon is truly splendid news, Jiomi Himejima lamented, tears streaming from his eyes as he clutched a string of prayer beads, solemnly uttering a prayer for the fallen. When Kanazuki Yoya heard the two mention Yun-Kong's defeat of a Lower Moon demon, he seized the opportunity to propose, Mr. Rengoku, Hyaming. Although Yun-Kong has only just joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he has already demonstrated his prowess by slaying a Lower Moon demon. Therefore, I am inclined to promote him directly to the rank of Mizunoto. What are your thoughts? Rengoku Kenjuro, observing the formidable presence of Yun-Kong, replied with a hearty laugh. I have no objections. Those who possess capability should indeed be given exceptions for advancement. Your Excellency, I must respectfully decline your proposal. While he did slay Lower Moon 4, it was with the assistance of other members. He did not single-handedly behead a member of the 12 Kazuki. Thus, according to our regulations, he should not be promoted to the rank of pillar, interjected Hyamingyu, voicing his dissent. His intention was not to target Yun-Kong, but to uphold the long-standing traditions of the Demon Slayer Corps. Your Excellency, the stone pillar speaks the truth. It would be more prudent to promote me once I have proven my own capabilities, Yun-Kong responded, displaying little concern over the rank, as it would not impede his quest to slay demons and earn experience points. Upon hearing Yun-Kong's response, Kanazuki Yoya conceded and proclaimed, in that case, Hyaming Yun-Kong. By the authority of Kanazuki Yoya, I hereby appoint you as a Class A member of the Demon Slayer Corps effective immediately. I hope you will soon achieve the feat of independently slaying a Lower Moon demon and ascend to the rank of Mizunoto. The Demon Slayer Corps boasted hundreds of combatants. Aside from a select few pillar-level elites, the majority were classified as ordinary members within the 10 ranks of Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xian, Ren, and Gue. According to standard recruitment procedures, new members must undergo training with local mentors and pass the final selection at Fujisaki Mountain before they can officially join the Demon Slayer Corps as the lowest rank, the Gue-level swordsman. Subsequently, they could ascend through the ranks by accumulating merits through demon slaying and ultimately achieve the highest rank of pillar after independently defeating a lower moon demon. Though Yunkong had only just joined, his accomplishment in defeating Lower Moon 4, coupled with the initial recognition of his strength and talent by others, led Kanazuki Yoya to classify him directly as a Class A swordsman, just below the pillars. "Thank you for your trust, Your Excellency." Yunkong expressed his gratitude politely, then, with a serious demeanor, continued, "Your Excellency, our Hyaming clan has battled demons for centuries. Although we have been unable to eradicate Muzan Kibutsuji, we have gathered considerable intelligence, including information about Muzan and several Upper Moon demons." What? Upon hearing Yunkong's words, Kanazuki Yoya, Hyaming-yu, and Rengoku Kanjuro exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at Yunkong, seemingly seeking confirmation that he was jesting. The previously composed Kanazuki Yoya now appeared slightly flushed with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Yunkong, do you truly possess information regarding Muzan Kibutsuji and the Upper Moon demons?" Yunkong nodded, his confidence unwavering as he affirmed, "Indeed, this information was acquired through the sacrifices of countless lives by our Hyaming ancestors." He understood the gravity of Kanazuki Yoya's uncharacteristic outburst. On the surface, it appears that the Demon Slayer Corps has pursued Muzan Kibutsuji for over a millennium. However, the reality is that Muzan is simply too fearful, concerned that he might be slain by prodigious swordsmen like Yorichi Tsujikuni. Thus, he has evaded the relentless tracking of the Demon Slayer Corps, deliberately avoiding direct confrontation. In truth, should a battle ensue, as the progenitor of all demons, Muzan undoubtedly possesses the capability to annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps. In terms of elite combat strength, this represents a significant shortcoming for the Corps. Apart from the advantage gained during the Sengoku period due to the emergence of Yorichi, they have consistently fallen short against Muzan's forces. For instance, the Upper Moons, the elite fighters under Muzan's command, each possessed the power to obliterate pillar-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even the weakest among them, Upper Moon 6, Daki, has already claimed the lives of 7 Hashira over the past century, not to mention the remaining Upper Moons. Consequently, whenever members of the Demon Slayer Corps encounter Muzan Kibutsuji or the Upper Moons, they often meet their demise at their hands, rendering information regarding Muzan and the Upper Moons an enigma shrouded in mystery. Subsequently, amidst the anticipation of the three, Komoku began to divulge the information he possessed. Muzan Kibutsuji is the progenitor of demons, capable of transforming humans into demons using his blood, while also embedding curses within their bodies. Through these curses, Muzan can read their thoughts and ascertain their locations. Any demon that divulges information related to him faces a curse that will corrode their body, ultimately leading to their demise. Muzan's physical structure differs greatly from that of ordinary humans. He possesses 5 brains and 7 hearts, along with exceptionally potent regenerative abilities, allowing him to recover instantaneously from attacks. Even if his body were to be reduced to mere fragments, he can effortlessly restore himself. In light of this regenerative prowess, no blade can inflict meaningful harm upon him. Furthermore, he was the first demon to transcend limitations. Even decapitation by the Nichiren blade would not result in his death. The only forces capable of vanquishing him are the rays of the sun and blades imbued with sunlight's lethal power. Upper Moon 2, Doma, the Ice Demon, currently serves as the leader of the cult known as the Eternal Paradise Sect. He has a particular penchant for consuming young women, viewing this act of devouring as a form of salvation, claiming that those who are consumed will attain eternal life alongside him. His known abilities include ice-based blood demon arts, enabling him to freeze his toxic blood into crystalline powder, which, when inhaled by opponents, leads to respiratory distress, alveolar necrosis, and ultimately suffocation. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, the combat demon, was a formidable martial artist in life. After becoming a demon, he adheres to a strong code that prohibits him from killing or consuming women, resorting to cannibalism only in extreme hunger. He stands in stark contrast to Upper Moon 2, Doma, who exclusively consumes humans, particularly women, leading to a deeply antagonistic relationship between the two. His known abilities comprise formidable martial prowess and combat skills, with his blood demon art named Destruction Killing, which derives from the perception of destructive combat energy to execute a series of precise, swift, and powerful martial strikes. Upper Moon 6, Daki, the twin demon, along with her brother Jotaro, forms a dual entity. Unless both are decapitated, the death of one does not lead to the demise of the other. Daki's blood demon art allows her to manifest avatars in the shape of ribbons from her body. These avatars are not only capable of hardening and extending at will, but they can also ensnare and consume humans within them. On the other hand, Kabutsuji Muzan's blood demon art employs dual sickles known as round/rotation for combat, enabling him to execute rapid slashing strikes akin to a whirlwind, while also manipulating the trajectory of his attacks post-launch. Furthermore, the sickles are imbued with deadly poison, capable of unleashing a poisonous bloodblade wind during slashing, which can relentlessly track its target. The abilities of the other three Upper Moons remain shrouded in mystery. Their names are all that is known: Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo; Upper Moon 4, Hantengu; and Upper Moon 5, Gyako. Additionally, Muzan has a close attendant named Nakime, whose blood demon art is the Infinite Castle, allowing her to alter the spatial configuration within the castle and forcibly transport entities from outside into the castle, or vice versa. Yun Kong, having not read the original manga of Demon Slayer, is only familiar with the first season of the anime and the film Infinity Train, thus possessing limited knowledge about the 12 Kazuki. Even his information regarding Kabutsuji Muzan and these Upper Moons was gleaned from discussions in online forums. Yun Kong expressed his profound gratitude for acquiring such intelligence, which would not only reduce casualties in future encounters with these Upper Moons, but also bolster their chances of defeating them. After sharing all he knew, the smile on Ubuyashiki Yoya's face grew more pronounced as he rose to bow in gratitude. "Your Excellency, you are too kind. This is the least I could do," Yun Kong replied, hastily waving his hand. He then shared additional fragments of intelligence with Ubuyashiki Yoya before concluding their meeting. Upon leaving Ubuyashiki Yoya's residence, Yun Kong followed a member of the Shadow Unit named Oda to the Logistics Department to acquire the standard equipment for the Demon Slayer Corps. The so-called standard equipment consists of 3 items: the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, a specially crafted Nichiren blade, and a crow, known as its Sumikawa, responsible for communication and conveying demon-slaying missions. "Lord Yun Kong, here is your uniform. Should it become damaged in battle, you may return here for a replacement," Oda said politely, handing Yun Kong 2 sets of black uniforms. He further suggested, "As for the Tsumikawa, it would be best for you to personally visit the Crow House and select a companion that matches your personality." "Thank you for your assistance," Yun Kong replied, following Oda's advice to personally choose a formidable-looking Tsumikawa from the Crow House. The Tsumikawa, a unique and extraordinary creature within the world of Demon Slayer, resembles a black crow and possesses a high level of intelligence, capable of understanding human language and engaging in conversation, akin to a non-combatant ninja beast. Each Tsumikawa possesses distinct personalities. For instance, Tanjiro's Tsumikawa is quite talkative, often indulging in gossip unrelated to missions, while Inosuke's Tsumikawa, having narrowly escaped being devoured by Inosuke on multiple occasions, remains timid and elusive. The raven chosen by Yun Kong is named Black Flag, an academic prodigy among its kind. Possessing a wealth of knowledge, it is capable of providing detailed answers to matters that Yun Kong finds perplexing. Although Black Flag exhibits a touch of arrogance in its demeanor, it shows remarkable kindness towards Yun Kong, leaving him thoroughly satisfied with his companion. The uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Raven can be obtained directly, but the Nichiren blade requires a waiting period. This blade is the most crucial weapon for the Demon Slayer swordsman, necessitating the consideration of various factors such as the user's physical abilities, thoughts, and habits to forge a personalized Nichiren blade, which cannot be provided immediately to Yun Kong. With a vision for his future Nichiren blade in mind, Yun Kong sought the approval of Ubuyashiki Yose and personally journeyed to the swordsmith village to create his own bespoke blade. "Lord Yun Kong, it is an honor to meet you. I have been commanded by our leader to guide you," announced a member of the Hidden Corps, responsible for escorting Yun Kong to the swordsmith village. Adhering to protocol, the guide advised, "Please don an eye mask and earplugs, and shield all sensory perceptions during our journey to the village." Understood. Yun Kong acknowledged this as the custom of the Demon Slayer Corps without objection, allowing the guide to cover his eyes and plug his ears as they proceeded to the swordsmith village. This village, belonging to the logistics department of the Demon Slayer Corps, comprises around 100 swordsmiths dedicated to providing superior weaponry, particularly the Nichiren blades. As these swordsmiths are merely ordinary blacksmiths unable to withstand the assaults of demons. The village's secrecy is paramount, akin to that of the core headquarters. To prevent the location of the swordsmith village from being disclosed, the route to the village is exceedingly intricate, necessitating the use of eye masks and earplugs, with members of the hidden core carrying the travelers. Moreover, the route taken and the individuals leading the way are frequently changed. Each member is responsible for a segment of the journey, including the raven guiding them, reflecting utmost caution. Despite the cumbersome nature of this process, the security of the swordsmith village is significantly assured, as no demon has been able to locate it in over 1,000 years. After navigating through a convoluted path for much of the day, Yinkong finally arrived at the swordsmith village, nestled deep within the mountains, just before sunset. There, he was greeted by the village chief, Tetsuhigawa Jin Tetsujin. Tetsuhigawa Jin Tetsujin is a diminutive, emaciated elder, adorned with a rather comical fireman mask. "Welcome to the swordsmith village. I am the village chief, Tetsuhigawa Jin Tetsujin," the elder exclaimed, extending a warm welcome upon their meeting. "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed chief. I hope you do not take offense." Yinkong replied politely, bowing slightly. "As for my purpose, I trust that our esteemed leader has already informed you." Indeed, the old chief nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "Though I may be the smallest in stature here, I am also the most skilled in forging. I shall personally craft your Nichiren blade according to your specifications." "Thank you immensely," Yinkong expressed his gratitude. Yinkong smiled upon hearing this, then took out the damaged black rain from beneath the flames of Nanming and presented his request. "Village elder, I wish to forge a sunwheel blade, integrating the materials of this black rain while preserving its original design. Moreover, I seek to enhance the resilience and sharpness of the sunwheel blade as much as possible." Unlike other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yinkong possessed not only the breathing technique that utilizes oxygen to elevate physical capabilities, but also the chaotic energy that allows for the inspection of flaws. Though black rain had been damaged, its materials could still be repurposed. The high-quality Baiduan steel is noteworthy, but the chakra metal within, known for its excellent energy conductivity, is unparalleled by any other materials in the world of Demon Slayer. The materials of this weapon are quite remarkable. What a pity it has been reduced to this state, the old village chief remarked as he took the black rain, immediately sensing its extraordinary nature. With a sigh of regret, he patted his chest and assured, "Your request is quite simple, leave it to me. But it will take approximately a week to forge your sunwheel blade." "A week? No problem at all, village elder. I appreciate your efforts." Yinkong replied with a bow of gratitude before taking his leave. After departing from the village chief's home, Yinkong wandered aimlessly through the forging village. As a settlement of hundreds of blacksmiths, the clanging of metal could still be heard even in the evening. Though the sounds of hammering were dense and loud, they were far from being harsh. Instead, they seemed to follow a specific melody, soothing rather than bothersome. "Oh, I recall that the hot springs in Forging Village are quite exquisite," Yinkong thought to himself. During his time in Konoha, he had developed a fondness for soaking in hot springs, and after a long day of travel, he decided to indulge in this relaxation. After inquiring with a villager, Yinkong made his way to the hot springs located in the back mountains. After enjoying a prolonged soak, he returned contentedly to the lodging arranged by the old village chief. After savoring a sumptuous dinner, Yinkong returned to his room and entered the system space to prepare for his upcoming training. Due to the system sealing away most of his abilities, the only cards he currently held were the Nanming Flames and a few items obtained from the system. Although the issue of excessive consumption of the Nanming Flames had been alleviated to some extent with his growth, it would still take a considerable time before he could use it as a regular means. Thus, mastering the breathing technique and swordsmanship became the focus of his forthcoming training. As he gazed at the evaluations of the breathing techniques and swordsmanship on the system interface, a contemplative expression crossed Yinkong's face. "System, how many training points are required to elevate the thunder breathing to proficiency and perfection?" In the world of Demon Slayer, the experience points are regarded as training points. And evidently, acquiring training points is significantly easier than system points, obtained simply by slaying demons, providing one is willing to grind continuously. To elevate a skill from proficiency to mastery requires 2,000 training points, and from mastery to perfection requires 5,000 training points. In the previous battle, Yinkong accumulated a total of 350 training points. Without further deliberation, he promptly elevated the thunder-breathing technique to the mastery level. Upon upgrading, Yinkong immediately sensed a distinct difference. His breathing rhythm exhibited subtle alterations, becoming not only more fluid, but also slightly enhancing his physical attributes. It is noteworthy that Yinkong's physical prowess was already formidable, yet even so, he could perceive a faint improvement. One can only imagine that for the native humans of the Demon Slayer world, an elevation in level would undoubtedly bring about a qualitative transformation in their strength. Ding. The host's breathing technique level and physical attributes meet the requirements. Awakening ability. Patterns, unawakened. Oh, patterns. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yinkong was somewhat astonished, as he had only intended to upgrade his skill, yet he unexpectedly gained an additional ability. Patterns are abilities that awaken after one has cultivated their breathing technique to a certain realm, enhancing strength at the cost of one's lifespan. Thus, swordsmen who awaken these patterns typically do not live beyond the age of 25, although exceptions exist, such as the sun-breathing swordsman, Yurichi Tsujikuni. Legend has it that during the Warring States period, several original Demon Slayer swordsmen, who repeatedly forced Muzan Kibutsuji into dire straits, bore markings reminiscent of demonic patterns. However, many did not have the chance to awaken their patterns before their demise, leading to various theories regarding the inheritance of these patterns. Furthermore, the Demon Slayer Corps has encountered multiple catastrophic crises throughout its history, resulting in the severance of this inheritance. One pattern swordsman explicitly documented in his diary, "Those who exhibit patterns will resonate, allowing those around them to also obtain patterns." Thus, Yinkong, who can awaken patterns, has the potential to enable more Hashira to awaken theirs, which could serve as a formidable trump card in the impending decisive battle against Muzan Kibutsuji. Naturally, given Yinkong's Phoenix bloodline and possession of chaotic energy, the side effects of awakening patterns have minimal impact on him, consuming only his internal energy rather than his lifespan. Yinkong, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and speculated, if elevating thunder breathing to mastery awakened patterns, then when it reaches perfection, will I directly acquire Clear World, a capability akin to a lower-tier version of observation haki? With this thought, Yinkong was brimming with determination, eager to vanquish the demons he perceived as mere sources of training points. After a while, Yinkong calmed his exhilaration and began to explore other matters. Similar to the breathing techniques, the learning and enhancement of sword techniques, as well as the integration of breathing techniques, could all be elevated using the versatile training points. Thus, Yinkong's planning for the foreseeable future would revolve around exterminating demons and acquiring training points, for regardless of the system's myriad functions, without training points, all would be in vain. In the following days, Yinkong practiced his swordsmanship daily in an open area outside the village during the day, and in the evenings, he relaxed in the hot springs on the back mountain. Occasionally, he would visit the village chief's blacksmith shop to observe the forging process of the Nichiren blades, leading a very fulfilling life. "Mr. Yinkong, the village chief requests your presence at his blacksmith shop." On the 8th day of his arrival in Forging Knife Village, the elderly village chief sent a villager to inform Yinkong that his Nichiren blade had been forged. Grateful for the message, Yinkong promptly made his way to the chief's blacksmith shop, where he found the old chief making final adjustments to the blade. "Yinkong, here it is. Your Nichiren blade is complete. I must say, it is the finest piece I have crafted in recent years," the chief remarked as he handed over the newly forged blade. "Do you know? The katana you provided me contained a mysterious metal I had never encountered before. Fortunately, I took matters into my own hands. Had it been another smith, it might have resulted in a worthless blade," he added, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with excitement and pride. "Thank you, esteemed chief. I shall wield it to sever the head of Muzan Kibutsuji." Yinkong expressed his gratitude, drawing the newly born black rein from its sheath, gripping the hilt with both hands. At the moment his hands clasped the hilt, the Nichiren blade quivered gently before undergoing a transformation. The originally metallic gray blade began to exhibit a brilliant golden hue, starting from the base of the hilt and gradually spreading towards the tip. In mere moments, the entire blade shimmered in radiant gold, appearing extraordinarily striking. The Nichiren blade, also known as the color-changing sword, changes its hue depending on the user. For instance, one who practices water breathing would see the blade turn deep blue, while one who trains in flame breathing would witness it shift to a crimson red. As Yinkong practiced thunder breathing, it manifested as a brilliant gold. The old chief gazed at his masterpiece with satisfaction and explained the reason behind the blade's transformation. With a gentle swing of black rain, Yinkong struck the trial wood prepared by the chief, encountering almost no resistance as he cleaved the sturdy wood in two. Observing the flawless edge of the blade, a satisfied smile graced Yinkong's face as he sheathed black rain once more, expressing his gratitude to the chief again. With the successful forging of black rain, Yinkong's purpose in forging Knife Village was fulfilled. After requesting a spare Nichiren blade from the chief, he took his leave. The journey back was similar to his arrival. After a series of twists and turns, he was escorted back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters by members of the Hidden Unit. Upon returning to headquarters, Yinkong had little time to rest before his crow, Sujikich, flew in from outside, delivering a new mission directive. Hiya Yinkong. You are ordered to immediately proceed to the southeastern town to investigate the mysterious disappearances of villagers. Receiving the mission, Yinkong set off at once, guided by the crow. By the following morning, he arrived at Akawada town, a place that might harbor evil demons. Since demons typically do not emerge during the day, and with his ability to perceive the presence of demons sealed by the system, coupled with his lack of extraordinary olfactory senses like Tanjiro's, he could only await the arrival of night. As the sun began to set, Yinkong made good use of the time, heading to a nearby military outpost to consult with the intelligence personnel regarding relevant information pertaining to the current mission. According to our intelligence department's analysis, the mysterious disappearances of the villagers in Chiwa town are highly likely linked to malevolent spirits, the intelligence officer stated, presenting Yinkong with a dossier detailing recent occurrences in Chiwa town. 1 month prior, the antique dealer Mr. Shuating mysteriously vanished from his home, only for his body to be discovered later in the mountains outside the town, with nothing remaining but his head. 21 days ago, Mr. Koizukawa, the owner of a clothing store, mysteriously disappeared during a gathering with friends at a tavern, only for his remains to be found in the same mountainous region. 13 days ago, Mr. Nanjiao, a grain and oil merchant, also vanished from his home, with his guards recalling no unusual events prior to his disappearance. 5 days ago, Miss Kubo, the owner of a confectionery shop, mysteriously disappeared while preparing pastries in her kitchen, according to the staff. Less than a minute elapsed from her entering the kitchen to the moment she was discovered missing. Just 2 days ago, intelligence operatives Mino and Shimokawa ventured into the forest outside the town in search of clues, but have yet to return, raising suspicions of foul play. Upon reviewing the dossier, Yinkong concurred with the intelligence officer's hypothesis. Only a malevolent spirit wielding bizarre blood magic could abduct individuals without a trace. However, aside from confirming the involvement of malevolent spirits, Yinkong uncovered a peculiar clue and inquired of the officer, "Have you noticed that all the missing individuals listed in the dossier are merchants from the town? Is there any connection among them?" The intelligence officer, evidently oblivious to this detail, responded awkwardly, "I apologize. We have not investigated this aspect yet." "Not to worry," Yinkong replied with a smile. "Based on the current clues, it can be roughly determined that the forest outside the town is a realm frequented by malevolent spirits. When night falls, I shall venture there to seek out these fiends." Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen, and Yinkong along with Heike found themselves in the forest outside the town. Yinkong retrieved a few strips of dried fish from the system's space and fed them to the eagerly awaiting Heike before instructing, "Heike, scout from the skies, if you please." "Certainly, Master," Heike nodded, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky in search of the spirit's traces, while Yinkong chose a different direction to conduct his own search. Before long, Heike returned from the distance, circling above Yinkong's head while exclaiming, "Master, I have located the target. It's over there, follow me." "Lead the way," Yinkong responded, invigorated. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at a moss-covered boulder, where they beheld a malevolent spirit feasting upon a human. Just as Yinkong prepared to strike down the fiend, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from afar. To avoid alarming the spirit, he halted his movements, intending to discern whether the newcomers were allies of the malevolent entity. The gluttonous demon, engaged in its meal, heard the approaching footsteps and cast aside the meager bones in its grasp, gazing eagerly towards the newcomer. Moments later, a middle-aged man, burdened with a sack, appeared before Yinkong, panting heavily. To Yinkong's surprise, this man was not the menacing demon he had envisioned, but rather an ordinary human. How curious that a mere human would dare to confront a demon. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yun Kong's eyes as he chose to remain still, intent on observing their peculiar exchange. "Inu-chan, you're dreadfully late," the demon remarked as it rose to its feet upon seeing the middle-aged man, swiftly taking the sack from his shoulder. "Ah, how delightful." The demon unfastened the sack's closure, leaned down, and inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing its face as it exclaimed, "Truly, it is exquisite. No wonder, for these are freshly born infants. Inu-chan, these are far more delectable than those wretches you had me bind." "Ah, I am glad to hear that," Inu-chan replied, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face as he hesitantly inquired, "My lord Zika, I have brought the food you requested. Now, what of my reward?" The demon Zika cast a dismissive glance at Inu-chan, saying, "Rest assured, before devouring that woman, I extracted the information you seek. The ledger is buried in her backyard, precisely 3 feet south of the largest cherry blossom tree." "Ah, splendid. This means there will be no evidence of my bribery, and all my troubles can be resolved." After hearing Zika's response, Inu-chan exhaled a deep sigh of relief, his face lighting up with obsequious delight as he bowed low, saying, "My lord Zika, fear not. As long as I can maintain my position as mayor, I shall bring you 2 infants each month as tribute." "Humph, you show some sense. But should you dare deceive me, I shall feast upon you instead." The demon Zika huffed arrogantly, then waved Inu-chan away, eager to indulge in the repast he had procured. Thunder breathing, 4th form, distant thunder. Observing this exchange, Yun Kong could not allow the infants to fall prey to Zika's insatiable hunger. In an instant, he lunged towards the demon, wielding his blade to strike at its neck, while his other hand grasped the sack containing the infants. Zika proved to be far inferior to even the weakest of demons, unable to react in time to Yun Kong's sudden onslaught, and was swiftly decapitated, dissolving into ash amid the forest. With the demon vanquished, Yun Kong seized the sack that had fallen from Zika's grasp, cradling the unconscious infant within. Fortunately, there seems to be no serious harm. Utilizing his medical knowledge gleaned from medical ninjutsu, he performed a cursory examination of the infant, confirming that the child was unharmed, merely in a deep slumber due to the effects of the substances administered. The abrupt turn of events left Inu-chan in shock, collapsing to the ground, trembling as he pointed a shaking arm at Yun Kong, stammering in panic, "Who are you?" "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you, a scoundrel, have colluded with malevolent spirits and offered infants as sustenance to them, an unforgivable act." Such a deranged individual evokes no sympathy from Yun Kong, who disregards the pleas for mercy and promptly sends him to the depths of hell with a single strike. With the malevolent spirit vanquished and the vile remnants dealt with, Yun Kong's task reaches its conclusion. He prepares to return to the Demon Slayer core stronghold in the small town, intending to hand over the slumbering infant to the hidden squad for further handling. Yet, before he could step out of the forest, the air suddenly thickens with a potent aura of malevolence. A chilling wind sweeps through the woods, dimming even the moonlight. Some seasoned members of the Demon Slayer Corps, familiar with the presence of demons, can sense the emanating aura even without the acute sense of smell possessed by Tanjiro. However, Yun Kong, having just recently arrived in the world of Demon Slayer and having encountered only 3 demons thus far, lacks any significant experience. Logically, he should not be able to discern the demon's presence. Yet, at this moment, he unmistakably perceives it, causing his expression to grow exceedingly grave. The ability to sense the demon's aura does not imply a heightened intuition. Rather, it is due to the overwhelming and unmasked demonic energy radiating from the approaching entity, clearly indicating the imminent arrival of a formidable and self-assured demon. Boom! Just as Yun Kong's vigilance heightened, a figure leapt from a distant tree trunk, soaring through the air for an impressive distance before landing gracefully on the grass not far from him. With striking short peach-colored hair and a body adorned with numerous deep blue tattoos symbolizing sinners, the figure's ankles were each graced with a string of peach-colored prayer beads matching his hair. Most captivating were his dazzling golden eyes, inscribed with the characters 4, Upper Moon, and 3. Without a doubt, the entity before Yun Kong was the Upper Moon 3, the demon of battle, Akaza. Upon encountering Akaza, Yun Kong truly grasped the magnitude of the Upper Moon's power. In comparison, the Lower Moon for he had previously slain seemed trivial and inconsequential. Although both Lower and Upper Moons belonged to the 12 Kazuki, The disparity between them is immense. It is no wonder that, throughout the blood-soaked battles of the past centuries, a lower moon has never triumphed over an upper moon. Realizing he faced Upper Moon 3, Yunkong felt a tightening in his chest. Though he betrayed no outward signs of trepidation, his gaze remained fixed on Akaza, every nerve in his body taut and prepared for battle. Upon landing, Akaza did not launch an immediate attack, but instead regarded Yunkong with keen interest. After observing him for a time, Akaza spoke in a tone laced with admiration. Though your fighting spirit is not particularly strong, it conveys a sense of danger, indicating your considerable strength. Might I inquire your name? Yamano Yunkong, he replied coolly, feigning ignorance. And what is your name, Upper Moon 3? I am Akaza. With an air of nonchalance, Akaza announced his name and extended a sincere invitation. Omakumo, I have a splendid proposal for you. Would you consider joining us and becoming a demon? Oh, Omakumo raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of amusement. I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Do you truly believe I would accept your offer? Furthermore, why would I choose to serve under Muzan Kabutsuji when I am perfectly fine as I am? Humans age and succumb to death. Their bodies cannot eternally sustain their prime. However, by becoming a demon, one would possess infinite time, be it a century or two, unscathed by the ravages of time, capable of continuous training and growth until reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. How magnificent that would be! Akaza's perspective bore a striking resemblance to Dio's from JoJo, echoing the famous phrase from a past life. Humans have their limits, hence I shall cease to be one. In response to Akaza's invitation, Omakumo aptly retorted with another iconic line from JoJo, Taga, Kotoru, however, I must decline. Is that so? What a pity. To encounter a worthy candidate only to have them reject me. Akaza's tone was laced with regret, yet his expression swiftly morphed into one of cold resolve. Since you refuse to become a demon, I shall have no choice but to kill you. However, my proposal remains valid until your final breath. Sensing Akaza's murderous intent, Omakumo hastily interjected, Wait, what? Have you reconsidered? Akaza looked at Omakumo in surprise, momentarily halting his impending attack. No, I will not become a demon. Omakumo shook his head, gesturing to the infant cradled in his arms. Akaza, I believe you would not wish for me to fight while holding him, would you? Allow me to safely place him first, and then we shall battle elsewhere. Very well, but do not keep me waiting too long. Akaza relished combat with the strong, dismissing the weak with disdain, even harboring a strong aversion to them. He certainly did not want the presence of an infant to interfere with his confrontation with Omakumo. Rest assured, it will be swift. Omakumo procured a spare garment from his system space, wrapping the infant securely within it. He then utilized his black rain to carve a sizable hole in a tree trunk, placing the infant inside and sealing the hole partially to protect the child from venomous snakes and small beasts. Additionally, he left a black flag behind to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Having resolved the matter of the infant, Omakumo felt unburdened and turned to the increasingly impatient Akaza, stating, All right, Akaza, let us proceed. Follow me. There is a suitable place for our battle ahead. With that, Akaza took the lead toward their destination, untroubled by the prospect of Omakumo fleeing. Should Omakumo attempt such a thing, Akaza would pursue him relentlessly, and their interactions would not be as cordial as they were now. Omakumo, fully aware of this, refrained from any tricks, keeping pace behind Akaza. A minute later, Omakumo followed Akaza deeper into the forest, arriving at a relatively spacious clearing. Yawazawa came to a halt, turning to face the swiftly approaching Yunkong, and inquired, Yunkong, this is the battlefield where we shall engage. Are you prepared? Absolutely, Yunkong replied, gripping the black rein firmly, adopting a stance that maximized his potential for combat, signaling that he was indeed ready for the confrontation. Then, I shall make my move. Technique unleashed, blood demon art, destructive kill, row needle. Yawazawa assumed a combat posture, releasing his most essential blood demon art. With a powerful stamp of his foot upon the ground, an enormous 12-pointed snowflake formation emerged beneath him, enveloping Yunkong in an invisible, intangible force field. The battle commenced. The destructive kill row needle is the essence of Yawazawa's blood demon art. In simple terms, it amplifies one's inherent qualities and martial prowess. Once unleashed, it grants the ability to sense the opponent's fighting spirit akin to a compass, making one's attacks and evasive maneuvers as precise as if drawn by a magnet. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the more pronounced the row needle's reaction, thus enhancing both strength and accuracy. Conversely, if the opponent is an ordinary individual devoid of fighting spirit, or a master who has grasped the ability to conceal their fighting spirit within the transparent realm, the Row Needle becomes ineffective. Yunkong did not belong to the latter categories. Hence, once Yawazawa deployed his Blood Demon art, the invisible Row Needle accurately detected his position. Yunkong, soon you shall comprehend just how frail the human body is in comparison to the perfect physique of a demon. Having locked onto Yunkong's location, Yawazawa's gaze sharpened as he initiated his assault. Perfect physique? Spare me the jest. A body that even the sun dares not illuminate hardly qualifies as perfect, Yunkong scoffed. Undeterred by Yawazawa's imposing presence, the chaos technique and the breath of thunder synchronized in their operation as he brandished the black rain, advancing to meet the oncoming Yawazawa. Blood Demon art, destructive kill, chaos style. Yawazawa's speed was astonishing, closing the distance to Yunkong in the blink of an eye, unleashing a flurry of rapid and ferocious strikes aimed at his chest. Thunder Breath, second form, modified Chain Rice Soul. Yunkong opted not to evade, choosing instead to confront the onslaught head-on. The blade of black rain transformed into a dark blur as it unleashed a series of lightning-like attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of blade against fist erupted in a series of explosive sounds, creating a tempest-like force that sent debris and grass flying in all directions from the point of impact. Though the demon's physique was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Sunwheel blade. Yawazawa, unarmed and barehanded, naturally found himself at a disadvantage in this exchange. After a fierce exchange, Yawazawa's arms and fists bore numerous wounds from the black rain. However, he remained unfazed, excitedly exclaiming, "Yunkong, do you see? This is the advantage of a demon's body. No matter the extent of the injuries sustained, my strength remains unaffected. Unlike fragile human beings, the demon's form possesses astonishing regenerative capabilities, as long as the head remains intact. Any injury can heal completely." As an upper moon demon, Yawazawa's recovery abilities were even more remarkable, as within mere breaths, the wounds inflicted by black rain had already mended, not in the slightest detracting from his combat efficacy. Is that so? The skies remained indifferent as Yunkong devoted himself to countering the onslaught of Akaza. If you truly possess such prowess, why not attempt to sever my neck? Should you wish to strike me down, it can only be through your own merit. Alas, it seems you may never have that opportunity unless you are willing to accept my proposition. Akaza unleashed a series of rapid strikes, yet Yunkong deftly neutralized each assault. As Yunkong retaliated, Akaza leaped high into the air, evading the attack while invoking a new Blood Demon art. Blood Demon art, destructive kill, empty space. Suspended in midair, Akaza directed his fists toward Yunkong's position, unleashing a barrage of invisible force aimed at his head. Although the strikes were invisible to the naked eye, the sound of their passage alerted Yunkong, prompting him to immediately adopt a defensive stance. Thunder Breathing, sixth form, Thunderclap, and Flash. Centering himself, Yunkong instantaneously released a multitude of lightning-infused slashes in all directions, successfully intercepting the 6 forceful blows emitted by Akaza. Yunkong, I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Were you to transform into a demon, you would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Akaza landed gracefully, complimenting him with a smile before launching another attack without allowing Yunkong a moment's respite. Blood Demon art, destructive kill, foot style, flowing light. Once more, Akaza surged forward, planting his left leg firmly on the ground for support while raising his right leg high, delivering a flurry of ferocious kicks aimed at Yunkong's chest, resembling a series of explosive flashes. Having concluded his preliminary probing, Akaza's subsequent assault was imbued with greater power and speed, clearly indicating his seriousness. Thunder Breathing, second form, modified Chain Reaping. Yunkong found himself struggling to cope, and after a moment of strenuous defense, he was struck in the chest by Akaza's foot, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. As he soared through the air, Yunkong adjusted his posture, landing and retreating several steps to dissipate the force of the blow. However, he felt his blood surge within him, and he could not suppress a spurt of dark blood from his mouth. Though injured, Yunkong countered during the exchange, utilizing black rain to slice through half of Akaza's foot. Regrettably, the foot was not a critical weakness of a demon, while it prevented Akaza from pursuing him. It was hardly significant, and he swiftly recovered. Medical Ninjutsu, Healing Palm Technique. A green light emanated from Yun Kong's palm as he employed the unsealed healing palm technique to mend his fractured ribs with urgency. Curious about the green glow, Akaza inquired. What ability is that? It is merely a minor healing ability, nothing worth mentioning. Yun Kong offered no further explanation, observing Akaza as he prepared to continue his assault. Pondering to himself, the third upper moon is indeed absurdly powerful. If I do not reveal my trump card soon, I may find myself in peril. With this thought, Yun Kong's expression grew serious as he declared, "Patterns, activate." Upon activation, intricate markings akin to demonic tattoos appeared on his face, enhancing his physical prowess and facilitating his recovery. Destructive kill, shattered leaf, 10,000 leaves. Yuozu leaped above Yun Kong, twisting his body to assume an inverted position, and then, under the influence of gravity, plummeted downward like a powerful strike akin to the Buddha palm depicted in the film Kung Fu. Yun Kong's ribs fractured, his breathing technique impaired, rendering him temporarily unable to evade swiftly. Consequently, he crossed his arms to shield against Yuozu's descending fist. With a resounding impact, Yun Kong's feet sank into the ground, fissures spreading like a web from the point of contact. Despite an enhancement in his physical attributes, enduring such an assault proved burdensome, causing a sickly hue to rise to his face. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the blood that surged to his throat, and retaliated with a fierce attack. First form of thunder breathing, modified instant slash. Yun Kong's adaptation of the first form forsook its assault of nature, channeling strength into his arms as he struck at Yuozu with lightning speed. Within the confines of my technique, all your actions are perceptible to me, Yuozu taunted. Just as Yun Kong was about to deliver a lethal cut, a smug smile appeared on Yuozu's face. He leaped back, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The ease with which Yuozu maneuvered reaffirmed Yun Kong's recognition of his formidable strength, truly deserving of his rank among the upper moons. In addition to his superior physical prowess, Yuozu surpassed Yun Kong in combat experience, technique, timing, and control of power, placing him at a distinctly higher level. Yun Kong was not surprised. After all, Yuozu had been a formidable warrior in life, enhanced by Kibutsuji Muzan's blood after his fall, and had continuously trained for over 2 centuries, honing his skills through numerous battles against the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. It was clear that Yun Kong, sealed and inexperienced, could not hope to match him. Yun Kong, become a demon. With your exceptional physical capabilities, you could endure the blood of many adults and undoubtedly rise to become an upper moon like me. Yuozu, not rushing to retaliate, regarded Yun Kong with admiration and continued to persuade him. Once you become a demon, you will have ample time to refine your swordsmanship. And when we next clash, you will not find yourself in such a dire predicament. I have already stated, that is impossible. Fifth form of thunder breathing, heat wave thunder. Yun Kong resolutely declined, his blade igniting with destructive lightning, unleashing searing bolts toward Yuozu. Blood demon art, destructive annihilation. Observing Yun Kong's stubbornness, Yuozu shook his head slightly, unleashing a devastating punch that collided with Yun Kong's lightning, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom! The blast wave radiated violently in all directions. Yet neither Yun Kong nor Yuozu was affected as they resumed their intense exchange of strikes. This is troubling. If the third upper moon is already this formidable, one can only imagine the strength of those ranked above him, such as the likes of Dumoku and Kokushibo, as well as Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons. Though Yun Kong possesses a trace of phoenix blood, it remains exceedingly scant, rendering his recuperative abilities inferior to those of Iwazwa. Engaging in a protracted battle would undoubtedly place Yun Kong at a significant disadvantage. He yearned for a swift resolution, yet alas, he lacked the might to overpower Iwazwa and had to remain wary of his adversary's strategy of exchanging injuries. Consequently, he soon found himself in a precarious position. Observing the increasingly formidable Iwazwa before him, a flicker of resignation crossed Yun Kong's eyes. After forcing Iwazwa back with a minor injury, he once again deployed a new trump card. With a mere thought, a transparent crystal vial materialized in his hand, containing a mysterious liquid that emanated a faint golden glow. As Iwazwa looked on with curiosity, Yun Kong deftly uncapped the bottle with one hand and poured a substantial portion over the black rain, while the remaining small amount was applied to his hands and shoes. Iwazwa, bewildered by Yun Kong's actions, inquired, "Yun Kong, what are you doing?" "Nothing of consequence. Merely a little trick to deal with you." Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Yun Kong responded with a slight smile, stowing the empty vial back into the system space. He lunged forward, brandishing his blade once more at Iwazwa. Futile, you are not yet my match. What a shame. Your life is about to come to an end, Iwazwa retorted, evading Yun Kong's attacks while countering with strikes of his own. A glimmer of determination shone in Yun Kong's eyes as he sought to exploit Iwazwa's lack of information, aiming to find the opportune moment to unleash his full potential. As he launched a lethal strike towards Iwazwa's neck, the latter cautiously evaded or neutralized the attack, appearing somewhat careless with strikes aimed at other parts, thus allowing Yun Kong to seize an opportunity. Thunder breathing, first form, instant slash. After another exchange of blows, Yun Kong finally discerned a flaw in Iwazwa's defenses and decisively opted to exchange injuries, delivering a slash toward Iwazwa's chest. Haha, Yun Kong, no matter how many times you wound me, it is all in vain. This is the advantage of being a demon, Iwazwa boasted, confident in his regenerative abilities, willingly trading injuries as he interrupted Yun Kong's defense with a blow to his left arm. Although this exchange seemed to favor Iwazwa, the ensuing events would leave him utterly astonished. The wound that should have healed almost immediately began to emit a foul stench of black smoke, as if corroded by the mysterious liquid on Yun Kong's blade. How can this be? For one accustomed to the advantages of a demon's body, the sudden loss of his regenerative prowess sent shockwaves through Iwazwa's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed and stirring a long-forgotten sense of panic within. Though Aqua is often a burdening goddess, her bathwater proves remarkably reliable. After witnessing the success of this attack, a smile finally graced Yun Kong's face. His use of the vial of holy water obtained from the system was not in vain. Indeed, the mysterious liquid he had just employed was none other than Aqua's bathwater from the world of Su Wei, infused with a subtle divine and purifying power. Although the demons outwardly resemble humans, they can be classified as undead beings based on their racial attributes. For humans, holy water serves as a sacred elixir for healing and detoxifying, while for demons, it is a potent poison capable of reducing them to ashes. Yun Kong, aware that his strength pales in comparison to Akaza's, chose to leverage external forces to diminish the gap between them, not seeking to vanquish Akaza, but rather to endure until dawn, when Akaza would inevitably retreat, thus achieving a semblance of victory. With a flash of the first form of thunder-breathing, lightning flash. Having gained a fleeting advantage, Yun Kong was determined not to grant Akaza the opportunity to recuperate. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he launched a relentless series of dazzling attacks. Although Akaza had been caught off guard by Yun Kong's cunning maneuver, his power still surpassed that of Yun Kong. However, the fear of the holy water restrained him from fighting with his usual ferocity. Humph, Ubuyashiki Yun Kong, I shall remember you. The next time we meet, it will be your demise. As the holy water continued to impede his recovery, the wound on Akaza's chest expanded, leading him to ultimately abandon the thought of slaying Yun Kong and retreat from the battle. Phew, it is over. With the battle concluded, Yun Kong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Akaza's retreating figure, he murmured, Akaza, you are the first adversary to push me to such extremes. However, when we meet again, the outcome may not be in your favor. After utilizing medical ninjutsu to preliminarily tend to his injuries, Yun Kong returned to his previous position, accompanied by the Black Flag and the infant, heading back to Chikawa Town. Upon returning to Chikawa Town, Yun Kong entrusted the infant to the members of the Hidden, allowing them to handle the subsequent arrangements. My lord, after I have dealt with the troublesome demon, I present to you the capabilities exhibited by Upper Moon 3 during this battle. In the conference room of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yun Kong reported to Ubuyashiki Yoyai regarding the circumstances of this mission and his encounter with Akaza. He then recounted in detail the course of his battle with Akaza, especially the blood demon techniques employed by Akaza, concluding with, forgive my candor, but even if Mr. Rengoku and the Stone Hashira were to face Upper Moon 3 in single combat, the odds of victory would be exceedingly slim. You are correct, Yun Kong. In our centuries-long struggle against demons, we have sacrificed too many Hashira without ever achieving a kill against an Upper Moon demon, which underscores their formidable nature. Although Ubuyashiki Yoyai had not witnessed Akaza firsthand, he concurred with Yun Kong's assessment after hearing the account of the battle. The battle-hungry Rengoku Kaijiro, brimming with combat fervor, wished not for Yun Kong, but for himself to engage Akaza in battle. However, retaining his composure, Rengoku prudently suggested, my lord, I recommend that in future endeavors against the Upper Moon demons, we deploy at least 3 Hashira. This way, even if we are unable to defeat them, we can significantly enhance the safety of our Hashira. Ubuyashiki Yoyai nodded in agreement, saying, Mr. Rengoku, I share your opinion. However, aside from Yinkong, we currently lack candidates of sufficient strength to become Hashira. It seems we must rely heavily on our trainers in the days to come. My esteemed lord, I happen to know of a talented youth. Rengoku Shinjuro stroked his chin, reminiscing. Over half a year ago, while I was on a mission at Hachiho Island, I rescued a boy named Iguro Abanai. He has since ascended to the rank of a C-class swordsman by slaying demons and has developed a unique form of serpent breathing tailored to his abilities. Oh, since he is favored by you, Mr. Shinjuro, I shall pay closer attention to him in the future, hoping he can meet your expectations and become one of the pillars of our Demon Slayer Corps. Kenroji Ioya places great importance on his subordinates, remembering each member of the Demon Slayer Corps, including Iguro Abanai mentioned by Rengoku Shinjuro. However, due to his frail health and illness, Kenroji Ioya finds it challenging to accurately discern the capabilities of each member. As the two discussed the role of trainers, Rengoku Shinjuro recalled the current dire state of the Demon Slayer Corps and proposed, My lord, recent losses within the Demon Slayer Corps have been quite severe. I suggest we hold this year's final selection earlier. The final selection is a time-honored process within the Demon Slayer Corps, established for centuries, designed to select qualified new members from the recruits recommended by trainers from various regions. The specific assessment takes the form of a survival challenge. As long as one can survive for 7 days in the demon-infested Fujisaki Mountain and emerge alive, they will have passed the evaluation. However, from Yinkong's perspective, despite its rich history, the final selection is not an exemplary method. Each year, dozens of newcomers are recommended to participate in the final selection, yet only a handful survive. The severe casualties stem not only from the inadequacy of the newcomers' qualifications, but also from the Demon Slayer Corps' insufficient safety measures. It is feasible to hold it earlier. We just need to arrange for the crows to notify the trainers in various regions. Kenroji Ioya is well aware of the current state of the Demon Slayer Corps and, after a moment of contemplation, agreed with Rengoku Shinjuro's suggestion. At this point, Kenroji Ioya turned to Yinkong and proposed, Yinkong, once your injuries have healed, would you take on the role of overseeing this year's final selection? Yinkong, who detests such troublesome matters, was about to decline when he suddenly recalled a malevolent demon hidden in Fujisaki Mountain that preys on newcomers, and promptly replied, No problem, leave it to me. After discussing the final selection, the group deliberated on several other matters before concluding their meeting. In the following days, Kenroji Ioya dispatched numerous crows to inform trainers across various regions of the revised schedule for the final selection, ensuring that their disciples would not miss this year's evaluation. As for Yinkong, he remained at headquarters, focusing on recuperation while planning his future training direction. The recent battle with Akaza had once again exposed Yinkong's shortcomings in physical techniques, particularly in swordsmanship, which was most evident. Since his arrival in this world, he had only mastered the thunder-breathing technique. Even though he had grasped all the associated sword forms and modifications, he still found himself somewhat at a disadvantage when facing certain peculiar blood demon arts. Thus, a notion blossomed within Yinkong's heart to master a multitude of breathing techniques and corresponding sword forms, ultimately crafting a unique style that belonged solely to him. In doing so, he would be better equipped to face any intricate circumstances that lay ahead. One evening, Yinkong visited the Rengoku family to seek out the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he directly articulated his intent, requesting, Mr. Rengoku, may I learn the breathing of flames from you? Of course, replied Kaijiro Rengoku. For to him, the breathing of flames was not an exceptionally rare treasure. He was more than willing to guide Yinkong in his studies. I am truly grateful, Mr. Rengoku, Yinkong responded, bowing deeply in appreciation, a reaction he had anticipated. During the period leading up to the final selection, Yinkong devoted nearly all his time to learning the breathing of flames and its accompanying sword techniques, alongside his duties of slaying demons. Unlike his experience with the breathing of thunder, this time he refrained from using the NZT-48, resulting in a more gradual pace of learning. Over the span of 2 months, he mastered the techniques of the breathing of flames, though his proficiency in the sword forms remained somewhat lacking, merely reaching a basic level of understanding. While studying at the Rengoku residence, Yunkong also befriended Kydro Rengoku's son, Kydro Rengoku, who during the original storyline was still a mere 12-year-old boy, mirroring his father in both demeanor and appearance, both exuding an exuberant and fiery spirit. During this time, Yunkong also undertook another endeavor, utilizing medical ninjutsu and the flames of nirvana to heal Kydro's mother, who had been suffering physically due to her recent pregnancy. With Yunkong's intervention, it was likely that she would not meet the same tragic fate as in the original tale, thereby rewriting the destinies of both Kydro Rengoku and his father for the better. A month later, as the day of the final selection approached, Yunkong, in his capacity as the responsible leader, departed from headquarters and made his way to Fujisaki Mountain in anticipation of the candidate's arrival. Fujisaki Mountain, nestled in a secluded area, was adorned at its base and halfway up with a circle of ever-blooming wisteria trees, hence its name. This location served as a meticulously arranged assessment ground for the Demon Slayer Corps. Each year, the Corps would capture a number of weaker, newborn demons and release them into Fujisaki Mountain as test subjects for the final selection. Once the demons were brought into Fujisaki Mountain, their fates were sealed. They would either be slain by the newcomers participating in the assessment that year, or they might survive only to face the same fate at the hands of future candidates. The Demon Slayer Corps harbored no concerns about the demons escaping, for the wisteria flowers acted as a bane to the demons, much like Realgar to serpents. Except for a few exceptionally powerful demons, the rest dared not approach the wisteria groves. Thus, the perpetually blooming wisteria trees served as a prison's barrier, isolating Fujisaki Mountain from the outside world. A few days later, the day of the final selection arrived. Before nightfall, Yunkong led a dozen swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps and a logistical support team from a covert unit to a platform halfway up Fuji Mountain. Welcome to Fuji Mountain, everyone. I am the head of this final selection, Weno Yunkong. Thank you for attending tonight's assessment. Yunkong stepped forward to deliver a brief opening statement, before outlining the evaluation rules for the newcomers participating in the final selection. Within Fuji Mountain, malevolent demons captured by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are imprisoned, and the criterion for passing the final selection is to survive for 7 days within this mountain. Of course, to ensure your safety as much as possible, each of you will be given a special signal flare. Should you encounter an insurmountable enemy or sustain severe injuries that prevent you from continuing, you may choose to release the flare, at which point rescue personnel will arrive to escort you safely out of Fuji Mountain. However, this will signify a failure in the assessment. Lastly, I must reiterate that while the criterion is survival for 7 days, if you possess the strength, you may attempt to slay the demons within the mountain. They have been starved for many days and are currently in a weakened state, making them exceptional practice targets for you newcomers. Seize this opportunity wisely. The assessment rules announced by Yunkong are not the traditional laissez-faire guidelines of the Demon Slayer Corps, but rather a newly formulated set of regulations crafted after discussions with individuals such as Ubuyashiki Yose. Under the original laissez-faire rules, once newcomers entered Fuji Mountain, the Demon Slayer Corps would withdraw their support, leaving them to fend for themselves, which resulted in a tragically high casualty rate during each final selection. Many promising newcomers, lacking experience in facing demons, often found themselves unable to perform at their true potential during their first encounter, leading to their untimely demise within Fuji Mountain. For instance, in the original narrative, the character Mikomo initially held an advantage in her battle against Hand Demon. However, she was easily disrupted by the demon's words, leading to a decline in her reflexes, which ultimately resulted in her limbs being torn apart and her being devoured. The new rules are far more humane, preventing such outcomes. When they encounter a crisis, they can signal the Demon Slayer Corps for assistance, although not everyone can be guaranteed rescue. As long as they are not killed instantly and can endure until help arrives, their lives will not be in jeopardy. While this approach may lead to failure in this assessment, survival signifies hope, a future, and boundless possibilities. Afterward, whether they choose to continue their training to participate in the next selection or, having lost the courage to face demons, decide to join the support unit, they will still contribute to the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps, which is far preferable to sacrificing their lives here. After all, nurturing each newcomer is no easy task. Squandering human resources on a mere examination is an extravagance that the already strained Demon Slayer Corps can ill afford. It is precisely for this reason that Ubuyashiki Yose and others agreed to Yunkong's proposal to amend the previous rules. This is quite different from what the teacher conveyed. Indeed, It is a pleasant surprise that the esteemed members of the Demon Slayer Corps would protect us. Upon hearing Yun Kong announce the examination rules, the newcomers immediately began to discuss among themselves. Although the new regulations deviated from what their teacher had informed them, they were undeniably beneficial, filling them with anticipation for the impending final selection. While the newcomers engaged in conversation, Yun Kong observed them keenly, soon identifying two individuals adorned with fox-shaped masks amidst the crowd. They were Korobu and Ju Tomioka. Yun Kong recognized their identities as the disciples of the former Water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki. The masks they wore were crafted by Urokadaki himself, intended to bless them for a safe passage through the selection process. However, unbeknownst to him, these masks had turned into a tool for the Hand Demon to pinpoint and target his disciples, resulting in the tragic demise of over 10 disciples during the final selection, all devoured by the vengeful Hand Demon. Fortunately, with the involvement of Yun Kong, a traveler from another realm, such tragedies would not be permitted to unfold. The Hand Demon, serving as a formidable adversary for the newcomers, was destined to become his next target for elimination. Once the newcomers settled into silence, the logistics team distributed signal flares to each individual, instructing them on their use and the precautions necessary for maintaining them. After the newcomers absorbed this knowledge, Yun Kong raised his arm and, with a sweeping gesture towards the entrance, proclaimed, "Thus, the final selection officially commences. I wish you all good fortune." As his words echoed, the newcomers ventured into the depths of Mount Fujisaki in small groups, commencing their initiation assessment. Once all the newcomers had entered the mountain, Yun Kong turned to the waiting Demon Slayer members, commanding, "All right, everyone, proceed according to the designated areas." "Yes, Master Yun Kong." The Demon Slayer members bowed respectfully before turning to enter Mount Fujisaki, dispersing to their assigned regions to ensure they could respond swiftly should any newcomer signal for aid. These members were Season B or C-grade swordsmen, and the weaker demons within Mount Fujisaki posed no threat to them. Additionally, they carried another type of special signal flare, allowing them to call for assistance from Yun Kong should they encounter formidable demons like the Hand Demon. After these Demon Slayer members set off, Yun Kong also entered Mount Fujisaki, pursuing the direction chosen by Korobu and Ju Tomioka. Within the mountain, two youths wielding Nichiren swords cautiously navigated the forest. The boy on the left had mid-length light orange hair and silver eyes adorned with horizontal patterns, wearing a fox mask marked by a scar on the right side. The boy on the right sported mid-length black hair, donned a plain dark red haori, and wore a rather unremarkable fox mask. Such distinctive attire unmistakably revealed their identities as Korobu and Ju Tomioka. As the elder brother, Korobu felt it was his duty to look after his junior, remaining ever vigilant and attuned to even the slightest sounds around them, wary of any malevolent demon that might breach the code of honor and launch a surprise attack on him and Ju Tomioka. "Food, delectable food. Meat, I crave meat. Grant me meat." I scent the aroma of fresh human flesh. As a group of famished and nearly maddened demons emerged from their lurking places, they lunged at the two individuals traversing a narrow path, claws bared and teeth gnashing. Water breathing, first form, water surface / water breathing, second form, water wheel. Despite their youth, Kanroji Mitsuri and Tanjiro Kamado remained unperturbed in the face of the demons, expertly wielding the techniques of water breathing as they engaged the fiends in battle. The demons, though not particularly formidable, had been weakened by hunger, retaining only a fraction of their strength. However, the sheer number of demons presented a significant threat to Mitsuri and Tanjiro, forcing them into a fierce skirmish that divided their attention and created two separate battlegrounds around them. As Mitsuri dispatched the majority of the demons assailing her, the remaining fiends realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and scattered into the shadows. Mitsuri did not pursue them. Instead, she paused to catch her breath before rushing to the aid of Tanjiro, who was surrounded by a throng of demons. Water breathing, first form, water surface / The Nichiren blade in Mitsuri's hand glimmered with cold brilliance as she severed the demon that posed a grave threat to Tanjiro, rescuing him from the brink of unconsciousness. Having undergone the crucible of battle, Mitsuri transformed from a novice into a warrior, her swordplay evolving with each strike amidst the chaos. Though the demons were driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh, their instinct for self-preservation prevailed, leading some to flee when they recognized the futility of their situation. The battle swiftly concluded with Mitsuri's triumph. She sheathed her battered Nichiren blade and approached Tanjiro, only to find him unconscious and unresponsive to her calls. Should she signal for help? But doing so would mean Tanjiro's elimination. After a moment of contemplation, Mitsuri furrowed her brow and ultimately decided against sending a distress signal. Instead, she chose to care for him while continuing her trials. Subsequently, Mitsuri hoisted Tanjiro onto her back and pressed onward through the treacherous terrain of Fujisaki Mountain. Before long, they encountered a newcomer on the verge of perishing under a demon's assault. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. Mitsuri set Tanjiro down and moved with the swiftness of water, leaving a series of afterimages as she appeared beside the newcomer, swiftly dispatching the demon that threatened him. "Thank you for saving my life," the newcomer, wiping the sweat from his brow, expressed his gratitude to Mitsuri. "By the way, my name is Murata. May I ask for your esteemed name?" No need for formality. It was but a trifling effort. Mitsuri waved her hand dismissively and introduced herself. "I am Kanroji Mitsuri, and this is my junior, Tanjiro Kamado. Kanroji-san, you are truly impressive. You felled that demon with a single blow." Murata gazed at Mitsuri with admiration, momentarily forgetting his own injuries. With a hint of exasperation, Kanado gazed at Murata, who had transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, and gently reminded him, "Murata, you have sustained injuries. It would be prudent to tend to your wounds first." "All right." Murata snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving some ointment and bandages to clean and wrap his injuries. Observing Murata's efficient and meticulous treatment, Kanado suddenly had an idea and proposed. "Why not join us in our endeavors? You could assist in caring for Ju Tomioka while I handle any demons we encounter. What do you say?" "Yes, absolutely. I'm willing." Murata responded without hesitation, having been shaken by the ferocity of the demons and now seeing a reliable ally in Kanado. Thus, for the following days, the trio ventured forth together, slaying numerous demons and rescuing many newcomers in peril, gradually expanding their group. However, due to changes in the rules, some newcomers began to explore new options. Having witnessed the horror of the demons, a portion of the less robust candidates signaled their withdrawal, opting to return when their strength improved. Consequently, the number of newcomers in the Fujisaki Mountains dwindled, and by the end of a few days, only a handful remained, among them Kanado, Ju Tomioka, and the valiant Yu. Aware that the final selection would last 7 days, some seasoned demons eagerly mobilized on the last day, ravenously pursuing the remaining newcomers. As Kanado traversed a narrow path, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he cautioned, "There are sounds of a struggle ahead. We must hurry to assist." "Understood, Brother Kanado," replied Ju, who had regained consciousness, along with several other newcomers who had joined the group in the past few days, all following closely behind Kanado toward the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the battlefield, Kanado discovered 2 newcomers besieged by a horde of demons. One lay gravely injured on the ground, while the other was on the brink of collapse. "Ju, Shikawa, we charge in. Murata, Tenzawa, you too tend to the injured." Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. With that command, Kanado surged forward, followed closely by the others as they engaged the demons in combat. Water-breathing, first form, water surface slash. Kanado aimed for a massive, brass-colored arm extending from the depths of the forest, and with a swift flash of his Nichiren blade, he severed it effortlessly. The arm's owner, taken aback by this turn of events, shifted their gaze toward Kanado, momentarily stunned by the mask he wore, before erupting into a maniacal laugh. "Oh, that mask belongs to that guy. I never imagined, after consuming so many of his disciples, he would dare send more to their doom. How delightful." "Ha ha." Accompanied by this frenzied laughter, a colossal and grotesque demon, seemingly composed of countless massive arms intertwined, emerged into view. For those familiar with the original story, it was unmistakably the first minor boss faced by the protagonist, Tanjiro, Hand Demon. More than 40 years ago, during the Edo period, the formidable demon slayer, Kanroji Mitsuri, was in his prime. While hunting demons, he captured a hand demon and cast it into the depths of the final selection site, the Wisteria Mountain. Through cunning and a modicum of luck, the hand demon managed to survive the grueling selection process year after year, growing ever stronger. Not only did he endure, but he also devoured over 40 novice participants, enhancing his power and even mastering a blood demon art that allowed him to manipulate and create arms, thereby becoming the most formidable fiend within Wisteria Mountain. Decades of confinement drove the hand demon to madness, fostering an intense hatred for Kanroji Mitsuri, the very slayer who had ensnared him. Though the demon could no longer recall Mitsuri's visage, the memory of his mask-making technique remained vivid, prompting him to systematically slay over 10 of Mitsuri's disciples. When the hand demon recognized the identities of Tanjiro and Ju Tomioka, his head, buried among a pile of severed arms, suddenly lifted. In his bloodshot, star-shaped eyes, a frenzied and vengeful glint surged forth. Ah, here come two adorable little foxes again. Is today my lucky day? The hand demon gazed at Tanjiro with a sinister amusement. Refraining from immediate aggression and instead inquired, "Orange-haired fox boy, pray tell, what year is it in the Meiji era?" Tanjiro, sensing the underlying tension in the demon's words, felt a sudden unease and casually replied, "We are now in the Taisho era." Taisho era? The hand demon paused, momentarily lost in thought, before his fury erupted. Ah, the era name has changed again. How long have I been imprisoned? The era name has changed once more. Consumed by a tumult of sorrow and rage, the demon's eyes glimmered with a predatory crimson hue. One set of arms pounded violently against the ground, while another set frantically clawed at each other, leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes. Unforgivable. That bastard Mitsuri, damn Mitsuri. Observing the visibly unstable hand demon, Tanjiro remained vigilant with his blade and retorted, "How do you know about Master Mitsuri?" "I know him all too well," the demon spat, his gaze fixating on the mask Tanjiro wore. "It was that bastard Mitsuri who brought me here." With a grimace, he recalled, back in the Edo period during the KO era, so many era names have changed since, yet here I remain imprisoned. You speak nonsense. Those brought here are merely newly formed demons who have consumed 2 or 3 individuals. Most demons perish during the selection, and they often resort to cannibalism among their kind. It is impossible for a demon to survive here for so long. Tanjiro, having gleaned information about the final selection from Mitsuri, clearly doubted the hand demon's claims. "You are correct, but I am an exception. I have indeed survived within this wisteria-constructed prison. Moreover, I have devoured over 40 lesser demons, 12 of whom wore masks just like yours, disciples of that bastard Mitsuri." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the corners of the hand demon's mouth twisted into a sinister arc, rendering him even more menacing. "What did you say?" After hearing the hand demon's words, the Iron Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, but then a fierce blaze of fury ignited in his eyes, wishing fervently to reduce the hand demon to ashes. "Ha ha ha, long ago, I resolved to eliminate all of his disciples." The sight of Iron Rabbit's rage brought immense satisfaction to the hand demon, who laughed heartily and continued to provoke him with words. "Let me recall the most vivid memory, a little girl clad in a floral-patterned dress. She was quite diminutive, lacking strength, yet her movements were remarkably agile. However, upon hearing me speak of devouring numerous disciples of the scaled dragon, she began to weep, and subsequently, her movements became stiff. I seized her and tore off her limbs, and then The hand demon's ghastly eyes twitched, his star-shaped pupils dilating with excitement as he recounted the tale of how he had slain Sister Makoto. "So it was you who killed Sister Makoto. I shall avenge her." The Iron Rabbit's pupils constricted, and with a fierce grip on his blade, he launched an assault on the hand demon. Little fox. All your comrades have been consumed by me. They reside within my belly. Come, join them in reunion." The hand demon was already prepared, unleashing his blood demon technique, causing numerous arms to erupt from his corpulent form, reaching out to grasp the charging Iron Rabbit. Third form of water breathing, flowing dance. The Iron Rabbit executed the water breathing technique, his body moving with the swiftness of water, continuously severing the hand demon's arms with his Nichiren blade. Then, he leapt into the air, striking towards the hand demon's neck. The hand demon, confident in the strength of his neck, remained unconcerned by Iron Rabbit's attack, continuing to unleash arms in an attempt to seize him, all the while taunting him with mockery. You cannot kill me this way, do you know?" The screams of those little foxes before their demise were the most exquisite melodies. The incessant laughter only fueled Iron Rabbit's wrath further. Coupled with the fatigue from battling evil spirits over the past few days, he was momentarily caught off guard, allowing the hand demon to seize the opportunity and deliver a powerful blow, severely injuring him. Iron Rabbit, Brother Iron Rabbit. The others, including Ju Tomioka, who were engaged in combat with other demons, gasped in alarm, eager to rush to his aid, but were firmly held back by their opponents, helplessly watching as the hand demon approached the fallen Iron Rabbit. I wonder what the scaled dragon will think when he discovers his little demon has not returned? What expression will he wear? It's truly something to anticipate. The hand demon reached Iron Rabbit's side, four of his arms grasping the latter's limbs, preparing to bestow upon him a fate akin to that of Makoto. First form of thunder breathing, thunderclap. In a moment of dire urgency, a flash of lightning surged forth, and then the figure of Kaneo appeared beside Iron Rabbit. Puff, 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 puff. After a brief pause, 5 sounds of blood gushing erupted simultaneously, as the hand demon's head and his outstretched limbs severed from his torso under the keen edge of Kaneo's blade. Hand demon, perish. The hand demon stands as the most formidable of all malevolent spirits. Upon witnessing its demise at the hands of Yinkong, the remaining demons were immediately struck with terror and fled in all directions, leaving only Yinkong, Kanado, and others such as Ju Tomioka in their wake. Halt, do not move, Yinkong commanded, preventing Kanado from rising. He retrieved a vial of healing elixir crafted by Orochimaru from the system space and handed it to him, instructing, drink this quickly. It possesses the power to mend internal injuries. Ah, very well, Kanado replied, a grateful smile illuminating his face, trusting the potion without hesitation. He consumed it eagerly. Medical ninjutsu, healing technique. Once Kanado had ingested the potion, Yinkong conducted a swift examination of his injuries, employing medical ninjutsu to treat several severe wounds, ensuring he would not succumb to his wounds here. After the treatment, Yinkong turned to the visibly anxious Ju Tomioka and the others, smiling as he reassured them. Do not worry, he is no longer in grave danger. Thank you, Senior. They exclaimed in unison, relief washing over them, particularly from Ju, who shared a close bond with Kanado, as well as the other newcomers who had received Kanado's care over the past few days. The demon we just encountered was an anomaly, its strength surpassing the selection criteria, which is why I intervened. This will not affect your assessment, Yinkong clarified, apologizing for his breach of protocol while assisting Kanado. He then departed, awaiting the conclusion of the final selection. As dawn broke the following morning, the sun re-emerged in the sky, signaling the official conclusion of this final selection. The newcomers gradually emerged from Fujisaki Mountain, reconvening on the plateau halfway up the mountain. However, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere prior to the selection, the scene now appeared much more subdued. The number of participants had dwindled by more than half, and each face bore the marks of profound exhaustion and weariness. Congratulations to all who remain. You have successfully passed the final selection and are welcomed into the Demon Slayer Corps, Yinkong announced as the head of the final selection, stepping forward. However, before we proceed, you have 5 minutes to make a choice: to join the frontline combat unit that confronts demons directly, or to join the support unit that assists the frontline members. Do not harbor excessive concerns. It is imperative to heed your true inclinations. Whether in the frontline combat unit or the logistical support unit, each of you contributes to the eradication of demons. As Yinkong's words echoed, the crowd stirred, with several weaker newcomers hesitating in their resolve. Soon, the 5 minutes for contemplation elapsed. Observing the now subdued crowd, Yinkong continued, I trust you have reached your decisions. Let us proceed to the next phase. Those choosing to join the frontline combat unit, please remain. Those opting for the support unit, follow the personnel assigned to the support team. As in past selections, not all who passed the assessment would ultimately join the frontline combat unit. After witnessing the terror of the malevolent spirits, several newcomers, lacking the courage and strength to confront the fiends, chose to join the covert unit and departed with a representative from the hidden forces. Once they had left, Yinkong turned to the remaining members, including Yato, and with a smile, proclaimed, let us continue. First, we shall distribute suitable uniforms tailored to your measurements, each adorned with the GUE level insignia that signifies your current rank. Upon his command, the members of the covert unit promptly approached, measuring Yato and the others to select appropriate attire for them. Subsequently, Yinkong gestured to the nearby members, who promptly brought forth a long table draped in crimson silk. Lifting the silk, Yinkong pointed to the various spheres of steel beneath, explaining, these are the steel spheres used for forging the Nichiren blades. Each of you may choose one. And in approximately 10 to 15 days, a blacksmith will personally deliver your Nichiren blades to you. Let us begin from the left. As the newcomers stepped forward one by one to select their steel spheres, the members of the covert unit meticulously marked them for transport back to the swordsmith village, where the blacksmiths would craft them into sharp Nichiren blades. Finally, Yinkong introduced the newcomers to their future companions, the crows. With a clap of his hands, several crows soared from afar, circling momentarily before settling on the shoulders of each newcomer. From this moment onward, these crows will accompany you, responsible for your communications and task notifications. Please treat them kindly. Now, you are dismissed. Those injured should seek immediate treatment. After making the final arrangements, Yinkong approached Yato and Ju, inquiring, "You are disciples of Mr. Rengoku, are you not?" In response to the inquiry of their savior, Yato respectfully replied, "Indeed, esteemed senior." "There is no need for such formality," Yinkong said, patting Yato on the shoulder. He then expressed his request. "I happen to have matters to discuss with Mr. Rengoku. Would you be so kind as to call for me when you are ready to return?" "Of course, esteemed senior." Yato readily agreed to Yinkong's implicit request without hesitation. "Then it is settled. Please attend to your injuries first. I shall await you at the base below the mountain." With that, Yinkong departed to the base to manage subsequent tasks. "Black Flag, please deliver this report to Lord Muzan and request an extended leave of absence for me. I will remain in the Misty Mountains for the time being, studying the water-breathing techniques under Mr. Rengoku, and shall not undertake any ordinary demon-slaying missions." Yinkong documented the circumstances of the final selection and dispatched his crow, Black Flag, to deliver the report back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. "Understood, my lord." Black Flag nodded vigorously in acknowledgement of Yinkong's orders before taking flight through the window, swiftly vanishing into the distant sky. After several hours, Kenroji Yose received the report from Black Flag. Upon perusing it carefully, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. "Is that so?" 11 individuals were selected through the rigorous evaluation, and remarkably, only 5 of the newcomers met their demise. Yoya Ubuyashiki gently caressed the head of Akaza, murmuring to himself, "Our strength has once again grown. I wonder what kind of swordsman they will become. It fills me with anticipation." Witnessing the fruits of the reform, Ubuyashiki felt a profound sense of emotion, tinged with a hint of regret. Had the final selection rules been altered sooner, more newcomers might have survived, and many tragedies could have been averted. Inform your master to focus on mastering the water-breathing technique. I shall also seek out the whereabouts of the lower moon demons. Eagerly awaiting the day he ascends to the rank of Hashira. With the dawn's first light, 3 figures of varying heights raced along the path. Returning from Fujisaki Mountain, the trio of Kumo, Akaza, and Ju Tomioka. At the forefront, Kumo maintained a steady and rhythmic pace, exuding an air of tranquility, while Akaza and Ju, trailing behind, were drenched in sweat, their breaths becoming increasingly labored and their steps unsteady. Kumo had long noticed their struggle but remained silent. As the two neared their physical limits, he gradually reduced his pace until they halted by a small stream to rest. Akaza leaned against a tree by the stream, gasping for air, and looked at Kumo, who was preparing food for them, with admiration. "Kumo-senpai, you are truly remarkable. After such a long run, I can barely muster the strength to speak, yet you appear completely unfazed." Kumo shook his head modestly, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. Once you master the technique of total concentration constant, you too will find it effortless." "Total concentration constant? What is that?" Akaza inquired, curiosity piqued by Kumo's mention of the technique. Kumo briefly explained that it is a skill learned after mastering the breathing techniques, allowing one to maintain the rhythm of their breathing at all times. It is also the minimum requirement to approach the strength of a Hashira. He gathered some firewood nearby and kindled a small campfire. Subsequently, he caught a few plump carp from the stream, skewered them on clean twigs, and roasted them by the fire as breakfast for the trio. After their meal, Akaza and Ju had sufficiently regained their strength, and the 3 continued their journey towards their destination, the Misty Mountains. As the evening sun began to set, the weary trio of Kumo, Akaza, and Ju appeared on the path outside the Misty Mountains. Akaza, walking on the left side of the group, pointed toward the fog-laden forest ahead. "Kumo-senpai, beyond this mountain lies the secluded abode of Master Rengoku. Indeed, let us quicken our pace. I am certain that Master Rengoku is eagerly awaiting your return," Kumo responded. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly cautioned the two, "By the way, Akaza, Ju, it would be best not to mention the matter of the hand demon to Master Rengoku." "Understood," they replied in unison. Yahiko and Ju Tomioka nodded in understanding, acknowledging the essence of Yinkong's words. They too did not wish for their master to feel guilt over the truth. As the 3 of them sprinted at full speed, It was not long before they entered the narrow mist mountain, where they encountered the former water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki. Sakanji, a tall elder adorned with a Tengu mask, had retreated from the front lines and had since lived in seclusion here. At that moment, he was holding a dustpan filled with wild vegetables, preparing to cook in the kitchen, when he suddenly heard the commotion caused by Yunkong and the others. Turning to behold their presence, his movements froze upon recognizing Yahiko and Ju Tomioka. He promptly dropped the dustpan and rushed towards them. Good, good. It is wonderful that you have returned. Sakanji's voice trembled with emotion as he embraced Yahiko and Ju tightly, tears streaming from beneath his mask. The existence of the hand demon had led to the demise of all his disciples during the final selection over the years, including the one he had held the highest hopes for, Kaneo. This outcome had caused Sakanji to doubt his own ability to teach. After all, how could he have failed to produce even a single successful disciple over all these years? Consequently, in an effort to prevent further sacrifices of young lives, he had begun to deliberately dissuade some of his students from participating in the final selection. Had it not been for Yahiko's exceptional performance, Sakanji would not have consented to his participation alongside Ju. After bidding farewell to Yahiko and Ju, Sakanji's worries for them persisted, fearing they might meet the same tragic fate as his previous disciples. Now, with Yahiko and Ju's safe return, Sakanji finally felt a sense of relief and regained confidence as a mentor. Once he had expressed his overwhelming joy and excitement, Yunkong stepped forward to introduce himself. Mr. Urokadaki, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yunkong Hai, a rank A swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Oh, I have heard from Lord Ubuyashiki of a talented swordsman named Yunkong Hai joining the Demon Slayer Corps. It is indeed you. How impressive. Sakanji praised Yunkong before inviting him inside for a conversation. Upon entering the living room, Yahiko served tea to the two, then took Ju to prepare dinner, allowing Yunkong and Sakanji to engage in discussion. After savoring a sip of tea, Sakanji inquired, Yunkong, may I ask if you are merely passing through, or if you seek my counsel on something specific? Mr. Urokadaki, I have come to seek your guidance regarding the breath techniques, Yunkong replied directly, not beating around the bush upon sensing Sakanji's curiosity. Oh, the breath techniques? Sakanji paused momentarily, puzzled. You practice thunder breathing. If you encounter issues in your training, you should consult that fellow, Jigoro Kawajima, shouldn't you? The Jigoro Kawajima referred to by Sakanji was the former Thunder Hashira, the master of Zenitsu Agatsuma, one of the protagonists in the original story. That is not the case. Mr. Urokadaki. Yunkong was aware that the other party had misunderstood his intentions, and he hurriedly clarified, I did not encounter difficulties while practicing the breath of thunder. Rather, I am preparing to learn the 5 fundamental breathing techniques to synthesize and create a more formidable new breathing method. While Rentaki Sakanji could comprehend Yunkong's aspirations, he harbored doubts regarding his potential for success. Hey Nico, there have been predecessors who attempted similar endeavors in the past, all of which ended in failure, often resulting in severe repercussions for their bodies. I believe it would be prudent for you to reconsider. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Rentaki. But I have made up my mind. Yunkong expressed his gratitude and persisted. Past failures do not imply future ineffectiveness. Before the emergence of breathing techniques, did they not exist at all? Very well, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall impart to you the water breathing technique. After a lengthy silence, Rentaki Sakanji sighed and acquiesced to Yunkong's request. Thank you, Mr. Rentaki. A smile graced Yunkong's face as he performed a respectful bow towards him. Thus, in the ensuing days, Yunkong remained on the misty narrow mountain, diligently learning the water-breathing technique under Rentaki Sakanji's tutelage. Unbeknownst to him, months slipped by quietly, ushering in a new year. During his time training on Misty Narrow Mountain, Yunkong experienced significant growth in various aspects. Firstly, he accomplished the primary objective of his visit to Rentaki Sakanji. With his prior experience in learning breathing techniques and the meticulous guidance from Rentaki, he swiftly mastered the water-breathing technique. Secondly, through his studies and sparring sessions with Rentaki Sakanji, Yunkong acquired the 10 accompanying sword forms of water breathing, alleviating his previous deficiency in physical techniques to some extent. Lastly, and most importantly, as the foundation of all abilities, the technique Chaotic Resolution also achieved notable breakthroughs after months of cultivation. Following this breakthrough, Yunkong's physical prowess saw a modest increase, and the total amount of chaotic energy within him was enhanced, enabling him to utilize and sustain various energy-dependent abilities for extended periods. Having fulfilled his purpose for coming, Yinkong prepared to take his leave and approached Rintaki Sakanji to bid farewell. Mr. Rintaki, I am grateful for your guidance during this time. I raise this cup in your honor. At the farewell banquet, Yinkong sincerely expressed his appreciation, raising his cup and drinking it in one go. Rintaki Sakanji raised his cup in return, speaking gently, "There is no need for formality. I have grown old. You young ones are the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. And I am delighted to have been of assistance." "Not at all, Mr. Rintaki. You remain as vigorous as ever, and we have much to learn from you." Yinkong smiled and offered a compliment before shifting the topic. "Mr. Rintaki, I have heard that Zenitsu and Ju have been performing admirably and have been promoted to Hashira level. Indeed, they have been working together, which gives me a sense of reassurance." Rintaki Sakanji did not conceal his pride and satisfaction regarding the accomplishments of his two beloved disciples, Zenitsu and Ju. Yinkong filled the wine cup for Mr. Rintaki Zoken, then inquired, "What are your plans moving forward, Mr. Rintaki?" Rintaki Zoken, having devoted his life to the Demon Slayer Corps, answered without hesitation, "I shall continue to take on disciples and guide them to become members of the Demon Slayer Corps." "I see." Yinkong nodded, then spoke again. "Mr. Rintaki, I understand you possess a remarkable gift in olfaction. Is that correct?" "Indeed. My sense of smell is several times more acute than that of an ordinary person," Rintaki Zoken replied, though he was unsure of Yinkong's intent. He answered his question with composure. Similar to the original protagonist Tanjiro, Rintaki Zoken had a unique and sharp sense of smell that allowed him to discern human emotions and identify demons disguised as humans. "Mr. Rintaki, I know of someone who shares your olfactory talent, and he is the son of the inheritor of the sun-breathing technique. If you were to take him as a disciple, he might one day become a Hashira." Without need for further elaboration, Yinkong was referring to the original protagonist, Kamado Tanjiro. "What?" Upon hearing Yinkong's words, Rintaki Zoken was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "There is still an inheritor of the sun-breathing?" "Yes," Yinkong affirmed with a nod, a gentle smile gracing his lips, although it seems the inheritor is unaware of the significance of the sun-breathing. Through their recent interactions, Rintaki Zoken had come to understand Yinkong's character and believed he would not speak falsely on such matters. Thus, upon confirming that the sun-breathing had not been lost, Rintaki Zoken appeared somewhat exhilarated and hastily asked, "Yinkong, have you informed Lord Ubuyashiki of the existence of this inheritor?" Yinkong remained remarkably composed, smiling softly as he replied, "I have shared relevant information with Lord Ubuyashiki. Perhaps soon, members of the Hidden Corps will be able to locate them." Rintaki Zoken realized he had become somewhat unrestrained in his excitement and swiftly quelled his emotions, responding gently, "If the individual you mentioned truly possesses a gift in olfaction, I would be willing to take him as a disciple, though it ultimately depends on his willingness." "That is indeed a valid point," Yinkong acknowledged, slightly embarrassed, nearly forgetting that this was not the timeline of the original narrative. Not only had Tanjiro's family yet to fall victim to Muzan Kabutsuji's malice, but he was also not of an age suitable for training. Furthermore, even if Yinkong's intentions were noble, the decision to become a disciple must consider Tanjiro's own desires. However, given Tanjiro's kind and gentle nature, it was likely he would be reluctant to engage in the violent affairs of the world. With this thought, Yinkong ceased to ponder Tanjiro's situation, for with his involvement in this world, the original protagonist had become less significant. The following day, after bidding farewell to Rintaki Zoken, Yinkong visited a teacher of wind breathing, as directed by Ubuyashiki Yose, to learn the wind breathing techniques and their corresponding sword forms. Without delving into unnecessary details, after 3 months of diligent study, Yinkong successfully mastered wind breathing and its 9 associated sword techniques, subsequently returning to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, merely a few days later, Yinkong departed from the headquarters once again, embarking on a quest to locate the stalwart Yenju Baiming Yuxingming, who was stationed outside. Regarding Yinkong's intentions, Baiming Yuxingming was already aware from the letters Yinkong had sent him, and without further commentary, he directly imparted the breath of the rock and its accompanying sword techniques to Yinkong. "Brother Xingming, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance." Yinkong expressed his thanks before parting. Baiming Yuxingming joined his hands in prayer, uttering a Buddhist chant, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Amit Ba. All is for the purpose of vanquishing malevolent spirits and safeguarding the untainted happiness of others." Observing the sorrowful demeanor of Baiming Yuxingming, Yinkong could not help but reflect upon his own past, feeling a deep sympathy for his plight. As this thought crossed his mind, Yinkong suddenly remembered the true culprit behind the tragedy and hastily inquired of Baiming Yuxingming. Brother Xingming, are you familiar with someone named Kuai Yu? Baiming Yuxingming hesitated briefly, his tears flowing more freely, and nodded in response. He is a child I took in during my time at the temple, though he later went missing. Upon hearing this, Yinkong realized that Baiming Yuxingming remained oblivious to the truth of that tragic event. Sighing deeply, he said with a hint of compassion, Brother Xingming, do you know? The one who caused the malevolent spirits to invade the temple and led to the demise of those children was indeed Kuai Yu. What did you say? Baiming Yuxingming's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Yinkong's shoulders, his voice filled with urgency. Yinkong, do you know something? Please, tell me everything you know. Brother Xingming, do not be agitated. I shall reveal the truth of that incident to you. Yinkong replied without hesitation, sharing the knowledge he had gleaned from the original narrative with Baiming Yuxingming. As one of the strongest among the 9 pillars, Baiming Yuxingming harbored a rather tragic past. Born blind, he had once been a monk in a temple, taking in several orphan children. Although life was austere, he managed to provide for them, and over time, the children and Xingming became an inseparable family. Later, he took in a child named Kuai Yu, unknowingly setting the stage for impending tragedy. Kuai Yu had been a homeless orphan from a young age, surviving through scavenging and theft, which fostered a self-serving disposition, rendering him a person willing to resort to any means for survival. While interacting with Baiming Yuxingming and the other orphans, Kuai Yu temporarily exhibited the behavior expected of a child, yet his true nature remained unchanged, ultimately leading him to commit theft. Upon discovering his actions, the other children, wishing to protect Baiming Yuxingming from sorrow, conspired to expel Kuai Yu from the temple without informing him. Unfortunately, that very night, Kuai Yu encountered malevolent spirits in the mountains. In a desperate bid for survival and vengeance against those who had cast him out, Kuai Yu forged a nefarious pact with the evil beings. Subsequently, he stealthily infiltrated the temple, extinguishing the wisteria incense burner that Baiming Yuxingming had lit to ward off the spirits, thus luring them into the temple while he seized the opportunity to flee. In the aftermath of a horrific encounter, Koyuki survived, but the other children fell victim to a malevolent demon, leaving only a 4-year-old girl named Shadai. In a selfless act to save Shadai, the untrained Himejima Gyumii fought valiantly against the demon, bashing its head with his human form, ultimately causing it to disintegrate into dust after dawn. However, the life he sacrificed did not earn him Shadai's gratitude. Instead, in her state of overwhelming fear, she accused him of being the murderer of the children. Wrongfully imprisoned and nearly executed, Gyumii was rescued by Ubuyashiki Yoyai and subsequently joined the Demon Slayer Corps. This harrowing experience left him utterly disillusioned with children and humanity, making it difficult for him to trust anyone completely except for Yoyai. Years ago, after taking Koyuki in, a demon invaded the temple, resulting in the tragic deaths of the children. With a heavy sigh, Unkoku revealed the painful truth of that day. Upon hearing Unkoku's account, Gyumii's face turned a ghastly shade, his forehead veins writhing like worms, and he spat blood from his mouth. Although their interactions had been few, Unkoku was a companion of the Demon Slayer Corps and held in high regard by Yoyai, which led Gyumii to believe that Unkoku would not deceive him regarding this matter. Thus, his benevolent act of taking Koyuki and had unwittingly led to the demise of the other children, nearly costing him his life as well. Koyuki. Tears streamed down Gyumii's face, his expression contorted with unbridled fury as he gritted his teeth, uttering Koyuki's name with venom. In that moment, the gentle compassion he usually displayed was replaced by an icy, murderous intent as he longed to seize Koyuki, to rend him limb from limb. Unkoku, I appreciate your message. I shall arrange for a search for him. After a moment, Gyumii calmed himself, organizing his tumultuous emotions, and sincerely thanked Unkoku. Gyumii, there's no need for such formality. I know Koyuki's whereabouts. He has become a disciple of the former Flame Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, and is currently training in Mount Peach. Unkoku, unbothered, promptly divulged the information to Gyumii. I shall head to Mount Peach at once. Upon learning Koyuki's location, Gyumii wasted no time, rising to depart with eagerness to reach Mount Peach. Watching Gyumii leave, Unkoku smiled softly to himself, murmuring, it would be best to eliminate Koyuki now, not only to avenge Gyumii, but also to indirectly save Sanemi's life. In the original tale, Koyuki encountered the Upper Moon One, Kokushibo, during a mission. Whereupon, experiencing the formidable power of the upper moon, he begged for mercy, ultimately being transformed into a demon by Kokushibo. As Koyuki's master, Sanemi bore the responsibility for this outcome, leading to his tragic seppuku in the absence of a mediator. However, with Unkoku's foresight, it seemed Koyuki would no longer have the chance to harm others, having mastered the breath of flames. Unkoku had also grasped the 5 foundational breathing styles derived from the initial sun breathing, and it was now time to commence the fusion of these techniques. The 5 fundamental breathing styles are derived from the sun breathing technique, evolving into distinct branches based on the inclinations of their practitioners. For instance, the flame breathing style enhances explosive power derived from the sun breathing, albeit at the cost of some endurance and speed. Similarly, while both thunder breathing and wind breathing emphasize speed, thunder breathing pursues an extreme velocity, whereas wind breathing balances speed with adaptability. Yunkong's aspiration is to amalgamate the strengths of these 5 fundamental breathing techniques, creating a new style that transcends the sun breathing. Naturally, achieving this ambition is no simple task, but Yunkong possesses a formidable system to assist him. When faced with challenges beyond his capability, he can rely on the system for support. Thus, Yunkong accessed the fusion interface of the system, inputting the 5 fundamental breathing styles to ascertain the required experience points for fusion. Upon viewing the displayed requirement of 4,000 experience points, he calculated silently and murmured, "While not insignificant, it is not overly burdensome. It appears I must undertake additional tasks. Experience points are accrued through training missions, specifically the extermination of malevolent spirits. Apart from the fixed points awarded for slaying 10 moon demons, points gained from defeating other malevolent spirits fluctuate based on the relative strength of Yunkong and his adversaries. The greater Yunkong's strength exceeds that of his opponent, the fewer points he earns, and vice versa. For example, when he first traversed into this realm, his strength was at a nadir, and he earned 350 experience points for vanquishing a brother of the lower 6. Were he to confront that same adversary now, a mere 100 points would be a commendable reward. Consequently, excluding the 12 moon demons, accumulating 4,000 experience points would likely require the defeat of approximately 30 ordinary malevolent spirits. Given Yunkong's current prowess, he need not worry about safety during these encounters. Yet considering the travel involved, it would take several months to amass the necessary points. To expedite the fusion of his breathing techniques, Yunkong promptly summoned Heike to relay to Kanu Yuya that his training had concluded and he was ready to commence the mission of exterminating malevolent spirits. Shortly thereafter, Heike returned with a new task. "Yunkong, a directive has been issued. Signs of malevolent spirits have been detected near Haitian village. Proceed immediately to investigate." In a clinic adorned with butterfly motifs located on the western side of Haitian village, a family of 4 was joyfully sharing dinner. This household comprised a couple and their daughter. The husband, Butterfly Rintaru, was a skilled physician, and along with his wife, Butterfly Kyoko, they managed a clinic named Butterfly House, raising 2 adorable daughters. Their eldest, Butterfly Kane, was 14, possessing a gentle and kind disposition, always graced with a warm smile that seemed capable of healing hearts. Gifted from a young age, she excelled in various arts such as the guzheng, flower arrangement, and tea ceremony, making her parents immensely proud. The younger daughter, Butterfly Shinobu, bore a striking resemblance to her sister, but possessed a temperament starkly different from Kane's. She was competitive and quick to anger. Unlike her sister, Shinobu Kocho is not particularly adept in various other fields, yet she has splendidly inherited her father's medical talent, being regarded as the future successor of the family clinic. However, the blissful and harmonious life that the family should have enjoyed was abruptly shattered today. After dinner, as the family engaged in light-hearted conversation in the living room, a slow and deliberate knock echoed through the air. "Here it comes," thought Kanata Kocho, assuming it was a villager seeking his medical assistance. He promptly responded and approached the clinic's entrance. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find not a villager from Haitan village, but a brazen and imposing stranger. "Who are you?" A sense of caution gripped Kanata as he prepared to inquire about the stranger's identity. In a swift motion, the man half formed his right hand into a claw and lunged toward Kanata's heart. Simultaneously, an indescribable agony surged through Kanata's chest, prompting a blood-curdling scream before darkness enveloped him, extinguishing the light of life. "Husband!" The horrifying scream sent a chill down the spine of Kyoko Kocho, who immediately turned to her daughters, who appeared bewildered. "Can I, Shinobu?" "Quickly hide and remain silent." "Yes, mother," responded Kanai and Shinobu, both trembling with anxiety as they hurriedly concealed themselves behind the cabinet of medicinal herbs in the corner of the room. Once they were hidden, Kyoko took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and swiftly exited the room to assess the situation. As she peered towards the entrance, a chilling sight met her eyes. Her husband was being pierced through the chest by the hand of a stranger, fragments of his heart mingling with blood, flowing through the man's fingers. "Husband!" The horrifying scene left Kyoko pale and weak, causing her to collapse onto the floor. "Oh, a woman? Then I shall spare this one." The malevolent being, originally poised to devour Kanata, turned its attention toward the trembling Kyoko, discarding Kanata aside and striding toward her. "Do not come any closer." Terrified at the advancing creature, Kyoko instinctively sought refuge within the house. However, as her gaze inadvertently fell upon the herb cabinet, she recalled her two daughters were still hiding there, causing her to halt in her tracks. "I will fight you." Though women are often perceived as weak, a mother's instinct is fiercely protective. Summoning her courage to shield her daughters from discovery, Kyoko rose and charged toward the demon, determined to obstruct its path. Yet, despite her desperate struggle, Kyoko's efforts inflicted no harm upon the fiend, and she soon met the same grim fate as her husband, falling victim to the creature's grasp. The demon sat at the entrance of the house, voraciously consuming flesh and blood, mumbling through mouthfuls. Indeed, Lord Tomoku was correct. The flesh and blood of women are the most delectable. Meanwhile, the Kocho sisters, concealed in their hiding place, could only surmise what calamity had befallen them. And in the face of such dreadful upheaval, they could not suppress their quiet whimpers. Is there someone else?" Though the two individuals made every effort to suppress their voices, they were still overheard by the malevolent spirit outside. The fiend discarded the lifeless body of the butterfly maiden, entering the room in search of the source of the sound. Ah, who would have thought? In addition to these two ancient souls, there exists a pair of tender young girls. How delightful! Upon discovering the butterfly sisters huddled together in the corner, the spirit's face contorted into a wicked grin as it advanced towards them. Moments earlier, guided by the black flag, Yinkong arrived at the eastern entrance of Haitan village to fulfill his mission. "Black flag, ascend and scout the skies. Notify me immediately upon spotting the malevolent spirit." Observing the now fully darkened sky, Yinkong forwent rest and commenced his search for the fiend. A few minutes later, while he inspected each house along the street, he suddenly heard the distinctive caw of Black Flag. Have you found the spirit?" Upon hearing the signal indicating the discovery of the malevolent entity, Yinkong's expression turned serious, and he hastened towards Black Flag's location. "Master, a malevolent spirit has entered the clinic ahead and has slaughtered the humans inside." As Yinkong reached the western side of the village, Black Flag perched upon his shoulder, gesturing with its wings towards the open door of the butterfly clinic. "Very well. You should conceal yourself." Nodding, Yinkong quickened his pace, and as he spoke, he stepped into the courtyard of the butterfly clinic. Damn it! Upon witnessing the gruesome corpses of the butterfly couple, a fierce murderous intent ignited within his eyes, and he vanished in an instant, bursting into the room from which the cries emanated. The butterfly sisters, pale with fear, trembled at the sight of the blood-soaked spirit. "You wicked creature, stay away." As the elder sister, Kanahu, bit her tongue sharply, using the pain to dispel her terror, and seized various objects nearby, hurling them at the malevolent spirit. "You troublesome little brat." The spirit hardly evaded Kanahu's projectiles, swatting them aside effortlessly as it closed the distance between them. "Run, Shinobu." Observing the imminent danger, Kanahu promptly pushed her sister towards the back door of the house, while she herself grabbed a stool, positioning it as a barrier in the spirit's path. None of you shall escape." The spirit's face twisted into a mocking grin as it propelled itself towards the butterfly sisters with a forceful leap. "You little ones shall join your mother as my meal." With a glint of cold malice in its eyes, the spirit extended its razor-sharp hands towards the sisters' necks. "Sister, Shinobu." Just as the butterfly sisters closed their eyes in resignation to their fate, a voice laced with fury resounded. Thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. In the blink of an eye, Yinkong appeared beside the butterfly sisters, and behind him, the malevolent spirit began to disintegrate into ashes after having its head severed. After vanquishing the malevolent spirit, Yinkong turned to the two girls he had just saved. Recognizing their likeness, he raised an eyebrow, realizing their identities as the renowned Butterfly Pillars. Kanahu and her sister Shinobu, the once despairing Butterfly sisters, awaiting their fate, opened their eyes in confusion, only to be greeted by the gentle smile of Yunkong. Sensing their fright, Yunkong swiftly offered comforting words. "Do not be afraid. I have vanquished the malevolent spirit, and you are now safe." Upon learning that the fiend responsible for their parents' demise had been slain, the sisters felt a significant alleviation of their terror and rushed outside to check on their parents. However, upon discovering their parents' lifeless bodies, they could no longer contain their sorrow and wept uncontrollably. "Please accept my condolences. Everything has passed," Yunkong said softly. Observing the Butterfly sisters weep like heartbroken souls, after a moment's hesitation, he gently stroked their heads, offering them solace. Eventually, the sisters ceased their cries, blinking their swollen eyes at Yunkong, whose countenance radiated compassion. "Sir, we are profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention," the elder sister, Butterfly Kanai, managed to express, regaining her composure and grasping her sister's hand as they thanked their savior. "There is no need for such gratitude," Yunkong replied, shaking his head slightly. "I am Hei Yunkong, a demon slayer of the Demon Slayer Corps. It is our duty to eradicate evil spirits." "Evil spirits?" Butterfly Kanai inquired, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she pointed at the nearly disintegrated demon. "Is this creature truly an evil spirit?" "Indeed, they are evil spirits, humanity's greatest foes," Yunkong affirmed, explaining further. "Though they were once human, they transformed into demons that prey on humanity after being infused with the blood of Kibutsuji Muzan. The Demon Slayer Corps is dedicated to vanquishing Muzan and his minions, safeguarding human lives." After introducing himself and the purpose of his organization, Yunkong noticed the bewilderment in the Butterfly sisters' expressions and gently reminded them, "Let us not dwell on this. We should attend to the affairs of your parents." "Yes, Mr. Hey, I will go to the village to arrange for my parents' funeral," Butterfly Kanai replied, wiping away her tears. With Yunkong by her side, she sought out someone in the village who could assist with the funeral arrangements. Though the Butterfly family was not as affluent as the merchants, their long-standing practice of healing had amassed a fair amount of wealth and connections. Consequently, the funeral was conducted with great dignity, drawing nearly all the villagers to pay their respects to the Butterfly couple. "Kanai, Shinobu, I must take my leave," Yunkong announced after the ceremony concluded, bidding farewell to the sisters. Startled by his words, the sisters suddenly remembered that Yunkong was not family and urged him to stay. "Please, brother Yunkong, cannot you remain with us?" "I apologize, but there are still many demons to eradicate," Yunkong replied, gently shaking his head. He then inquired, observing their expressions of disappointment, "What are your plans for the future?" Upon hearing his question, the Butterfly sisters exchanged glances, contemplating their paths ahead. "Brother Yunkong, could you teach me the methods of slaying demons? I wish to join you in eradicating these vile creatures." Soon, Butterfly Shinobu made a resolute decision, her delicate visage revealing an immense loathing for demons, vowing to eradicate them entirely. Butterfly Kanai silently clenched her fists and echoed, "Indeed, brother Yunkong. May we join the Demon Slayer Corps you spoke of?" Even the gentle and kind-hearted Butterfly Kanai, who had never engaged in conflict, found her heart brimming with hatred for the demons at this moment. Moreover, she harbored another intention, to protect the happiness of those who had yet to be tainted by demons, striving to spare others from the misfortunes they had endured. "Certainly, I shall teach you the breathing techniques and subsequently introduce you to the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. He will undoubtedly consent to your inclusion," Yunkong replied without the hesitation exhibited by the character Shinobu Kocho in the original tale. His agreement stemmed not from a lack of regard for their delicate nature, but from a deeper understanding of their resolute characters developed over the past few days. Both sisters were unwavering in their convictions. Once they set their minds to something, it was rare for anyone to sway them. Just like in the original narrative, where Shinobu Kocho initially rejected their request, the sisters did not relinquish their determination. Through their persistence and relentless effort, they eventually moved Shinobu Kocho to introduce them to their mentor. Furthermore, Yunkong recognized the potential greatness of the sisters. They were invaluable assets for the impending showdown with Muzan Kibutsuji. It was essential to note that while the Demon Slayer Corps comprised hundreds of swordsmen, only a select few could ascend to the rank of Hashira. Achieving such a status required not only hard work, but also innate talent, which the Butterfly sisters possessed. Although they faced calamities in the original story, Yunkong's involvement ensured they would not meet the same fate. Once the Butterfly Sisters solidified their aspirations, Yunkong summoned several members of the secretive squad to assist them with subsequent affairs. Subsequently, he escorted the Butterfly Sisters to the Misty Mountain, entrusting the guidance of their preliminary training to Sakanji Urokadaki. Meanwhile, Yunkong continued his mission to hunt demons, ultimately amassing the experience points required to fuse the breathing techniques after 2 months. System: initiate the fusion of the 5 fundamental breathing techniques. Yunkong accessed the technique fusion interface of the system, inputting the 5 foundational breathing styles. After expending 4,000 experience points, he successfully merged them into a brand new breathing technique. Let us name it the Breath of the Void, in accordance with my name. The newly conceived Breath of the Void surpassed the initial breathing technique of the Breath of the Sun. It encapsulated the endurance of the Breath of the Stone, the inclusivity of the Breath of the Water, the swiftness of the Breath of the Thunder, the versatility of the Breath of the Wind, and the explosiveness of the Breath of the Flame. Having mastered the Breath of the Void, Yunkong's next objective was to modify the techniques of the 5 foundational breathing styles, creating unique sword techniques exclusive to the Breath of the Void. Thus, Yunkong embarked on yet another prolonged demon-hunting endeavor, accumulating the experience points necessary to fuse the sword techniques of the 5 foundational breathing styles and crafting a series of new techniques. Having mastered a new breathing technique and swordsmanship, Yunkong now possessed the confidence to face Upper Moon demons, and even if he were to encounter Akazu again, he would not find himself in a dire predicament as he had before. After several months, Yunkong returned to the Misty Mountain. Upon meeting Kanroji Mitsuri, he greeted her with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Mr. Kanroji, it has been a while. You still appear remarkably vigorous." Haha, I still have a few years left in me. At the very least, I must nurture some new talent for the Demon Slayer Corps. That would make my life worthwhile. But let us set aside such matters for now. Come inside, and we shall converse, replied Kanroji, gesturing for Yunkong to enter. Once inside and seated, Kanroji served tea and refreshments before inquiring, "Yunkong, have you come to take the Butterfly Sisters with you today?" "Indeed. I have completed my pressing tasks and now have the time to guide them in their breathing techniques," Yunkong affirmed, nodding. After taking a sip of tea, he asked, "Mr. Kanroji, have they completed their preliminary training?" "The 2 of them have worked diligently and possess great talent. They finished their foundational training over a month ago. Had you not come, I was prepared to personally instruct them in water breathing," Kanroji praised. His admiration for the Butterfly Sisters was evident, and had he not known that Yunkong intended to teach them personally, he would have considered taking them on as disciples. Yunkong smiled subtly at this, chuckling. "It is truly heartening to receive such praise from you, Mr. Kanroji. I eagerly anticipate their promising future." As they engaged in light conversation, the Butterfly Sisters returned from their training. "Yunkong-kun, Brother Yunkong," they exclaimed, their faces lighting up with surprise, disbelief, and a tremor of joy in their voices. Yunkong smiled gently, and, upon their approach, patted their heads, greeting them. "Mitsuri, Shinobu, it has been far too long. I have come to take you with me." This affectionate gesture brought a faint blush to the sisters' fair cheeks, and they exchanged shy glances before averting their eyes. Once Yunkong withdrew his hands, Kanroji Mitsuri looked up at him, softly asking, "Yunkong-kun, are we leaving today?" Yunkong gently shook his head, kindly responding, "There is no rush. If you have matters to attend to, we can wait until you are ready." "That is a relief," Kanroji Mitsuri replied, letting out a breath of relief. "Yunkong-kun, I plan to go into town today to purchase some ingredients and prepare a delightful meal to express my gratitude to Mr. Kanroji for his guidance during this time." "That sounds wonderful. I have longed to savor your cooking, Mitsuri. Would you like me to accompany you to town?" Yunkong asked, reminiscing about the delicious dishes she had prepared since their last parting. "No need, Yunkong-kun. You have already traveled a great distance. Please rest here," Kanroji Mitsuri replied, waving her hand. Though she wished to go with him, she felt it would be too taxing for Yunkong. As Butterfly Shinobi observed Yunkong engaging in light-hearted conversation with his sister, an inexplicable pang of sorrow stirred within her heart. Seizing a moment of respite in their dialogue, she tugged at Yunkong's sleeve and interjected, "Brother Yunkong, I too possess culinary skills. Would you care to sample my dishes?" Without giving it much thought, Yunkong playfully pinched Butterfly Shinobi's cheek, responding with a smile, "Of course. I have yet to experience your culinary prowess, little Shinobi." Delighted, Butterfly Shinobi's smile broadened as she accompanied her sister to the town to procure ingredients. Once the two had departed, Kenroji Mitsuri turned to Yun Kong and remarked, "Yun Kong, a week ago, our esteemed leader located the Kamadu family you mentioned." Intrigued, Yun Kong inquired, "Where are they now?" Under the gracious invitation of their leader, the entire family has relocated to the headquarters and has even surrendered the sun-breathing techniques to the Demon Slayer Corps. After briefly outlining the circumstances of the Kamadu family, Kenroji Mitsuri expressed his joy, saying, "Their eldest son, Tanjiro Kamadu, indeed possesses a remarkable talent for scent, just as you described." "That is splendid." Yun Kong replied without a hint of surprise, for he was already aware of Tanjiro's abilities. He then asked, "Mr. Kenroji, have you taken Tanjiro as your disciple?" Nodding affirmatively, Kenroji Mitsuri replied with satisfaction, "Tanjiro has agreed to become my pupil. Once they are fully settled, I shall commence his formal training." "Congratulations, Mr. Kenroji, on acquiring such a devoted disciple." This time, Yun Kong felt a twinge of surprise, not expecting that Kenroji Mitsuri could persuade Tanjiro to become his student while his family was safe. After discussing the Kamadu family, the two delved into various matters concerning the Demon Slayer Corps, concluding their conversation upon the return of the Butterfly Sisters, eagerly awaiting the evening meal. "Yun Kong, here is your favorite, the grilled mackerel with Sancho pepper. Do give it a try?" "Brother Yun Kong, this is the shrimp tempura I made for you." "Yun Kong, here is a vegetable and fruit jelly I concocted based on your description. Please sample it and tell me if the flavor is to your liking." "Brother Yun Kong, try this sakura mochi. I gathered the cherry blossoms just yesterday. They are remarkably fresh." At the dining table, the Butterfly Sisters flanked Yun Kong on either side, tirelessly serving him various dishes, nearly feeding him directly. "This is delicious. And this too. All of it is delightful." In response to their eager gazes, Yun Kong dutifully offered his praise, for the heartfelt intentions woven into the dishes more than compensated for any minor imperfections in their preparation. "Ah, this is youth," Kenroji Mitsuri mused, observing the trio's interactions, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes as memories washed over him. The following day, the trio bid farewell to Kenroji Mitsuri and returned to Yun Kong's residence at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After settling the Butterfly Sisters, Yun Kong proceeded to meet with Ubuyashiki Yoyai. "Esteemed leader, I have successfully fused the 5 fundamental breathing techniques and their accompanying sword techniques, resulting in the creation of the Breath of the Void, suitable for practitioners of exceptional physical prowess." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yun Kong presented the newly developed training manual for the Breath of the Void and its corresponding sword techniques to Ubuyashiki Yoyai. For Yun Kong, the Breath of the Void is indeed a precious gift, and he hopes that more members of the Demon Slayer Corps can learn it, thus augmenting their elite combat power. "Yun Kong, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your selfless dedication." Kenroji Yiza, having thanked Yun Kong, solemnly stowed away the training manual and was about to speak when a member of the Demon Slayer Corps entered the room. "Master." The newcomer was a notably tall member of the Corps, adorned with a scarf studded with numerous jewels, and his eyes were decorated with vibrant red patterns, giving him an exotic appearance. "Tenjin, you have returned." Upon seeing the visitor, Kenroji Yiza's face broke into a smile, and he introduced Yun Kong, saying, "Yun Kong, this is Yuzui Tenjin, who recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps at my invitation." After introducing Tenjin to Yun Kong, Kenroji Yiza turned to the curious Yuzui Tenjin and said, "Tenjin, this is the Yun Kong I mentioned to you before, the one who faced off against the Upper Moon 3. "Oh, you are the Yun Kong who has confronted the Upper Moon 3? It is an honor to meet you. Your achievements are indeed magnificent." Upon learning of Yun Kong's identity, Yuzui Tengin's eyes sparkled, and he greeted him with a flourish of his characteristic flamboyance. "Greetings, Yuzukuin. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Yun Kong replied courteously. In truth, Yun Kong, without the need for Kenroji Yiza's introduction, had already recognized the future Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, from his appearance and attire. Yuzui Tenjin is a descendant of a ninja clan. His father, in a fervent attempt to revive the family legacy, subjected his children to relentless training, resulting in only Tenjin and his younger brother surviving out of 9. Even so, Tengin's father showed no remorse and continued the harsh regimen, which gradually transformed Tengin's brother into a cold and unfeeling individual, much like their father. Fearing he might also become like his father, Tenjin chose to break away from the family and establish his own path, marrying 3 fellow ninjas, Hinatsu, Makio, and Suma. Not long ago, he met Kenroji Iza, who resonated with his philosophy of life, leading Tenjin to willingly join the Demon Slayer Corps. After joining the Corps, Yuzui Tenjin, under Kenroji Iza's guidance, began training with a mentor to learn the breathing techniques. Now that he has completed his studies, he returned to report to Kenroji Iza. Following this brief interlude, Kenroji Iza turned to Yunkong to continue their previous discussion. Yunkong, here is the manual for the breathing of the sun, and Mr. Tanjiro has also accepted my invitation to become a mentor for the sun breathing techniques. Kenroji Iza excitedly handed Yunkong a book from the table, saying, I have a premonition that our Demon Slayer Corps is on the verge of entering a new era that will surpass even the Sengoku period. To this, Yunkong wholeheartedly agreed, affirming, indeed, Master, you are correct. Kabutsuji Muzan is destined to perish at the hands of our current Demon Slayer Corps. Yes, with our concerted efforts, we shall bring a splendid conclusion to this chapter. Yusue Tenjin, having recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps, was yet to grasp the formidable strength of Muzan Kabutsuji and the Upper Moons, thus exhibiting considerable confidence. Kenroji Ayato refrained from addressing this naivety and continued, Yunkong, there is another matter. Our intelligence team has recently traced the whereabouts of a lower moon demon. Once we ascertain its exact location, you will need to confront it. Haha, no problem. Leave it to me. This could be my opportunity to ascend to the rank of Hashira, Yunkong exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. If he indeed managed to locate and slay the lower moon, not only would he earn the merit necessary for promotion, but he would also gain invaluable experience points. Kenroji Ayato smiled gently, responding, indeed, soon we shall refer to you as Narukami. For now, you should be known as the Empty Hashira. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps are named according to the breathing styles they employ. Yunkong's transition from thunder breathing to sky breathing would naturally alter his title upon promotion. As the conversation shifted to the topic of Hashira, Yunkong suddenly recognized an issue and quickly interjected, My lord, regarding the Hashira system, I believe some reforms are in order. Oh, Yunkong, what are your thoughts? Kenroji Ayato inquired, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He was known for his receptiveness to counsel, and if Yunkong's proposed reforms would benefit the Demon Slayer Corps, he would certainly implement them. I have 3 points to propose, Yunkong stated earnestly. First, concerning the successor system. If a successor possesses strength at the Hashira level and has independently slain a lower moon demon, they should be eligible for promotion without waiting for the current Hashira to step down. Second, regarding the new recruits and lower-ranking members, there are numerous issues with their abilities. I suggest we periodically assemble a group of newcomers and lower ranks to receive intensive training from the Hashira. Lastly, a minor point. The naming of Hashira should not be strictly based on breathing styles, as the increase in Hashira will inevitably lead to repetitions of breathing styles. Very well. Kenroji Ayato replied after a moment of contemplation, his gaze thoughtful. He nodded in acceptance of Yunkong's suggestions. Then, my lord, Yushu-kun, I have conveyed all I wish to discuss. I shall take my leave. Having concluded these matters, Yunkong departed from Kenroji Ayato's residence and returned to his own quarters, where he instructed the Butterfly Sisters in their training. Since the sisters had already completed their preliminary training in the Mist Mountains, Yunkong now focused on imparting the crucial breathing techniques. In truth, he had already determined which breathing style to teach each sister based on their personalities. Butterfly Kane, with her gentle and kind disposition, would learn water breathing, suitable for those who possess a tranquil and composed mind. Conversely, Butterfly Shinobu, known for her competitive and fiery nature, would be taught wind breathing, which is fitting for those who are fierce and volatile. Of course, this was merely the initial stage of their training. Once they achieved proficiency, they would inevitably develop their unique breathing techniques, akin to Yunkong's own. As the stepdaughters of Yunkong, the Butterfly Sisters naturally enjoyed privileges unavailable to others, including the unique enhancements provided by Yunkong himself. Firstly, considering their gender, Yunkong presented them with a physical enhancement elixir developed by Orochimaru before his own transmigration, compensating for their inherent physical weaknesses. Secondly, during the formal instruction, he administered each sister a capsule of NZT-48, enabling them to swiftly master the breathing techniques and swordplay. Lastly, following their daily training sessions, he employed unsealed medical ninjutsu, combined with diluted bathing water from aqua, to alleviate the fatigue and hidden injuries they incurred during their rigorous practice. Through this extraordinary method, the training efficiency of the Butterfly Sisters significantly increased, quickly earning them Yunkong's approval as they prepared for the upcoming final selection of the year. Just after Yunkong had finished guiding the Butterfly Sisters, news arrived from Ubuyashiki Yose, confirming the location of a lower moon demon through the relentless efforts of the intelligence personnel. A day later, Yunkong found himself standing before a dilapidated castle that had seemingly been forsaken for many years, accompanied by the strongest background character in the story, Murata, whose luck was of an extraordinary S-grade caliber. Lord Yunkong, according to the tracking and investigation by our intelligence team, that lower moon demon is concealed within this castle. Murata reported nervously, swallowing hard as he conveyed the ominous information to Yunkong while gazing at the eerie and crumbling structure. Thank you, Murata, you've worked hard. You may return now. I will handle the rest. Yunkong reassured him with a pat on the shoulder before striding toward the castle's entrance. Best of luck, Lord Yunkong. Murata cheered from behind, watching as Yunkong entered the castle before he turned to leave. Upon entering, Yunkong discovered that the interior was not as dilapidated as the exterior suggested, although it was covered in dust and cobwebs, indicating a long period of neglect. The castle was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, as if it were completely isolated from the outside world. Noticing this, Yunkong slowed his pace, remaining vigilant for any imminent threats. Despite his strength being comparable to that of an upper moon, he understood the importance of caution to avoid unexpected misfortunes. As Yunkong traversed the relatively well-preserved bluestone passage into the main hall, an abrupt change occurred. A row of candle sconces ignited along the dimly lit walls, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. Simultaneously, a hexagonal coffin adorned with golden trim in the center of the hall began to emanate a crimson mist. As the mist spread, the coffin lid slowly opened on its own, revealing a classically dressed vampire, a golden-haired man who elegantly stepped out. This vampire, clad in a black tailcoat, bore a distinctly Western visage, clearly not a native of the Neon realm. What on earth is this? Yunkong thought, bemused by the surreal scene unfolding before him, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat as he questioned whether he had been transported to another world. However, he quickly realized he had not, for inscribed within the pupil of the figure's left eye was the character representing his identity and status, confirming his affiliation. If I am not mistaken, he is most likely a missionary who crossed the sea, only to be transformed into a demon by Muzan Kabutsuji. Welcome to my castle. After uttering an opening remark in his native tongue, the vampire gazes at Yunkong with great interest, then shifts to speaking in Nezumi, inquiring, "Young gentleman, who are you? What brings you to the castle of Baron Grot?" "I am Yunkong from the Demon Slayer Corps." Yunkong proclaims his identity, drawing his black blade and directing it at Grot, calmly stating, "As for my purpose here, it is to escort you to meet your god." "Oh, you have researched our Western culture, quite impressive indeed. I believe we may have much to discuss," Grot replies, his eyes lighting up, unfazed by Yunkong's hostile tone. "However, you are mistaken on one point. Even if you were to slay me, I would not meet God, but rather Cain. Then let us send you to Cain." With that, Yunkong invokes the first form of the breath of the void, shifting earth to inches. He dismisses the trivialities, activating the breath of the void and instantly lunging towards Grot, aiming a slash at his neck. Unprepared for Yunkong's sudden assault and the astonishing speed of his strike, Grot realizes he cannot evade in time and is compelled to utilize his Blood Demon art to avert disaster. Blood Demon art, Bat Scatter. Following this incantation, Grot's body transforms into countless crimson bats, scattering throughout the hall before reassembling in human form at the opposite end. "Young gentleman." A sneak attack is hardly the hallmark of a gentleman, Grot chides lightly, shaking his head as peculiar blood-red patterns emerge on his face. Blood Demon art, Blood Crystal Blade. From within a coffin in the hall, a thick mist of sanguine energy surges forth, coalescing in Grot's hand into a sword that appears to be forged from red crystal. "Now, it is my turn to strike." Grot elegantly twirls his sword, then charges toward Yunkong. "Fear not," Yunkong retorts with a slight huff, gripping Black Rain and bracing for Grot's approach. "Heh, a mere human dares to compete with my strength?" As Yunkong meets Grot's advance, a mocking smile flickers in Grot's emerald eyes, and he activates a new Blood Demon art. Blood Demon art, Boiling Blood. Grot unleashes the demon blood within him, instantly enhancing his physical abilities. The Western sword, typically best suited for thrusting, is wielded like a massive eastern blade as he swings down at Yinkong. Breath of the Void. Second form, Dust Whirlwind. Undeterred, Yinkong executes the second form of the Breath of the Void, delivering an upward arc of slashing force. Boom. The clash between the Western Sword and Black Rain produces a thunderous sound. Yinkong feels a tremendous force travel along the blade into his body, quickly employing his dexterity to redirect the energy into the ground beneath him. Compared to Yinkong, Grot, once brimming with confidence, now appears somewhat disheveled. Yinkong is not an ordinary human. His physical prowess and skill in exertion surpass that of Grot, armed with a katana more suited for powerful strikes. He effortlessly sent Grot soaring through the air. With a resounding thud, Grot, caught off guard, was violently propelled against the ceiling of the Grand Hall. The momentum of the arcing slash cleaved Grot diagonally in two from the chest, yet he remained alive, as the severance did not occur at the neck. Blood Demon Technique. Blood Healing. Grot's expression shifted slightly as he hastily invoked the technique, instantly mending wounds that would normally require several seconds to heal. Cough, cough, young handsome. It seems I have underestimated your strength. As Grot descended from the ceiling, his previous elegance vanished, replaced by a face filled with insatiable greed as he gazed at Yinkong, flashing a seductive smile. Remarkable. Such a formidable physique will surely allow me to enjoy our encounter a bit longer. Yinkong felt a wave of revulsion at Grot's twisted demeanor. This lecherous tone and intent unmistakably marked him as a vampire from the corrupt realms. Unaware of Yinkong's inner thoughts, Grot sprouted a pair of black and red bat wings from his back, lifting him into the air. Blood Demon Technique. Blood Vortex. The bat wings flapped wildly, unleashing streams of black and red energy, forming a small tornado in the center of the hall that ensnared Yinkong within. While Yinkong remained unscathed by direct assault, he found himself subjected to a pressure akin to an aura or domain, diminishing his overall strength by at least 20%. Nevertheless, even under such duress, Yinkong's power still eclipsed that of Grot. Enduring immense pressure, Yinkong maintained an air of nonchalance as he, amidst Grot's smug gaze, executed a new sword technique to counterattack. Breath of the Void. Domain of the Void. The Domain of the Void, one of the ultimate sword techniques of the Breath of the Void, enveloped him in a sphere of his own control, isolating Grot's blood demon techniques and their associated attacks. Breath of the Void. First form, Earth Shrinkage. Upon establishing the domain, Yinkong's strength was restored to its original state, allowing him to burst forth from the Crimson Vortex and once again close the distance to Grot. This time, Grot was prepared. As Yinkong neutralized his blood demon technique, Grot flapped his wings to create distance, resulting in Yinkong merely severing half of Grot's arm. Not even the blood vortex can hinder you? Could it be that you are one of the Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps? My desire for you grows ever stronger. Grot exclaimed, his eyes glinting with avarice as the flesh at his severed arm writhed, quickly regenerating into a new limb. I would prefer to see you dead. Yinkong replied with a roll of his eyes, adjusting his stance in preparation for another assault. Haha, young handsome, you are indeed formidable. But at the end of the day, you are still human. And as a human, fatigue is inevitable, Grot remarked, shaking his head slightly. He spread his arms wide and bellowed, Come forth, my servants. Blood Demon Technique. Blood Puppets. With the invocation of the technique, the light from the wall-mounted candles shifted from white to crimson, and a series of deep, guttural, beastly roars echoed throughout the grand hall. Tick-tock. Suddenly, a dense, blood-colored mist surged from the ceiling of the hall, transforming into droplets of blood that fell onto the floor. Roar. At the moment these droplets touched the ground, they rapidly expanded, morphing into various blood beasts that launched an assault on Yinkong. The fifth form of the Breath of the Void, sweeping the 8 desolations. Observing the blood beasts converging from all directions, Yinkong furrowed his brow and executed an offensive sword technique, slaying these creatures driven solely by their instinct to kill. However, upon their demise, the blood beasts did not vanish. Instead, they reverted to the blood mist and returned to the ceiling, coalescing once more into droplets that reappeared in the hall. Realizing the peculiarity of Grot's blood demon technique and its purpose to exhaust his stamina with these seemingly endless blood beasts, Yinkong understood the way to unravel this dilemma. As long as he eliminated Grot, the blood demon technique would naturally be undone. Yet, rather than hastily attacking, He chose to hone his sword skills against the multitude of robust blood beasts. The third form of the Breath of the Void, Mount Tai Press. The sixth form of the Breath of the Void, Raging Storm. The ninth form of the Breath of the Void, Flowing Clouds and Water. Yun Kong fluidly transitioned through various sword forms, mastering each technique with increasing proficiency. Ultimately, amidst the onslaught of Grot and the blood beasts, he integrated his sword techniques, achieving mastery. Concurrently, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have mastered an advanced level sword technique and acquired the grand skill, Swordsmanship Mastery, Advanced. Advanced skill? Upon hearing the system's notification, Yun Kong's eyes widened in astonishment, prompting him to swiftly conclude the battle to assess his newfound ability. The fifth form of the Breath of the Void, Sweeping the Eight Desolations. Clearing the surrounding blood beasts in an instant, Yun Kong turned his gaze toward Grot, who was recuperating from a distance, and employed a medium-range thrusting sword technique. The seventh form of the Breath of the Void, a step across the horizon. With a light exclamation, his body pierced through the air, transforming into a streak of light as he navigated through the blood beasts, appearing before Grot and striking towards his neck. Blood Demon Technique, Bat Disperse. Startled, Grot instinctively activated the Blood Demon Technique to evade the attack. However, Yun Kong had anticipated this move and swiftly transitioned to a new sword form. The eighth form of the Breath of the Void, Blade Storm. Yun Kong unleashed a flurry of intersecting slashes, creating a vortex of sword energy that ensnared the fleeing blood bats. Under the relentless assault of the sword energy vortex, the blood bats disintegrated into mist, revealing Grot's true form. Boom! As the sword energy vortex dissipated, Grot crashed heavily to the ground, his body mangled by the sword energy. Had it not been for the resilience of his demonic life force, he would have perished long ago. It is over. Yun Kong swayed and appeared beside Grot, delivering a decisive blow to his neck. Puff, puff, puff. With the demise of Grot, the bloodthirsty beasts in the hall erupted in a cacophony, vanishing from existence alongside him. The battle concluded, and Yun Kong sheathed his sword, entering the system to examine the seemingly illustrious skill of Sword Path. Sword Path, the journey of entering the Tao through the sword, encompassing myriad sword techniques, evolving countless sword styles, ultimately achieving enlightenment of the sword's essence and attaining immortality. The Sword Path is categorized into four profound realms: the realm of sword techniques, the realm of sword arts, the realm of sword methods, and the realm of sword Tao, which can be elevated through self-cultivation or by utilizing system points. Yun Kong currently resides in the most rudimentary realm of sword techniques, and reaching the level of entering the Tao through the sword will undoubtedly require a protracted period of time. Despite its impressive appearance, it feels somewhat superfluous. After reviewing the description of the Sword Path skill, a flicker of disappointment washed over Yun Kong, though it was swiftly overshadowed by elation. Firstly, this skill was acquired automatically, making it a worthwhile endeavor from any perspective. Secondly, mastering the Sword Path skill enhanced Yun Kong's comprehension in swordsmanship, significantly benefiting his future learning of other sword-related techniques. Furthermore, the process of learning additional sword methods would, in turn, augment the Sword Path skill, creating a mutually reinforcing cycle. Lastly, and most importantly, this skill represented his first clear pathway to enlightenment. With this skill in hand, as long as he continues to cultivate or expend system points, Yun Kong would be able to attain immortality unhindered. Should the quasi-saints of the primordial world become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be envious to the point of despair. After thoroughly investigating his newly acquired ability, Yun Kong explored the ancient castle, ensuring no other malevolent spirits lingered before returning to report to the Demon Slayer Corps. A week later, the esteemed Kenroji Mitsuri convened a Hashira meeting, announcing Yun Kong's promotion in the presence of Kaneo Tsuyuri and Shinobu Kocho. Hiya Yun Kong, having single-handedly slain the Lower Moon One a week prior, is hereby promoted to the new Hashira, the Empty Hashira. Expressing gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him, Yun Kong vowed to wield his blade to eradicate all evil spirits and protect the virtuous. Following the established procedures, he recited his oath, ascending as the third Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. After becoming the Empty Hashira, Yun Kong's life underwent little transformation. His days were consumed by either rigorous training or exterminating demons, which included mentoring the Butterfly Sisters. The sole distinction was that after Kanroji Mitsuri accepted his prior suggestion, he was tasked with conducting additional training sessions for newcomers and lower-ranking members each year. The Butterfly Sisters, whom he diligently guided, successfully passed this year's final selection, becoming official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Unbeknownst to him, a year had swiftly passed amidst this bustling routine. As the new year commenced, Yinkong, accompanied by the Butterfly Sisters, returned to the Swordsmith village to undertake the defense duties for the first quarter. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the familiar elder village chief chuckled, "Empty Hashira, I did not expect you to be stationed here this year. Now, I have nothing to worry about. Senior Hirata, in addition to the defense duties, I have another matter I wish to entrust to you." Yinkong did not hesitate to make a direct request. "I have heard that your village possesses a puppet that can assist in swordsmanship training. I would like to borrow it for my practice. May I have your permission, esteemed elder?" "Ah, you wish to borrow the puppet?" "Certainly." The village elder assented without a moment's hesitation upon hearing Yinkong's request. The puppet referred to by the elder was a creation of the villager Xiao Tai, modeled after the legendary swordsman Kunitoshi Enichi, known as the Enichi Zero model, designed specifically for swordsmanship training. At this moment, the Enichi Zero model had not yet deteriorated to the extent depicted in the original tale of the Swordsmith village arc. Moreover, given Yinkong's esteemed Hashira status, the elder graciously granted permission. "Thank you, esteemed elder." With the elder's consent, Yinkong departed from the elder's abode, accompanied by the Butterfly Sisters, to witness the Enichi Zero model. Although it was significantly earlier than the timeline of the original story, the Enichi Zero model had already endured centuries of wear and tear, its form marred by the scars left by countless trainees. Upon encountering the Enichi Zero model, Kanai, one of the Butterfly Sisters, expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "Yinkong-kun, is this truly the Enichi Zero model you have spoken of? It looks rather peculiar." Her astonishment stemmed from the puppet's stark contrast to her expectations. While it retained a humanoid shape, it sported 6 arms reminiscent of the legendary Azura clan. Indeed, it is rather unusual, but such is the nature of the design. Yinkong explained, well aware of the complexities involved. Ordinary puppets cannot replicate the exquisite swordsmanship of Kunitoshi Enichi. Thus, the only means to approximate it is by augmenting the number of arms. The other Butterfly Sister, Shinobu, gazed at the activated Enichi Zero model, eager to inquire, "Yinkong-on-iakin, if I defeat this puppet, will my swordsmanship reach the level of Kunitoshi Enichi?" "You are mistaken, for it merely serves as a demonstration of a particular technique of Kunitoshi Enichi and cannot be compared to the man himself." Yinkong gently shook his head, playfully tapping Shinobu on the head. "Consider surpassing Kunitoshi Enichi only when you have ascended to the rank of Hashira." "Humph, if I had not encountered the lower moon demons, I would have already become a Hashira," Shinobu retorted defiantly, her pride evident. Indeed, little Shinobu is the mightiest," Yinkong replied dismissively, gesturing towards the training grounds. "Now, go ahead. You shall be the first to commence your training. Watch my prowess," Shinobu declared confidently, drawing her Nichiren blade and stepping forward to spar with the Enichi Zero model. After Shinobu's training session, both Yinkong and Kanai took their turns to engage in practice with the Enichi Zero model, experiencing the swordsmanship of Kunitoshi Enichi firsthand. In terms of overall strength, the 3 of them surpassed the Enichi Zero model, akin to the Hashira of the original tale. However, their objective was not to defeat the puppet, but rather to refine their swordsmanship. Thus, they engaged it solely in training. In the realm of swordplay, only Yinkong could match the Enichi Zero model, while the Butterfly Sisters, still inexperienced, found themselves outmatched. However, with the daily practice of the Tanyuan Yilingshi, the swordsmanship of the Butterfly Sisters gradually improved, narrowing the gap between them and the Tanyuan Yilingshi. 3 months later, Yinkong's garrison duty came to an end, marking a pause in the sword training. Although it was merely a brief 3-month period, Yinkong made rapid strides in swordsmanship, elevating his swordsmanship realm to the perfect level of sword techniques. The Butterfly Sisters also experienced growth, though not as pronounced as Yinkong's. They had significantly surpassed their previous abilities, nearly catching up to Yinkong's prior level. Moreover, during this time, Yinkong assisted them in adjusting their breathing techniques, developing a unique breathing method tailored just for the 2 of them. Much like in the original narrative, Kanai Yoshika developed a branch of the water-breathing technique, characterized by its splendid and graceful swordplay, with movements resembling petals, elegant and gentle, akin to the flower-breathing technique. In contrast, Butterfly Shinobu, who studied wind breathing, diverged from the original story by not developing the insect breathing technique that combines rapid stabs with toxins. Instead, she created the butterfly breathing technique, defined by its agile and versatile nature. Of course, Yunkong did not overlook Butterfly Shinobu's strengths, allowing her some time to research toxins specifically aimed at demons, facilitating their extermination. With her exclusive breathing technique mastered, Kanai Yoshika already possessed the strength of a Hashira, and should an opportunity arise to slay a lower-tier demon, she would ascend to become a new Hashira. Due to her age, Butterfly Shinobu still had a distance to cover before reaching Hashira-level strength. However, within a year or two, she would undoubtedly achieve that level. In the ensuing months, Yunkong and the Butterfly Sisters parted ways, each embarking on their own missions to hunt demons. When the year-end gathering arrived, Yunkong noticed a little girl with a rather unremarkable presence accompanying the Butterfly Sisters, immediately recalling her identity. Kurakarakasa Kanaho, born into a profoundly impoverished family, had grown up under the cold and ruthless domestic violence of her parents. Later, when her parents sold her to human traffickers, she was rescued by the passing Butterfly Sisters, who took her back to the Butterfly Mansion for nurturing and adopted Kurakarakasa as her new surname. As a gesture of welcome, Yunkong naturally gifted Kurakarakasa a vial of physical enhancement elixir and a medication known as NZT-48, aiding her in swiftly mastering the flower-breathing technique imparted by Kanai Yoshika. Following the conclusion of the new year, Yunkong once again parted ways with them, continuing his endeavors to eradicate the demons that appeared across various locales, accruing the experience points he needed. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years passed quietly amidst his battles with the demons. During these 3 years, Yunkong had slain over 100 demons, among which 7 bore the title of lower-tier demons, 1 first-tier, 1 third-tier, 2 fourth-tier, 2 fifth-tier, and 1 sixth-tier. The demise of these demons granted Yunkong over 20,000 experience points, though he expended 15,000 of them. Of these, 10,000 experience points were allocated to elevate the level of sky breathing, enhancing it from proficient to perfect. Indeed, the cost of upgrading from proficient to perfect was not the previously indicated 5,000 points, but a full 10,000 experience points. The transformation at hand arises from the elevation of the breath of the void, which surpasses the mere foundational breathing techniques, thus doubling the associated cost. Although the expenditure of 10,000 training points may be somewhat painful, Yunkong perceives it as a substantial gain. For the perfected breath of the void also engenders a new ability known as Translucent World. Upon activation, this ability amplifies strength to a certain degree while bestowing a unique state of perception. In this state, by concentrating and shutting down superfluous senses, the enemy's body appears almost transparent, and due to the acceleration of one's own perception, the adversary's movements seem to slow considerably. Concurrently, one can discern the flow of blood within the opponent's lungs and master the contraction of one's own muscles, thereby significantly enhancing speed of action, predictive capabilities, and evasion skills against attacks. Furthermore, one can freely display or conceal their fighting spirit according to necessity, which proves particularly effective against Akaza, whose blood demon art hinges on the perception of fighting spirit. Generally speaking, the translucent world is a pinnacle realm attainable only through relentless struggle and enduring pain. It is only individuals like Yunkong, who possess extraordinary potential, that can effortlessly grasp such a skill. This ability not only directly augments Yunkong's combat prowess, but also serves as an invaluable aid in reconnaissance and the pursuit of demons, rendering it exceptionally practical. One could assert that with mastery over the translucent world, Yunkong has truly reached the zenith of humanity within the realm of Demon Slayer. Equipped with the confidence to confront upper moons and even Muzan Kabutsuji, in addition to Yunkong's personal growth, the Demon Slayer core has undergone significant transformation over the past 3 years. The most conspicuous change is the increase in the total number of core members, which has risen by over 50% compared to previous years. The reasons for this growth can be attributed to 3 primary factors. Firstly, the implementation of the final trial rescue system. The final selection is the most perilous obstacle for newcomers, yet with the rescue system in place, many who would have perished during the selection have managed to survive. Those who endure and retain their courage to fight against demons can successfully pass the subsequent final selection after a period of further training. Secondly, the establishment of a training regimen. Under the rotating training of the Hashira, the strength of newcomers and lower-ranked members steadily improves, significantly reducing their mortality rate during the initial phase. Once they navigate through this stage, swordsmen accumulate more combat experience, thereby enhancing their chances of victory against demons and further decreasing the fatality rate. Thirdly, the creation of the Butterfly Mansion. For Yunkong, demons serve both as points of experience and as materials for his anticipated return to the world of Naruto, where he intends to present them to Orochimaru for research into the topic of immortality. To procure the bodies and blood samples of demons, Yunkong not only invested 5,000 training points to elevate his ancient medical skill to mastery, but also facilitated the Butterfly Sisters in the reconstruction of the Butterfly Mansion within the Demon Slayer core. Naturally, Yunkong does not anticipate uncovering any miraculous results. He merely hopes to discover methods for preserving samples akin to those developed by Tamayo. The establishment of the Butterfly Mansion, on one hand, facilitates the research of the malevolent spirits by Yunkong and the Butterfly Sisters, while on the other, it provides superior assistance to the injured members of the Demon Slayer Corps, significantly reducing the likelihood of their permanent disability or retirement. Through the synergy of these factors, the number of new recruits in the Demon Slayer Corps has surged, while casualties and retirements have diminished, leading to an overall increase in numbers. Another notable transformation within the Demon Slayer Corps is the rise in elite combatants, with the number of Hashira increasing from the initial 3 to an unprecedented 13 members. In addition to the 9 original Hashira from the storyline, new members include Rengoku Kaijiro, the Flame Hashira, Kochukane, the Flower Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, the Love Hashira, and Yunkong, the Sky Hashira. Due to the changes in the narrative, some of the Hashira's titles have also been altered. For instance, the title of Flame Hashira previously held by Rengoku Kaijiro has now been reassigned to his father, thus he is now referred to as the Blazing Hashira. Similarly, the Water Hashira title of Ju Tomioka has passed to the surviving Kanroji Mitsuri, resulting in Ju being designated as the Ice Hashira. Additionally, Shinobu Kocho's title has transitioned from the Insect Hashira to the Butterfly Hashira, reflecting the nomenclature of their breathing techniques. Compared to the initial state of disarray when Yunkong first traversed into this world, the Demon Slayer Corps now stands as a formidable force, having truly reached its zenith. Particularly, with Yunkong possessing the method to assist others in initiating their markings, he holds significant confidence in facing Muzan Kabutsuji directly in battle, ensuring a high probability of ultimate victory. However, Yunkong is unlikely to adopt such a reckless approach, for even a victorious outcome would likely entail the loss of numerous Hashira during the confrontation. In a recent side quest, there exists a Guardian mission aimed at rescuing the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Hashira who perished in the original narrative. Each surviving Hashira represents an accumulation of 2,000 training points, and he is naturally disinclined to achieve victory at such a cost. Consequently, during the latest Hashira meeting, Yunkong presented his strategy to temporarily suspend the pursuit of Muzan Kabutsuji and instead concentrate efforts on locating the upper moons, thereby severing Muzan's most formidable allies. Yoya Shinjuro and the other Hashira unanimously endorsed Yunkong's proposal, prompting the intelligence personnel previously focused on tracking Muzan to shift their attention towards the upper moons. Coincidentally, due to the substantial casualties among the lower moons, Muzan was incensed and summoned the 12 Kazuki to Infinity Castle, where he severely reprimanded them. He commanded the upper moons to take action, personally orchestrating significant events as retaliation against the Demon Slayer Corps. The upper moons, who are less adept at evasion than Muzan, commenced their operations with great fanfare upon receiving his orders, thus leaving numerous clues in their wake. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the intelligence personnel, they swiftly identified the whereabouts of one of the upper moons, leading Yoya Shinjuro to convene a Hashira meeting to strategize the assault on the upper moon. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been confirmed that the upper moon 6, Daki, is concealed within the Kyugoku house in Yoshiwara, masquerading as the courtesan Waki. During the Hashira meeting, Yoya Shinjuro relayed this information to Yunkong and the others, and continued, "Now, let us deliberate on who shall be chosen to confront Daki." After exchanging glances, Yunkong was the first to speak. "My lord, esteemed guests, I possess a unique healing ability that allows me to provide timely assistance in the event of unforeseen circumstances during battle. Therefore, my participation is essential." Last year, in his quest to alleviate the increasingly severe curse and ailments afflicting Tanjiro Kamado, Yun Kong revealed his medical ninjutsu in the Nirvana Flame. Thus others became aware of his exceptional skills. The others expressed their agreement with Yun Kong's assertion, especially considering they were to confront the formidable Upper Moon demons. His presence would ensure enhanced safety. Following Yun Kong's declaration, Shinobu Kocho promptly added, "My lord, I wish to accompany my brother Yun Kong." However, another voice interjected, "My lord, I oppose the inclusion of the insect Hashira in this mission. This is our first encounter with the Upper Moon demons, and we cannot afford failure. We should dispatch the 6 strongest Hashira for this task." The Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, known for his forthright nature, unabashedly expressed his dissent, disregarding Shinobu's feelings. "You." Shinobu glared at Sanemi, her temper flaring, but fortunately, Kane Kocho intervened in time to prevent a public quarrel. The 6 Hashira should suffice to confront the Upper Moon demons. However, the matter of selection warranted further discussion. Tanjiro nodded and turned to the others, asking, "Do any of you have additional thoughts on this?" "I shall refrain from participating in this expedition," Kane said gently, as she preferred to avoid conflict. "I, too, will abstain," said Mitsuri Kanroji, as her desire to join the Demon Slayer Corps stemmed from the hope of finding a partner stronger than herself. Her yearning to slay the Upper Moon demons was not as fervent as that of her fellow Hashira. "May Buddha bless us," the stone Hashira, Jyomi-I Himejima, intoned reverently, requesting, "My lord, I wish to witness the might of the Upper Moon demons." The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, struck a flamboyant pose and laughed heartily. "Ah, such a splendid endeavor cannot be without my presence." The serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro, toyed with the small white snake wrapped around his neck and remarked, "I have no objections. I shall defer to my lord's decision." "I, too, shall follow my lord's arrangements," Kaneo Tsuyuri echoed, supporting Ju Tomioka's decision. "Very well, I will remain at headquarters. Let Kaijiro accompany you on this mission." The flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, waved his hand, relinquishing this opportunity to his son. The remaining Hashira expressed their opinions in turn, ultimately leading Tanjiro to decide on sending Yun Kong, Jyomi-I Himejima, Tenjin Yuzui, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Kaijiro Rengoku, and Kaneo Tsuyuri to confront the Upper Moon 6. Kayagakuya is renowned as one of the most illustrious pleasure quarters in the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. On days when the star courtesan performs for guests, the establishment is invariably crowded, drawing the vast majority of patrons in Yoshiwara eager to witness the grace of Warabeheim. Tonight marks the arrival of the enchanting fern princess, known as Daki, whose presence is eagerly awaited. Cloaked in a dark mantle, Yun Kong stealthily blends into the crowd, anticipating the moment Daki graces the stage. As the resonant sounds of the koto, flute, and drums fill the air, an exquisite beauty emerges, flanked by an entourage of maidens, adorned in a vibrant 12-layered kimono and crowned with 6 floral hairpins. Her every smile and frown exudes an alluring charm, radiating an extraordinary grace. Unbeknownst to the audience, this captivating figure is none other than their target, the Upper Moon 6. Daki. Upon her entrance, the atmosphere ignites with fervor, and Daki's performance elevates the excitement to a fever pitch. Once Yun Kong confirms Daki's identity, he discreetly departs the venue to rendezvous with several Hashira, preparing for the impending battle. As the hours pass, guests gradually exit until the depths of night envelop the Kayagaku house in silence. Esteemed colleagues, it is time to act, Yun Kong asserts as the leader of this extermination mission, articulating his strategy as they proceed towards the Kayagaku house. According to intelligence, Daki, the Upper Moon 6, is a twin demon capable of manifesting her brother, Jotaro. To vanquish them, both must be decapitated simultaneously. Daki's blood demon art allows her to create ribbon-like duplicates, while Jotaro wields dual sickles in combat with his technique, Inzen Senkai. Jotaro is considerably powerful, whereas Daki is relatively weaker. Thus, once they separate, we shall also divide into 2 groups to confront them. Yun Kong reiterates the details about the sibling duo and assigns roles. I, along with Jyomi-I, Shinazugawa, and Tenjin, shall confront Jotaro, while Kanroji and Azui will handle Daki. His plans receive unanimous agreement from the others, who nod in assent. Upon reaching the Kayagaku house, the group refrains from confronting Daki directly and instead infiltrates the mistress's chamber. "You are the mistress of Kayagaku house, I presume? If you wish to live, remain silent," Yun Kong commands as he swiftly approaches her, just as she is about to scream. He covers her mouth with his hand, pressing the icy blade of Kuroyuki against her throat. Feeling the chilling steel, the mistress frantically nods, terrified of an accidental severance of her neck. Excellent. As long as you cooperate, we shall not harm you, Yinkong reassures her, releasing his grip as he speaks. I believe you have already discerned that your courtesan, Fern Princess, is not human, but rather a man-eating demon. The mistress's expression shifts uneasily at his revelation, having noticed certain peculiarities about Fern Princess. Yet, considering the wealth Fern Princess has brought her and fearing for her own life, she has refrained from disclosing this matter to anyone else. We are not here to hold you accountable, but rather to vanquish demons. However, we require a small favor from you. Please arrange for us a secluded room and summon Ju Ji to join us. Once the battle commences, ensure that you and the others depart to avoid any collateral damage to yourselves. Understood. You must succeed, otherwise, my life hangs in the balance. The proprietress complied with Yinkong's request, preparing a room for the group and subsequently sending someone to inform Ju Ji of their arrival. Thud, thud, thud. The dimly lit corridor echoed with the sound of wooden clogs striking the floor. The owner of those clogs, the fallen princess, was in a particularly foul mood. Despite the frail smile gracing her lips, it could not conceal the chilling malice that glimmered in her eyes. How infuriating. I wonder which wretched fool dares to disturb me at this hour. Truly, they are oblivious to their own mortality. And that old hag, she too shall receive her due lesson. Just as the fallen princess was about to indulge in her meal, the proprietress summoned her to attend to guests, thus souring her mood. Consequently, she resolved to capture Yinkong, the one who interrupted her dining, and treat him as her reserved food. Before long, the fallen princess arrived at the room where Yinkong resided. The moment she pushed the door open, a voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Breath of the Void. First form, instantaneous movement. Before the fallen princess could comprehend the situation, her vision spiraled chaotically, and her head rolled onto the floor. Unlike typical demons, the beheaded fallen princess did not succumb to death immediately. She remained in a daze for several moments before processing the events that had just unfolded. Cursed demon slayer. Gazing at Yinkong, who stood with sword in hand, the fallen princess's exquisite features twisted in anger. No longer concealing her identity, she unleashed her blood demon technique. Blood demon technique, 8th form, ribbon slash. Under the influence of her technique, her lavish kimono transformed into 8 supple, razor-sharp ribbons that intertwined like a net, launching a flurry of slashes toward Yinkong from all directions. Breath of the Void, 10th form, unmoving as a mountain. Yinkong swiftly swung his sword, forming a hemispherical barrier of sword energy around himself to defend against the fallen princess's blood demon technique. Although the assault failed to penetrate his defenses, the fallen princess achieved another objective, reconnecting her head to her body. At that moment, she assumed her typical demonized form, her hair cascading down from its previously coiled state, shifting from black to silver, while her pupils transformed into golden serpent-like orbs. The left pupil bore the inscription, Upper Moon, and the right bore 6, signifying her rank among the 12 Kazuki. To withstand my blood demon technique, you must be a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, am I correct? The fallen princess retracted the ribbons attacking Yinkong, tilting her head slightly, her gaze fierce as she hissed, but what does it matter if you are a Hashira? Over the past century, I have dispatched 7 Hashira like you. You speak true. Indeed, 7 Hashira have fallen at your hands. Yet today is different. Yinkong raised an eyebrow, declaring on behalf of Ubuyashiki Yoya, this battle marks the beginning of our retaliation against you Upper Moon demons and Kibutsuji Muzan. Ha ha ha. You truly amuse me. Do not assume that merely slaying a few worthless lower-ranked foes grants you the privilege to challenge us upper ranks. You are utterly oblivious to the vast chasm that lies between us. Upon hearing this, Daki could not help but burst into laughter, her disdain and condescension unmistakable in her gaze. Yinkong scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips, in your ignorance. Do you not realize that the invincible Kibutsuji Muzan you idolize was once driven into hiding by the Demon Slayer Corps, fleeing like a dog? How dare you insult Lord Muzan? I shall not forgive you. Daki exclaimed in a furious rage, ceasing any further conversation as she commanded her ribbons to relentlessly assault Yinkong. Yinkong, concealing his true strength, feigned a struggle to withstand her attacks, striving to buy time for the others to escape. Daki, unable to breach Yinkong's defenses despite her persistent onslaught, summoned all of her clones from various locations, restoring herself to peak power. Yet, she still could not shatter Yunkong's defenses. Just as Daki was about to call for her brother to eliminate Yunkong, a sharp signal rang out from outside. Breath of the Void, 5th form, sweeping the 8 desolations. Upon hearing the signal indicating the completion of the personnel evacuation, Yunkong's gaze sharpened, and he swept aside the ribbons that surrounded him. Breath of the Void. 1st form, Ground Shrink. Before the ribbons could reassemble, Yunkong swiftly closed the distance to Daki, his blade slicing through her neck, severing her head once more. The humiliation of losing her head again overwhelmed Daki, and she howled in despair. Wah, my head has been severed again. This is too much. Wah, brother. Someone is bullying me. Your dear sister has been wronged. Wah, brother, come quickly to help me. Accompanied by Daki's pitiful cries, an unexpected transformation unfolded in the arena as a malevolent demon, radiating an aura far surpassing Daki, emerged from the back of her headless body. Undoubtedly, this formidable male demon was her brother, Jutaro. Jutaro's appearance was grotesque. He had a hunched back reminiscent of an elderly man, and while he was tall, he was emaciated, exuding a chilling black aura. Furthermore, his face and body were marred with numerous grotesque black spots, enhancing his monstrous visage, a stark contrast to his sister Daki. Sister, your head truly is not very useful, is it? So what if it has fallen? It is no great matter. Simply reattach it. Upon his arrival, Jutaro did not immediately launch an attack on Yunkong. Instead, he first reconnected his sister's head to her body. Observing his sister's continued sobbing, Jutaro gently patted her head, offering comfort. Do not be saddened. Brother will avenge you. With that, Jutaro conjured a pair of scythes resembling bones, stained a deep crimson, ready to slay the one who had harmed his sister. Ha! Has the true battle finally begun? A smile curled at the corners of Yunkong's lips as he leaped through the window, emerging onto the relatively spacious street outside. As she gazed upon the fleeing clouds, Daki shed a tear and imperiously urged, Brother, hurry and pursue. Do not let him escape. I must capture him and subject him to torment. Fear not, dear sister. With my presence, he shall not elude us, replied Kayataro, brimming with confidence in his abilities, as he set off in pursuit alongside his sister. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that Yunkong was not fleeing as they had anticipated. Instead, he awaited them outside. At this moment, Yunkong was no longer alone. The other 5 Hashira, who had previously evacuated personnel, had arrived to assist him, effectively surrounding the Daki siblings. Yunkong offered a cold smile and commanded the others, proceed as planned. Understood, responded the likes of Haimiyu and the others, as they engaged their assigned opponents, launching attacks towards Daki and Kayataro. Sister, we have fallen into a trap. Be cautious. A surge of intense foreboding gripped Kayataro upon witnessing the 6 Hashira, including Yunkong. Blood Demon Art, dual perception sharing. Kayataro invoked his Blood Demon Art, transferring half of his sensory abilities to his sister. As this power manifested, a third eye, originating from Kayataro, appeared on Daki's forehead, relaying information from her surroundings back to her brother. This interconnected perception enabled Kayataro to simultaneously acquire and process the information sensed by both siblings, allowing for swift and accurate decisions amidst the fray. Upper rank 6. Today marks the demise of you 2 vile demons. The most impetuous among them, Mitsuri Kanroji, was the first to strike at Kayataro upon Yunkong's command. 2nd form, Gale Claw. Mitsuri's eyes, ablaze with fervor, were laced with bloodshot intensity as he unleashed 4 formidable claw-shaped gusts of wind towards Kayataro. Blood Demon Art, arrogant antics. Kayataro, refusing to be complacent, swiftly twirled his dual sickles, executing a rotary slash that formed a powerful shield to deflect Mitsuri's assault. Umitba demons, today, you shall atone for your malevolence with your lives. Haimiyu followed closely behind, wielding his unique Nichiren blade, comprised of a massive axe connected by long chains to a meteor hammer, directing his attack towards the now grave-faced Daki siblings. 2nd form, Crumbling Cliff. Haimiyu shouted, anchoring the chain and forcefully swinging the meteor hammer down towards the center of the Daki siblings. Rather than endure Haimiyu's overwhelming strike, the siblings chose to evade, leaping to the sides without hesitation. Although they evaded the blow, they were consequently separated, falling into Yunkong's strategic design. Observing this development, a triumphant smile graced Yunkong's lips as he commanded, divide the battlefield. Understood, his companions echoed, swiftly employing aggressive sword techniques to rush into the space between the Daki siblings, isolating them further. Thus, the area was effectively divided into two distinct battlefields. In one location, the battlefield is set with Yun Kong, Bei Ming Yu Xing Ming, Yuzui Tenjin, and Nishikawa Shimiya jointly besieging the formidable Kibutsuji Muzan. In another, Kanroji Mitsuri and Rengo Kukaijiro are engaged in fierce combat against Daki. Breath of the Sky. Sixth form, Sudden Storm. After inhaling deeply, Yun Kong clenches his arms tightly and unleashes several sword strikes in a blink. Blood Demon Art, Flying Blood Scythe. Kibutsuji Muzan's gaze sharpens as he swiftly brandishes his dual scythes, unleashing his own series of razor-thin blood slashes. Bang! The blood slashes neutralize Yun Kong's sword energy, dispersing into a cloud of crimson mist. Observing this, Yun Kong halts his advance toward close combat and shouts, "Everyone, be cautious. The blood mist is highly toxic. Don your gas masks." Understood. As Yun Kong's words resonate, the others promptly retrieve the gas masks crafted by Yun Kong and Shinobu Kocho before their mission, preventing them from inhaling Kibutsuji Muzan's poisonous blood mist. What? Upon witnessing their actions, Kibutsuji Muzan's eyes widen in disbelief, baffled as to how they discerned his blood demon art capabilities. It is crucial to note that his toxic blood is a vital aspect of his power. Should it become ineffective, his strength would diminish by at least 20 to 30%. Let us all strike together for a swift resolution. Do not let him escape. Yun Kong has no intention of kindly explaining Kibutsuji Muzan's confusion, but rather urges his companions to continue their assault. Breath of the Sky. Fourth form, Drawing the Blade to Cut Water. Breath of the Rock. First form, Serpent Pattern Rock Double Pole. Breath of the Wind. Seventh form, Powerful Wind Tengu. The trio of Yun Kong, Bei Ming Yu Xing Ming, and Nishikawa Shimiya relentlessly launch their attacks, mercilessly overpowering the centuries-old demon. As an upper-ranked demon, Kibutsuji Muzan indeed possesses strength surpassing that of an ordinary Hashira. However, he faces the elite trio of Yun Kong, who are among the most formidable within the Hashira ranks. Moreover, much of his strategy has been anticipated by the trio, who are well prepared to counter many of the ambush techniques he employs against his foes. In the original narrative, even the peak of Rengo Kukaijiro posed a mortal threat to Akaza. Thus, Kibutsuji Muzan, who is slightly weaker than Akaza, stands no chance against Yun Kong and his companions. Had it not been for Yun Kong's concern over Kibutsuji Muzan's potential last-ditch retaliatory strike causing casualties, they would have long since vanquished him. Consequently, while the trio holds back slightly, Kibutsuji Muzan, despite being an upper-ranked demon, is soon overwhelmed by their combined onslaught. Nevertheless, as an upper-ranked demon, he relies on his extraordinary physique and centuries of combat experience, thus prolonging his survival against the trio's relentless strikes. However, he is not the only one besieged. His sister faces the same dire circumstances, her situation even more precarious. Daki's entry into the ranks of upper-ranked demons primarily hinges on her brother's strength. Her own abilities are rather mediocre, barely equating to that of an ordinary Hashira. In the past, she relied on Kibutsuji Muzan's control during battles against formidable foes, but now, with him preoccupied, she must fend for herself, leading to an inevitable outcome. Damn it, do not bully my sister. Witnessing his sister struggling to evade the relentless onslaught of Akaza and Kaijiro Rengoku, Jotaro was consumed by a tempest of fury and anxiety, yearning to break free and protect her. You vile demons, you shall not pass. The trio of Yun Kong swiftly discerned Jotaro's agitation and, resolutely, would not allow him to advance, taking turns to unleash their sword techniques, firmly suppressing him. You scoundrels, I will slay you. The onslaught from Yun Kong's trio was overwhelmingly fierce, leaving Jotaro desperate for a solution. In his haste to defend himself, he inadvertently exposed his vulnerabilities, giving Yun Kong's group the opportunity to inflict injuries upon him. The score is complete, and now the grand entrance of the ritual's divine splendor shall commence. Observing the battle from the sidelines, Tenjin Yuzui finally completed his score, drawing the two Nichiren blades from his back to join the fray. The score, a unique combat calculation formula created by Yuzui, interprets the rhythm of the enemy's attacks and transforms it into a melody. Although the analysis demands time, once the score is completed, the enemy's combat habits and weaknesses become transparent before Yuzui. Subsequently, he merely needs to strike in rhythm with the musical intervals to inflict damage. Already precarious under the assault from Yun Kong's trio, Jitaro's weaknesses were now exploited by Yuzui, revealing a fatal opening during his defense, which Yun Kong seized to behead him. Brother. Upon witnessing her brother's decapitation, Daki was thrown into further panic, swiftly falling victim to the advancing Yun Kong. Thus, the battle against Daki, which heralded the climactic confrontation between the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan Kibutsuji, concluded with a resounding victory for the Demon Slayer Corps. As the battle ceased, Mitsuri Kenroji rested the Nichiren blade upon his shoulder, exclaiming with exuberance, "Ha ha ha! We have finally slain an Upper Moon demon." Tenjin Yuzui struck a pose he deemed flamboyant, echoing, "Indeed, I sincerely hope we can dispatch the remaining Upper Moon demons in an equally splendid manner. Amitba, good and evil shall be repaid in kind. Muzan Kibutsuji's demise is not far off." Mitsuri Kenroji clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his cheeks, albeit in lesser quantity. Akaza, too, was exhilarated, yet maintained a degree of composure as he analyzed. Though we have triumphed, it is evident that the strength of the Upper Moon demons is formidable. Particularly the unknowns of Upper 1, Upper 4, and Upper 5, they pose the true challenges. No matter their strength, victory will ultimately belong to us. I eagerly anticipate the battles with the other Upper Moon demons, Rengoku declared, a fierce determination and confidence gleaming in his eyes, his aura radiating with fervor. Yun Kong remained silent, for after slaying the Daki siblings, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding, side quest, the demise of the Upper Moon progress, 1. Reward, 5,000 experience points, sign-in count, 1. A smile broke upon Yun Kong's face upon hearing the system's announcement. After all these years in the Demon Slayer world, he had finally obtained a chance to sign in. However, Yun Kong did not hasten to sign in. Instead, he seized the fleeting moment before the demise of the Daki siblings to gather as much of their flesh and blood as possible for material. Once the Daki siblings were completely obliterated, Yun Kong would store the acquired materials in the system space, reserving them for Orochimaru's research upon his return. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. After finishing the collection, Yun Kong addressed his companions, who were elated from vanquishing an Upper Moon. Our mission has been successfully accomplished. Let us return and convey our good news to our lord. Meanwhile, at the very moment Yun Kong and his companions dispatched the Daki siblings, far away, Muzan Kibutsuji's expression shifted dramatically as he crushed the experimental vessel in his hand. In the next instant, Muzan's figure vanished from the outside world and reappeared in his stronghold, Infinity Castle. With a grim countenance, Muzan instructed Naki, who had approached him. Naki, summon the 12 Kizuki. Yes, Lord Muzan, Naki obediently replied, gently plucking her biwa to call forth the remaining 11 members of the 12 Kizuki from the outside world, gathering them onto a single platform. The demons, abruptly transported to Infinity Castle, were momentarily taken aback before realizing that Muzan Kibutsuji was assembling them. Soon, accompanied by the crisp sound of the biwa, Muzan Kibutsuji and Naki appeared before them. Lord Muzan. Upon seeing him, the demons immediately bowed respectfully. The 5 upper moons stood silently to one side, while the 6 lower moons knelt in a row on one knee, awaiting Muzan's address. Muzan's gaze swept over the upper moons and assessed the silent lower moons before coldly announcing, just now, the Daki siblings perished at the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps. What? The upper moon has fallen. Lower Moon 4 and Lower Moon 6 exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing the news of the Daki siblings' demise. Silence. Who permitted you to speak? Muzan's brow furrowed, his already foul mood growing more irritable. He activated the blood curse within them, ruthlessly executing the 2 demons who dared to interrupt him. All of these vile demons were transformed from Muzan's blood, thus their existence was under his dominion. If Muzan wished to dispose of any demon, he need not lift a finger, merely a thought would suffice to execute them through the blood curse. Witnessing the fate of their companions, the remaining lower moons quickly sealed their lips, fearing Muzan's wrath might turn upon them. The upper moons held a certain status in Muzan's eyes, thus, they were not as overly cautious as the lower moons. However, their previously nonchalant demeanor was now tempered with a degree of restraint. After executing the 2 lower moons, Muzan had somewhat vented his fury and continued to articulate the previously interrupted message. In recent years, the ranks of the lower moons have been replaced time and again. Yet, now even an upper moon has been slain. Tell me, why is this happening? The lower moon demons have consistently failed to meet my expectations. And now even the upper moons have degraded to such a degree. What purpose do you 12 Kazuki serve? Upon uttering these words, even the upper moons knelt partially, collectively begging for mercy. My lord Muzan, please quell your anger. We are guilty and implore you to punish us. Punishment? You are nothing but a congregation of useless beings. Muzan Kabutsuji gazed coldly at the prostrated demons and spoke in a somber tone. Do you comprehend? Worthless creatures have no value in existence. Years have passed, yet you have failed to procure the blue spider lily I desire. Where then lies your worth? Upon hearing Muzan's words, the fifth upper moon, Gyako, hastily stood forth, reporting, My lord Muzan, although I have not located the blue spider lily, I fortuitously discovered the village of the swordsmiths. If we were to obliterate the swordsmith village, it would surely deal a significant blow to the Demon Slayer Corps. Oh, the swordsmith's village? It seems you upper moons still possess some utility, Muzan remarked, casting a surprised glance at Gyako and allowing the upper moons to escape judgment. He then turned his attention to the remaining 4 lower moons and inquired, And what of you? How infuriating. If only you would grant me more blood. Allowing me to possess power akin to the upper moons, I would not have to incessantly consume humans to enhance my strength. Thus, I would have ample time to seek the blue spider lily, thought Lower Moon 5, his head bowed in discontent. How infuriating. Is this your notion, Lower Moon 5? Muzan's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly turned to face Lower Moon 5, articulating verbatim the thoughts he had just harbored. No, my lord Muzan, I harbor no such intentions. Lower Moon 5 exclaimed in terror, raising his head only to be met with the chilling glint in Muzan's eyes, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and repeatedly bow in supplication. Tap, tap, tap. Muzan Kabutsuji approached Lower Moon 5, gripping his neck with his right hand and lifting him off the ground. In a cold voice, he inquired, Who bestowed upon you the audacity to question my actions? Feeling the unabated murderous intent radiating from Muzan, Lower Moon 5 struggled while pleading for mercy. My lord Muzan, spare me. I shall never dare again. Please, have mercy. However, Muzan offered no opportunity for reprieve. His right arm morphed into a grotesque appendage covered in eyes and mouths, devouring Lower Moon 5 whole. Following the execution of Lower Moon 5, Muzan's arm reverted to its original form as he commanded, Gyako, Hantengu, take care of the swordsmith village. Do not let me down again. As for the lower moons, prove your worth through the lives of the Hashira. Upon returning to headquarters, Yinkong and the others were welcomed by Yoshia Kenroji and several other Hashira who had not participated in the mission. They subsequently recounted their encounter with the siblings, Daki and Jitaro. Upon hearing the news, Yoshia was overjoyed and immediately ordered his subordinates to relay this good news to the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Upon learning of the defeat of the 6th Upper Moon at the hands of Yinkong and his companions, the morale of the Demon Slayer swordsmen soared, significantly enhancing their efficiency even against ordinary demons. After a celebratory feast, Yinkong returned to his residence, finally having the opportunity to utilize the signing-in chance obtained after vanquishing the demonic siblings. System, commence the signing in. Ding. Signing in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the item. Talent card. Temporal Spatial Talent, Elite. A glimmer of astonishment and curiosity flashed in Yinkong's eyes upon seeing the newly acquired item. He hurriedly opened the system to inspect it further. The talent card, akin to the lineage and skill cards he had drawn previously, presented itself in a mysterious shade of purple. Upon selection for use, one could attain the talent inscribed on the card. For instance, the talent card, Temporal Spatial Talent, Elite, that Yinkong had drawn would activate an elite-level temporal spatial cultivation talent upon usage. After perusing the system's introduction, Yinkong promptly utilized the talent card, simultaneously inquiring, System, what are the levels of talent cards? Talent cards are categorized into 6 tiers, ranging from low to high, ordinary, excellent, elite, genius, monstrous, and peerless. As customary, the system provided a detailed response to Yinkong's query. The varying levels of talent determine the efficiency and limits of cultivation. Taking the Flying Thunder God technique as an example, an ordinary level talent would grasp approximately 20% of the cultivation method after studying it once, while a peerless level talent could not only fully comprehend it, but also innovate a second tier of the Flying Thunder God technique, highlighting the stark contrast between them. Of course, the system's classification is based on characters from myriad realms. Even though Yun Kong had merely acquired an elite-level temporal spatial talent, he had already surpassed the likes of Minato Namikaze from the Naruto world. Haha, who would have thought that a world not renowned for its combat prowess, such as Demon Slayer, could yield such a talent through signing in? Truly, anything is possible. Having absorbed the details regarding the talent, Yun Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter. With a temporal spatial talent surpassing that of Minato, he was confident he could master the previously acquired Flying Thunder God technique without relying on the system. This would significantly enhance his survival odds in the Naruto world, providing a substantial advantage for certain future plans. Thus, in the days that followed, Yun Kong remained in his residence, delving into the study of the Flying Thunder God technique to ensure he could master it upon his return to the Naruto world. One morning, half a month later, while Yun Kong was engaged in his daily training, he received a summons from Uchiha. Upon arriving at the headquarters conference room, he discovered that, aside from Uchiha, the Butterfly Sisters, Michiro Takedo, and Mitsuri Kanroji were also present. After greeting everyone, Yun Kong inquired of Uchiha, "My lord, may I ask the purpose of this summons? Today, I have gathered you all because there has been an incident in Swordsmith Village, potentially unrelated to demons, and I require your assistance in investigating," Uchiha explained, taking a moment to organize his thoughts before recounting the events. It turned out that a week prior, a villager from Swordsmith Village had suddenly gone missing, prompting the elderly village chief to dispatch individuals in search of the missing person. However, their efforts yielded no results. This was merely the beginning. For just a few days later, another villager mysteriously vanished. The old village chief sensed that something was amiss and promptly contacted Kanroji Mitsuri. Consequently, Mitsuri arranged for the Serpent Pillar, Iguro Abanai, who possesses remarkable investigative abilities, to conduct an inquiry. After several days of investigation in the Swordsmith Village, Abanai found himself devoid of any leads, while the village faced its third incident of a missing villager, inciting a wave of panic among the residents and severely disrupting their daily lives. Thus, the old village chief had no choice but to once again seek assistance from Mitsuri, hoping for the deployment of additional pillars to resolve the matter. Upon hearing Mitsuri's account, Kumo suddenly recalled a portion of the storyline he had previously seen discussed in an online forum, suspecting that this incident might bear resemblance to the events in the Yoshiwara Flower District, being a chapter from the original work. This implied that malevolent demons indeed lurked in the Swordsmith Village, possibly one of the upper moons. "My lord, we shall set forth to uncover the reason behind the villagers' disappearances," Kumo declared. After accepting the mission, Kumo and his companions departed from headquarters, guided by a member of the covert unit towards the Swordsmith Village. Upon seeing Kumo and his companions arrive for reinforcement, the old village chief exhaled a sigh of relief, the worry etched on his face seemingly dissipating somewhat. Alas, in these days, the villagers have been in a state of unrest, and the forging of swords has been significantly delayed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the old chief lamented, "If this continues, the frontline swordsmen may not receive adequate new blades." "I understand," Kumo nodded in response, confidently thumping his chest as he assured, "Rest assured, Senior Iron Treasure, with so many pillars joining forces, we shall surely unearth the mastermind behind this." "I entrust this matter to you," the old village chief replied, with no other recourse but to place his hopes in Kumo's assurances. Kumo then turned to Iguro Abanai, who was playfully interacting with the demon-slaying sword, and inquired, "Abanai, have you made any discoveries?" "As of now, there are no clues," Abanai replied, shaking his head slightly. Demon Slayer has scoured the entire village and detected no trace of a malevolent spirit, suggesting that the villagers' disappearances stem from other causes. Having been with Abanai since childhood, Demon Slayer was highly sensitive to the presence of demons. Thus, its lack of detection led Abanai to exclude demons from the list of suspects. "Are you certain? Perhaps there are demons capable of eluding Demon Slayer's senses," Kumo cautioned, observing Abanai's confidence. After all, the blood demon arts are diverse and the emergence of elusive types is not beyond the realm of possibility. Abanai furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before conceding. "You are right, such a possibility does exist." The old village chief's expression turned grim, filled with concern as he remarked, "If this truly is the work of demons, does that mean our Swordsmith Village is exposed? This remains merely a suspicion, not a certainty. However, Senior Iron Treasure, you must prepare for the possibility of evacuating this place at a moment's notice, once the presence of demons is confirmed. Immediately informed the villagers to follow the covert unit to a safe location, Humo advised, having considered the situation carefully. Let us not dwell on such matters any longer. Instead, let us proceed to the homes of the missing villagers to seek any useful clues, he continued. Yes, follow me. Ihei Kobe nodded and rose, leading Yunkong and the others to investigate the homes of the 3 missing villagers. Under Ihei Kobe's guidance, they arrived at the residence of the first missing villager. The room was meticulously arranged, with furniture positioned neatly, devoid of any signs of struggle, indicating that the demon had not engaged in a fierce confrontation with the villager. Of course, there remained a more probable scenario. The demon may have seized control of the villager in an instant, leaving no opportunity for resistance. As Yunkong entered the room to inspect, he noticed 2 plates of unfinished food on the dining table, alongside a pair of chopsticks scattered by the side of a seat. It seemed evident that this villager had encountered misfortune while dining. After thoroughly examining the entire house, Yunkong turned to the others, who appeared troubled, and inquired, "Any discoveries?" "None." The Butterfly Sisters and the others shook their heads, equally unsuccessful in finding any useful clues. Yunkong, having anticipated such an outcome, offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right. After so many days, it's only natural not to find leads. Let us check the next 2 homes." Subsequently, the group proceeded to the residences of the other 2 missing villagers, but yielded no results once again. This outcome left the others feeling somewhat disheartened and restless. After all, if the matter remained unresolved, it would not only hinder the Demon Slayer core efforts, but also pose a grave threat to the safety of the villagers in Taito Village. With no clues to guide them, the group resorted to the most rudimentary method of searching every house in the village, working tirelessly until dusk, yet still found nothing. The impatient butterfly Shinobu kicked a small stone off the roadside in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! We can't find a single clue. Could the mastermind have already left the village? No, my instincts tell me he is still within the village, merely concealed in a place we cannot find," Ihei Kobain replied, slightly shaking his head, an enigmatic glimmer in his heterochromatic eyes. Upon hearing Ihei Kobain's words, Yunkong suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration, as if something had clicked. "Damn it! I completely forgot about the skill-transparent world. Perhaps it can reveal clues invisible to the naked eye." With this thought, Yunkong felt a surge of excitement and addressed the others. "I just thought of something. I need to revisit the home of the missing villager. We might uncover new findings." With that, Yunkong set off alone to the house he had previously visited. As he entered the state of transparent world, the once vibrant colors of the world transformed into shades of gray and white. After a brief adjustment, Yunkong began to keenly observe his surroundings. In the homes of the first 2 villagers, everything appeared unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. However, upon reaching the residence of the 3rd villager, he finally discovered a clue. The unmistakable aura of a demon lingered. Indeed, it was the work of the demon. Within the room of the 3rd villager, Yunkong detected a faint trace of demonic energy, clearly left behind during the demon's actions. However, it had been several days since the villagers had mysteriously vanished, and the malevolent aura lingering in the air had nearly dissipated, rendering any pursuit along its trail futile. Given that this was indeed the work of a malevolent spirit, the search would persist until the culprit was uncovered. With unwavering determination, Yunkong continued to maintain a state of clarity in the world, re-exploring the village of knife forging. He found it, hiding right here. Upon arriving at the home of a villager named Tongzhan, he discovered a ceramic pot in the room, suffused with an exceedingly dense malevolent energy. Clearly, the evil spirit responsible for the series of disappearances was concealed within that pot. Judging by the intensity of the aura, it was undoubtedly an upper-tier demon. Thus Yunkong refrained from acting recklessly. Instead, he feigned ignorance of its presence, taking a leisurely tour around the room before departing. As he left, he used the pretext of the old village chief gathering everyone together for defense against the enemy, escorting Tongzhan out of the room with him. Once they reached the courtyard, Yunkong abruptly turned back, casting a grave gaze upon the house behind him. "Tongzhan, I have a task for you." With a look of confusion, Tongzhan listened as Yunkong instructed in a solemn tone. "Go inform Elder Yuantai and the other Hashira that I have located the malevolent spirit responsible for the disappearances. Urge them to execute the plan to safeguard the villagers and facilitate their evacuation." "Understood, Lord Kongju." Startled by the revelation of the evil spirit's existence, Tongzhan hurried off to notify the old village chief and the other Hashira. Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, the figures of the Butterfly Sisters and Ihei Kobain approached Yunkong, who was monitoring the house. Butterfly Kane stepped closer to Yunkong and softly inquired, "Is the evil spirit in that house?" "Indeed. And it is an upper-tier demon from the 12 Kazuki. Given its concealment within the ceramic pot, it is likely to be the 5th upper-tier demon, Tamashiki." Yunkong revealed his conjecture to the trio. The 5th upper-tier demon, one wonders what abilities it possesses. Butterfly Kane frowned slightly. The blood demon arts wielded by malevolent spirits were notoriously unpredictable. Engaging in combat without pertinent intelligence would put them at a considerable disadvantage. Do not fret. It is merely an upper-tier demon, and we have mobilized for Hashira. As long as we remain cautious, we shall face no unforeseen complications. With Yunkong's current prowess, the only adversary he truly feared was Muzan Kabutsuji, the ultimate antagonist. Even if Tamashiki wielded some bizarre blood demon arts, it would pose little threat in the face of overwhelming strength. And with his superior healing abilities that surpassed those of the Demon Slayer world, the likelihood of any Hashira falling in battle was exceedingly slim. "Sister, it is just an upper-tier demon. It is certainly no match for us," Butterfly Shinobu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at the house. To preclude any unexpected developments, Yunkong promptly organized their positions, instructing, "Now, let us each take our posts at the 4 cardinal directions of the house. Do not allow it to slip away while we are distracted." "Understood. I will position myself to the east. I shall guard the south." "Very well, I will head north." The Butterfly Sisters and the enigmatic Iguro Abanai responded in unison, each selecting a discreet position to quietly lie in wait. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the village elders swiftly gathered all the villagers upon receiving news from Yunkong about the emergence of the malevolent spirit. Subsequently, under the protection of Taketu Mwichiru and Kanroji Mitsuri, the villagers began their evacuation, accompanied by members of the hidden squad to a secure stronghold. Prepare for battle. After the villagers had retreated for a while, Yunkong and his companions felt unencumbered, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation with the ominous Tamaki. Breath of the Void, 8th form, horizontal blade storm. Yunkong gripped his sword, Black Rain, tightly. A swirling vortex of blade aura akin to a tornado surged around the sword, obliterating entire buildings as it advanced towards the earthenware pot nestled in the corner. Boom! The blade aura effortlessly shattered the wooden walls, its momentum unabated as it crashed towards the earthenware pot. "Oh, how intriguing that you could discover me. I seem to have underestimated you, Hashira," came a somewhat surprised voice. A wave-patterned earthenware pot was summoned. From its mouth erupted a torrent of water, forming a watery barrier that enveloped the pot, deflecting Yunkong's strike. Soon after, a malevolent spirit, reminiscent of an Aladdin's lamp genie, emerged from the pot, possessing only an upper body and head. This spirit, entirely alabaster in hue, bore a rather abstract form. It sported a pair of violet fins atop its head, with its mouth positioned where one would typically find eyes, and its eyes set where a mouth and forehead would be, adorned with several arms protruding from its neck, creating a rather eerie visage. Upon the eye situated on its forehead was inscribed the character for Upper Moon, while the eye at the mouth bore the numeral 5, unmistakably identifying it as the formidable Upper Moon 5, Tamaki. "So, it is indeed you," Yunkong remarked as he and his 3 companions revealed themselves, encircling the Tamaki. "Hee hee. How delightful that you know my name. Did the useless siblings, Daki and Jitaro, inform you of my existence?" Despite being surrounded by Yunkong and his allies, Tamaki displayed no fear, instead choosing to taunt them. "You know, these swordsmiths dwelling deep within the mountains are quite inedible. Now that you Hashira have delivered yourselves right to my door, I shall feast splendidly once more. Truly, I must thank you." "Thank you? Then you shall leave your life behind," Yunkong retorted, launching into action without further ado. He advanced towards the pot, swinging Black Rain at the Tamaki's form. Reacting with remarkable speed, Tamaki withdrew into the pot just as Yunkong's strike was about to land. Realizing his attack had missed, Yunkong swiftly altered his swordplay, cleaving the pot itself. Crack! The sharp edge of Black Rain shattered the earthenware, yet the Tamaki was nowhere to be found within. Observing the Tamaki's uncanny disappearance, Yunkong's expression grew slightly grave. "The Tamaki has vanished. Everyone, be vigilant." Just as the group remained on high alert for a potential ambush, another earthenware pot suddenly appeared nearby, from which the Tamaki's form wobbled and drifted out. Upon re-emerging, The jade pot cast an enraged glare at the shattered ceramic vessel, bellowing furiously. How dare you destroy my masterpiece? I shall not forgive you. Blood demon technique. Thousand needle fish slaughter. Suddenly, in the palm of an arm beside his neck, a ceramic pot adorned with aquatic plant motifs materialized, releasing dozens of large-headed goldfish that unleashed a barrage of water needles upon the crowd. Breath of the Void, 10th form. Immovable as a mountain. Breath of the Flower, 3rd form, protective shadow plum. Breath of the Snake, 4th form, serpent's coil. Breath of the Butterfly, 3rd form, butterfly wings. Under the circumstances of uncertain intelligence, Yun Kong and his companions dared not to be complacent, promptly deploying defensive sword techniques to thwart the onslaught of water needles. Once the goldfish's assault concluded, the four of them coordinated their efforts seamlessly. The Butterfly Sisters leaped into action, targeting the airborne goldfish, while Yun Kong and Ihei Kaneo rushed towards the jade pot, one attacking the main body and the other targeting the ceramic vessel beneath him. As before, the jade pot swiftly retracted into the ceramic vessel, only to emerge from another newly appeared pot. Meanwhile, the Butterfly Sisters' attempts bore little fruit. For every goldfish they felled, another emerged from the aquatic plant-patterned pot, as if they could never eradicate the goldfish entirely. Spare your efforts. You cannot reach me. Simply become my sustenance, or allow me to transform you into new masterpieces. The jade pot cackled ominously, a chilling laughter resonating through the air. From another arm's palm, a ceramic pot adorned with an octopus motif appeared. The jade pot aimed the octopus-patterned vessel at the assembled group, declaring, Blood Demon Technique. Octopus Hell. With a swift motion, a colossal octopus, the size of a house, erupted from the pot, its numerous suction cup-covered tentacles thrashing towards them. Breath of the Void, 8th form, Blade Storm. In an instant, Yun Kong unleashed a tremendous torrent of sword energy, shredding the octopus's tentacles into shreds. Meanwhile, as Yun Kong launched his attack, Ihei Kaneo seized the opportunity to dash towards the jade pot, striking at the ceramic vessel in his grasp. With a decisive crack, although the jade pot narrowly evaded, the octopus-patterned vessel was shattered, causing the giant octopus to vanish in an instant. Witnessing this, Yun Kong quickly formed a hypothesis and urged the Butterfly Sisters. Do not attack the goldfish. Aim for the aquatic plant-patterned pot instead. Understanding his intention, the Butterfly Sisters nodded in agreement. Butterfly Kane unleashed her full strength, fending off all the goldfish's attacks, while Butterfly Shinobu seized the moment to strike the newly emerged jade pot, shattering the aquatic plant-patterned vessel. As anticipated, the moment the vessel shattered, the goldfish suspended in midair also dissipated. Having discovered the method to counter the blood demon technique of the jade pot, Yun Kong and his companions felt a significant sense of relief. They coordinated their efforts to besiege the jade pot, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath, while simultaneously gathering and analyzing intelligence about him. The first piece of intelligence revealed that he could conjure ceramic pots out of thin air and teleport between them instantaneously. The second piece indicated that his true form appeared unable to act independently from the ceramic pots. The third piece of information stated that the release of the blood demon technique required specific patterned pots. Destroying these pots would render the technique ineffective. The fourth piece disclosed that he could summon a massive goldfish with jetting water needles using a waterweed patterned pot, and that the water needles were laced with an unknown toxin, which could be neutralized with an effective antidote. The fifth piece indicated that he could create a water bowl for defense using a wave-patterned pot, which could also be used to ensnare opponents and restrict their breathing, and could be shattered from the outside. The sixth piece revealed that he could summon a house-sized giant octopus using an octopus-patterned pot, whose tentacles were soft and elastic, making them difficult to sever with a standard sunblade. As the battle progressed, more intelligence was gathered, making the confrontation with the jade pot increasingly manageable. Realizing he was on the brink of defeat, the jade pot could no longer contain himself and decided to unleash his ultimate blood demon technique. 10,000 glutinous fish, he cried, summoning 10 pots adorned with glutinous fish patterns, from which thousands of razor-toothed glutinous fish surged forth, overwhelming the four with their numbers. Quickly, form a defensive formation. As they beheld the glistening, sharp teeth of the fish, the group had no doubt of their lethal potential, should they be enveloped. They would likely be reduced to mere bones in an instant. Breath of the Void, 10th form, unmoving as a mountain. Breath of the Flower, 3rd form, Shadow of the Plum. Breath of the Serpent, fourth form, serpent's coil. Breath of the butterfly, third form, butterfly wings. With heavy expressions, the four resolutely formed a defensive stance, exerting their utmost effort to execute their defensive sword techniques, cleaving through the onslaught of glutinous fish. Despite their small size and relatively ordinary strength, the sheer number of the glutinous fish conferred them an overwhelming advantage. Had it not been for the combined efforts of the four, they would have certainly suffered a grave loss under this blood demon technique. Under the relentless onslaught of their sword energies, countless glutinous fish were annihilated, yet a few managed to breach their defenses, leaving minor wounds upon the group. Ha ha ha. Do you think this is the end? Although the blood demon technique had been mitigated by Yun Kong and his companions, a sly, cunning smile crept upon the jade pot's lips. What is this sensation? Cough, cough, my body, oh no, it's poison. Having just concluded their defense, Yun Kong and his companions had not yet resumed their assault when they began to feel an abnormality within their bodies. The fluid from the razor-toothed glutinous fish Yun Kong and the butterfly sisters, well-versed in medical knowledge, quickly deduced the source of the toxin. Indeed, while the blood demon technique appeared to rely on the glutinous fish to tear at their foes, the true threat lay in the venom they carried. When the glutinous fish were severed, their bodies would splatter toxic fluid, which entered the bodies of the four through their exposed skin. The toxin of the sharp-toothed sticky fish is more ferocious than the poison contained within the water needle 1,000 books. In mere moments, the gathered crowd began to feel their limbs weaken, some even struggling to breathe. They hastily consumed potent antidotes, but these only provided temporary relief, failing to eradicate the toxin's effects. In an instant, the once favorable situation appeared to spiral into a predicament for them all. Kanai Shan, Koha, drink this quickly. Upon noticing the dire state of the three, Yun Kong swiftly retrieved 3 bottles of special antidote from the system space, previously acquired through sign-in rewards, and distributed them to the butterfly sisters and to Koha. As for Yun Kong himself, he possessed numerous methods to counteract the toxin and promptly unleashed the Nirvana flame to incinerate the poison within his body. In the next moment, he stored the black rain in the system space and extracted a spare Nichiren blade. Subsequently, Yun Kong transformed the Nirvana flame into the southern bright, leaving fire, enveloping the Nichiren blade before charging toward Yuhua, who sought to exploit the moment to attack. I shall see how long you can endure. Blood Demon Art, 1,000 books of needlefish. Yuhua was confident in the potency of the sharp-toothed sticky fish's toxin, perceiving Yun Kong's actions as mere desperation. He once again produced the watergrass-patterned earthen pot, summoning the big-headed goldfish to unleash the water needle 1,000 books. Breath of the Void, 9th form, flowing clouds. This time, Yun Kong did not adopt a defensive stance, but instead executed an evasive assault technique, transforming his body into an afterimage as he navigated through the gaps of the water needles, slicing through the earthen pot that Yuhua was parasitically attached to. In the previous skirmish, Yun Kong had activated the transparent world and, leveraging his spatial perception talent, successfully detected the subtle changes in space preceding the pot's emergence, thereby predicting Yuhua's location. Found you. Breath of the Void, first form, shortening the distance. Yun Kong's gaze sharpened, instantly adjusting his position and lunging towards a newly manifested earthen pot. Breath of the Void, fourth form, severing the water. What? Just as Yuhua emerged from the earthen pot, preparing to mock the crowd, he suddenly perceived a dimming of light before him, revealing Yun Kong and the flaming Nichiren blade poised to slice at his neck. Damn it! Blood Demon Art, molting. Yuhua's expression changed drastically. There was no time to retreat into the pot, and he hastily executed his final trump card. With a swift motion, Yun Kong's Nichiren blade cleanly severed Yuhua's head. Yet, he felt no sense of relief, for the feedback from the blade indicated that he had not truly decapitated the demon. As anticipated, the bisected body of Yuhua revealed no flesh or blood within, merely a layer of outer skin. The true Yuhua had, akin to Orochimaru's substitution technique, completed his molting within the earthen pot and leapt forth, revealing his final form. This so-called final form resembled the character Kyoheim from the game on Myoji, with a human upper body and a serpentine lower half, entirely covered in scales harder than diamond, an appearance decidedly grotesque. However, Yuhua was oblivious to such self-awareness, coiling his tail around a nearby tree branch, narcissistically exclaiming, "Weak humans, kneel before my flawless and magnificent form." Breath of the Flower, first form, 1,000 birds of flowers. Breath of the Butterfly, first form. A butterfly pierces the forest. The sisters of the butterfly, now freed from toxins, joined forces to advance towards the sides of Yu-Hu, wielding their Nichiren blades to strike at his neck. Foolish women, I shall transform your bodies into exquisite works of art. With a cold laugh, Yu-Hu summoned the sinister light of blood to manifest around his fists, launching a direct assault against the descending blades. The butterfly sisters, undeterred by his lack of evasion, unleashed their attacks with full force. Yet, at the moment their blades met his fists, the blades inexplicably transformed into a flurry of small fish, causing them to lose control and stumble aside. Perish. Yu-Hu, reveling in the success of his blood demon technique, wore a wicked grin as he unleashed another assault upon the sisters. Witnessing the transformation of the blades, Yunkong began to form a preliminary hypothesis about the nature of Yu-Hu's blood demon technique. Be careful. Breath of the Void, ninth form, flowing clouds. Seeing the butterfly sisters in peril, Yunkong dashed forward, wrapping his arms around their delicate waists, narrowly evading Yu-Hu's fists. Blood demon technique, fish scale massacre. Yu-Hu pressed his advantage, leaping with incredible speed, adjusting his trajectory with the slick scales, preparing to strike from the most unpredictable angle to eliminate the greatest threat. Yunkong, do you understand, Yu-Hu? I have been waiting for this moment. As Yu-Hu charged towards him, a subtle smile graced Yunkong's lips as he decisively released the now-charred Nichiren blade. Southern Brightly Fire, condensed blade. Yunkong's right hand formed a half-clenched fist, channeling a quarter of his chaotic power to summon the Southern Brightly Fire, creating a blade entirely of flames in his grasp. Breath of the Void. Fourth form. Draw the blade to cut water. With a swift movement, Yunkong advanced to Yu-Hu's side, swinging the fiery blade towards his neck, covered in scales. As they crossed paths, the blade, existing between the tangible and the intangible, blazed into a dazzling red arc, slicing through Yu-Hu's neck before his horrified gaze. With inertia carrying him forward, Yu-Hu stumbled and fell to the ground, his head rolling away, consumed by the flames that erupted. Ding. Side quest. The Downfall of the Upper Moon Demon. Progress. 1. Reward. 5,000 experience points. 1 sign-in opportunity in the experience world. After the battle, the system's notification echoed as expected. Yunkong refrained from checking immediately, instead leaving the forging village with the butterfly sisters to pursue the fleeing elder and others. Unbeknownst to the four, while they battled Yu-Hu, another battlefield had also begun to unfold elsewhere. Half an hour earlier, the elder had gathered the villagers of Forging Village, escorted by the Hashira Takedo Michiro and Kanroji Mitsuri, towards a safe stronghold to await further developments. As the team traversed a valley just outside of the knife forging village, Kanroji Mitsuri, who was leading the way, suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. Halt. Breath of Love, first form, the tremor of first love. She gestured for the team to stop and swiftly drew her flexible, yet resilient, retractable Nichiren blade, striking towards a large tree not far away. Boom. The sturdy trunk was severed, and from behind it emerged an ugly old man with a swollen forehead and 2 demonic horns, resembling a ghastly apparition. Ah, how terrifying. Please, do not kill me. The old man trembled uncontrollably, his frail hands clutching his head in fear. A demon, Takedo Michiro, alerted by the commotion, rushed from the back of the group. Upon seeing the terrified old man, he remarked in disbelief, I never expected there would be a coward among demons. As Michiro approached, Kanroji Mitsuri, who possessed a touch of infatuation, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. In an instant, she transformed into a delicate maiden, sweetly chiming in, indeed. What a peculiar demon. Michiro-kun, please take care of him quickly. We must continue our journey. Leave it to me, Michiro nodded, swiftly closing the distance to the grotesque old man and delivering a fatal blow that severed his head. Kanroji, let us proceed. After slaying the demon, Michiro sheathed his blade and returned to the group. However, before Mitsuri could respond, the severed head began to cry out, how terrifying. I've been bullied again. Startled, both Michiro and Mitsuri turned their gaze towards the corpse of the old man, only to witness an unexpected transformation. Before their eyes, the body, now headless, sprouted a new head in the blink of an eye, while the original head, lying nearby, rapidly grew a new body. The once hideous old man had bizarrely split into 2 new demons. The demon that emerged from the original body, still clad in the old man's tattered kimono, had transformed into a youthful visage, with the character Mu, inscribed prominently on its tongue. Meanwhile, the demon that sprouted from the original head, dressed in a bare-chested Yamabushi garb, also assumed a youthful appearance, but bore the character It etched upon its tongue. Both demons bore the inscription Sang Shensu in their eyes, signifying their identity and rank, indicating that they were indeed the Upper Moon 4, Han Tengu, as mentioned in the intelligence reports. Han Tengu, a member of the 12 Kazuki, could manifest its blood demon art to divide itself into core manifestations when threatened, embodying the intense emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness to protect its timid and cowardly original form. The two malevolent spirits that have just emerged are embodiments of the emotions of anger and joy, represented by the wrathful demon, accumulated anger, and the jovial demon, joyful laughter. Upon recognizing their identities, Takatu Michiru and Kanroji Mitsuri's expressions grew grave. Senior Hironori, these are upper-rank demons. Once the battle commences, we will be unable to protect you. So please, follow the hidden team and evacuate from another direction immediately. Takatu Michiru and Kanroji Mitsuri positioned themselves at the forefront, vigilantly observing the two demons as they acclimated to their forms, determined to shield the villagers of the Swordsmith village from any harm. I understand, but you must also exercise caution. The old village chief, aware of the formidable strength of upper-rank demons, refrained from lingering and swiftly led the others to evacuate from an alternate route. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy, so happy. I get to play again. Joyful laughter exclaimed, wielding a folding fan and radiating delight, her eyes narrowing into mere slits with glee. Accumulated anger glared at joyful laughter with disdain, erupting, what is there to be so joyful about? All I feel is an unending fury, yearning to tear these two to shreds. That would be splendid. If you could perform that for me right now, I would be even happier. Joyful laughter appeared oblivious to accumulated anger-esque contempt, continuing to provoke him with teasing remarks. You insufferable nuisance. I wish not to behold you. After hearing joyful laughter's words, accumulated anger became even more incensed and resolved to ignore her, redirecting his focus towards Takatu Michiru and Kanroji Mitsuri. You two scoundrels dare to bully my true form. You have truly ignited my wrath. Prepare to be torn to pieces. The brutish accumulated anger vented his frustrations before raising his staff, launching an assault on Takatu Michiru. How could I miss out on such a delightful plaything? Joyful laughter remarked with a grin, brandishing her fan and joining accumulated anger in their assault on Takatu Michiru and Kanroji Mitsuri. Blood demon art, thunderkill, accumulated anger. His countenance fierce with rage, summoned arcs of lightning that spiraled from the tip of his staff like ethereal serpents. In the face of the impending lightning strike, Takatu Michiru remained composed, opting for an offensive strategy. Breath of the Mist, fourth form, flowing slash. A sudden mist enveloped Takatu Michiru, obscuring his form as he glided forward towards accumulated anger, aiming a strike at his neck. Clang. Takatu Michiru's Nichiren blade met the staff of accumulated anger with a resounding clash. Damn it. Why can't you just let me kill you in peace? Why must you resist? It's utterly infuriating. Accumulated anger shouted indignantly as a surge of electricity coursed down the staff towards the Nichiren blade. Oh, still angry, are we? Are you about to cry and run home to mommy? With the intervention of the clouds, Takatu Michiru retained his emotions despite the loss of his brother, albeit his demeanor had taken on a sharper edge. The breath of mist, third form, misty veil. Although Takatu Michiru jested with words laced with sarcasm, he nonetheless approached his attack with utmost seriousness. In a swift motion, he pivoted and executed a wide slashing strike enveloped in radiant mist, sending his opponent, Akaza, flying. Oh, Michiru's sharp tongue is quite dashing. I must not fall behind. Kanroji Mitsuri felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she diverted her gaze from Takatu Michiru and charged toward her adversary, Kyuka. Blood demon art, gale force. With a playful grin, Kyuka gently waved a fan resembling a maple leaf, conjuring winds powerful enough to shatter the ground beneath. The breath of love. Fifth form, tumultuous passionate claws. Kanroji Mitsuri rapidly swung her Nichiren blade, unleashing a flurry of chaotic slashes that disrupted the wind into erratic currents. The breath of love. First form, first love's tremor. After neutralizing Kyuka's blood demon art, Kanroji Mitsuri seized the moment, her blade striking swiftly like a whip aimed at Kyuka. Your Nichiren blade is quite peculiar. It would make a splendid new toy for me, Kyuka remarked with a mischievous glint in his eyes, forcefully fanning the air, creating a tempest that propelled him backward. You cannot play with my Nichiren blade, and besides, it's almost time for supper. I refuse to miss it. The breath of love, second form, longing lament. Kanroji Mitsuri shook her head lightly, her figure darting towards the retreating Kyuka while maintaining her rapid pace, delivering a strike that was both slicing and constricting. Bang! Kyuka raised his fan in an attempt to block Mitsuri's blow, yet he was unaware of her extraordinary talent. Her muscle density was 8 times that of an ordinary person, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. The breath of love. Fourth form, love at first sight. Named for its unparalleled speed, this sword form saw Kanroji Mitsuri channeling her entire strength into her legs, instantly closing the distance to Kyuka and severing his head with a single stroke. Meanwhile, Akaza, having been struck by Taketo Michiru, exhibited an even more pronounced rage, a vicious smirk curling upon his lips as he bellowed, "Damnable human, daring to harm my noble form. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. If nobility is defined by ugliness, then indeed, you could be considered noble." The breath of mist, first form, distant haze. Taketo Michiru scoffed disdainfully, his figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Akaza, striking once more at his neck. Blood demon art, thunder shield. Akaza thrust his staff into the ground, unleashing arcs of electricity from its tip that repelled Taketo Michiru while forming a protective shell of lightning around him. The breath of mist, second form, eightfold mist. Just as Taketo Michiru was forced back, he surged once more towards Akaza, executing a rapid series of 8 slashes that shattered the lightning shield and beheaded Akaza. Yet, despite being decapitated, both Akaza and Kyuka remained unvanquished, splitting into 4 separate manifestations as before. Among the 4 manifestations, in addition to the previously encountered wrath and joy, 2 new incarnations have emerged. One of these new embodiments is named Despair, adorned in the attire of an ancient warrior, wielding a cross-patterned spear, with the character for sorrow inscribed upon its tongue. The other new incarnation is named Elation, a half-bird creature with wings sprouting from its back, a lower body resembling that of a bird, and arms that take the form of talons, featuring the character for joy etched onto its tongue. Elation flaps its wings and ascends into the air, mockingly stating, "Hee hee, 2 pillars of the Demon Slayer core, what manner of death do you desire? Do tell. For I assure you, I shall not grant your wish, hee hee." Despair furrows its brow, gazing at Michiru Taketo and Mitsuri Kanroji, and sighs. Is this yet another struggle of humanity? How tragic. Michiru, they have split once more. After vanquishing wrath and joy, Michiru and Mitsuri reunite, their expressions turning grave as they behold the half-tengu once again divided into 4 manifestations. Mitsuri, let us give it our all. I refuse to believe it can split indefinitely. Despite Michiru's exceptional talent, he remains young, his body not fully developed, rendering his fundamental capabilities inferior even to Shinobu Kocho. To address this shortcoming, the entity known as Yunkong, much like with the Butterfly Sisters and Kanao Karika, intervenes to bolster him. Now, Michiru Taketo is more formidable than when he first appeared in the original narrative, and with Mitsuri Kanroji's cooperation, he faces the 4 relatively weak manifestations of the half-tengu with unwavering resolve. Under their combined onslaught, the 4 manifestations swiftly descend, their heads severed in rapid succession. Yet, the manifestations do not vanish entirely. Rather, they split to reveal more diminutive incarnations that continue to assail Michiru and Mitsuri. Although surprised, the duo soon discerns an anomaly. The newly split demonic manifestations do not introduce new types and are considerably weaker than their predecessors. While they cannot devise a method to completely eradicate the half-tengu, it is evident that the creature cannot presently pose a significant threat to them, resulting in a stalemate in the battle. However, the limits of human endurance are inevitable if this war of attrition continues. It is only a matter of time before they succumb to fatigue. Just as Michiru and Mitsuri begin to feel exhaustion and contemplate a temporary retreat, Yunkong and the others, having dealt with Tamayo, arrive just in time. "Michiru, Mitsuri, are you all right?" Upon discovering that Michiru and Mitsuri are besieged by demons, Yunkong and his companions immediately plunge into the fray to confront the manifestations of the half-tengu. With the aid of their comrades, Michiru and Mitsuri seize a moment to catch their breath, promptly warning, "Be cautious. These demons will not perish even when their necks are severed. Blood Demon Technique. Thunder Kill. Blood Demon Technique. Strong Wind. Blood Demon Technique. Raucous Cry. Blood Demon Technique. Piercing Tears. Witnessing the arrival of 4 formidable opponents, the manifestations of the Half Tengu are taken aback, hastily employing blood demon techniques to repel their adversaries. Subsequently, Wrath gestures to the other manifestations, who promptly comply with its command and converge towards it. Blood Demon Art. Manifestation Fusion. With a flash of fierce light in the eyes of Wrath, the bodies of the other incarnations were crushed and absorbed into his own, allowing him to evolve into a new form. The new demon incarnation, named Hatred Celestial, wields an S-shaped drumstick, with several thunder god drums inscribed with the character for hatred floating behind him, resembling a childlike demon in appearance. Hatred Celestial is the most powerful incarnation of the Half Tengu, a composite being formed from the amalgamation of 4 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. The blood demon art mastered by Hatred Celestial allows him to freely conjure wooden dragons using the thunder god drums behind him, and through these wooden dragons, he can unleash a potent version of the blood demon arts equivalent to the 4 primary incarnations. The eyes of Hatred Celestial are filled with malevolence, and after casting a disdainful glance over Yun Kong and the others, he complained, "How unpleasant. You despicable bullies who prey on the weak are utterly disappointing." With that, Hatred Celestial struck the drum forcefully, causing thick wooden dragons to burst forth from the earth, lunging towards Yun Kong and his companions. In response to the wooden dragon assault, Yun Kong and his allies swiftly employed their sword techniques to neutralize the attacks, and then, in unison, charged towards Hatred Celestial to launch a counterattack. As the 4th of the upper moons, Half Tengu possesses considerable strength, particularly in his most enhanced form, Hatred Celestial, whose power is second only to the formidable Akaza encountered by Yun Kong previously. Despite Hatred Celestial's might, he is now confronted by Yun Kong, who has surpassed Akaza, aided by the Butterfly Sisters and Iguro Abanai. Thus, after merely a dozen exchanges, he was quickly subdued. This is dire. What should I do? I'm going to be killed. Not far from the low bushes, a demon the size of a mouse, with the character for cowardice inscribed on its tongue, looked on in terror at the beleaguered Hatred Celestial. This demon, known as Coward Demon, is the original form of Half Tengu after his split, inheriting his former timid nature, always evading combat and leaving all fighting to the other incarnations. I can't take it any longer. If this continues, I'm truly finished. It seems I must summon my final resort. Coward Demon muttered in trembling tones from the bushes, gathering all remaining strength to call forth his ultimate incarnation, the Hate Demon. Hate Demon is a gigantic form clad in the kimono of Half Tengu, displaying a fierce expression and a menacing visage, with the character for hatred inscribed on its tongue. He possesses the blood demon arts of all incarnations except for Hatred Celestial, and in terms of raw physical strength, he is the most formidable among them. However, his immense size inevitably hampers his agility. While he may be capable of handling ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members, he finds himself at a disadvantage against the Hashira present. Upon the sudden appearance of Hate Demon, the already recuperated Takatu Mwichiru and Kanroji Mitsuri swiftly moved to intercept him, joining forces to launch an assault. Breath of the Moon. 6th form, Raging Tempest. Breath of the Mist. 6th form, Lunar Haze. Minutes later, accompanied by the incantations of Yun Kong and Takatu Mwichiru, the heads of Hatred Celestial and Hate Demon were severed by the duo. How is this possible? Not dead yet. Why is this happening? Observing the 2 malevolent spirits whose severed heads had yet to dissipate into ash, the Butterfly Sisters and their companions gasped in astonishment, perplexed about how to utterly vanquish the Hantengu. What on earth is happening? Could it be that these malevolent spirits are mere illusions? Yun Kong, uncertain of Hantengu's situation, shared the same bewilderment. In pursuit of understanding why these manifestations had not been eradicated, he immediately entered a state of heightened perception. Indeed, they were all demons, but wait. Was there yet another one lurking over there? Utilizing the perceptive abilities of his heightened state, Yun Kong discovered a timid spirit concealed among the underbrush, preparing to investigate further. However, just as he took a step forward, his expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently called out to the others, "Everyone, scatter and move at least 10 meters away from this spot, quickly." Although bewildered, the others did not question Yun Kong's command and swiftly dispersed to safety. Whoosh. Shortly after they vacated the area, the very space they had occupied was locked onto by Nakeheim and, along with Hantengu's manifestations, transported back to Infinity Castle. Cursed be it, they let Hantengu escape. Frustrated, Butterfly Shinobu severed a nearby tree with a swift strike, lamenting the missed opportunity to slay one of the upper moons, only to have the proverbial duck fly away at the last moment. Fear not, Shinobu. There will be ample opportunities in the future, Yun Kong consoled her, gently patting her head. He speculated, if my conjecture holds true, it was Nakeheim, the loyal attendant of Kibutsuji Muzan, who just rescued Hantengu. Yun Kong-kun, you mean the Nakeheim who controls the Infinity Castle, Muzan's stronghold? Butterfly Kane exclaimed, her face a mixture of astonishment and realization. Thank goodness for your timely warning, otherwise, had we been drawn into Infinity Castle, we would have faced grave danger. Indeed, I am fortunate to have sensed the spatial fluctuations prior to the transfer, otherwise, we would have been defenseless against Nakeheim's blood demon art. Yun Kong reflected, relieved. Had it not been for the spatial talent he had acquired earlier, he might have been forced to confront Muzan's faction with their currently incomplete fighting strength. Yun Kong's speculation proved accurate upon their vanquishing of the upper moon. Kibutsuji Muzan had sensed the demise of the vessel and had re-entered Infinity Castle. However, despite his fury, Muzan did not immediately command Nakeheim to recall Hantengu, who was on a mission in Swordsmith Village alongside the vessel. Instead, he ordered Nakeheim to use Hantengu for tracking, intending to draw all the Hashira present into Infinity Castle. This strategy aimed to eliminate the Hashira, thereby relieving his pent-up rage over the consecutive losses of the upper moons, while simultaneously eradicating a portion of the Demon Slayer core elite forces. Fortunately, due to Yun Kong's spatial talent, he was able to acutely perceive the temporal fluctuations before the transfer, enabling him to timely warn everyone to vacate the imminent transfer space. Thwarting Muzan's sinister plot, with Hantengu rescued, the battle came to a close. Although not without its shortcomings, the successful slaying of the Upper Moon 5, Kaigaku, was still a commendable achievement. After a brief respite, the group promptly set off to pursue the old village chief and his companions, ensuring their safe arrival at the new stronghold. Once the villagers of Duandao village were settled, Yun Kong and his companions returned to the headquarters to report to Chanshu Yaozai regarding the operation's progress and the intelligence gathered on the Hantian dog through combat. Before retiring for the night, Yun Kong checked his system panel and discovered he had amassed over 23,000 training points. After contemplating his current abilities, he inquired, System, can training points be used to enhance the Phoenix Bloodline and the space-time talent? The system responded, the Phoenix Bloodline, originating from another realm, cannot be enhanced with training points. However, the space-time talent, derived from this training world, can indeed be enhanced with training points. With this newfound clarity regarding the usage of training points, Yun Kong further inquired, what is the cost to enhance the space-time talent? The system replied, to elevate from elite to genius level requires 50,000 training points. From genius to prodigy level necessitates 500,000 training points. And from prodigy to peerless level demands 5 million training points. Yun Kong gasped at the exorbitant costs. To merely elevate from elite to genius level would require a sum equivalent to the rewards received for slaying Muzan Kibutsuji and all 6 upper moons. Not to mention the staggering demands for the subsequent levels, which escalated tenfold. Initially feeling quite affluent in training points, Yun Kong was suddenly struck by the harsh reality of his impoverished status and resolved to temporarily abandon the alluring notion of enhancing his talents. Upon slaying Yuhua, I also earned a sign-in reward. System, let us sign in now. Recalling the previous rewards, he decided to redeem it. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the item. Skill card, small 1,000-world forging technique, perfect. Skill card, small 1,000-world forging technique, perfect. Upon use, master the perfect level of the small 1,000-world forging technique. This technique, derived from a master swordsmith in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, enables the forging of divine weapons of small 1,000-world caliber. According to the system's classification, the current realm of Demon Slayer, or low martial worlds like the Heavenly Dragon and 8 parts, falls within the scope of small 1,000 worlds. Thus, utilizing this skill card would transform him into a forging master within the small 1,000 world, alleviating concerns about weapon degradation during future training expeditions there. After reviewing the system's introduction, Yunkong decisively employed the skill card, and a torrent of knowledge and experience regarding forging flooded his mind, instantly transforming him from a novice blacksmith into a master forger. With mastery over the perfect level of forging skills, Yunkong scrutinized his weapon, Black Rain, and immediately identified several flaws. Should he reforge it, he could enhance its power by at least 20%. Consequently, for the following period, Yunkong diligently reforged all the weapons of himself and the Butterfly Sisters, further strengthening the prowess of the Hashira-level members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Meanwhile, a plan proposed by him at the Pillar Assembly was underway under the arrangement of Yashikiyoya. Night fell upon Kitamiyama, where a group of hurried Demon Slayer Corps members raced along the mountain path. Stand guard. Suddenly, the squad leader at the forefront halted, drawing his sword towards the shadows ahead, and called out, "Who goes there? Step forward." The Demon Slayers are quite perceptive, aren't they? Accompanied by a sinister chuckle, a malevolent demon emerged from the darkness, its face marred by 3 cross-shaped scars, with the character for Lower 3 etched into its left eye. Without a doubt, this demon was the Lower Moon 3, Sick Leaf. Not good, it's Lower Moon 3. Upon recognizing Sick Leaf's appearance, the expressions of the Demon Slayers changed drastically, for they knew their strength was insufficient to confront a demon of such caliber. Dahu, you must run, we will hold him off. After a brief moment of silence, the squad leader made a decisive choice, retrieving a wooden box from his bosom and thrusting it into the hands of the youngest member, admonishing, "Remember, you must deliver this back to headquarters." I understand, Captain. You all must survive." Dahu, teary-eyed, accepted the wooden box and fled without looking back. "Oh, what could that important item be? I'm quite curious." Sick Leaf observed Dahu's retreating figure with malicious intent, preparing to pursue him. Not a chance. Altogether, the squad leader would not allow Sick Leaf to succeed, rallying the remaining members to surround the demon, aiming to buy Dahu more time. "Very well. I shall deal with you troublesome fools first." Blood Demon Art, Swift Shadow. Observing the Demon Slayers desperately obstructing his path, Sick Leaf revealed his impatience, suddenly accelerating several-fold. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the squad leader, delivering a punch that sent him flying, lifeless upon impact, the state of his life unknown. "Captain! Damn it! Demon, I'll fight you to the end." Witnessing their captain vanquished with a single blow, the remaining Demon Slayers appeared flustered, yet none chose to flee. They fought with all their might against Sick Leaf. However, their limited strength proved futile, and soon they were overwhelmed by Sick Leaf's relentless assault, leading to their demise. Blood Demon Art, Charge. Having dealt with the nuisances, Sick Leaf unleashed his Blood Demon Art once more, pursuing the fleeing Dahu. Before long, Sick Leaf intercepted the panicked Dahu at the edge of the forest. Didn't he come any closer? Dahu, terrified, fell to the ground, retreating uncontrollably as his body trembled. "Hey there, kid, I'm quite interested in what you're holding. Let me see what you're so desperately protecting." Sick Leaf sneered, lunging towards the visibly frightened Dahu. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from the distance, water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. Just in time, the Ice Pillar, Ju Tomioka, arrived, forcing Sick Leaf back with a single strike, saving the near-fated Dahu. Lord Ice Pillar. Upon encountering Ju Tomioka, Daiki swiftly wiped away his tears and stood up, overcome with emotion. Ju nodded, cautiously eyeing the ill-tempered Byakuran, and inquired of Daiki, "What of the blue spider lily? Has it been taken by the demons?" "Lord Ice Pillar here." Daiki reverently presented the wooden box entrusted to him by the team leader to Ju. "The blue spider lily? Are you speaking of the blue spider lily? Is it contained within that box?" Byakuran's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the wooden box in Ju's possession. The demon's primary value lay in assisting Muzan Kabutsuji in locating the elusive blue spider lily. Thus, upon learning of its existence, Byakuran was instantly engulfed in excitement. If only I could present the blue spider lily to Lord Muzan. Surely he would bestow upon me greater blood, and perhaps I could ascend to a higher rank. With this thought, Byakuran could hardly wait for Ju's response and lunged at him. "Hand over the box." Blood Demon Art, Shadow Dash. Foolish Delusion. Water-breathing, seventh form, persistent flow. Ju cradled the box close to his chest, casting a cold glare at Byakuran and engaged in combat. As the current Ice Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ju's prowess was on par with Kaneo, surpassing Byakuran, the third of the lower moons. Damn it, have the pillar-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps grown so powerful? Byakuran thought, realizing that this encounter was entirely different from previous ones. After a fierce exchange, Byakuran recognized his inferiority to Ju and contemplated retreating, deciding to hastily leave the scene. Though he could not seize the blue spider lily, bringing news of its appearance back would still be a significant achievement. Blood Demon Art, Shadow Escape. With this in mind, Byakuran swiftly exited the fray, fleeing without a backward glance. Seeing Byakuran's escape, Ju promptly pursued him. However, Byakuran, empowered by his Blood Demon Art, outpaced Ju effortlessly and soon eluded him. Realizing he could not catch up to Byakuran, Ju returned to Daiki and inquired, "Daiki, how goes the plan to draw the snake from its lair?" At that moment, Daiki wore no trace of the previous panic, only a hint of sorrow for his fallen comrade. Upon Ju's question, Daiki calmly replied, "Before the team leader's sacrifice." He informed the Lower Moon 3 that the blue spider lily would be returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Indeed, may they rest in peace. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. Ju, not one for expressing his emotions, offered no further words, taking the wooden box and leaving the area. Meanwhile, Byakuran contacted Muzan Kabutsuji through a special means, reporting, "Lord Muzan, I have news of the blue spider lily." The blue spider lily? Upon hearing Byakuran's report, Muzan, previously seated, suddenly rose, urgently commanding, "Quickly, summon Byakuran to me." "Yes, my lord." The obedient Nakaim wasted no time, activating the means to bring Byakuran before Muzan Kabutsuji. Without waiting for the sickly leaf to extend a greeting, Muzan Kabutsuji urged, "Quickly, relay to me the news regarding the Blue Bianhua." "My lord, I refrained from continuing the battle with the ice pillars today to report this information to you promptly." The sickly leaf replied succinctly, daring not to linger on unnecessary words, and conveyed the events that had transpired, embellishing slightly his choice to flee. Muzan's gaze flickered with intensity, to grasp a more intricate understanding. He devoured the sickly leaf with his colossal arm, perusing his memories. Was the Blue Bianhua real, or merely an illusion? After sifting through the sickly leaf's recollections, Muzan's initial excitement subsided, yet his eyes remained restless as he murmured softly to himself. From the sickly leaf's memories, he discerned no sight of the Blue Bianhua, only an external wooden box. Consequently, Muzan could not ascertain whether it harbored the Blue Bianhua he had long sought, or if it was merely bait set by the Demon Slayer Corps to draw him out. After a moment of contemplation, Muzan resolved to summon the demons, issuing several commands to them. 2 weeks later, at the Hashira meeting of the Demon Slayer Corps, the past fortnight had seen a surge in demonic activity, with numerous small strongholds being discovered and obliterated by the fiends. Yoshiyuki Kanroji was the first to speak, relaying the recent losses suffered by the Demon Slayer Corps to the assembly. However, rather than displaying anxiety or concern, a smile of anticipation graced his features. Upon hearing this, Kaneo Tsuyuri exhaled a sigh of relief, chuckling softly. "It appears that Muzan Kabutsuji has indeed fallen into our trap." With bloodshot eyes, Shinazugawa Sanemi hastily inquired, "My lord, does this mean we can commence our next course of action?" "You are correct. It is time to initiate the subsequent arrangements," Yoshiyuki replied, exchanging a glance with Kaneo, who mirrored his agreement, thus deciding to proceed with the next phase of their final plan. The leader of the covert unit, summoned specifically for this meeting, promptly stated, "My lord, we will organize the evacuation of non-combat personnel." "Very well, I entrust this task to you," Yoshiyuki replied with a smile, and then turned to the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, and inquired, "Tenjin, how are the preparations coming along?" Seated with arms crossed, Tenjin responded enthusiastically, "Rest assured, my lord. I have arranged a spectacular welcome gift for Muzan Kabutsuji. In that case, I declare that our next operation will officially commence in 3 days. Let us hope that this time, we can bring all of this to a conclusive end. Everyone, I implore you." Yoshiyuki's expression grew serious as he rose and bowed deeply to the assembly, his voice resolute and unwavering. "We shall fulfill our duty without fail." The assembly echoed in return. Concluding the brief Hashira meeting, on a certain night a week later, several weary Demon Slayer Corps members returned to their headquarters nestled in the hidden mountains. Just as their figures vanished behind a certain room, a demon adorned with crescent-shaped markings on its face suddenly emerged from the shadows, appearing atop a hill outside the headquarters. "Heh, it seems my speculation was correct. Those individuals have indeed returned to the headquarters." The Crescent Moon Demon gazed with gleaming eyes at the brightly lit headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, I have discovered the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. My master shall surely reward me. After his laughter subsided, the Crescent Moon Demon cast one last glance in the direction of the headquarters before his figure slowly faded into the shadows. Within the Infinite Castle, upon receiving the Crescent Moon Demon's report, Muzan Kibutsuji's pallid visage finally bore a long-awaited smile. Excellent. This shall serve as your reward. Muzan extended a finger, piercing the forehead of the Crescent Moon Demon, injecting a surge of blood into his body. The blood of Muzan transformed into an immense energy, continuously reshaping the body of the Crescent Moon Demon, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After a considerable time, the tremors ceased. In the faint yellow hue of his left eye revealed the inscription of Lower 3. Thank you, my master, for your gracious bestowal. Muzan waved his hand dismissively, signaling the demon to withdraw, before issuing a command to the newly promoted Upper Moon, Nakeim, who had recently acquired a substantial amount of blood. Summon all demons. On the night 2 days hence, hundreds of shadowy figures, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, appeared on the periphery of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. At the forefront of these shadows stood a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with red plum-colored eyes featuring narrow, cat-like pupils. Although he possessed striking features, he emanated an aura of cunning and treachery. This young man was none other than Muzan Kibutsuji, the absolute ruler of the demons, referred to by Yoriichi Tsujikuni as the stain and disgrace of his clan. Behind Muzan stood 4 formidable demons. The first was a young swordsman with a black high ponytail and 6 eyes, displaying deep crimson flame patterns on his left temple and right jaw. This demon was none other than Kokoshibo, the twin brother of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, now the Upper Moon one. The second demon wore a facade of false smiles. A white-haired youth whose multicolored eyes bore the inscriptions Upper Moon and 2. Clearly, he was Doma, the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult, known as Upper Moon 2. The third demon stood silently, his eyes shining like stars, filled only with boundless battle intent. This demon, a familiar figure to the likes of Kaneo Tsuyuri, was Akaza, the Upper Moon 3, who had once nearly driven him to despair. The fourth demon was hunched over, appearing fearful with erratic eyes, mumbling indistinctly to himself. This demon was Hantengu, who had earlier managed to escape from Kaneo and her companions. Behind these 4 upper moons stood 6 lower moons, each marked with a single eye, alongside numerous formidable demons who, although not part of the 12 Kazuki, were nonetheless powerful. This elite assembly had been summoned by Muzan from various corners, all for the singular purpose of annihilating the Demon Slayer Corps and seizing the azure flowers he had pursued for over a millennium. Go. Gazing at the distant headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan Kibutsuji raised his hand and gestured, as 4 upper moons, accompanied by a legion of malevolent demons, encircled the stronghold from all directions. Once the encirclement was complete, Muzan stepped forward towards the grand entrance of the headquarters. As he approached, all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps emerged from within. Leading them was the current head of the family, Yosei Kanroji, flanked by 13 Hashira and over 200 seasoned members of various ranks, all possessing formidable combat prowess. Upon their encounter, an invisible aura of impending slaughter enveloped the scene, signaling the imminent clash of titans. Looking at Muzan Kibutsuji, Yosei Kanroji remarked with a hint of nostalgia, Muzan Kibutsuji, the malevolent being our clan and the Demon Slayer Corps have relentlessly pursued for a millennium. You have finally made your appearance. Humph. You insects of the Kanroji clan and the Demon Slayer Corps, who have continuously obstructed me throughout the ages, Muzan retorted, his gaze menacing as he regarded Yosei. Today marks your demise. I am aware of your desire for eternity, your longing for immortality, Yosei replied, gently shaking his head, his tone soft yet resolute. However, I must inform you that your aspirations shall never come to fruition, for the path you pursue is fundamentally flawed. What do you mean? Muzan's eyes narrowed slightly, a palpable aura of malice radiating from him towards Yosei. Yet, Yosei remained unfazed, his voice still gentle as he responded, there indeed exist eternal entities in this world. And that is the human spirit. Only the human spirit can achieve true immortality. Boring nonsense. Is this your final proclamation? Muzan scoffed, prideful in his declaration. Once I acquire the blue spider lily, there shall be no force capable of extinguishing my existence. With that, an overwhelming aura of dread erupted from Muzan, intertwining with the presence of the surrounding demons, casting a tangible shadow over the area. Today, we shall fulfill the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps that has spanned millennia, to eradicate you, the architect of countless tragedies, Yose proclaimed passionately, prompting Yun Kong and the others to draw their swords, their righteous spirits soaring high, dissipating the encroaching darkness. As the battle loomed, Yun Kong stepped forward and addressed Yose. My lord, you should retreat for now. Leave this to us. Very well, Yun Kong, I entrust this to you. I shall await your victorious return at the estate. Yose replied, for he was frail and unable to practice the breathing techniques, rendering him a mere ordinary man devoid of combat ability. His presence would only serve as a concern for Yun Kong and the others, hindering their full engagement in the fight against the demons. Thus, he did not resist, retreating to the headquarters under the protection of several swordsmen. Humph, no matter where you hide, your ultimate fate is death. Muzan, having discerned Yose's condition, paid no heed to his withdrawal and shifted his focus entirely onto Yun Kong. Are you the one who eliminated the siblings Daki and Jotaro, as well as Tamayo? Hayano Yun Kong? Muzan Kibutsuji scrutinized Yun Kong with a gaze of admiration before arrogantly proclaiming, You are quite impressive. I now offer you an opportunity. Submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you eternal life. Submit to you? How absurd. Yun Kong retorted disdainfully, unhesitatingly rejecting Muzan's proposition. Do you realize, Muzan, that prolonged avoidance of sunlight can lead to a deficiency in vitamin D, adversely affecting calcium absorption and disrupting melanin synthesis, resulting in pallid skin and other undesirable consequences? After delivering this modern medical insight, Yun Kong earnestly suggested, given your ashen complexion, it is certainly due to your lack of sun exposure. Why not join me for some sunlight? Muzan's expression darkened, his gaze turning sinister as he coldly responded, Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Muzan Kibutsuji, if you hide in the shadows like a rat, you might survive a while longer. But since you dare to reveal yourself so boldly, prepare to pay with your life. With the confrontation escalated, Yun Kong ceased to engage in pretense, raising his blade, Kurayuki, pointing it squarely at Muzan's head, and proclaimed loudly, Everyone, let us eradicate the demons today. How brazen. Let the lives of you wretched creatures serve as the tribute for my impending eternity. Muzan let out a chilling smile, commanding his minions to attack. The final showdown between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons had officially commenced, responding to Muzan's orders. Numerous demons led by the upper-ranked demons charged towards the surrounded members of the Demon Slayer Corps. A flash of determination crossed Yun Kong's eyes. He refrained from leading the charge and instead commanded, shield formation, defensive stance. Instantly, over 20 Demon Slayer members wielding enormous shields surged from the crowd, forming an impenetrable circular shield formation. You and you. Kokoshibo's gaze swept across the Hashira present, pointing at Yun Kong, Shinobu Kocho, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and Mitsuri Kanroji, challenging. You few have the qualifications to be my opponents. How laughable. You think these flimsy shields can obstruct us? Doma smirked, covering his mouth with his fan, his slanted eyes narrowing like a fox. Hayano Yun Kong, you are my adversary. Let us continue our unfinished battle. Akaza was unwilling to allow his esteemed opponent to be claimed by Kokoshibo and swiftly charged toward Yun Kong. They are terrifying, indeed. However, one must never defy Lord Muzan's orders. Half-demon dog muttered nervously, unleashing his 4 incarnations of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure into the fray against the Demon Slayer Corps. Tenjin, it is up to you now. Yun Kong ignored the taunts, anticipating the moment of confrontation as his opponents approached a certain area, casting an expectant glance toward Tenjin Uzui. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Tenjin's eyes as he boisterously exclaimed, Ha ha, the most splendid performance begins now. At the utterance of the word begin, a peculiar switch appeared in Tenjin's hand, and without hesitation, he pressed it down. Boom, boom, boom. The specially designed explosives, buried in advance around the headquarters, were triggered by the switch of Uzui Tenjin, resulting in a violent explosion. Amidst the deafening roar of the blast, flames, along with the crucifix nails mixed in the explosives, surged forward with astonishing speed, striking the demons that had rushed into the explosion zone. Some exceptionally vigilant demons immediately sensed the impending explosion and unhesitatingly employed their blood demon arts for defense. Moon breathing, 11th form, crescent moon wheel. Blood demon art, ice lotus platform. Blood demon art, destructive annihilation. Blood Demon Art, Jet Black Wings Guard. With the force of the explosion, countless crucifix nails transformed into beams of dark light, piercing mercilessly into the bodies of other demons. Observing the heavy casualties among the demons post-explosion, Yunkong smiled coldly, not allowing them a moment to recover, decisively commanding, "It is our turn. Proceed according to the plan." "Understood," came the chorus of responses as the others swiftly divided the battlefield as per their prearranged strategy. "Kibutsuji Muzan, we seek to test your swordsmanship." The exceptionally skilled swordsmen, Takedo Michiro and Kanroji Mitsuri, approached the strongest of the upper moons, Kibutsuji Muzan. "Doma, today, my son and I shall slay you here." The Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kanjuro and his brother, Rengoku Shinjuro, whose fiery abilities countered Doma's ice-based blood demon arts, set their sights on him under Yunkong's directions. "Akaza, Yunkong has more pressing matters to attend to. Let us engage you instead." Kaneo and Tenjin Yuzi moved in unison, helping Yunkong to intercept the eager Akaza. "Hontengu, this time you shall not escape. Perish." The Butterfly Sisters exchanged a knowing glance, effortlessly allocating their targets, while the Butterfly Sisters were tasked with obstructing Hontengu's four manifestations. Kanroji Mitsuri would confront his true form. "Demon Slayer Core, let us advance." Ihei Kabanai gently patted the head of Tungin's sword, joining forces with Yuzui Tenjin to attack the 6 lower moons. "Kill. Annihilate the demons." The other swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, led by various elite team leaders, set about exterminating the ordinary demons that survived the explosion. As the 2 most powerful members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yunkong and Takedo Michiro, were also occupied, with their sights set on the formidable boss, Kibutsuji Muzan. Unprepared for the concealed explosives laid by the usually cold, weapon-wielding Demon Slayer Corps, Kibutsuji Muzan, caught off guard like most demons, suffered the consequences. In that moment, he was far from the elegance he had displayed upon his entrance, now riddled with wounds from the crucifix nails, appearing utterly disheveled. With a fierce glare directed at Yunkong and Michiro, Kibutsuji Muzan bellowed in a fit of rage, "Damn it! You will all perish." The crucifix nails within him hampered his regeneration speed. Before he could expel them, numerous tiny flesh and blood fragments floated ominously around him. Blood Demon Art, Thorn Spike. Accompanied by this incantation, the flesh and blood fragments suddenly expanded into massive thorn spikes, impaling Kibutsuji Muzan's limbs and pinning him in place. "Damn it, I am immobilized. Whose blood demon art is this?" The sudden onset of blood demon art left Kibutsuji Muzan astounded, grappling with the identity of the audacious demon who dared to assault the very being that governed their existence. Fortunately, the energy contained within this blood demon art was minimal, allowing for its prompt absorption. After a fleeting moment of panic, Kibutsuji Muzan swiftly devised a means to counteract the blood demon art. However, before he could initiate any action, a fist unexpectedly pierced his abdomen, revealing a poised demon draped in a deep purple kimono before him. This erudite demon, brimming with intelligence, was Tamayo, who had evaded Muzan's control since the Warring States period and forged an alliance with the Demon Slayer Corps. Not long ago, upon learning of the Corps plan to confront Kibutsuji Muzan in a decisive battle, Tamayo had volunteered to join, aspiring to contribute to the eradication of Kibutsuji Muzan. Yoya Shinjuro acquiesced to her request, leading to a modification of the battle plan that allowed Tamayo to remain concealed among the others, awaiting an opportune moment to strike a debilitating blow against Kibutsuji Muzan. "Tamayo, it is you." Upon recognizing her, Kibutsuji Muzan comprehended everything, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "This is the blood demon art of the one you transformed into a demon in Asakusa, is it not?" "Indeed. It is Yashiro's blood demon art that permitted me to stealthily approach you," she retorted, her expression radiating fury as she confronted the being responsible for her family's ruin. "Kibutsuji Muzan, your end has come. How naive you are, or perhaps foolish," he sneered. "Do you truly believe such injuries can hinder me? Become a part of me." With a disdainful smile, Kibutsuji Muzan activated his devouring ability, swiftly consuming Tamayo's flesh from the arm that had penetrated his abdomen. Yet, Tamayo, despite her body being devoured, exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, a sardonic smile crept upon her lips. Observing the expression on her face, Kibutsuji Muzan felt a stirring of unease, compelling him to demand, "Tamayo, what is it that you find amusing?" "Ah, Muzan, you have absorbed my fist, have you not? Though my flesh is being consumed, I remain unfazed." My smile only growing, she replied, "Do you know what lies within my fist? It is a medicine capable of restoring demons to their human form. How does it feel? Is it beginning to take effect?" Tamayo disclosed her plan against Kibutsuji Muzan with a mocking laugh, her eyes glinting with a sense of unspeakable delight. What? Such a thing is impossible. His eyes were filled with disbelief and incredulity, but before he could finish his protest, he sensed a transformation within his body, his complexion shifting to one of utter dismay. Ha ha ha, with the assistance of the Demon Slayer Corps, I have succeeded, Kibutsuji Muzan. At long last, this day has arrived, and I shall perish alongside you here. Before deciding to join the final plan, Tamayo had prepared herself for sacrifice, fully aware of her fate today. Yet, she remained unperturbed. As long as she could aid in vanquishing Kibutsuji Muzan and fulfill her centuries-old desire, everything would be worthwhile. Zhu Shi, you madman. Do you really believe this will defeat me? You must be dreaming. Go to hell and reunite with the husband and children you killed with your own hands. Muzan Kibutsuji exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he isolated and decomposed the serum within him, simultaneously intensifying his consumption of Zhu Shi's flesh and blood. The reason I chose to become a demon was to witness my children grow, yet you drove me to take their lives, you beast. Tears of regret streamed down Zhu Shi's face. Had she not been deceived by Muzan's lies, she would never have chosen the path of a demon. Muzan Kibutsuji, I shall await you below. Zhu Shi's eyes gleamed with determination as she turned to Yunkong, calling out, Mr. Yunkong, I implore you. Breath of the sky. Seventh form, distance of heaven. Upon hearing Zhu Shi's plea, Yunkong instantaneously crossed dozens of meters, appearing beside Muzan and severing his head with a single strike. However, Muzan had long surpassed the limits of a demon and would not perish from decapitation. Thus, Yunkong's blow failed to eliminate him. Despite the effects of the serum, Muzan's terrifying regenerative abilities prevailed, and within mere moments, a new head sprouted forth. Damn it! Blood demon art, black blood, thorn chains. Muzan's arm erupted with numerous black thorn chains, writhing like agile serpents, attempting to thwart the attacks from Yunkong and Higanbana Tsukuyami. Breath of the sky, ninth form, flowing clouds. Faced with the thorn chains resembling an inescapable net, Yunkong transformed into a nimble fish, weaving through the gaps of the chains. Breath of the rock, third form, rock skin. As Higanbana Tsukuyami charged toward Muzan, he swung his meteor hammer with fervor, deflecting the encroaching thorn chains. Once they overcame the obstruction, Yunkong and Higanbana Tsukuyami launched their assault. Breath of the sky, first form, inchworming ground. Yunkong surged beside Muzan once more, delivering another decisive blow to his neck. Breath of the rock, second form, shattering the sky. Higanbana Tsukuyami swung his heavy Nichiren blade, the meteor hammer crashing toward Muzan, obliterating the entirety of the arm that had unleashed the thorn chains into a pulp. Muzan's physical structure vastly differed from that of an ordinary being, possessing 5 brains and 7 hearts, with regenerative capabilities unrivaled among demons. He could instantaneously heal from attacks, even if his body was reduced to fragments, effortlessly restoring himself. The injuries inflicted by Yunkong and Higanbana Tsukuyami rapidly healed. Yet this also hindered the efficiency of Muzan's isolation and decomposition serum, nudging his body closer to a human state. Muzan, in pursuit of eternal existence, would not allow such a scenario to unfold. He conjured dozens more thorn chains to impede the two warriors. Do you think this will force me into a corner? You bothersome demon hunters, tonight I shall slaughter you all. Observing the relentless determination of Yunkong and his companion, Muzan snorted disdainfully, secretly contacting the Muzan's domain to have all present transferred to Infinity Castle. As Yunkong grappled with the thorny chains, he sensed the fluctuations of time and space around him, immediately discerning Muzan Kibutsuji's intentions. He raised his voice to warn, everyone, be cautious. Muzan Kibutsuji intends to drag us into the Infinity Castle. Simultaneously, Yunkong abandoned his confrontation with Muzan, leaping high into the air to employ the second profound technique of the Breath of the Void, the sword form. Breath of the Void, falling petals. In midair, Yunkong's body spun rapidly, unleashing countless miniature sword energies, each the size of a palm, that shot forth from his blade like a cascade of cherry blossoms, targeting the elite demons scattered across the battlefield. The demons, having already fallen to the disadvantage after being struck by the grand opening move from Tenjin Yuzui, and subsequently besieged by numerous swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, found themselves utterly unprepared for Yun Kong's targeted area of effect assault. Most of the demons lacked the strength to resist and suffered grievous injuries beneath the onslaught of sword energy. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Flame breathing, second form, rising flame. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Rock breathing, sixth form, mountain crushing. The other swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps seized the opportunity created by Yun Kong, swiftly executing their own techniques to vanquish their opponents. In this wave of assault, at least half of the elite demons were slain, significantly boosting the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps fighters. Just as they prepared to eliminate the remaining elite demons, the blood demon art of Nakeheim was successfully activated, pulling everyone into the Infinity Castle. In the next moment, they found the scene before them transformed from a relatively spacious area into a multi-layered structure where space was inverted and distorted. Welcome to my headquarters. My subordinates will treat you well. By the time I return, it will be your demise. Muzan Kibutsuji exclaimed with a booming laugh before Nakeheim transported him to a safe location, focusing on neutralizing the potion infused within him by Tamayo. Roar for the master. Slay these Demon Slayer swordsmen and devour them. From numerous rooms within the Infinity Castle, hordes of demons surged forth, claws bared, rushing towards the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just as Yun Kong and the others prepared to form a defensive formation against the demons, Nakeheim's biwa resonated once more, instantly disrupting their positions and dividing the Infinity Castle into hundreds of smaller battlefields. Although Nakeheim had been promoted to an upper rank by Muzan, the immense burden of executing such a large-scale spatial transfer left her momentarily incapable of further altering the spatial orientation within the Infinity Castle, forcing her to scatter the group haphazardly throughout the castle. Fortunately, Nakeheim's abilities were limited, otherwise, the combination of her blood demon art and the multitude of demons would have inflicted catastrophic losses on the Demon Slayer Corps. Nevertheless, some of the swordsmen still found themselves encircled by demons, losing their lives under the relentless assault. Breath of the Void, fifth form, sweeping the 8 wastelands. Yun Kong, also transported to a room by Nakeheim, immediately entered a state of translucent awareness, decisively turning to slash down 2 demons attempting to ambush him. I hope others can endure. Yun Kong, undeterred, sought the locations of the upper moon and Muzan Kibutsuji through his acute perception, swiftly locking onto a target and racing towards it. As he traversed a certain chamber, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once ordinary walls and floor morphed into a dark crimson flesh, with several bloody tendrils lunging at him, either grasping or stabbing. Breath of the Void, sixth form, sudden storm. In an instant, Yun Kong unleashed a barrage of attacks, slicing the tendrils into fragments while simultaneously searching for the malevolent entity that wielded the blood demon art. Blood demon art, enforced slumber. Before Yun Kong could locate his adversary, the foe unleashed another blood demon art, and the dark red flesh suddenly manifested countless eyes inscribed with the character for dream. Ah, it is you, Yum. Upon witnessing this blood demon art, Yun Kong instantly recognized his opponent's identity. Yum, the sleep demon, ranked lower 1 among the 12 Kazuki. Yum's blood demon art could forcibly induce sleep in his opponents, allowing him to manipulate the dreams they entered. They could only awaken by committing suicide within the dream. Typically, those ensnared by Yum's sleep-inducing blood demon art found their bodies immobilized, as their consciousness was trapped in a dreamscape completely detached from their physical form. The technique he had just employed fused him with the room, sprouting countless eyes from his torso. Anyone who met their gaze would be ensnared in the dream created by Yum. Furthermore, within the area of his fleshly amalgamation, he could generate new eyes at will, perpetually maintaining a gaze lock with his adversary. This meant that anyone stepping into that space would incessantly fall into the dream world fabricated by Yum. Even if one managed to escape through suicide, they would merely plunge into another dream, and after countless cycles, distinguishing reality from illusion would become increasingly arduous, leading to a tragic demise under the delusion that reality was but a dream. However, Yum underestimated Yun Kong, who maintained a state of transcendence, perceiving the world with an extraordinary clarity that rendered him impervious to Yum's blood demon art. With the identity of Yum unveiled, locating his true form became significantly easier. Employing his perceptive abilities, Yun Kong scanned the walls and floor, swiftly pinpointing Yum's actual location. Breath of the Void, third form, Mount Tai Press. After dispatching several more bloody tendrils, Yun Kong leapt with vigor, driving his blade towards a corner of the floor. With a satisfying slice, the blade effortlessly parted the flesh, revealing a vertebral structure akin to a cervical spine. The black rain continued unabated, cleaving the bone in twain. Ding. Side quest. The End of the Lower Moon Demon. Progress. 1. Reward. 2,000 experience points. As the system's notification chimed, the dark crimson flesh began to disintegrate into ash. Yun Kong hastily collected some of the organic material before hastening towards the location of the upper moon he had previously identified. In a vast chamber of the Infinite Castle, two figures intertwined in the air, landing at opposite ends of the room. After a brief moment, one figure abruptly knelt, a substantial pool of blood seeping from their side. Unable to suppress a violent coughing fit. Observing the bloodstains at this man's waist, the individual opposite him couldn't help but smirk slightly, chuckling softly. You are Kaijiro Rengoku, are you not? Although your current fighting spirit is somewhat lacking, I perceive great potential within you. Subsequently, the person extended an invitation to Rengoku, saying, the annihilation of the Demon Slayer Corps is imminent. Would you care to join us and become a demon? Upon hearing these words, Rengoku gradually stood upright, steadying his breath and resolutely replied, Upper rank 3, even if I perish here, I shall not tarnish my honor by aligning with you. What a pity, the individual, known as Akaza, remarked regretfully after casting a fleeting glance at Rengoku, before assuming a stance for his blood demon art, exclaiming, Destruction killing, Roshin. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, a colossal 12-pointed snowflake formation emerged upon the ground, enveloping Rengoku in an intangible field of force. After locking onto Rengoku's position, Akaza leapt into the air, unleashing the subsequent blood demon art, Destruction killing, Kojui. In midair, Akaza unleashed a flurry of punches towards Rengoku. The invisible force of his strikes aimed directly at Rengoku's head. In response, Rengoku, enduring the pain, centered himself and executed a swirling flame slash, fourth form, Flame Tiger, dissipating Akaza's assault. Rengoku, it is futile. As a human, you will be affected by pain, and your stamina will wane with your injuries, sealing your defeat, Akaza remarked, shaking his head slightly before swiftly advancing to Rengoku's side and delivering a kick aimed at his chin. Destruction killing, Kakyo. Oh no. Rengoku's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately attempted to block with his sword. However, hampered by his injuries, his reaction was delayed, and Akaza's kick sent the Nichiren blade flying, delivering a tremendous force to his chest that propelled him backward. With a resounding crash, Rengoku's body collided heavily with the wall of the room, and upon falling to the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Rengoku, how are you? Shall you reconsider? Akaza approached him slowly, making one last attempt to persuade him. Join us, and you will be freed from the constraints of humanity, stepping into the pinnacle of martial prowess. To age and face death is a beauty reserved for the fleeting existence of humanity. It is precisely because people age and perish that they are so endearing and noble. Struggling to rise, Rengoku firmly rejected, true strength is not merely a physical attribute. Our values are entirely different. Regardless of the reasons you present, I shall never become a demon. Very well, then I shall grant you your wish. Destruction killing, Ran. Akaza's gaze sharpened as countless chaotic, invisible punches ruthlessly surged towards Rengoku. Faced with Akaza's onslaught, defenseless and gravely injured, Rengoku resigned himself and closed his eyes. Clang. At that moment, the wall behind Rengoku suddenly shattered, and the figure of a person emerged from the flying debris. Eighth form, Blade of the Sky. Yun Kong positioned himself as a bulwark before the formidable Rengoku Kaijiro, the intertwining and fierce aura of his swordsmanship neutralizing the formless strikes of Akaza. As Kaijiro awaited the inevitable arrival of death, he opened his eyes to behold Yun Kong standing valiantly in front of him, a profound sense of relief washing over him. Kaijiro, leave this to me. You must attend to your wounds first, Yun Kong urged, retrieving a highly effective external injury remedy crafted by Orochimaru from his system space and tossing it to Rengoku. Understood. Brother Yun Kong. Please, take care, Kaijiro replied, not wishing to burden Yun Kong further. He reclaimed his Nichiren blade and departed with the medicine in hand. Splendid. I never anticipated you would appear before me again, Weno Yunkong. Let us resume our unfinished battle, Akaza declared as Yunkong materialized, his focus shifting entirely to Yunkong while allowing Rengoku to retreat unscathed. Akaza, I too yearn for a grand confrontation, but this time, our roles shall be reversed, Yunkong retorted. Undeterred as he brandished his weapon to engage Akaza. The core of Akaza's blood demon art relied on sensing the opponent's fighting spirit to ascertain their position, allowing for attacks and evasive maneuvers that were as precise as if drawn by magnetism. However, Yunkong had mastered the ability to pierce through the world, enabling him to freely extinguish his fighting spirit, thereby nullifying Akaza's most vital sensory capability. Moreover, this ability allowed Yunkong to perceive and anticipate his adversary's movements, enabling him to launch preemptive strikes or evade with foresight akin to a prophet. As a result of this dynamic interplay, the gap between them widened. Akaza's prior advantages transformed into liabilities. Coupled with Yunkong's substantial enhancements in various attributes over the years, the martial prowess of Akaza was rendered ineffective, swiftly cornering him into a dire predicament. Weno Yunkong, you truly embody the strength I admire. Engaging in battle with you is an exquisite delight, Akaza exclaimed. Despite being at a disadvantage, his face illuminated with exhilaration. Now, receive my final strike. Destruction kill, the azure silver fragmentation. With a powerful stomp on the ground, Akaza unleashed hundreds of needles from the 12-point snowflake formation, projecting them outward in a rapid, formidable barrage. Yet, within Yunkong's perception of the pierced world, their velocity diminished significantly, allowing him to discern their trajectories with clarity. Breath of the Void, ninth form, flowing cloud. Yunkong's figure traced an elusive path, evading every single needle and delivering a decisive blow that severed Akaza's head from his body. Centuries of martial training had been shattered by a mere human in a fair confrontation. It dawned on Akaza in that fleeting moment before death that the state devoid of murderous intent and fighting spirit was the ultimate realm he sought. No, it is not yet over. I can still fight. I can still grow stronger. Fueled by an overwhelming desire for power, Akaza, akin to Muzan, transcended the limits of a demon, his severed head regenerating anew. This is troublesome, yet my methods extend far beyond this, he mused. Upon witnessing the transformation of Yuwoku, Yunkong furrowed his brow slightly. Nevertheless, he possessed numerous strategies at his disposal. Even if Yuwoku transcended his limits, there remained ways to eliminate him. Just as Yunkong prepared to conjure the Southern Bright leaving Fireblade to obliterate Yuwoku, the spirit of his beloved, Lin Shui, suddenly appeared and halted him, restoring his memories of humanity. With his memories regained, Yuwoku finally recalled what he truly wished to destroy. It was not merely the breach of promises made to his father and lover, but the realization that he had sullied the sacred martial art entrusted to him by his master, meant for protection rather than slaughter. Ha ha ha. It turns out what I have long sought to annihilate is, in fact, myself. Yuwoku laughed sorrowfully, employing a self-destructive technique to end his own existence, reuniting his soul with Lin Shui. Together, they journeyed to the underworld to atone for the sins committed over the years. Ding. Subquest: The Demise of the Upper Moon Demon. Progress. 1. Reward: 5,000 experience points. 1 sign and opportunity in the experience world. The system's notification chimed once more as Yunkong quietly collected some of Yuwoku's flesh and blood, continuing his passage through Infinite City. While vanquishing the malevolent demons encountered along the way, Yunkong diligently expanded his perception of the transparent world, seeking traces of other Upper Moon demons. In a chamber of Infinite City, a conflict that could hardly be deemed a battle had reached its conclusion. As the victorious party, Tong Imo prepared to relish the feast before him. At that moment, 2 figures descended gracefully from the rooftops of nearby structures, launching a joint assault against him. 6th form of the flower-breathing, Vortex Peach. 4th form of the butterfly-breathing, Butterfly Fall. The 2 assailants were none other than the Butterfly Sisters, who had arrived just in time. Sensing their oncoming strikes, Tong Imo instantaneously evaded his position and regarded the Butterfly Sisters who had landed in the chamber. Upon discerning their appearances, Tong Imo feigned a frivolous demeanor and chuckled. 2 beautiful maidens. I am Tong Imo. It is indeed a splendid night to encounter you both. Upper Moon 2, Tong Imo. The expressions of the Butterfly Sisters grew serious as they shielded the injured demon slayer behind them, ensuring she would not fall victim to Tong Mo's malice. Although their abilities had surged under Yun Kong's training, they still felt considerable pressure in the presence of Tong Mo, who wielded formidable blood demon techniques. Observing the hostility radiating from the Butterfly Sisters, Tong Mo sighed. I am the leader of the Eternal Bliss sect. It is my duty to bring happiness to others. Why do you obstruct me from granting this child joy? Huh, nonsense. Butterfly Shinobu glared at the bewildered Tong Mo, unable to refrain from retorting. Is your so-called happiness merely consuming her? Tong Mo nodded earnestly, responding with utmost sincerity. Because humans perish, I would consume her, allowing her to merge with me and exist through the eternity of time. Is this not a form of salvation for her? What a repugnant notion. You must be mad. Butterfly Shinobu declared, her fury ignited. Without waiting for Butterfly Kane to speak, she launched an attack. First form of the flower-breathing, Thousand Bird Blossom. Butterfly Kane would naturally not allow her sister and Tong Mo to face each other alone. After instructing the injured demon slayer to retreat, she promptly joined the fray. In the original narrative, the Butterfly Sisters suffered at the hands of Tong Mo, leaving many viewers with a sense of regret. However, the current realm of Demon Slayer is starkly different from the original tale, ensuring that such tragedies will not be repeated. Just as it stands now, not only are the Butterfly Sisters united in their battle against Tong Mo, but they have also gathered substantial intelligence regarding him. Even if they cannot vanquish Tong Mo, they will not meet the same fate as in the original story. Clang, clang. Two golden iron fans, adorned with lotus patterns, appeared in Tong Mo's hands, skillfully deflecting the Butterfly Sisters' attacks just before the Nichiren blade could strike his neck. These golden fans serve as Tong Mo's weapons, with edges as sharp as blades, scattering ice crystals imbued with his blood demon technique upon being wielded. Oh, my dear beautiful maidens, why cling so fervently to the form of life? Is not eternity enough? Blood demon art, lotus leaf ice. With a gentle wave of his fans, Tong Mo unleashed a flurry of lotus-shaped ice crystals, emanating a chilling aura. The cold air from the ice lotus, upon contact with its target, would freeze the skin, subsequently freezing the air within the lungs, ultimately tearing the lungs apart and leading to asphyxiation. The Butterfly Sisters, acutely aware of the peril this technique posed, swiftly retreated from the frigid zone, striving to avoid inhaling the toxic ice crystal powder infused with Tong Mo's blood. Following their previously devised battle strategy, the Butterfly Sisters engaged Tong Mo in alternation. While Butterfly Shinobu held her breath to confront Tong Mo, Butterfly Kane stepped outside the cold zone to take a deep breath, then rejoined the battlefield to relieve her sister, allowing Shinobu to catch her breath on the periphery. This tactical approach allowed the Butterfly Sisters to hold their ground against Tong Mo initially, but as time passed, their disadvantage became increasingly apparent. After all, humanity's ability to battle demons with their frail bodies relies heavily on breathing techniques, and the intensity of the conflict accelerated the consumption of oxygen, inevitably leading to the inhalation of some of the lethal ice crystal powder. Blood demon art, vining lotus. With a flourish of his fan, Tong Mo conjured several icy vines entwined with lotus flowers, aiming to ensnare and bind Butterfly Kane. Flower breathing, third form, Mikon Uemi. Butterfly Kane halted her advance and swiftly delivered sweeping arc slashes in all directions, shattering the approaching icy vines. Ah, splendid. Now, let us see how you handle this. Blood demon art, frozen clouds. Tong Mo regarded Butterfly Kane with a hint of admiration before simultaneously fanning both iron fans, instantly releasing a dense mist of ice crystals. Flower breathing, second form. As Butterfly Kane's expression sharpened, she prepared to evade the icy mist when the potent poison within her body surged, abruptly disrupting her breath and leaving her momentarily paralyzed. She found herself enveloped within the icy mist. Bang! In the next instant, Butterfly Kane was propelled from the cloud-like ice mist, crashing heavily against a wooden wall and creating a massive dent. Sister! In the midst of the battle, the butterfly Hashira, unable to contain her astonishment, gasped, then clenched her teeth and surged towards her sister's location. Fifth form of the breath of the butterfly, butterfly dance. The butterfly Hashira's figure swayed gracefully, akin to a butterfly in flight, her haori stirring the air around her, creating a gentle current. This current parted the icy mist enveloping the battlefield, allowing her to reach her sister safely, scooping her up and fleeing. Ah, where are you two off to? Tomoka queried, a sly smile playing on his lips as he brandished his iron fan. I was just about to invite you to join my eternal bliss sect. Ignoring Tomoku's provocation, the butterfly Hashira pressed on, attempting to break through the rooftop escape route with her sister in tow. However, they were intercepted by the sharp ice pillars conjured by Tomoku, plunging them into the depths of the icy haze below. Having already inhaled ample amounts of the chilling mist, the butterfly sisters found themselves utterly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground as they watched Tomoku approach them with ominous intent. Do you see? This is the lamentable fate of humanity. Seventh form of the breath of the void, distance of 1,000 miles. Before Tomoku could finish his taunt, Yunkong's figure gracefully descended from afar, positioning himself between the butterfly sisters and Tomoku. Can I, Shinobu, hold on? Flames of Nirvana. Realizing the peril of the butterfly sisters, Yunkong wasted no time and pressed his hands against their chests, summoning the flames of Nirvana to dispel the coldness within them while also neutralizing the toxins in the icy mist. Yunkong and I. The sisters trembled at his touch, a delicate blush blooming upon their porcelain faces, extending to the nape of their necks. Yet, neither uttered a word to halt him, suppressing their embarrassment as they allowed him to act. Another one has arrived? What a pity, so many beautiful females. Tomoku maintained his feigned smile, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp ice flowers to disrupt Yunkong's healing efforts. Nevertheless, the flames of Nirvana proved remarkable, though the treatment lasted merely seconds. It significantly alleviated the butterfly sisters' injuries, preserving their lives. Gathering fire to forge the blade of the south, Yunkong's right hand took a semi-gripped stance, forming a blade entirely composed of the flames of Nirvana, its terrifying heat directly countering Tomoku's Blood Demon technique. Blood Demon technique. Frosty White Princess. The emergence of the flames of Nirvana caused Tomoku great discomfort and a sense of peril, prompting him to conjure two massive ice lotuses in the shape of young maidens, unleashing an even greater quantity of icy mist from his mouth. Eighth form of the breath of the void, Blade Storm. As Yunkong unleashed this technique with the flame blade, the previously simple sword energy vortex transformed into a fiery tempest of sword energy, its power exponentially augmented. Boom! The colossal ice lotuses were instantly melted by the fiery tornado of sword energy, and even Tomoku, concealed behind them, was caught in the backlash. His right arm, an iron fan, reduced to ashes. Blood Demon technique. Crystal Guardian. Although Tomoku felt no genuine emotions, he feigned terror, rapidly summoning 5 ice puppets modeled after himself. These ice puppets are capable of independent combat, their stature merely equivalent to that of a single individual. Yet their combat prowess is formidable, wielding blood demon techniques of equal strength to their original. Each one possesses the power of an ordinary Hashira. Upon the emergence of 5 ice puppets, they swiftly encircled Yunkong, simultaneously unleashing a plethora of icy mist to transform the battlefield while executing various blood demon techniques to assail him. Tong Mo. Today marks the demise of you malevolent spirits. Go to hell and atone for the sins of this life. In response to the onslaught from the 5 ice puppets, Yunkong exhibited remarkable composure, stepping forward with a deliberate grace, counterattacking instead of defending, as he wielded his blade to shatter their blood demon techniques. The surging flames of the South Ming Li fire enveloped Yunkong's form, melting away the nearly imperceptible crystalline frost suspended in the air. His strength far surpassed that of an ordinary Hashira, and the South Ming Li fire perfectly countered the ice puppets, allowing him to dispatch them with minimal effort. Breath of the Void, first form. The earth shrinks to an inch. With the obstruction of the ice puppets eliminated, Yunkong pivoted and charged directly toward Tong Mo's true form. Blood Demon technique. Misty Ice Lotus Bodhisattva. Tong Mo, taken aback by the speed with which Yunkong dispatched the 5 ice puppets, hurriedly conjured a colossal ice figure resembling a seated bodhisattva with hands clasped in prayer. This giant ice figure was immense, its width encompassing the entire room, effectively isolating Tong Mo from Yunkong and buying time to regenerate the body destroyed by the South Ming Li fire. The giant ice figure swung its massive palm toward Yunkong with a forceful yet measured speed. Boom! Yunkong deftly sidestepped, while the expanse of the floor beneath him was shattered by the icy hand, splintering into fragments. With one failed attempt, the giant ice figure swiftly altered its tactics, expelling a vast cloud of toxic icy mist toward Yunkong's position. Breath of the Void, 8th form, modified Flame Dragon Break. Maintaining the South Ming Li fire upon his body, Yunkong spun at a rapid pace, causing the blade of flame in his grasp to elongate abruptly, resembling a whirling fiery drill as it surged toward the giant ice figure. Boom! The blade of South Ming Li fire pierced the chest of the giant ice figure, the terrifying heat instantaneously melting the ice as Yunkong traversed through its chest, materializing before Tong Mo, and with a swift stroke, severed his head. As Tong Mo's head detached from his body, there was no flicker of fear in his eyes at the brink of death, only a trace of near non-existence curiosity. To have devoted my life so diligently, only to vanish so easily, how tragic. Yet, I cannot surrender now. Perhaps I could transcend the boundaries of a demon like Lord Muzan. Tong Mo instinctively feigned the emotions expected before death, but lacking genuine emotional turmoil. He could not muster the fervent resolve akin to a Kaza, and thus could not transcend the boundaries of a demon, as his body began to disintegrate into ash. Ding. Side quest: The Downfall of an Upper Moon Demon, Progress 1. Reward: 5,000 training points. Training World Sign-In Count. 1. The system's notification echoed in Yunkong's mind, prompting him to feel at ease, as he hurriedly collected some of Tong Mo's flesh and blood. Subsequently, Yunkong hastened back to the Butterfly Sisters, who awaited nearby, continuing to employ the flames of nirvana to heal their wounds. Kanahui, Shinobu, let us depart. Once the injuries of the two were thoroughly treated, Yunkong, accompanied by the blushing Butterfly Sisters, made their way toward another battlefield. In a separate chamber of the Infinity Castle, 5 elite Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had gathered, namely the Mist Hashira, Taketum Wichiru, the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujuru, the Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, the Water Hashira, Kenroji Mitsuri, and the Ice Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui. However, instead of wreaking havoc as expected, the 5 stood solemnly, their expressions grave as they fixated on the fearsome adversary before them, a demon with 6 eyes, Upper Moon 1, Kakushibu. Despite Kakushibu merely standing there in silence, they all sensed an incredibly perilous aura emanating from him. It was evident that Kakushibu was a demon of unparalleled strength, far exceeding their expectations. It was hardly surprising, for Kakushibu was the foremost general under Muzan Kabutsuji. All other demons, aside from Muzan himself, were significantly inferior to him, even those of the same rank such as Akaza. Is this truly Upper Moon 1? Unlike the other Upper Moons, his presence was steady and formidable, imbued with an inexplicable pressure. Rengoku Kyujuru, at the peak of his prime, could still feel the daunting power that Kakushibu exuded. Kanroji nodded and glanced at the weapon at Kakushibu's left waist, speculating. Look at the weapon he wields. Though it is slightly distorted in shape, it is undoubtedly a blade. Could he have once been a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Taketum Wichiru, possessing an exceptional talent for swordsmanship, sensed the sword intent emanating from Kakushibu and solemnly remarked, I cannot say for certain, but he is indeed a master of the sword. Let us not squander time, urged Shinazugawa Sanemi, unable to contain his impatience. No matter how strong he may be, he cannot possibly defeat the 5 of us. We must dispatch him swiftly. We still have accounts to settle with Muzan Kabutsuji. At that moment, Kakushibu, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened all 6 of them, fixing his gaze upon Taketum Wichiru. Young man, there is a nostalgic aura about you, Kakushibu spoke, a flicker of reminiscence flashing in his eyes, as if analyzing Wichiru's essence. Moments later, Kakushibu displayed an expression of enlightenment and exclaimed, So, you are my descendant. How unexpectedly poignant. Descendant. Kakushibu's words left the others astonished, while Taketum Wichiru wore a bewildered expression, evidently unaware of why Kakushibu referred to him as such. What is your name, young man? Kakushibu inquired softly. Taketum Wichiru. He responded coldly, a frown creasing his brow. Upon hearing Wichiru's surname, Kakushibu expressed a hint of nostalgia, saying, I see. The surname Tsujikuni has vanished from existence. Tsujikuni? Upon hearing Kakushibu's words, Rengoku Kyujuru felt a stirring in his heart and retorted, Are you referring to the surname of Tsujikuni Yorichi from the Sengoku era? Might you be his kin? Ah, what a surprising revelation. I never anticipated that the current members of the Demon Slayer Corps could still recall the name of Yorichi. Kokoshibo did not conceal his identity. He openly confessed, You are correct. When I was still human, I was known as Tsujikuni Yawachi, the twin brother of Yorichi. What? Upon learning of Kokoshibo's true identity, Rengoku Kaijuro's eyes widened in disbelief. unable to fathom that he was indeed the twin brother of the founder of the breathing techniques, Tsujikuni Yorichi. After the others processed this explosive revelation, Rengoku inquired with confusion, "If you are indeed the elder brother of Tsujikuni Yorichi, how did you descend into becoming a demon?" "Why, it is undoubtedly to surpass my brother, whose swordsmanship is unparalleled." Kokushibo, after a brief moment of silence, gradually revealed the reason for his transformation into a demon and recounted the tale of himself and Yorichi. The story of Tsujikuni Yawatch and Tsujikuni Yorichi can be succinctly encapsulated in 2 words: insecurity and jealousy. Insecure about his vastly inferior swordsmanship compared to his brother, he harbored jealousy towards Yorichi, who effortlessly achieved swordsmanship accomplishments that Yawatch believed he could never attain in his lifetime. Thus, feeling overshadowed by his brother, Tsujikuni Yawatch began to lament the injustice of fate and nurtured resentment towards Yorichi. Years later, in his quest to reach the heights of his brother, Tsujikuni Yawatch chose to abandon his family and children, becoming a demon slayer like Yorichi. While Yorichi imparted the breathing techniques to the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yawatch, unable to master the sun breathing, resorted to utilizing the moon breathing, derived from the sun breathing, that suited him. However, fate played its hand. As he honed his abilities in the breathing techniques, Yawatch finally awakened the same markings as Yorichi, only to discover the grim truth that he would not survive beyond the age of 25 after awakening these markings. His obsession with utterly defeating his brother led Yawatch to accept the proposal of Muzan Kibutsuji, exchanging his humanity to attain eternal life to perfect his swordsmanship. Thus, Tsujikuni Yawatch consumed the blood of Muzan Kibutsuji and, over the course of 3 days, transformed into the sword demon, ultimately becoming the Upper Moon One, Kokushibo. Kokushibo calmly recounted his past, gazing at Takedo Machiro, stating, "You are the descendant of the Tsujikuni family, my progeny. Despite your youth, your swordsmanship reminds me of the Yorichi of yore." "Do not jest," Takedo coldly interrupted. "Even if what you say is true, I am merely a descendant of Tsujikuni Yawatch, not of you, the Upper Moon One. Regardless of your acknowledgement, you are indeed my descendant, and you are quite remarkable. To have reached the rank of Hashira at such a tender age, with commendable courage, you ought to serve Lord Muzan as a demon." Kokushibo expressed profound admiration and fondness towards Takedo, only to be met with an unwavering rejection. Consequently, he refrained from further dialogue, preparing to act upon his resolve. "Even if we perish, we shall never fall to the depths of becoming demons. Let us advance together." Rengoku Keijiro and the others had long since cast aside their fears of life and death, immediately launching themselves at the attacking Kokushibo, thus igniting a fierce battle. It must be said that although Kokushibo prides himself on his swordsmanship talent being insignificant, it ultimately depends on the standards by which he measures himself. When compared to his brother, Yorichi, his abilities may indeed seem lacking. However, in contrast to ordinary swordsmen, he is undoubtedly a remarkable prodigy. With his formidable physique and centuries of relentless practice, Kokushibo has surpassed the Hashira level by a significant margin, managing to hold his ground against 5 assailants. Observe, humanity is inherently frail. Only by transforming into a demon can one attain true strength. In comparison to the body of a demon, humanity possesses numerous shortcomings. Yet it is our conviction that grants us boundless potential. As the battle reaches a stalemate, it becomes apparent that the Demon Slayer Corps, despite their numerical advantage, is gradually gaining the upper hand on the battlefield. Faced with the desperate onslaught of 5 Hashira, Kokushibo finally realizes he has been cornered and can no longer fight solely as a swordsman. "Humph, you take advantage of your numbers, violating the way of the swordsman. Do not blame me for what comes next, Blood Demon Art, Blade Body." With a cold snort, Kokushibo utilizes his Blood Demon Art to transform his flesh into sharp blades, counterattacking with a newfound ferocity. "Be careful. Form a united defense." Kokushibo's fierce counterattack momentarily flusters Rengoku Keijiro and his companions, but as they adapt to his fighting style, they regain their rhythm in battle. After a grueling struggle, the 5 members of the Demon Slayer Corps manage to sever Kokushibo's head at a great cost. Kanroji Mitsuri suffers grave injuries, and Rengoku Keijiro loses an arm. In the instant his head is severed, Kokushibo recalls a memory from 60 years after his transformation into a demon, on a fateful night beneath a crimson moon. Witnessing his brother's final moments on the battlefield, even in his old age, Yorichi's sword techniques retained the power and speed of his prime. He could have slain Kokushibo in one blow, but succumbed to exhaustion and age instead. Yorichi's demise left Kokushibo with a defeat he could never hope to reclaim, leading him to vow never to lose to anyone other than Yorichi again. No, even if I lose my head, I shall not be defeated by another. Driven by this fierce obsession, Kokushibo transcends the limits of a demon, healing the wound on his neck and regrowing a new head. From this moment forth, your attacks hold no meaning for me. I shall not be defeated a second time. The reborn Kokushibo emerges even more powerful than before, overpowering the already weakened Rengoku Kaijuro and his companions. As time passes, the situation for Rengoku Kaijuro and the others grows increasingly dire, especially for Rengoku, who is gravely injured, and Kanroji, who are nearing their limits. Since you refuse to serve Lord Muzan, you hold no value in existence. Moon breathing, 7th form. Misery, mirror moon reflection. Kokushibo swings his evolved demon blade, unleashing 5 massive shockwaves in a fan shape that surge toward Rengoku and the others. Void breathing, 10th form. Immovable as a mountain. Flower breathing, 3rd form. Yukime. Butterfly breathing, 3rd form. Butterfly wings. Just as Kokushibo intended to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Yinkong and the Butterfly Sisters arrived at the scene in the nick of time, neutralizing Kokushibo's assault. Senior Shinobu, you should tend to your injuries for now. Leave this to us. Yinkong tossed a potent healing elixir to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and charged at the grotesquely transformed Kokushibo alongside the Butterfly Sisters. Oh, 3 Hashira have come again. Kokushibo's 6 demon eyes fixed upon Yinkong and his companions, shaking his head slightly. But what does it matter? You shall all perish at my hands. Kokushibo, excessive confidence breeds arrogance. Soon you shall realize that you are not merely destined to fall to the hands of the venerable Kaneo Tsuyuri. Prompted by the others, Yinkong understood that Kokushibo had transcended the limits of a demon, yet he remained unfazed, for he possessed ample means to contend with him. Flame of the Southern Bright Departure. Coalesce into a blade. After uttering these words, Yinkong summoned the Southern Bright Departure blade once more and launched an attack against Kokushibo. Given that Yinkong's strength already surpassed Kokushibo's, coupled with the coordination of the Butterfly Sisters, the outcome of the battle was all but predetermined. Moments later, the flame blade in Yinkong's hand pierced through Kokushibo's skull, the ensuing inferno reducing his body to ash, furthering the progress of their side quest. Meanwhile, at another battlefield, the Demon Slayer Corps emerged victorious. In a certain area of Infinity Castle, seeking the malevolent demon, Kaneo, Tsuyuri, and Tenjin Yuzui encountered the Upper Moon 4, Hantengu. Wow, 2 Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps, terrifying. Truly terrifying. Upon seeing Kaneo and Tenjin, Hantengu gasped in fright, trembling as he divided into 4 incarnations representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Blood demon art, manifestation, and fusion. Aware that the individual strength of these 4 incarnations was limited, Hantengu merged them into the most formidable incarnation, the Zankaku 10, while his original form stealthily attempted to escape. Umitba, Upper Moon 4, you cannot flee. Indeed, Hantengu, prepare for a glorious demise. The battle outside the Swordsmith village provided the Demon Slayer Corps with intelligence on Hantengu, enabling them to devise a method to counter him. Consequently, Kaneo Tsuyuri took charge of confronting the Zankaku 10, while Tenjin Yuzui pursued Hantengu's original form. This is bad. This is dire. Hantengu's original form fled desperately, with Tenjin Yuzui hot on his heels. In a bid to buy time, Hantengu unleashed his hate demon. The emergence of the hate demon indeed hindered Tengen's pursuit, but its massive size also drew the attention of several Demon Slayer swordsmen. It's the Sound Hashira. Lord Yuzui, come. Let us lend our aid. A dozen or more Demon Slayer swordsmen rushed forth from their surroundings to confront the relatively clumsy hate demon. What a moving and splendid scene. I shall leave this to you all. Although allowing these swordsmen to deal with the hate demon might result in considerable casualties, Tenjin Yuzui knew that this was not the time for compassion, and he resolutely chose to continue his pursuit of Hantengu's original form. The entity known as Hantengu was no larger than a mouse, thus its speed of escape was limited. It was swiftly pursued by Yuzui Tenjin, who forced it to desperately seek refuge among the nearby structures. As the saying goes, one can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Despite Hantengu's incessant struggles, it was ultimately intercepted by Yuzui Tenjin, who elegantly severed its head. With the demise of its original form, the incarnations of Zhengpatian and Hengui were also reduced to ash. Consequently, among the 12 Kazuki, only one upper-rank demon remained, the newly appointed 5th upper rank. Ming-Nu mere moments prior, while still recuperating, Ming-Nu was discovered by Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai. Although it was their first encounter, they instantly recognized her identity due to her attire and the inscriptions within her eyes. Second form of love breathing, the regretful and hesitant love. Second form of serpent breathing, the narrow poison fawn. Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai did not waste time with pleasantries and immediately launched their assault. Blood demon art, structural alteration. Ming-Nu plucked the strings of her pipa, causing the layout and structure of the surrounding rooms to shift instantaneously, concealing her form. Blood demon art, eyeball clones. Subsequently, Ming-Nu's original self split into countless small eyeball clones, each inscribed with the character Ugh, dispersed in various nearby directions to scout the movements of her pursuers and relay information back to her core. Damn it, where did she escape to? After losing track of Ming-Nu, Iguro Abanai reluctantly halted his advance and instructed his companion, the arrow, Dart, locate her. With a hiss, Dart flicked its long tongue, discerning the pheromones left by Ming-Nu in the air, subsequently guiding the two towards her direction. Blood demon art, structural alteration. However, Ming-Nu, alerted by the feedback from her eyeball clones, sensed their approach and once again manipulated the strings of her pipa, reshaping the surroundings to deny them the chance to approach her. What an annoying blood demon art. Although it lacks formidable lethality, it compels us to partake in this interminable game of hide and seek. We must devise a way to eliminate her completely. Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai spent considerable time attempting to reach Ming-Nu's position, yet to no avail. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, two crows adorned with special talismans flew in from a distance, alighting upon their shoulders and quietly conveying a message. Understood. Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai nodded in agreement and then parted ways to continue their search for Ming-Nu. After an unsuccessful search, they reconvened and began to argue over whether to waste further time hunting for her. Observing the two, who were flushed with frustration from their quarrel, Ming-Nu let out a great sigh of relief. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Yeshuru, covered in numerous talismans, materialized behind Ming-Nu and affixed a talisman to her face. Excellent, the plan has succeeded. Yeshuru's blood demon art enabled him to create talismans with special functions, such as ones for invisibility or for relaying images. In the recent operation, Jushiro first concealed his figure with an invisibility talisman. Simultaneously, he orchestrated Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai to divert the attention of Neikime. He then stealthily approached Neikime and utilized a spell to seize her control. Blood demon art, teleportation. Ju commanded Neikime to employ the blood demon art, transporting the remaining fighters, including Kumiku, to the presence of Muzan Kibutsuji. Neikime, what are you doing? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Muzan's expression shifted as he questioned Neikime while dispersing the concoction. Muzan, you have committed the gravest sin of all, which is to snatch away Lady Tamayo from my side. Hearing Muzan's inquiry directed at Neikime, Ju unleashed his profound rage, transmitting his overwhelming hatred through Neikime's ears to Muzan. Damn it, that little demon created by Tamayo, you are truly a nuisance. A glint of cold malice flashed in Muzan's eyes as he simultaneously released blood demon art to counter Kumiku and others' attacks while attempting to wrest control over Neikime through her blood. Muzan, you shall not reclaim control over Infinity Castle. Ju roared defiantly, unhesitatingly consuming all the explosive potions Kumiku had provided him for a desperate surge of power. Regardless of the consequences, under the influence of the potion, Ju's strength surged dramatically, allowing him to maintain his control over Neikime while manipulating the spatial layout within Infinity Castle to aid Kumiku and the others against Muzan. How dare you? In that case, you shall all perish here. A flash of cold resolve crossed Muzan's eyes as he decided to abandon Infinity Castle and activated the blood curse within Neikime, remotely obliterating her in an attempt to leverage her death to cause the collapse of Infinity Castle, burying the Demon Slayer core within. With a sudden burst, Neikime's head exploded, and as Infinity Castle slipped from her grasp, it began to gradually crumble. Muzan, I will not allow you to succeed. Return to the surface. Ju gritted his teeth, summoning a power that exceeded his physical limits. using Nakeim's remaining viable cells to elevate Infinity Castle back to the surface. The true final battle was about to commence. With a thunderous rumble, the hidden Infinity Castle, under Ju's control, emerged from the ground, only to swiftly lose its spatial integrity and collapse with a resounding crash. Hundreds of disheveled figures began to emerge from the rubble, including surviving Demon Slayer members and a few still living minor demons. Yet there was no sign of Muzan Kibutsuji. From the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya, having observed the situation through Ju's blood demon art, issued an order: those capable of action, swiftly eliminate the demons and assist the injured. All non-Hashira members, retreat immediately. Understood. Kumiku and the other members quickly sprang into action, exterminating the surviving demons. After which the ordinary personnel evacuated the scene while Kumiku and the others searched for Muzan Kibutsuji amidst the ruins. However, before they could locate him, the fully dispelled Muzan Kibutsuji forcefully emerged from the debris that had fallen upon him, presenting himself before the crowd. Muzan Kibutsuji. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yun Kong and the others swiftly converged from all directions, encircling Kibutsuji Muzan at the center. Seizing this hard-won opportunity, Kaneo Tsuyuri's heart raced with excitement as he commanded through the Crow Messenger, "Everyone, with 2 hours remaining until dawn, spare no effort to ensure Kibutsuji Muzan remains here at all costs." "Humph, do you think you can keep me here until sunrise? Come, let us see you try." Upon hearing Tsuyuri's orders, Kibutsuji Muzan coldly scoffed and instantly transformed into his complete form. His hair shifted from black to white, and grotesque, tooth-filled maws sprouted from his limbs, accompanied by ominous blood-like patterns spreading across his body, as an overwhelming aura gradually intensified. Together, our fate rests upon this day. At this juncture, the group had long cast aside the notions of life and death, fixating solely on one objective: to eradicate Kibutsuji Muzan once and for all, fulfilling the final mission of the Demon Slayer Corps that had endured for millennia. Do you truly believe this pitiful assembly could vanquish me? How laughable! Kibutsuji Muzan flashed a derisive smile as 9 tendrils, each approximately 4 meters long, emerged from his back, whipping through the air chaotically towards the advancing warriors. These tendrils served as one of Muzan's primary means of attack. Imbued with his blood, a single strike could obliterate the target's cells, leading to their demise. Though the others were unaware of the full extent of Kibutsuji Muzan's abilities, they recognized the lethal potential of the tendrils and endeavored to counter or evade them. However, the speed of the tendrils was astonishing, surpassing the reflexes of many Hashira, particularly the already weakened Rengoku Kyujuru and Agatsuma Zenitsu, who were sent flying and rendered incapable of further combat. Breath of the Sky, 4th form, blade to cut water. Breath of Flowers, 5th form, useless peony. Breath of Butterflies, 1st form, one butterfly through the forest. Breath of Water, 7th form, droplet ripple strike. Simultaneously, the other Hashira who evaded the tendrils launched their assaults upon Kibutsuji Muzan. Humph. A futile effort. I shall show you the meaning of despair. Kibutsuji Muzan remained unperturbed, casually deflecting the onslaught, allowing them to strike his less significant areas. For him, aside from the lethal rays of sunlight, no other attack could inflict harm upon his complete form. After a round of attacks, Kenroji Mitsuri, gazing at the unscathed Kibutsuji Muzan, exclaimed in disbelief, "I clearly struck him. How is it that he bears no wounds?" "Mitsuri, you indeed landed a blow, but the moment your blade withdrew from his body, he had already regenerated the wound." Yun Kong, maintaining his heightened perception of the world, explained the details of what had transpired to the group. What? Such formidable regenerative power. Upon hearing Yun Kong's words, the expressions of the others turned grave. If their attacks could only yield such minimal results, the prospect of dragging Kibutsuji Muzan into the sunlight seemed exceedingly bleak. Ihei Kobain narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Although we cannot kill him, our attacks must have some effect. As long as we inflict damage, we can weaken his power to a certain extent. Indeed, we must fight with all our might. Besides, do we have any other choice?" Shinobu Kawami fixed his gaze on Muzan Kibutsuji, his breathing technique accelerating as he prepared to buy time with his own life. "Shinobu, do not rush. I have a plan." Yun Kong moved swiftly, intercepting the impulsive Shinobu Kawami. Under the expectant gazes of their companions, he retrieved a bucket from the system space. Yun Kong opened the lid of the bucket and addressed the others. Quickly, Soak your weapons in the holy water. This will suppress Muzan Kibutsuji's regenerative abilities. Without hesitation, the others submerged their weapons in the liquid, emanating a faint golden light. All right, let us continue, but be cautious of his blood demon arts. Once all the weapons were immersed in the liquid, Yinkong returned the bucket to the system space and resumed the assault on Muzan Kibutsuji. The liquid in the bucket was the last diluted bottle of Aqua's bathwater, originally intended as a secret weapon to strike a sudden blow against Muzan Kibutsuji. However, faced with such an insurmountable situation, it had to be revealed prematurely. What a joke! Do you really think this can harm me? Unaware of the holy water's potency, Muzan Kibutsuji soon suffered greatly, paying the price of an arm and an eye for his ignorance and arrogance. Upon seeing that Muzan Kibutsuji's regenerative power was indeed suppressed by the holy water, the morale of the group surged, and they decisively pressed the attack. Damn it! All of you get away. Faced with the advancing Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan Kibutsuji could no longer afford to be careless. 8 7-meter-long whip-like appendages sprouted from his legs, combining with the 9 others behind him for defense and counterattack. The 8 appendages from his legs were truly Muzan's trump card, far surpassing the power and speed of the 9 behind him. What is this monstrous thing? Muzan Kibutsuji attempted to regenerate his damaged parts, but found himself unable to do so, as the wounds were continuously corroded by the holy water. As Yinkong and the others intensified their offensive, Muzan Kibutsuji no longer hesitated. He commanded one of his appendages to sever his head and half a shoulder, cleansing the corruption of the holy water. With the holy water's corrosive effect removed, Muzan's regenerative abilities returned, allowing him to grow a new head and arm. As time passed, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Any minor misstep could determine the final outcome. Humph, you wretched insects, I can regenerate endlessly. How many of my attacks can you endure? Although the sunbeams of the Nichiren blade, infused with holy water, could restrain Muzan Kibutsuji's regeneration, he could simply detach the damaged parts and restore himself. However, as mere humans, Yinkong and his companions lacked such monstrous regenerative powers. Coupled with the corrosive nature of Muzan's blood on their cells, each strike from Muzan Kibutsuji left them with significant injuries. For millennia of relentless cultivation, Kibutsuji Muzan has attained a strength that approaches the pinnacle of power. Had he possessed the mindset of a true warrior, it is likely that Yinkong and his companions would have already succumbed to his might. Ha ha ha, do you see? This is the advantage of being a demon. A formidable strength that you humans can never hope to rival. Once more, after repelling the crowd with his whip, Kibutsuji Muzan laughed maniacally. Do you know? To perish in an instant is a blessing for you, as it spares you from suffering. Humph, Kibutsuji Muzan, they shall not meet their end here. Once we eliminate you, all of this will cease. Observing his disheveled comrades, Yinkong retrieved the remaining explosive potions and distributed them among his allies, including Hyman, while he breathed heavily. Everyone, prepare to fight with all your might and grant me a chance. Fear not, we shall handle it. Together, they consumed the explosive potions. An inexplicable surge of formidable power coursing through their bodies, allowing them to restore or even surpass their previous peak states in a brief span. Then I shall entrust this to you all. Breath of the Void, 9th form, flowing clouds. After taking a deep breath, Yinkong transformed into a nimble dragon, charging toward Kibutsuji Muzan with astonishing speed. Blood Demon Art, Black Blood Thorn Chains. Kibutsuji Muzan unleashed a multitude of black thorn chains, attempting to obstruct Yinkong's advance. However, he effortlessly severed them with a sweep of his black rain and continued his relentless assault toward Muzan. Seeking death. Whip. The failure of the Black Blood Thorn did not fluster Kibutsuji Muzan. As Yinkong entered the reach of the whip's attack, he instantly commanded it to strike. If Yinkong were alone against Kibutsuji Muzan, he would undoubtedly opt to retreat and evade the whip's assault. Yet, with trustworthy companions by his side, he pressed forward without hesitation. The others, synchronizing their attacks with Yinkong, did not betray his faith, intercepting the whip aimed at him. Ba, Kibutsuji Muzan, descend into hell and repent. Breath of the Rock. 2nd form, Chainbind. Hyman grasped the broad axe at one end of his Nichiren blade, swiftly swinging the chain to send the other end, a flail spiraling forth, ensnaring 5 of Kibutsuji Muzan's whips like an ancient hunting snare. Behold my splendid attack. Breath of Sound, 5th form, echoing strings. Amidst a series of faint explosions, Yuzui Tenjin appeared to the side of Yunkong's advancing path, his two Nichiren blades whirling at high speed to counter two whips lunging at Yunkong. Do not think to harm Yunkong. Breath of Flowers, 6th form, Whirling Peach. Be careful, brother Yunkong. Breath of Butterflies, 4th form, Butterflies Fall. The Butterfly sisters moved gracefully, their Nichiren blades slicing toward a whip each, constraining their movements. Breath of Love, 5th form, Unstable Affection's Claws. Kanroji Mitsuri's arms swelled with muscle as she unleashed a series of powerful slashes, sending two whips flying aside. Breath of Serpents, 3rd form, Nest Strangle. Iguro Abanai wielded his dual-edged serpentine blades, transforming them into a massive purple python that ensnared the two remaining whips that had charged toward them. Feel my fervor. Breath of Flames, 3rd form, Fiery Manifestation. The sunlit blade in Kaijiro Rengoku's hand ignited with flames, striking downward with an almost imperceptible swiftness, severing a whip-like appendage into two. Breath of Water, 11th form, Calm. Ju Tomioka executed his unique technique, instantly entering a state of tranquil stillness, evading the bony spikes at the whip's tip. Seizing the body of the whip, he plunged the sunlit blade into the ground. Perish. Breath of Mist, 5th form, Sea of Mist. Michiro Takedo emerged from the haze, delivering a series of rapid, linear slashes to eliminate the last two whips. With the restraints of the whips removed, Kumo swiftly advanced to Muzan Kibutsuji, unleashing a long-prepared strike that severed the demon's head from his body. Muzan Kibutsuji, taste the bathwater of Aqua. In that fleeting moment of passing, Kumo displayed a wicked grin, retrieving a bucket filled with holy water from the system space, and dousing Muzan's body and head with it. Under the baptism of holy water, Muzan let out a piercing scream as his body began to rot from the outside in. You damned human, die! The mouths on Muzan's limbs hissed in fury, and a shockwave erupted from his body, swiftly expanding outward. The technique of life decay was one of Muzan's trump cards, representing his most formidable offensive capability. This powerful shockwave, emanating from his very being, possessed immense physical destructive force and could disorient the entire nervous system of any living creature, leading to their demise. Everyone retreat. The moment Kumo sensed the shockwave, he shouted a warning to the others, sprinting forward at full speed until he was safely beyond the shockwave's range before quickly returning. Utilizing his blood demon art, Muzan temporarily pushed back Kumo and the others, who were intent on continuing their assault. Yet his body remained under the relentless assault of the holy water. In desperation, Muzan resorted to his most potent survival technique, fracturing his body into 1,800 pieces, scattering them amidst the debris. Breath of the Sky, 8th form, Blade Storm. Breath of Wind, 5th form, Cold Autumn's Descent. Breath of Mist, 3rd form, Mist Scatter. Breath of Flowers, Butterfly's Breath. Although the others were unaware of Muzan's motives for self-detonation, they understood he was not seeking to end his own life. Thus, they unleashed their sword techniques to obliterate the scattered pieces of flesh. However, the fragments of his dismembered body were exceedingly small and numerous, and despite their timely responses, the group could not eliminate every last piece. In the next moment, Muzan utilized his unparalleled regeneration ability to reform from one of the fragments. Yet, compared to before, his aura was significantly diminished, clearly burdened by the recent blood demon art. Damn Demon Slayer Core, I will not spare you. Muzan glared at the group with a fierce expression, poised to launch an attack when suddenly, he faltered, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. How infuriating. I am acutely aware of my own body. It must be that woman, Tamayo, who has done something. Kibutsuji Muzan realized something was amiss and released the severed head of Tamayo from within himself, demanding, Tell me, Tamayo, what exactly have you injected into my body? Muzan, what I used on you is a mixed potion. In addition to transforming demons into humans, there is also. Tamayo initially feigned compliance, yet paused at a crucial moment, her face twisted in a mocking smirk, taunting, Do you think I would divulge that? Dream on. Perhaps you should engage that brain of yours, which has become overly enhanced out of fear of death. You wretched woman, you shall pay for this. Incensed by the realization of being played, Kibutsuji Muzan crushed Tamayo's head in fury, forcibly extracting fragments of her memories from her cells. Cursed be it. There is also an aging potion. Aging decades in just a minute. Does this mean I have weakened by at least 10,000 years? From the fragmented memories of Tamayo, Kibutsuji Muzan discovered that the substance injected into him was a mixed potion capable of transforming demons into humans. However, once decomposed, it would convert into a potion that accelerates aging. Yet, unbeknownst to Kibutsuji Muzan, the memories he accessed merely scratched the surface. There were two other effects far more lethal to him. This enhanced mixed potion, crafted collaboratively by Yashiro, Tamayo, and the Butterfly Sisters, was specifically designed to counter Kibutsuji Muzan. In addition to the aforementioned effects, it also inhibited cell division and damaged cells. As Kibutsuji Muzan confronted the effects of the potion, they began to manifest within him, culminating in a dramatic explosion of effects after a significant depletion of his energy. Under the relentless assault of the drug, Kibutsuji Muzan found himself unable to self-replicate. His strength steadily waned, plunging him into a state of utter weakness. The despicable Demon Slayer Corps has resorted to such underhanded tactics against me. Cornered and desperate, Kibutsuji Muzan felt a surge of trepidation, abandoning any thoughts of annihilating Yashiro and his companions, wishing only to escape from their relentless pursuit. Kibutsuji Muzan, you cannot escape. Today marks your end. Observing the changes in Kibutsuji Muzan, Yashiro and the others understood that the mixed potion was taking effect, invigorating their spirits as they launched their final assault on him. This strike is retribution for the innocent lives you have claimed. First form, snake pattern rock of the stone breathing. Tears of blood streamed from Himajima Jiomi's eyes as he roared like a beast, simultaneously hurling his meteor hammer and broad axe, shattering the 4 whips that lashed out. Never underestimate my resolve. Ninth form, purgatory of the flame breathing. Enveloped in scorching flames, Rengoku Kaijuro surged forward like a meteor, pouring his remaining strength into severing the 2 whips and Kibutsuji Muzan's left arm. Kibutsuji Muzan, perish. Sixth form, black wind storm of the wind breathing. Shinazugawa Sanemi completely relinquished his defense, allowing Kibutsuji Muzan's 2 whips to pierce his abdomen, seizing the opportunity to unleash a wind blade from beneath, likewise severing the whips that had penetrated his body. The breath of flowers, 4th form, red flower attire. The breath of butterflies, 1st form, 1 butterfly through the forest. The Butterfly Sisters, undeterred, each sever a whip, simultaneously rescuing the incapacitated Kaijuro Rengoku and Sanemi Shinazugawa. Muzan, it is only now that I recognize your terrified visage as the grandest expression in existence. The breath of sound, 4th form, resonant slashing without interruption. Yuzui Tenjin wipes the blood from his forehead with the back of his hand, utilizing the last remnants of his special explosives to deliver a final strike. Oh, witnessing everyone's gallant display rejuvenates my spirit. The breath of love, 2nd form, love's hesitation. Mitsuri Kenroji exhibits a slightly infatuated smile, channeling all her formidable strength into the blade as she spins to cut through 2 swaying whips. Mitsuri, be cautious. The breath of serpents, 5th form, twisting long serpent. Even amidst battle, Aoi Kanamori remains vigilant for Mitsuri, swiftly appearing by her side to intercept 2 more whips poised to ambush her. The breath of haze, 7th form, haze. Muchiro Takedo unleashes his unique technique, instantly shrouding himself in mist. When he reappears, he has already reached Muzan Kibutsuji's back, severing the whips that extend from it. The breath of water, 10th form, constant flux. Ju Tomioka tears away his tattered Haori, his body swirling like a dragon, effortlessly dispersing the whips that Muzan had positioned before him, clearing a path for the final strike from Kumo. The breath of void, 7th form, a step away from heaven. Kumo's form shifts abruptly, darting through the opening created by Ju, confronting the visibly shaken Muzan. Southern bright fire, concentrated blade of fire. Kumo exclaims, expending a significant portion of his energy to forge a blade of southern bright fire more refined than ever before, driving it forcefully into Muzan's chest. Muzan Kibutsuji, I had initially intended for you to perish beneath the sun's rays, but upon reflection, that seems too merciful. Thus I have changed my mind. Southern bright fire, explode. Muzan, lamenting that even in death you shall not bask in sunlight, be reduced to ashes. Upon uttering these words, the energy within Kumo surges into the blade, igniting a cataclysmic explosion of southern bright fire that envelopes Muzan. Ah, my body. As the southern bright fire consumes him, Muzan Kibutsuji swiftly deteriorates, finally confronting the terror of death. No, how can this be? I cannot die here. I am eternal. Unwilling to succumb, Muzan attempts to escape the grasp of the Southern Bright Fire through division and rebirth. Damn it, divide. Quickly divide. Yet at this moment, the effects of the mixed potion take full effect, thwarting Muzan's plans as his body and soul are incinerated entirely, leaving no opportunity for descent into hell. Thus, the millennia-long struggle between humanity and demons concludes with humanity's triumph. Muzan Kibutsuji is finally dead. We have won. We are victorious. It is over, dear parents. Your daughter has avenged you. As they gazed upon the ashes dissipating in the wind, the butterfly sisters and their companions could no longer contain their overwhelming emotions, bursting forth into cries of joy and sorrow. Meanwhile, Yin Kong, having finally completed the main quest of the training world, was greeted by a series of system notifications echoing in his mind. Ding! The task, main, eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan, has been completed. Reward, 2 sign-in opportunities, 20,000 training points. Ding! The survival of Ubuyashiki Yoya has been recorded. Side, Guardian, Progress 1. Reward, 2,000 training points. Ding! The survival of Kanroji Mitsuri has been recorded. Side, Guardian, Progress 1. Reward, 2,000 training points. Ding! The survival of Rengoku Kaijiro has been recorded. Ding! The survival of Kochu Shinobu has been recorded. Ding! The survival of Kochu Kane has been recorded. Ding! After slaying Kibutsuji Muzan, the system proceeded to tally all tasks within the training world, directly awarding Yun Kong with the corresponding rewards. Firstly, regarding training points, during the decisive battle, Yun Kong had slain 1 lower moon and 3 upper moons, thus earning a total of 17,000 training points. Furthermore, following the final confrontation, the characters who perished in the original narrative, such as Ubuyashiki Yoya and Kanamori Ayam, miraculously survived, each receiving a reward of 2,000 training points, summing to an additional 16,000 points. Coupled with his original 23,000 training points, the 20,000 points awarded for completing the main quest, as well as points obtained from vanquishing several ordinary demons, he now possessed over 80,000 training points. Secondly, concerning sign-in opportunities, completing the main quest granted him 2 sign-in chances, and for slaying 3 upper moons, he was rewarded with an additional sign-in opportunity for the training world, culminating in a total of 5 sign-in chances. The main quest of the training world has been completed. He may return to the main world at any time, or he will be forcibly returned at the conclusion of the training period. Once Yin Kong had accepted the system's rewards, another notification chimed, inquiring, "Shall you return immediately?" "Not just yet," Yin Kong decisively responded. Although the task was completed, there were still matters requiring his attention. He could not simply depart from the world of Demon Slayers. After a brief celebration, the previously departed members of the Demon Slayer Corps and the covert unit reappeared, tasked with managing post-battle affairs. Yin Kong, too, remained occupied, promptly attending to the injuries of Kanamori Ayam and the others until he confirmed their safety before allowing himself to rest. Before retiring for the night, Yin Kong entered the system space to utilize his newly acquired 5 sign-in opportunities. First, I will use the sign-in chances for the training world. Upon making his decision, a series of notifications rang out in succession. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. Skill card, Sun Breathing, Mastery. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item. Physique card, Kanroji Mitsuri. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. Talent card, Ice Affinity, excellent. Another talent card? A satisfied smile spread across Yin Kong's face as he eagerly began to examine the detailed information of the 3 cards he had drawn. Skill card, Mastery of Sun Breathing. Upon usage, it bestows the mastery level of sun breathing and its corresponding sword forms. However, as Yin Kong has already mastered the breath of air, which surpasses the sun breathing, this card holds no value for him and is thus stored directly in the system space. Physique card, Mitsuri Kanroji, Muscle Density. Upon usage, one acquires the unique physique of Mitsuri Kanroji, with muscle density 8 times that of an ordinary person, capable of significantly enhancing physical attributes. The physique card, in a sense, is akin to a special bloodline card. Upon usage, it grants the physique of the corresponding character. Yet this physique remains fixed to that character's state and cannot be enhanced through training. For instance, using the physique card, Sasuke Uchiha, 2 Tomo Sharingan, would grant one the 2 Tomo Sharingan of Sasuke. But one cannot progress to the 3 Tomo or the Mangekyo Sharingan through training like Sasuke does. For Yunkong, while this card does hold some efficacy, its potential for enhancement is quite limited. However, it does remind him of a character most suited to utilize it. Talent card, Ice Affinity, excellent. Upon usage, it activates an excellent level of talent for cultivating ice abilities. After reading the description of this card, Yunkong did not hesitate to use it. He already possessed the Ice Release bloodline of the Mizuki clan, and now acquiring an excellent level of ice ability has significantly elevated his ice release capabilities, surpassing even the strongest individuals in the history of the Mizuki clan. After completing 3 sign-in attempts in the Demon Slayer world, Yunkong calmed his excited emotions and proceeded to utilize the remaining 2 sign-in opportunities. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Bloodline Card, Kagaya Clan Bloodline, complete. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Divine Grace 5. Bloodline Card, Kagaya Clan Bloodline, complete. Upon usage, it grants the complete bloodline of the Kagaya clan, with a high probability of awakening the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Divine Grace, a drop of water infused with the essence of divinity. Upon consumption, it greatly enhances physical attributes and extends lifespan by 100 years. The prospect of lifespan enhancement. Upon reading the system's description, Yunkong's eyes widened in astonishment. This marks the first time he has acquired an item capable of prolonging life. Receiving 5 drops of Divine Grace equates to an additional 500 years of life, making it one of the most exceptional items he has obtained thus far. Yunkong directly took a drop of Divine Grace and swallowed it. A unique vitality infused into his cells, bringing forth a comforting warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring. Once the sensation subsided, Yunkong realized his physical attributes had shattered the bottleneck of elite Jonin, reaching the caliber of a Kage. With a Kage-level physique, combined with the formidable secret techniques he has mastered, he is now capable of exhibiting peak Kage-level combat prowess. In this way, Yunkong has truly secured his place in the ninja world, where strength speaks volumes. Following the death of Muzan Kabutsuji, all remaining demons, except for Yashiro, perished, and the Demon Slayer Corps finally accomplished their mission after millennia. A week later, the Demon Slayer Corps held a grand celebration banquet, after which Yose Kanroji convened a Hashira meeting to announce the disbandment of the Corps, having fulfilled their mission. As the Demon Slayer Corps possessed numerous assets, each swordsman received a generous severance package sufficient to sustain them for a lifetime, as a token of gratitude for their years of selfless dedication and fearless sacrifice. Naturally, Yunkong was also granted a substantial severance payment, yet he chose to decline it, for he was about to depart from the world of Demon Slayer, and such material wealth held little value for him. However, before returning to the world of Naruto, Yunkong had a significant matter to address, pertaining to his deep affections for the Butterfly Sisters. In the living room of the Butterfly Mansion, Yunkong sat across from the sisters, enveloped in silence. Yunkong was no fool. Through their years of companionship, he had discerned the feelings the sisters harbored for him. Yet, influenced by the notions of his previous life and with Hinata existing in the Naruto world, he hesitated to provide a definitive response. As the moment of parting approached, Yunkong finally acknowledged his somewhat greedy desires and contemplated inquiring about the sisters' sentiments, though he found it difficult to voice them. Observing Yunkong's hesitation, the ever-considerate Kane Butterfly broke the silence, asking gently, "Yunkong-kun, do you have something you wish to share with us?" "Kane, Shinobu, I must confess, I am not from this world, but hail from a realm known as Naruto," Yunkong revealed, disclosing his origins and mentioning Hinata's existence to the sisters. Upon hearing Yunkong's story, the Butterfly Sisters perceived it as a rejection, their faces paling and a hint of mist gathering in their eyes, filled with sorrow as they gazed at him. Noticing their misunderstanding, Yunkong hastily clarified, "Kane, Shinobu, I understand that I may seem greedy, but I truly hold affection for Hinata, as well as for both of you. So," he paused, nervously swallowing, and in a resigned tone, asked, "Are you willing to accept me as I am? If not, I shall not intrude upon your lives." In response to Yunkong's anxious gaze, the fear and sadness within the Butterfly Sisters dissipated. They exchanged a glance, and their cheeks gradually flushed with color. "Yunkong-kun, do you know?" After a brief silence, Kane, suppressing her shyness, replied, "Ever since the day you saved Shinobu and me, your image has lingered in my heart. So, if you do not mind, I look forward to your guidance in the future. I share the same sentiments as my sister. Yunkong and Aizen, I hope for your guidance as well." Shinobu chimed in, her usual assertiveness fading as a charming blush adorned her face. She then nestled into Kane's embrace. "Thank you, Kane, Shinobu," Yunkong expressed. Unable to contain his overwhelming joy upon hearing their responses, he rushed to them, enveloping them in his arms. As he felt the softness of the butterfly sisters and inhaled their delicate fragrance, an indescribable sense of fulfillment surged within him. Meanwhile, Yunkong silently summoned the system, once again seeking confirmation on two previously inquired questions. "System, once I depart from the trial world, time and space here will freeze, correct?" "Indeed, upon the host's exit. The current trial world's time and space will enter a state of suspension. When the trial card for this world is reacquired, one may choose to continue along the previously frozen timeline or embark on a new random timeline. So, as long as I obtain certain items, I can bring the Butterfly Sisters to the main world, correct?" "Yes." Items such as the designated character summoning card and bond character contract card can be utilized to temporarily or permanently bring characters from the trial world back to the main world. Having confirmed the answers to these two queries, Yunkong felt unburdened and, in the presence of Ayazuki Yose and others, held a wedding to unite with the Butterfly Sisters. After the marriage, Yunkong accompanied the sisters on a delightful journey through the mountains and waters until the time in the trial world concluded. Bidding farewell to everyone before returning to the Naruto world, which he had been apart from for several years, gazing at the simultaneously strange and familiar bedroom, Yunkong momentarily felt disoriented, but soon regained his composure amidst a series of system notifications. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Demon Slayer World Trial task. Reward: 1 sign-in opportunity, 50 system points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your initial World Trial task. Achievement: New Trial Taker unlocked. And the core system function, Daily Sign-In Template, Phase 1, is now available. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Demon Slayer World Trial task. Trial Performance Evaluation, A. The conversion ratio of trial points to system points is determined to be 200. 1. Would you like to convert immediately? Ding! Host has returned to the main world. Ability seals have been lifted, and appearance has been adjusted to reflect the growth state in the main world timeline, accompanied by the system's notifications. Yunkong's sealed observation haki and ninjutsu abilities were fully restored, and he began to notice changes in his physique, which had matured into that of an adult during his time in the Demon Slayer world. At this moment, Yunkong felt akin to having ingested APTX 4869 from Conan, as his body gradually regressed back to that of a youth, resembling the state he was in just over 20 days after his arrival. Oh, suddenly reverting to a youth is quite disconcerting. Upon realizing his transformation, Yunkong found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Fortunately, with his peak shadow-level prowess, his control over his body had significantly improved, allowing him to quickly adapt to his current form. System, convert all of my 30,000 trial points into system points. Originally possessing over 80,000 trial points, Yunkong had expended 50,000 prior to leaving the Demon Slayer world to elevate his spatio-temporal talent from elite to genius level. Following Yunkong's command, the system promptly converted the remaining trial points, rounding up to a total of 165 points. Before his journey, Yunkong had accumulated 30 points. Thus, with the recent additions, he now possessed a total of 245 points. For Yunkong, who had long been lacking in points prior to his traversal, this was indeed a significant sum. However, more than the points, he was particularly intrigued by the core system function, Daily Sign-In Template mentioned in the second notification, and promptly opened the system to investigate further. As the name suggests, the Daily Sign-In Template allows users to obtain system rewards through a daily check-in. However, currently, only the first phase of the Daily Sign-In Template has been activated, meaning that the interval for sign-in refreshes is not daily but monthly. Naturally, once the ultimate third phase is reached, the template will be fully unlocked, enabling daily check-ins. Upon reviewing the system's introduction, Yunkong could not help but exclaim in surprise, realizing that what was already an extraordinary system had yet to unveil its core functionalities. It was only logical, given that the system was named the Multiverse Sign-In System. which must align with the conventions of the sign-in genre prevalent in his previous Life-S novels. It would be inconceivable for it to lack a daily sign-in feature. Were such a function absent, the system would be more aptly titled the multiverse extraction system or the multiverse lottery system. It can be said that only a system that has activated its core template can truly be regarded as the multiverse sign-in system. With the core template now activated, Yunkong immediately acquired his sign-in opportunities for the month, supplemented by an additional sign-in opportunity earned through completing a trial, granting him a total of 2 sign-in chances. System. Proceed with the sign-in, he commanded. Although Yunkong already possessed peak shadow-level strength, he was aware that the hidden realms of the ninja world harbored more than one super shadow or even 6-path level powerhouse. Hence, he chose not to conserve his sign-in chances, but to utilize them to further enhance his strength. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, World Expansion Card, Pleasant Goat, and Big Wolf. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, Bloodline Enhancement Card, Hyuga Clan Bloodline. Upon hearing the first notification, Yunkong's expression shifted rapidly, akin to a master of Sichuan opera face-changing. Initially, upon discovering that the item was a World Expansion Card, a look of surprise illuminated his face, as he anticipated gaining access to a formidable world. However, when he learned that the expanded world was Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, his smile waned, for it was a children's series, and the combat capabilities of its characters were predictable. Yet, just as his disappointment began to settle, he recalled one of the protagonists, the wolf, who, despite being an inept predator perpetually unable to catch a goat, was also an inventor proficient in various disciplines, including biology, chemistry, mechanics, medicine, music, physics, and even magic. He had created a plethora of bizarre yet profoundly intriguing high-tech gadgets. Although these items did not exhibit significant effects in the anime, they possessed remarkable potential, qualifying as advanced high-tech devices even in most worlds. With this realization, a smile returned to Yunkong's face as he eagerly decided to utilize the card, hoping to draw some satisfactory high-tech items in the future. After processing the first item, he turned his attention to the second item, Bloodline Enhancement Card of the Hyuga Clan. Upon usage, this card enhances the purity of the Hyuga Clan's bloodline, increases the likelihood of awakening the Byakugan, amplifies its effects, and raises the probability of evolving into the Rinnegan. Prerequisite for use: possession of any level of Hyuga bloodline. The Bloodline Enhancement Card is a specialized variant of bloodline cards, designed to assist the host or others with the corresponding lineage in optimizing their bloodline. This is indeed a remarkable item. I shall use it for Hinata. After reading the item description, Yunkong resolutely determined its destined recipient. Yunkong possesses the observation haki, granting him abilities that surpass the ordinary Byakugan in both reconnaissance and combat. Moreover, the powers accompanying the evolved Rinnegan can be acquired through alternative means. In contrast, Hinata, who already possesses an exceptionally pure Byakugan, would undoubtedly see her chances of evolving into the Rinnegan significantly enhanced with the use of this Bloodline Enhancement Card, making it a perfectly efficient use of resources. After placing the Bloodline Enhancement Card into the system space, Yunkong turned his gaze to the electronic calendar on the bedside table, only to discover it was already August 3rd. This indicates that the official assessment for the Chunin exam's third round will take place in 3 days. With this temporal clarity, Yunkong exited his room, first reporting to the Hokage's office, then proceeding to the market to procure ingredients for a sumptuous feast to celebrate with Irika, who was overjoyed by his return. In the afternoon, Yunkong had initially intended to visit the hospital in search of Hinata, only to find she had already returned to the Hyuga estate for recuperation. Thus, he temporarily set that thought aside and focused on training the Flying Thunder God technique. The cultivation of ninjutsu echoes the cliché that success equals 99 perspiration and 1 talent. Yet that 1 of talent is paramount, even more so than the 99 of effort. Before his transmigration, Yunkong had struggled to grasp this art. But after receiving the spatial temporal talent through his sign-in, he gained a clear perception of the spatial temporal state of his environment. Particularly after investing 50,000 training points to elevate his spatial temporal talent to a genius level, this understanding became even more pronounced, and his progress in learning the Flying Thunder God technique accelerated remarkably. Within a mere afternoon, Yunkong had preliminarily mastered the essentials of the technique and successfully crafted the assisting tool, the Flying Thunder God Kanai. Should the masters of the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato, witness this exaggerated pace of learning, they would likely find themselves grappling with existential doubt. The Flying Thunder God technique. In the stillness of night, Yinkong quietly activated his ninjutsu within his bedroom, instantaneously appearing in a secluded grove through the pre-buried Flying Thunder God Kanai. Simultaneously, Yinkong's observation haki extended outward, and he turned his gaze toward a distant large tree, softly speaking, "Come forth, Orochimaru-sensei." "Hee, it seems I cannot evade your perception, Yinkong-kun," came the raspy chuckle of Orochimaru, as his figure detached from the tree trunk and gracefully landed before Yinkong. Orochimaru, habitually licking his lips, inquired, "Yinkong-kun, did you summon me here to address the soul damage I require mending, or have you prepared the research materials I need?" Both possess unique qualities. This is the flesh and blood of an immortal entity known as an evil spirit. Yinkong handed Orochimaru a sealing scroll, which contained a plethora of materials he had gathered over the years in the world of Demon Slayer, sufficient for Orochimaru to conduct extensive research. However, these materials have certain limitations. They cannot be exposed to sunlight and are vulnerable to weapons crafted from two specific ores. Yinkong also produced the necessary scarlet sand iron and scarlet ore required to forge the Sunblade, while informing Orochimaru about the characteristics of the evil spirits. Oh, the essence of eternal life. Upon hearing Yinkong's description, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the scroll in his hands, eager to unravel the secrets behind the immortality of the evil spirits. Nonetheless, being a seasoned individual who has experienced much, Orochimaru soon composed himself, sitting cross-legged in anticipation of Yinkong's assistance in mending his soul's wounds. "Senior Orochimaru, I shall begin now." Yinkong summoned the flames of nirvana, enveloping Orochimaru's entire head within them, gradually repairing the damage inflicted by his reincarnation technique. After a period of time, Yinkong retracted the flames, wiped the perspiration from his brow, and, appearing somewhat fatigued, stated, "Senior Orochimaru, we shall conclude for today. We can continue the restoration tomorrow." The damage to Orochimaru's soul had been substantially repaired, leaving him in an unprecedented state of relief, with much of the coldness in his expression dissipating. "Oh, you have truly labored hard." Observing Yinkong's weary visage, Orochimaru earnestly expressed, "Yinkong, I shall honor our agreement. Once my research yields results, I will ensure that you are informed. Indeed, I trust you. By the way, Senior Orochimaru, I have something else that I believe will pique your interest." Yinkong smiled gently, retrieving another item from his system space. "Senior Orochimaru, this droplet is known as Divine Grace. Upon consumption, it significantly enhances physical attributes and extends one's lifespan by a century." Yinkong unveiled a carefully sealed droplet of Divine Grace, elucidating its effects to Orochimaru. An extension of a century? After hearing Yinkong's explanation, Orochimaru's golden serpent-like pupils narrowed sharply, a torrent of greed and fervor surging forth like a wild blaze. While Orochimaru had already developed a somewhat flawed reincarnation technique and did not have an urgent need for an additional century of life, the potion that could prolong life by a century held immense reference value for his research into the subject of immortality. "Senior Orochimaru, the essence of divine grace that extends life is derived from a unique substance contained within it. Only a few droplets exist in the entire shinobi world. Thus it may not significantly aid your research." Although Yinkong lacked the ability to read minds, he inferred Orochimaru's thoughts from his expression and promptly dissuaded him from pursuing the notion. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing Yinkong's words, Orochimaru regained his composure, murmuring with an inscrutable expression, "It appears that Yinkong's secrets are far more abundant than I had imagined. Senior Orochimaru, there is one more matter I require your assistance with. Please arrange a meeting with the root leader, Danzo Shimura, and inform him that I wish to discuss a potential collaboration." As Yinkong spoke, he handed the divine gift to Orochimaru with a light chuckle, saying, "This drop of divine grace is my token of introduction to him." Orochimaru received the divine gift tossed by Yinkong, deftly concealing it within his sleeve, and cautioned, "Yinkong, Shimura Danzo is a cunning old fox. Collaboration with him demands utmost prudence. Naturally, I do not underestimate one who lurks in the shadows of Konoha. As for the time and place, let us convene at midnight tomorrow, right here." Yun Kong's understanding of Shimura Danzo was solely derived from an animated series in his previous life, and he was acutely aware that the real Danzo was far more shrewd than his animated counterpart. He recognized the potential risks of partnering with Danzo, yet the shared interests along with his own capabilities instilled in him the confidence to forge an alliance. Very well, I shall relay your words to Shimura Danzo. However, whether he is willing to meet you is beyond my control. The relationship between Orochimaru and Danzo was intricate, characterized by both clandestine cooperation and mutual antagonism. Hence, Orochimaru could not guarantee Danzo's consent to meet with Yun Kong. Rest assured, he will agree. Just inquire if he desires to become Hokage, to lead Konoha to its true zenith. A determined smile graced Yun Kong's lips, for he was certain that Danzo's fervor for power would compel him to accept the meeting. After their discussion concluded, Yun Kong gazed at Orochimaru's vanishing silhouette and mused, "A new era shall be unveiled by me." With that, he once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his chamber. The following afternoon, Yun Kong invited his teammates and teacher to a barbecue gathering. Cheers! The sound of a glass filled with liquor clinking against 3 glasses of beverages resonated, heralding the commencement of the feast. Bai Yun, placing his glass down, remarked with a hint of astonishment, "Yun Kong, from the aura you exude, it seems your training has yielded considerable rewards." Kiba, nodding in agreement, inquired, "Indeed. You now emanate the essence of a sharp longsword. Have you been practicing the way of the sword during this period?" "Haha. The Moon Wolf Sage has indeed imparted some teachings on swordsmanship, but more significantly, I have focused on enhancing my physical prowess," Yun Kong replied with a chuckle, attributing his transformation to the elusive Moon Wolf Sage. As Kuruma Ryoko tended to the sizzling meat on the grill, she said, "Yun Kong, you are now the sole qualified member of our team. You must excel and elevate to Chunin, bringing us honor. Fear not, Ryoko, my opponent is Uchiha Sasuke. Dealing with him will be a mere formality," Yun Kong replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "I have heard that Uchiha Sasuke has been training under Kakashi and may have already mastered his signature jutsu, Chidori." Kiba informed Yun Kong of the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Yun Kong smiled confidently and assured, "Rest easy. I am more than capable." At this juncture, Sasuke Uchiha had yet to undergo his transformative evolution in both strength and mindset. Even though he had mastered Kakashi's Chidori, he could only unleash an attack at the level of an elite Chunin, rendering him insignificant in the eyes of Yun Kong. Furthermore, even if he were to depart from Konohagakure and train under Orochimaru for 3 years, he would merely attain the strength of an ordinary Kage. By that time, Yun Kong would likely have surpassed him by an insurmountable distance. Baiyun Yeshan and the others were well acquainted with Yun Kong's character. Seeing his self-assured demeanor, they refrained from further discussion and instead engaged in casual conversation about events that transpired following Yun Kong's departure. "By the way, Yun Kong, do you recall the host of the preliminaries, Tsukikid Shippu?" As they broached the topic of the Chunin exams, Kuruma Ryoko suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke in a mysterious tone. "You probably don't know, but on the very night the preliminaries concluded, he was murdered by a mysterious figure. Not only was I aware of his demise, but I also know the identity of his assailant, Maki from Sunagakure," Yun Kong thought, suppressing a chuckle as he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Oh, have they apprehended the killer yet?" "No," Kuruma Ryoko replied with a slight shake of her head, speaking softly. "However, I heard a rumor from my clan that the perpetrator is likely a rogue ninja from Konoha known as Orochimaru." Cough. Orochimaru. Yun Kong choked slightly at this revelation, a peculiar smile gracing his features. It was unexpected that Orochimaru had unwittingly been implicated in this incident. "Ryoko, some matters are best left uninvestigated, and you should refrain from discussing them publicly," Baiyun Yeshan cautioned Kuruma Ryoko, then advised the group. As for Orochimaru, he was once one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, possessing strength rivaling that of the Hokage. Therefore, should you encounter him in the future, remember to flee at once. "Understood," Yun Kong replied outwardly, though internally he was somewhat skeptical. Given Orochimaru's capabilities, if he truly intended to target Kuruma Ryoko and Hatake Jun, they would stand no chance of escaping his grasp. Soon after, the gathering concluded, and everyone dispersed from the barbecue restaurant. Yun Kong remained at home, training in solitude while awaiting the arrival of night. As midnight approached, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at the designated meeting point with Danzo. However, the moment Yun Kong materialized, several root ninjas leaped from the surrounding trees, launching a barrage of ninja tools toward him. Simultaneously, the root ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a myriad of ninjutsu attacks. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Water release, water trumpet technique. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Wind release, vacuum wave. Lightning release, secret technique. Although Yinkong had not anticipated such a fervent reception upon his arrival, he quickly reacted, summoning the black rain to his right hand. Essence of the breath of the sky, domain of the sky. With an unwavering expression, Yinkong executed the sword technique of the breath of the sky, creating a domain completely under his control. Coupled with his formidable observation haki, he successfully intercepted all incoming ninja tools and ninjutsu. After neutralizing the adversary's attacks, an aura of murderous intent enveloped Yinkong. And utilizing the flying thunder god coordinates he had previously established, he began to flicker through the forest with relentless speed. Spiral sphere. Yinkong appeared before a root ninja, unleashing a spiraling sphere that sent him hurtling away. In an instant, he vanished once more, reappearing behind another root ninja and severing his head with a swift stroke. As Yinkong made his move, the anguished cries of the root ninjas echoed through the air. However, this area seemed cloaked by some form of barrier that muffled the sounds, preventing any alert from reaching the Konoha guards. After vanquishing all the root ninjas that had attacked him, Yinkong paused and turned to the figures emerging from a short distance away, coldly remarking, "Danzo, is this the manner in which you treat your allies?" Hei Yinkong, the cousin of Irika, emerged from the humble Hei family as a remarkable ninja, a rarity indeed. At the forefront of the group stood Shimura Danzo, his expression dark and brooding as he inquired, "If I'm not mistaken, that technique you just used was the Flying Thunder God technique, correct? That is not a ninjutsu you should be privy to, so perhaps you should elucidate its origins." Unperturbed by Danzo's pretentious inquiry, Yinkong replied with a calm smile, uttering words that tightened Danzo's chest. "Heh, Danzo, everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? Much like those things that do not rightfully belong to you." Upon hearing Yinkong's words, Danzo's left eye narrowed slightly, an icy killing intent surging towards Yinkong. Having honed his skills in the world of Demon Slayer for many years, Yinkong was not intimidated by Danzo's murderous aura. With a hint of impatience, he stated, "Danzo, let us not squander time. We should discuss the matter of cooperation." Danzo retracted his malice, gesturing for his subordinates to maintain perimeter vigilance. Wearing a facade of a smile devoid of warmth as he said, "Since you are recommended by Orochimaru and possess sufficient strength to qualify as my partner, I shall consider your thoughts. Danzo, you are aware of what Orochimaru intends to pursue, are you not?" Though phrased as a question, Yinkong's tone bore the weight of a declaration. Danzo did not confirm nor deny, indicating a tacit acceptance of Yinkong's assertion. Thus, Yinkong offered a bait that Danzo could not refuse. "Danzo, let our collaboration commence with helping you ascend to the position of Hokage, shall we?" "A jest? You?" Danzo scoffed, his disdain evident on his face, openly belittling Yinkong. If the Hokage position were so easily attained, he would not have spent years scheming in the shadows. Yinkong refrained from explaining and retorted, "If Orochimaru succeeds and the third Hokage meets his demise, who do you think would qualify to succeed him?" Danzo gazed deeply at Yinkong, pondering for a moment before responding. "If Hiruzen were to perish, only 6 individuals would be eligible for the position of Hokage: myself, the 2 advisors of Konoha, Jiraiya and Tsunade of the legendary 3, and the head of the Hyuga clan." "Indeed," Yinkong affirmed with a nod, then inquired, "Among you, who is most likely to succeed as the next Hokage?" Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo fell into contemplation for a moment before speculating with a hint of dissatisfaction. Though reluctant to admit it, Minyin and Koharu would undoubtedly heed Hisashi's dying wishes. The Hyuga clan and the smaller clans aligned with the Hokage would likely choose to support Hisashi's direct disciple, thus making Jiraiya the most promising candidate for the position of the new Hokage. Indeed, the prospects for the 2 advisors were slim. And with the Hyuga clan having ascended to the pinnacle of power in Konoha, appointing Hyuga Hayashi as Hokage would inevitably provoke apprehension and resistance from the majority of the smaller clans. Therefore, the successors could only be chosen from among you, Jiraiya, and possibly Tsunade, should she return to Konoha. Analyzing the current state of Konoha's leadership, Yinkong continued to inquire, "Given your understanding of Jiraiya, would he be willing to assume the role of Hokage?" "No, he would not. Yet Minyan and Koharu would not permit him to decline. Danzo understood Jiraiya's character well, but he was even more acquainted with his former teammates, knowing they would go to great lengths to ensure Jiraiya accepted the mantle of Hokage. Yinkong shook his head slightly, confidently countering, "No, Jiraiya will not become Hokage. Rather, he will venture out to find Tsunade and support her ascension to the position of 5th Hokage." Had he not read the original work, Yinkong might have shared Danzo's assumption that the steadfast Jiraiya would succeed as the 5th Hokage. However, as a time traveler, Yinkong was intimately familiar with the subsequent plot, aware that while most events might alter due to his presence, a small portion would inevitably unfold as originally written. Tsunade. Danzo's expression subtly shifted. Yinkong's analysis had evidently provided him with newfound clarity. As the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade held an extraordinarily unique status and prestige among the villagers, far surpassing that of Danzo and his cohorts. Should Tsunade return to Konoha, bolstered by her strength as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, along with the support of Jiraiya, the 2 advisors, and other families aligned with the Hokage, she would undoubtedly ascend to the role of 5th Hokage without facing significant opposition. After a brief moment of contemplation, Danzo seemed to arrive at a decision and spoke in a low tone. "Yinkong, what is your plan? What do you seek from me?" Upon hearing Danzo's words, Yinkong's lips curled into a smile, clearly indicating that Danzo had begun to entertain the idea of collaboration. Danzo-senpai, my plan requires a certain amount of time to unfold. The specific details are inscribed within this scroll. Yinkong retrieved a scroll and tossed it to Danzo, chuckling softly. "As for my goal, it is simply to ensure that once you become Hokage, you will utilize Konoha's power to support my Ninja World Peace Initiative." On August 6th, the 3rd round of the Chunin exams officially commenced, and the already vibrant Konoha village became even more animated. Audiences from all corners of the ninja world gathered in Konoha's grand arena, eagerly anticipating the performances of the new generation of ninjas. Half an hour before the opening, Yinkong and his 7 companions, guided by the proctor Noera Kankuro, entered the grand arena, awaiting the beginning of the examination. Wow, what a crowd! As he gazed at the throngs of spectators filling the stands, Naruto Uzumaki, brimming with self-importance, exclaimed, "They must all be here to witness my performance." With arms crossed defiantly, he scoffed, "No one would come to see a rustic fellow like you. They are here to admire my beauty." "Humph, who says otherwise? Surely, some must be here to see a handsome guy like me," Naruto retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. He then turned to the laughing Kiba Inuzuka beside him and confidently declared, "Kiba, I've mastered an incredibly powerful jutsu. I'm not afraid of you and Akamaru overwhelming me with numbers. Please, Akamaru is my ninja beast. We are a single unit, not an overwhelming force. However, with you as my opponent, I am certain to advance to Chunin this time," Kiba stated, cradling the still cute Akamaru. Yamato, full of anticipation, expressed, "I can hardly wait to face you, Yinkong." Sasuke Uchiha's eyes burned with determination as he gazed at Yinkong, asserting, "This time, I will defeat you and prove the excellence of the Uchiha clan." The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and Naruto felt invigorated. "Is that so? I eagerly await your performance," Yinkong replied with a slight smile, soon to dispel Sasuke's unrealistic hopes through action. A passionate challenge. This is the essence of youth. "I am ablaze with enthusiasm," Lee observed with fiery eyes, excitedly throwing punches in the air. Standing next to him, Gaara subtly shifted a step away, seemingly unwilling to be tainted by Lee's exuberance. "Oh, so many people. It's rather bothersome," Shikamaru Nara sighed, lazily digging at his ear and muttering, "Perhaps I should just concede after a few exchanges." While Yinkong and others chatted, dignitaries from various nations arrived at the grand arena, escorted by ENBU ninjas to the VIP seats. Soon after, the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage made their appearances, elevating the atmosphere before the competition. "Esteemed guests, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at the Chunin selection exams in Konoha. I hereby declare the commencement of the exams." After delivering a brief opening statement, the 3rd Hokage announced the official start of the 3rd exam. Listen carefully. Although the venue is different, the rules remain unchanged from the preliminaries. There are no rules until one side is defeated or concedes, stated the proctor, Kakashi Hatake. As he outlined the competition's regulations, he then signaled for others to head to the waiting room, leaving the arena for the first match between Yinkong and Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha clan's orphan? He seems rather formidable, the spectators murmured, eager to witness the legendary Sharingan. Most gazes were fixed on Sasuke, who bore the name of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, do your best. Go, Sasuke-kun. As fervent admirers, Sakura and Ino sprang to their feet, their voices rising in a chorus of encouragement for Sasuke. Sasuke, don't let yourself be bested by Kyumo. Not to be outdone, Naruto, the loyal comrade of the number 2, leaned over the railing of the waiting area, shouting loudly, "Come on, Kyumo-kun." Hinata, who had come to watch the match with her father and sister, shyly cheered for Kyumo, but her soft voice was drowned out by the roar of the audience. Are both Hyang Kyumo and Uchiha Sasuke prepared? Upon witnessing the two assume their stances, Nara Shikamaru waved his arm and declared, thus, the third round of the Chunin selection exams, the first match, begins. With that proclamation, Shikamaru retreated to a distance, marking the official commencement of the battle between Kyumo and Uchiha Sasuke. Kyumo, allow me to showcase the fruits of my training during this period. Sasuke launched several shuriken as a distraction, simultaneously dashing towards Kyumo, ready to initiate a probing attack with his taijutsu. Sasuke, unleash your full potential. Kyumo retrieved a kunai, deftly blocking the rapidly spinning shuriken, then stood motionless, awaiting Sasuke's advance. Kyumo, I am no longer the same person I was a month ago. A smirk graced Sasuke's lips as he channeled lightning chakra to stimulate his cells, suddenly accelerating to an impressive speed, reappearing behind Kyumo and aiming a kick at his head. However, Kyumo's prowess surpassed Sasuke's by several magnitudes. Even without the use of observation haki, he easily perceived Sasuke's movements. Good speed, but merely commendable, Kyumo remarked as he pivoted, raising his arm to block Sasuke's kick and countering with a powerful punch aimed at Sasuke's chest. Not yet finished. Sasuke sidestepped, grasping Kyumo's arm with his left hand and pulling, while his right elbow arced toward Kyumo's neck. Impressive thought, Sasuke, but your strength falls short. Sensing Sasuke's intention, Kyumo abruptly withdrew his arm and unleashed a kick toward Sasuke, whose body was skewed by the force. Oh no! Realizing the wind generated by Kyumo's kick, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically, crossing his arms defensively in front of him, only to be sent flying by Kyumo's strike. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Realizing that taijutsu could not threaten Kyumo, Sasuke adjusted his position mid-air, swiftly forming hand seals and launching a massive fireball. Ninjutsu, is it? Allow me to counter with a technique of my own, water style, water chaos wave. Kyumo completed his hand seals and unleashed a torrent of water, surging toward the oncoming fireball. With a hissing sound, the water collided with the fireball, transforming into a cloud of steam that obscured their vision. A perfect opportunity. In Sasuke's eyes, Tsutomu appeared, as he concentrated lightning chakra into a powerful current, directing it towards Kyumo's position. Lightning style, Chidori. The dense white steam was blown aside by the force of Sasuke's advance, and before Kyumo could react, Sasuke's arm pierced through his chest. As the audience observed the formidable supporting character, Yun Kong, from the Uchiha clan being elegantly pierced through the chest by the protagonist, Sasuke Uchiha, their excitement surged. However, before the cheers could erupt, Sasuke suddenly sensed an anomaly. He noticed that the wound inflicted on Yun Kong showed not a single drop of blood. In the next moment, the struck Yun Kong dissipated into smoke, followed by a clear voice resonating behind Sasuke. Earth release, rock pillar prison. With a resounding crash, dozens of rock pillars erupted from the ground around Sasuke, their tops intertwining to form a conical cage. Panic gripped Sasuke as he realized the peril he was in. He attempted to escape the confines of the rock pillar prison, yet the after-effects of his recent speed enhancement using lightning release chakra still lingered, hampering his movement. Ultimately, he found himself ensnared within. Meanwhile, the steam that had enveloped the surroundings gradually dissipated, revealing a seemingly unscathed Yun Kong outside the prison. With an air of composure and a smile playing on his lips, Yun Kong remarked, Sasuke, the mist does more than obscure my vision. Humph, I was careless just now. But the battle is far from over. Lightning release, Chidori. Sasuke grunted, unleashing Chidori once more to shatter the confines of the rock pillar prison. He then propelled himself upward, leveraging the pillars to leap into the air and release his jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Fiery orbs erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Yun Kong, who maintained an expression of calm indifference. Swiftly completing the hand seals, Yun Kong countered, water release, water barrier. A vertical wall of water surged upward, effectively extinguishing the flames of the Phoenix Fire technique. Frustration coursed through Sasuke. His basic jutsu proved ineffective against Yun-Kong. It seemed that only Chidori could determine the victor. However, given his current state, he could manage to unleash it, but twice more. Observing Yun-Kong effortlessly dismantling his jutsu, Sasuke furrowed his brow and employed the Uchiha clan's ninja tool throwing technique to divert Yun-Kong's focus, buying himself precious time to unleash his jutsu. Yun-Kong, perceptive to Sasuke's intentions, displayed remarkable confidence and did not impede him. Instead, he swatted away the distractions posed by the ninja tools, remaining poised and awaiting Sasuke's assault. This time, I will not misjudge. Prepare yourself for lightning release. Chidori. Sasuke's Sharingan fixated on Yun-Kong, as his right hand crackled with piercing lightning. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, dashing toward Yun-Kong. Yun-Kong's gaze sharpened, and just as Chidori was about to strike, he grasped Sasuke's right wrist with a powerful grip. Sasuke's hand, propelled forward with great speed, was firmly halted by Yun-Kong's immense strength, stopping mere centimeters from his opponent. Another Chidori, Sasuke? Have you exhausted your repertoire? Yun-Kong remarked with a hint of disappointment, delivering a swift kick to Sasuke's abdomen that sent him sprawling. Sasuke, enduring the searing pain, managed to regain his balance midair. Upon landing, he staggered back several steps, just managing to mitigate the tremendous force behind Yun-Kong's strike. Earth release, Earth spike barrage. Yun-Kong granted Sasuke no respite, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Sharp rock spears erupted from beneath Sasuke's feet, compelling him to evade continuously. Releasing Chidori 3 times in quick succession proved to be a tremendous burden for the young Sasuke. His already strained body grew increasingly weary from the relentless leaps and dodges, ultimately leading to a moment of weakness where he stumbled and fell to the ground. Earth release, rock pillar prison. Yet, as a comrade, Yun-Kong harbored no intent to kill Sasuke. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly altered his strategy, conjuring a rock pillar cage to confine Sasuke within. Observing Sasuke panting heavily inside the rocky enclosure, Yun-Kong felt no desire to continue the torment and urged, "Sasuke, concede." Upon hearing Yun-Kong's words, Sasuke's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. His lips quivered as he reluctantly managed to utter 3 words, "I concede." The recent battle had tempered Sasuke's previously inflated ego after mastering Chidori, revealing the widening chasm between him and Yun-Kong. An anxious turmoil surged within him, like a wildfire spreading uncontrollably. Damn it! Despite my relentless training, I can't even defeat Yun-Kong. At this rate, when will I ever have the strength to eliminate that guy? What am I to do? Upon witnessing Sasuke's voluntary surrender, Nara Shikamaru promptly declared, "I hereby announce that the victor of the first round is Yun-Kong." Following the announcement, Yun-Kong and his opponent exchanged gestures of reconciliation before retreating to the waiting area, allowing the next match between Rock Lee and Gaara to commence. "Yun-Kong, congratulations. It seems we both have the potential to become Chunin this time," remarked Lee as he entered the arena. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru perched atop his head, approached Yun-Kong with exuberant laughter. "My luck is incredible. My opponent is that guy, Naruto." Yun-Kong playfully ruffled the fur of the adorable Akamaru and cautioned, "Kiba, Naruto is not as weak as you perceive. If you approach the battle with such an attitude, it may very well be you who faces defeat." "Humph. That loser Naruto wouldn't stand a chance even if he trained for a month. Besides, during this month, I've mastered our family's secret techniques even more proficiently. There's no way I could lose to Naruto." Over the years, Naruto had cemented a reputation as a failure in the minds of many, leading Kiba to dismiss Yun-Kong's warning and maintain his belief that Naruto would pose no challenge. Seeing Kiba's stubbornness, Yun-Kong chose to withhold further advice and turned his attention to the battle between Lee and Gaara. As the fight commenced, Lee launched a series of rapid, fierce taijutsu strikes, only to find them effortlessly deflected by Gaara's sand, failing to even graze his opponent. In a bid to counter Gaara's impenetrable defense, Lee glanced towards his mentor, Might Guy, in the audience. Receiving his approval, he discarded the heavy weights strapped to his legs. The spectators, initially indifferent, were soon awed by the clouds of dust that erupted upon the weights hitting the ground, redirecting their focus onto the somewhat comical figure of Rock Lee. With the burden lifted, Lee's speed experienced a remarkable surge, surpassing the automated defenses of sand, compelling Gaara to generate sand for defense using his own chakra. After a prolonged stalemate, Li unleashed the lotus of the white petals. However, it merely shattered the outer shell of sand that Gaara had discarded, inadvertently providing Gaara with an opportunity to counterattack. In desperation, Li resorted to his ultimate technique, the Lotus of the Hidden Gates, unlocking the fifth gate, the Gate of Limit, delivering a devastating blow that left Gaara, unable to keep pace, severely injured. Yet, at the critical moment, Gaara transformed his gourd into a final barrier of sand, barely withstanding Li's lethal strike, while simultaneously ensnaring Li with shards of sand, resulting in the shattering of Li's left hand and leg, and preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Witnessing this, Might Guy rushed into the arena to intervene, yet Li had already lost the ability to continue the fight. Though Li, as in the original narrative, succumbed to the seemingly invincible Gaara, he exhibited an unwavering spirit of the ninja way that deeply moved the audience, who erupted in cheers for the defeated Li. However, just as the spectators anticipated the commencement of the third round, a flurry of white feathers suddenly descended from the sky. The plan to topple Konoha had begun. The illusionary feathers, landing upon the ordinary audience, instantly plunged them into a state of slumber. The once boisterous arena fell eerily silent. As if a pause button had been pressed, the illusion was dispelled. The Konoha guards, responsible for the arena's safety, were naturally unaffected by such a rudimentary illusion, employing various methods to break free and began searching for the unseen assailant. Yet, before they could take action, a resounding explosion erupted from the positions of the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage, enveloping their figures in a thick cloud of smoke. Alarmed, the guards shouted, "Lord Hokage, protect the third Hokage." Upon witnessing this, the Umbu, tasked with safeguarding the third Hokage, rushed towards the smoke, only to discover that the third Hokage had been taken hostage by Orochimaru, masquerading as the fourth Kazekage, on the rooftop. Ninjutsu, for Purple Flames formation. As the Umbu prepared to rescue the third Hokage, the quartet of sound shinobi under Orochimaru's command emerged, uniting to form a rectangular barrier of translucent purple flames, isolating the third Hokage and Orochimaru within. Alas, I did not foresee the sand shinobi betraying their alliance with Konoha. Despite being held captive, the third Hokage maintained his composure, inquiring, "Kazekage, do you wish to incite war between Konoha and the sand shinobi? I believe we should seek a peaceful resolution to this dilemma." "Oh, age has indeed clouded your judgment with thoughts of peace, Sensei Sarutobi." Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, revealing his true identity. "You are Orochimaru." Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, the third Hokage's pupils dilated, astonished that his long-defected disciple would re-emerge before him in such a manner. "Master Sarutobi, your foolishness has plunged the hidden leaf into utter chaos. Thus I have emerged victorious." With these words, Orochimaru released the third Hokage, then pierced his own palm with a kunai, using his blood to form the hand seals for a summoning technique. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. With a soft command from Orochimaru, a unique formation appeared on the rooftop, and two coffins inscribed with the characters for first and second rose from the array. This forbidden technique. I must not allow him to summon the third coffin. Although the third Hokage had not mastered the Impure World Reincarnation, he was well aware of its effects, and his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly employed suppressive ninjutsu to prevent Orochimaru from summoning a third coffin marked with the character for 4. No matter. These two will suffice. Although the summoning of the third coffin was thwarted by the third Hokage, Orochimaru remained unfazed, confident that the two he had summoned would be more than capable of dealing with the aging Hokage. With a click, the summoning concluded, and the lids of the two coffins fell away, revealing two figures, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. "Orochimaru, how dare you toy with souls?" The third Hokage's face darkened as he glared fiercely at Orochimaru, watching the two former Hokages step forth from their coffins. How will you contend with them, Master Sarutobi?" A smug smile curled on Orochimaru's lips as he embedded kunai inscribed with seals into the back of the two Hokage's heads, controlling them to attack the third Hokage. Thus began a battle between master and disciple. Meanwhile, as the Leaf Guards sought the assailants, dozens of spectators disguised as sand and sound ninja, under the direction of Maki and Kabuto, leaped into action, assaulting the nearby Leaf Guards. Outnumbered by the formidable enemy team, the relatively few Leaf Guards quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, the situation becoming perilous. "Humph, Sand Ninja, Sound Ninja, You possess great audacity to assault the Leaf. Just as the Leaf was on the brink of casualties, Danzo Shimura, who had remained inactive in the original narrative, arrived at the arena with a group of root ninja. Engage, leave none alive. As he observed the chaos wrought by the sound and sand ninja within the village. A murderous intent radiated from Danzo's eyes as he commanded his subordinates to join the fray against the enemy. With the addition of these elite root ninja, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The once dominant sand and sound ninja found themselves encircled by Leaf Shinobi, suffering heavy casualties under the onslaught of the root forces. This cannot continue. Witnessing the disappointing outcome of their surprise attack, Maki's expression grew grim as he turned to Temari and Kankuro, who were tending to Gaara. How is Gaara? Understanding the urgency behind Maki's inquiry, Temari shook her head, responding, "The situation is dire. Gaara's injuries are more severe than anticipated, and the recent battle has drained much of his chakra. He will be unable to use that technique for the foreseeable future. Cursed be this misfortune." At such a critical moment, Maki muttered under his breath, swiftly analyzing the current situation before commanding, "Gaara is our village's trump card. We must ensure he carries out his mission. Therefore, you should first take Gaara for treatment, and once his chakra is restored, he shall rejoin the fray." "Understood, Teacher Maki." Temari and Kankuro wasted no time, each supporting one of Gaara's arms as they fled towards the forest beyond the Hidden Leaf Village. "Yunkong, you have passed the exam and are now a Chunin, so I entrust you with the task. Lead the other candidates in pursuing the recently escaped Gaara and his companions." Although Nara Shikamaru was unaware that Gaara was the one-tailed Jinchuriki, he grasped Gaara's significance from the conversation between Maki and Temari, thus commanding Yunkong to lead the pursuit. "Yes, Naruto, Sasuke, Kiba, Shikamaru, Ino, come with me." Yunkong accepted the order, leading the still combat-capable Naruto and others in the direction Temari had taken. Not so fast. Maki would not allow Yunkong and his companions to disrupt Gaara's recovery. He moved to obstruct their path. "Maki-sensei, your opponent is me." Nara Shikamaru stepped in front of Maki, simultaneously instructing Yunkong and his team, "I will hold him off. You execute your orders. Remember, this is not an evaluation. It is genuine warfare." "Understood." Yunkong nodded, leading the others to pursue Gaara. However, the moment they exited the arena, they fell into the sights of several sand and sound ninja engaged in the village skirmish. "Those are the Leaf Village brats. Eliminate them." Instantly, several ninjas from the sand and sound squads broke away and charged at them. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Observing the incoming foes, Yunkong swiftly formed hand seals, producing several shadow clones to intercept, engaging in a strenuous battle with the enemy. "Kiba, Akamaru has tracking abilities. Take them and pursue Gaara, while barely fending off their attacks." Yunkong arranged, "Once I deal with them, I will join you. Leave it to me." Inuzuka Kiba nodded, directing the keen-nosed Akamaru to lead the way as he continued the pursuit of Gaara with Sasuke and the others. Once Kiba and his group departed, Yunkong no longer needed to conceal his strength. The shadow clones ceased their charade and swiftly dispatched the mid-level ninja opponents. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Transformation jutsu. In a billow of thick smoke, dozens of shadow clones appeared, subsequently transforming into the likeness of Shimura Danzo. Seeing the multitude of Danzo clones before him, Yunkong's mouth twitched in exasperation as he shook his head and ordered, "Proceed according to plan." "Understood." The clones nodded in unison before dispersing throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, eliminating any encountered enemies and rescuing numerous ninjas and villagers in peril. Alas, as a time traveler, assisting Danzo in gaining prestige, I might just be the first to do so. After a moment of wistful reflection, Yunkong made his way to the village walls, aiding the guards in confronting the giant serpent summoned by the sound ninja. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. The azure sky pierced through the fingertips, gently gliding from the palm, leaving several handprints that pressed down onto the ground, summoning forth a dozen colossal moon wolves. "My friends, these giant serpents are now your responsibility." With a resounding howl, the moon wolves, fierce warriors under the command of Yen Guang, eagerly charged forth, each selecting a giant serpent to engage in battle. In a brief moment, Yunkong's gaze sharpened, focusing on the enormous toad descending from the heavens, accompanied by a man. This imposing figure stood tall and robust, his long white hair cascading down to his waist, adorned with a forehead protector emblazoned with the character for oil. Undoubtedly, this was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Perched atop the toad's head, Jiraiya looked down upon the fierce combat below. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Yun Kong with mild surprise. "Young one, are these colossal wolves your summoned beasts?" Yun Kong, harboring a profound admiration for this esteemed mentor in the world of Hokage, replied with a smile, "Indeed, esteemed senior. Ha ha ha. The youth of today are truly remarkable, far surpassing our generation." Jiraiya chuckled heartily before kindly advising, "However, maintaining these great wolves is too burdensome for you. Release the summoning. I shall handle the remainder." Unaware of Yun Kong's true capabilities and perceiving him merely as an average chunin, Jiraiya summoned several toads to take over the battle against the giant serpents. "Very well. I shall leave this to you, senior. I have other tasks to attend to." Yun Kong graciously accepted Jiraiya's offer, sending the still eager moon wolves back to the wild wolf plains before darting into the surrounding forest to continue his pursuit of Gaara. "Let me see where they have fled." Upon entering the forested area, Yun Kong swiftly activated his Kinbunchika Haki, discovering that the group had split into two factions, one engaged in battle while the other continued to flee. With Shikamaru's intelligence and Tenten's support, dealing with Kankuro should pose no challenge. Upon realizing that Shikamaru and Tenten were managing Kankuro, Yun Kong felt a wave of relief wash over him and redirected his focus towards Gaara and the others. Earth release, earth-shattering palm. Without the need to conceal his strength, Yun Kong quickly caught up to them, maneuvering to appear in front of Temari and Gaara, employing a jutsu to intercept the pair. At that moment, the trio of Inuzuka Kiba and his companions arrived, surrounding Temari and the visibly distressed Gaara. Those from Konoha. Temari's expression turned serious as she shielded Gaara, drawing her 3-star iron fan, warily fixing her gaze upon the group. The pressure stemming from Yun Kong's earlier display of prowess against Sasuke weighed heavily upon her. Not to mention the presence of the formidable Uchiha Sasuke and the capable Inuzuka Kiba among the exam candidates. "Temari, surrender. I can guarantee your safety." As the descendants of the 4th Kazekage, Temari and Gaara hold a significant status within Sunigakure, especially considering Gaara's position as a Jinchuriki. Their collective worth surpasses that of the other Sand shinobi involved in the current conflict. In an effort to secure greater advantages during post-war negotiations with Sunigakure, Yun Kong refrains from jeopardizing their lives, thus persuading Temari to surrender. "Can we truly ensure our safety? Can you speak on behalf of Konohagakure?" While managing her conversation with Yun Kong, Temari discreetly inquires about Gaara's condition. "Gaara, how are you holding up? Can you continue to fight?" Gaara disregards Temari, cradling his head in his hands, emitting suppressed cries of pain, his eyes reflecting an unrestrained ferocity and wrath. "Rest assured, if I cannot take charge, I shall remain silent." Yun Kong, having discerned Temari's intentions, does not intervene and calmly responds, "Moreover, you cannot escape now, can you?" His peak shadow-level prowess instills confidence in Yun Kong to manage any unforeseen circumstances. Even if Gaara were to unleash Shikaku, he believes he could subdue it. In fact, Yun Kong is rather eager for Gaara to release Shikaku, as it would allow him to better comprehend the pinnacle of shadow-level strength through the ensuing battle with the tailed beast. "I see. Then let me ponder for a few more minutes. What if you were deceiving me?" Temari's eyes dart, seeking reasons to prolong the delay. Uchiha Sasuke furrows his brow, expressing impatience. "Why waste time talking to them? Just capture them and bring them back." Indeed, Shikamaru and the others are still engaged in combat with that fellow named Kankuro. "We should swiftly apprehend these two and return to assist Shikamaru." Inuzuka Kiba sets down Akamaru, preparing for the upcoming fight. Haha, witness the prowess of Naruto Uzumaki. Impatient as ever, Naruto, without waiting for Yun Kong's command, bites his fingertip and invokes the summoning technique he learned from Jiraiya over the past month.